Chapter 1. The Useless Disciple. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. Wei Fang had been the weakest cultivator at the Emerald Lotus Sect for so long that nobody bothered remembering his name anymore. They just called him that one when they had to refer to him at all, usually followed by a sigh or a muttered comment about wasted potential. The irony was that he had never had any potential to waste. When he'd arrived at the sect 3 years ago at 16, the disciples had taken one look at his spiritual root quality, a mediocre earth type with barely detectable heavenly affinity, and started the countdown to his inevitable expulsion. He was sweeping the eastern courtyard when Senior Brother Lan strutted past, his robes swishing with the kind of self-importance that only came from breaking through to the chi consolidation realm ahead of schedule. Lan was 17 and insufferable about it. His cultivation base radiated confidence, and his movements carried the weight of someone who knew he was superior to nearly everyone around him. Still scrubbing the same spot, Wei Fang? Lan didn't even pause, just threw the words over his shoulder like debris. I suppose that's all someone with your pathetic roots can handle. Wei Fang stopped mid-sweep. Something felt strange. Not his usual resignation at being insulted. He'd grown thick-skinned for that over 3 years, but an actual physical sensation. It started as a cold pinpoint at the base of his skull and spread downward through his spine like water finding cracks. His hands prickled. His chi pool, which usually lay dormant and useless in his dantian, suddenly shuddered with what felt like an electric charge. For a moment, he thought he was having some kind of spiritual episode. Maybe the repeated humiliation had finally broken something fundamental inside him. His legs felt weak, and he found himself gripping the broom handle for stability. He watched Senior Brother Lan disappear around the corner, still glowing with arrogant satisfaction, and carefully set down his broom before his hands trembled too much to hold it. The sensation faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Wei Fang standing alone in the courtyard with his heart still racing. He checked himself carefully, closing his eyes and reaching inward with his minimal spiritual sense. Everything was the same. His pathetic earth-type root, his barely awakened chi pool, his dull channels. If anything had changed, he couldn't detect it. The whole thing had probably been his imagination, another small reminder that his body was as unreliable as everyone said his cultivation talent was. But he couldn't shake the memory of that strange coldness, or the peculiar moment when Lan's contempt had felt almost like a physical force leaving the other disciple's body and entering his own. It had been like watching a cup overflow and the excess liquid dripping into another vessel below it. Except the vessel was him, and the liquid was something else entirely. Wei Fang picked up his broom again and returned to sweeping, his movements mechanical and thoughtless. He was very good at returning to normal. It was probably his only genuine talent. The broom strokes were smooth and practiced, the result of 3 years of repetition. He knew exactly how the sect preferred the courtyards swept, the pattern of the stone, the angle of the strokes, the way the dust should settle. The sect's grounds required constant maintenance. The Emerald Lotus cultivators preferred to focus on actual cultivation rather than menial labor, so disciples like Wei Fang, the ones with no prospects, got the pleasant task of keeping everything presentable. It was honest work, at least, and it meant he didn't have to sit through meditation sessions where the masters would spend hours explaining concepts he couldn't grasp. His limited spiritual sense made meditation actively painful. It was like trying to see in the dark with eyes that weren't built for it. The other disciples would reach inward and describe vistas of spiritual energy, flowing pathways of chi, enlightened connections to the heavens. Wei Fang would reach inward and find emptiness. By evening, he'd finished the eastern courtyard and moved on to the northern gardens, where the rare spirit plants were cultivated. The plants were his favorite part of the work, though not because he could touch them. He wasn't allowed to touch them, of course. That was strictly forbidden for someone at his level. He just had to clear away dead leaves and fallen branches, keep the paths neat and clear of debris. A master named Su occasionally stopped by to check his work, and Wei Fang had learned exactly what standard she expected. It was one of the few things at the sect where he could reliably succeed. The spirit plants themselves were beautiful in their own way. They grew taller than normal plants, their leaves shimmering with faint traces of spiritual energy. Some of them bloomed with flowers that seemed to glow from within. Wei Fang watched them grow month after month and felt a strange kinship with them. They were supposed to be special, powerful, connected to the cultivation world in ways that ordinary things weren't. Yet many of them looked frail and delicate, struggling to survive in the carefully controlled environment of the garden. Wei Fang understood that feeling. Your spacing on the gravel is off, Master Su said that afternoon, pointing at a section he'd just raked with a careful hand. The pattern should flow from the stone bridge. Pay attention to the architecture. Yes, Master Su, Wei Fang said, already moving to fix it. He studied the placement of the stones around the bridge and adjusted the gravel pattern to match the subtle geometry of the landscape. Master Su watched for a moment, apparently satisfied, then nodded and left. He watched her leave with the same mixture of gratitude and resignation he felt for most of the masters. At least she corrected his work instead of dismissing it entirely. It suggested she thought he was capable of improvement, even if her tone made it clear that improvement would be minimal. She treated him the way one might treat a tool that was slightly damaged but still occasionally useful. That night, alone in his small room in the outer disciples' dormitory, Wei Fang lay in his narrow bed and tried to figure out what had happened in the courtyard. He replayed the moment Lan had spoken, tried to recreate the sensation. Nothing. His qi remained dormant and useless. Whatever he'd experienced was probably just stress-induced, the body playing tricks on a mind that had gotten tired of constant inadequacy. He fell asleep thinking about it anyway, his dreams filled with images of cold streams flowing upward and empty vessels slowly filling with invisible water. The next morning, his qi pool felt different. Not better, exactly, but less hollow. It was hard to describe, even to himself. Usually his dantian felt like a cup mostly empty, waiting for water it might never receive. Today it felt like that same cup, but with a few drops more than before. The change was subtle enough that he might have imagined it, but Wei Fang's body kept the score. He could feel the difference in how his qi moved through his channels, in how his spiritual sense responded when he reached inward. Wei Fang tested his qi flow, pushing it through his meridians the way the masters had taught during the early days when they still bothered instructing him. The sensation was still dull and sluggish, but somehow fractionally easier. Like the channels had widened by the tiniest increment, or the qi itself had become marginally less resistant to moving. He spent an hour experimenting with different breathing techniques and meditation postures, trying to understand if he'd done something different that might account for the change. He didn't mention it to anyone. At the Emerald Lotus Sect, admitting to any kind of change or improvement would invite scrutiny, and scrutiny was something weak disciples definitely didn't want. Better to stay invisible. Keep working, keep your head down. The last thing he needed was for someone to actually pay attention to him, to start measuring his progress and inevitably find him wanting. They might decide it was worth investigating where the improvement came from. They might run tests on his spiritual route to see if something had changed. Or worse, they might simply decide that the improvement wasn't real and that he'd imagined it, which would be its own kind of humiliation. By the end of the week, something had definitely shifted. Wei Fang's qi wasn't just marginally easier to move. It had accumulated noticeably. His pool was still tiny compared to any proper cultivator, but it was no longer embarrassingly shallow. He could feel it, a small warm presence where there had been nothing but void before. When he meditated now, there was something to meditate on, a structure to work with instead of just emptiness. He tried to understand what had changed. Had he done something different in his meditation? His technique was the same as always, basic, taught to new disciples before they either advanced or were reassigned to menial labor. He'd spent the week sweeping, raking, carrying supplies, and performing the 1,000 small tasks that kept the sect running. His diet had been the same. His sleep pattern had been the same. The only remarkable thing that had happened was Lan's insult in the courtyard. Wei Fang replayed that moment again, more carefully this time. The cold sensation at the base of his skull. The feeling of something transferring from Lan to himself. And then, a week later, his qi pool slightly fuller. It was the only variable that had changed. Everything else had remained constant. Was it possible that Lan's contempt had somehow? No, that was ridiculous. Cultivation didn't work like that. Contempt wasn't a source of spiritual energy. He was clearly imagining patterns where none existed, finding meaning in coincidence because that's what desperate people did. The human mind was expert at creating connections between unrelated events, especially when the mind wanted something badly enough. And yet, the evidence was there in his dantian, undeniable and strange. The qi was real. The accumulation was measurable. He decided to test it. Deliberately. Scientifically, as much as a mediocre earth type with a barely awakened spirit sense could be scientific about anything. The next day, when Senior Sister Mei passed him in the storage hall, Wei Fang made sure to be in her way. He positioned himself so that she would have to go around him or ask him to move. Mei had always been one of the more openly contemptuous disciples, someone who treated him like a particularly tragic nuisance that the sect unfortunately had to tolerate. "Excuse me," she said coldly, practically pushing past him without slowing her pace. "Some of us have actual training to do." Wei Fang felt it immediately, that distinctive cold pinpoint at the base of his skull, followed by the sensation of something flowing into him. It was unmistakable now that he was looking for it. The disdain in her voice seemed to physically manifest, transferring from her to him, like water pouring from one vessel to another. It was stronger than the sensation with Lan, more immediate, carrying the weight of genuine feeling rather than just an offhand comment. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the small pulse of additional qi settle into his dantian. The sensation was like watching a window slowly open, letting in light that had been blocked before. By the time he opened them, Mei was already gone, her footsteps echoing down the corridor as she hurried toward the training grounds where disciples who actually had potential spent their time. 3 more times that week, Wei Fang engineered situations where someone might be contemptuous of him, and 3 more times he felt that same cold, unmistakable transfer. His qi pool grew steadily, noticeably. After the 4th incident, involving Senior Brother Chun and a particularly cutting remark about his failure to properly arrange meditation cushions in a meditation hall, Wei Fang sat alone in his room and accepted the impossible truth. When people looked down on him, when they held him in contempt, when they dismissed him as worthless, something happened. Something was taking that disdain and converting it into cultivation base. He was somehow absorbing their contempt, turning their low regard into spiritual energy. He had no idea how it was possible. No spiritual theory he'd ever encountered explained it. The cultivation manuals spoke of meditation, breathing techniques, consuming pills, absorbing the natural energy of spirit stones. They spoke of training under masters and learning secret techniques. They spoke of bloodline awakening and hidden roots and the mysterious connections between mind and body. But none of them spoke of absorbing other people's emotions as a source of power. Yet the evidence was consistently there in his dantian, growing stronger with each contemptuous interaction. The qi was real. The accumulation was measurable. The pattern was undeniable. Wei Fang lay back on his narrow bed and started to laugh. Actually laugh, for the first time in months. The sound echoed slightly in his small room, and for a moment he was afraid that someone would hear him and investigate. But nobody came, and the laughter slowly faded into a kind of stunned disbelief. The cultivation world was full of strange rules and hidden mechanics. There were bloodline abilities that manifested unexpectedly, sect treasures with mysterious properties, hidden techniques that worked through bizarre spiritual mechanics. Maybe this was his thing. Maybe this was his actual talent. Not the earth-type route that had failed him, but something else entirely. Something that activated when people dismissed him. It was darkly, perfectly ironic. The thing that was making him stronger was the thing that everyone assumed made him worthless. The contempt that surrounded him like a constant rain was actually feeding his cultivation. Every dismissal was an opportunity. Every moment of disdain was a moment of power transfer. The question now was what to do about it. He could try to accelerate the process, find more contempt, absorb more power. But that seemed short-sighted. If people started noticing his progress, they'd investigate. And if anyone figured out the mechanism, if they realized that their disdain was literally powering him, the entire equation would change. They'd stop underestimating him. They'd respect him, or fear him, or take some other action entirely. The source of his power would dry up. No, the smart play was to stay hidden. Keep his head down. Let them keep dismissing him while he quietly accumulated strength. Let every arrogant remark, every contemptuous glance, every dismissal of his worth silently feed the thing growing inside him. Wei Fang pulled himself up to sitting and looked at his hands in the darkness of his small room. They looked the same as they always had, ordinary, weak, unremarkable. He turned them over, studying his palms as if the secret to his transformation might be written there in the lines and creases. But there was nothing special about them. Nothing that suggested he was anything other than what everyone believed him to be. But inside, something was changing. Something that fed on being underestimated. He had the sudden, crystal-clear understanding that his actual journey was only just beginning. Chapter 2. Understanding the rules by the 2nd week of his experiments. Wei Fang had formed several tentative conclusions about how his ability worked, though many of them were merely theories awaiting further evidence. The first and most obvious was that contempt was the key trigger. Not all disrespect qualified. Mere rudeness or indifference didn't activate the transfer. It had to be actual disdain, the kind that came from the belief that the other person was genuinely superior and he was genuinely beneath them. The contempt had to be genuine, had to come from sincere conviction, had to carry the weight of real emotion. He'd begun keeping a mental journal of his experiments, careful observations about what triggered the transfer and what didn't. He would replay moments in his mind, analyzing them for nuance and pattern. What was the exact quality of disdain in a given comment? How much did it differ from simple rudeness? How could he tell the difference between contempt born from genuine feeling versus contempt that was merely social performativity? Senior Brother Lan's offhand insult about his roots had triggered it. So had the contempt in May's dismissal when she pushed past him without so much as a glance of acknowledgement. But when another disciple had simply forgotten to save him any food at dinner without any particular malice, nothing had happened. There was no cold sensation, no chi transfer, no sign of power flowing into him. The transaction required active contempt, a moment where someone's low opinion of him was clearly, intensely felt. This was the key insight. The contempt couldn't be passive. It had to be an active mental state, a deliberate assessment of inferiority. When someone simply didn't think about him at all, there was no transfer. But when someone looked at him and consciously thought, "You are beneath me," that was when the power flowed. The second discovery was that the amount of chi he absorbed seemed to correlate with the intensity of the contempt. Lan's brief remark, thrown over his shoulder without much thought, had transferred a modest amount, barely enough to be measurable, but definitely present. May's purposeful disdain, which had taken time for her to actually think of an insult rather than just brush past him, had transferred more. The amount had been approximately 3 times what Lan's comment had generated. And when Senior Brother Chun had spent a full 2 minutes berating him for stupidity and incompetence, detailing all the ways he had failed to perform even simple tasks correctly, the transfer had been substantial enough that Wei Fang could feel his chi reserves grow noticeably and permanently in his dantian. This opened up a problematic question. Was there a way to measure how much time and intensity he needed to absorb meaningful amounts? Or did the contempt have to be spontaneous and genuine, without any effort on his part to encourage it? He decided to test it by attempting to provoke contempt deliberately. On a morning when Senior Brother Tao, one of the slightly less arrogant disciples, was passing through the courtyard, Wei Fang positioned himself directly in his path while pretending to be distracted by a broom. He made it obvious that he hadn't noticed Tao approaching, or at least tried to make it look obvious. "Watch where you're going. Useless," Tao said, jumping back to avoid a collision. The words were there, the insult was present, but the contempt behind them felt hollow and forced. It was something Tao said because it was expected, something he thought a senior disciple should say when encountering Wei Fang, not something that came from genuine feeling. Wei Fang felt nothing. No cold pinpoint, no transfer, no sense of power flowing into him. So the contempt had to be genuine. It had to come from real emotion, real belief in superiority. Forced contempt didn't work. What about respect? That was the question that came from wondering what happened when someone actually thought well of him. Wei Fang had precious few positive interactions with the other disciples, but there was one master who seemed genuinely kind. Master Lu, who taught meditation to the handful of disciples who actually needed instruction. When Wei Fang attended sessions, Lu treated him with patience and lack of judgment, offering suggestions without condescension. He would say things like, "Your chi is moving slower than most, but that's simply your starting point, not your limit," rather than, "Your chi is moving slower because you're incompetent." One afternoon, when Wei Fang managed to successfully meditate for a full hour without his mind scattering completely or his concentration breaking, Lu gave him an approving nod and said, "Better. You're learning." Wei Fang had waited tensely for the transfer, watching for any sign that the moment would trigger the same sensation he'd come to expect from contempt. But nothing happened. The coldness at the base of his skull never appeared. No chi flowed into him. No sense of power accumulation. Respect, it seemed, didn't activate the ability at all. Only contempt did. This was both limiting and liberating. It meant that the ability had a built-in constraint. It only worked when he was being underestimated. The moment someone actually valued him or respected his capability, the power source shut down. It was almost like the universe had a sense of humor. The only way to maintain his strength was to remain weak in everyone else's eyes. The irony was perfectly balanced. He couldn't become openly powerful without losing the ability to generate power through underestimation. The third week brought a significant complication in the form of Senior Sister Qing, who was not only higher ranking than most disciples, but also somewhat perceptive about cultivation matters. Wei Fang had been attempting to stay as invisible as possible while accumulating as much contempt as he could, but Qing seemed to actually notice things that other people missed. "Your chi has improved," she said one afternoon, studying him with a frown as they passed in the sect's main courtyard. "Even accounting for your minimal progress, you're showing an unusual growth pattern. How are you managing it?" Wei Fang's heart had nearly stopped. He'd been careless, not hiding his growing spiritual reserves well enough. Someone with genuine perceptiveness had finally noticed the change. This was the moment everything could fall apart. If Qing started investigating, if she mentioned her observations to the masters, the entire structure would collapse. "I've just been focusing on my meditation, senior sister," Wei Fang said carefully, trying to keep his voice steady. "And my work with the masters. I'm trying harder." It wasn't entirely a lie. He had been focusing, just not in the way she meant. Qing had continued to frown, and for a moment Wei Fang thought she was going to push the investigation further, demand more detailed explanations, perhaps even suggest that he be tested. But then she'd shaken her head with something like dismissal and moved on. Well, don't let it go to your head. You still have barely awakened roots. Any improvement is marginal. And there it was, the automatic resort to contempt when he'd seemed momentarily impressive. Qing had felt threatened or confused by his apparent progress, so she'd resorted to re-establishing her sense of his fundamental inferiority. Wei Fang had felt the cold pinpoint activate, felt the transfer of her disdain flow into him. It was almost as if she'd been trying to recalibrate her sense of his inadequacy, reminding both him and herself that no matter how he improved, he was still fundamentally limited by his mediocre roots. The irony was so sharp he'd nearly smiled, though he'd managed to keep his face neutral. After that incident, Wei Fang became more careful about his concealment. He didn't hide all improvements, because stopping his progress entirely would be suspicious and might draw even more attention. Instead, he simply ensured that whenever he showed even marginal improvement, it remained marginal in comparison to what he was actually experiencing. If anyone checked his qi reserves, they'd find them slightly elevated but still pathetic by any real standard. If anyone tested his spiritual sensitivity, they'd find it barely functional, advancing at a glacial pace. The contempt that followed their disappointment would feed him enough to sustain his actual growth while maintaining the illusion of stagnation. By the end of the month, Wei Fang had absorbed enough qi from various disciples and even a few masters to feel confident that he'd broken through to the foundation establishment realm. It was a breakthrough he'd never, ever be able to acknowledge openly. Foundation establishment was supposed to be a massive achievement for someone with his roots, something that should have happened gradually and with immense effort over months or years of intensive training under master supervision. If he suddenly showed the signs of such a breakthrough, it would raise immediate questions he couldn't answer. His hands would glow with qi that shouldn't be there. His movements would be noticeably faster and more efficient. His cultivation base would be detectable by anyone with even moderate spiritual sensitivity. All of these would expose him immediately, so he hid it. Carefully, he maintained the facade of being a barely functional disciple while allowing his actual power to grow in secret. He learned to dampen his qi signature, to keep it hidden beneath layers of careful control. He moved no faster than someone with minimal cultivation should move. He kept his hands still even when his qi wanted to surge outward. The ability seemed to have no upper limit on how much he could absorb. There was no sensation of his dantian becoming full, no resistance to taking in more contempt and converting it to cultivation energy. It was like he had an infinite capacity for absorbing the low regard of others, an endless sponge that would soak up every drop of disdain directed at him. The thought that occupied his mind most in these early weeks was a question about the mechanism itself. How was this even possible? What spiritual law allowed contempt to become cultivation energy? Was he somehow siphoning qi directly from the people who despised him? Or was he converting their emotional disdain into spiritual fuel through some process his conscious mind couldn't comprehend? One evening, Wei Fang attempted to reach out to people who might know about unusual spiritual phenomena. Master Lu seemed like the safest option, the most likely to take a theoretical question seriously without immediately reporting it to the sect elders. They were in a meditation chamber together, the evening light filtering through the paper screens, when Wei Fang framed his question carefully. Master Lu, is it possible for someone to gain cultivation through unconventional means? Through mechanisms that aren't documented in the standard manuals? Lu had looked up from his tea with interest. You mean hidden techniques? Bloodline abilities? Yes, absolutely. The cultivation world is full of rare phenomena. Why do you ask? I was just curious, Wei Fang said carefully, about whether spiritual energy could come from sources other than meditation and pills and the standard paths. Lu had set down his tea and leaned back thoughtfully, considering the question seriously. Theoretically, yes. I've read historical accounts of cultivators with unusual abilities. People who could absorb elemental power from their surroundings, or who gained strength from physical hardship, or who drew power from emotional states. Nothing is truly outside the realm of possibility if the mechanism exists in someone's spiritual root, and no one would necessarily know about it unless the person revealed it. Wei Fang had pressed. Not unless there were external signs, Lu had agreed. If the ability is subtle and the person is careful, yes, they could potentially hide unusual cultivation for years, perhaps indefinitely. Wei Fang had thanked him and left, feeling both reassured and deeply cautious. His ability was unusual, possibly completely unheard of, and definitely something he needed to keep secret. If anyone found out, If anyone discovered that he was absorbing power through contempt, the consequences would be unpredictable. They might see it as a blessing or a curse, a gift or a forbidden technique. They might try to help him or destroy him. The ability wasn't a flaw in his nature. It was a gift wrapped in irony. Every person who dismissed him, every moment of contempt aimed at him, was exactly what he needed to grow strong. The contempt that surrounded him like a constant force was his foundation, his building material, his source of endless power. As the first month of his hidden cultivation came to an end, Wei Fang realized something fundamental about his nature. He was no longer the useless disciple that everyone believed him to be. He was something else entirely. He was a filter, a sponge, a battery for contempt. And in this sect where arrogance was as common as water, he had stumbled upon an infinite source of power. The question was what he would do with it. Chapter 3. The tournament selection. 3 months into understanding his ability, Wei Fang had accumulated enough hidden power to be genuinely dangerous. His qi reserves had reached the late foundation establishment stage, far beyond where anyone would expect someone with his roots to be after 3 years at the sect. His spiritual sensitivity had expanded exponentially, allowing him to sense and process cultivation energy with precision that surprised even himself when he took moments alone to explore his actual capabilities. The growth had been staggering in its speed. 3 months to go from barely awakened to late foundation establishment? That would normally take someone years, possibly decades, depending on their talent and resources. But Wei Fang had found a cheat code to advancement, a loophole in the cultivation system that allowed him to transform the emotional energy of contempt directly into power. He had become very good at hiding it. He could compress his qi signature down to almost nothing, could walk past senior disciples without triggering their spiritual sense, could mask his power completely when he wanted to. He could meditate and feel his dantian full of power while projecting the aura of someone with barely any cultivation at all. The contradiction didn't bother him anymore. It had become his reality, his normal state of being. Wei Fang was becoming expert at living a double life. The challenge was that as he accumulated more power, hiding it became harder. Power wanted to express itself, wanted to move, wanted to be used. It was like holding water in a cup that was getting fuller and fuller. Eventually, if you weren't careful, it would overflow and reveal itself. The sect's monthly gathering for casual assessment became the first real test of his ability to maintain the illusion of weakness while being substantially stronger. The masters would have all the disciples demonstrate basic techniques: qi flow, spiritual sensing, meditation depth, simple physical movements enhanced by cultivation. Wei Fang's performance was deliberately below average, but not suspiciously so. He showed minor improvement over the past months, exactly the kind of marginal progress someone with his roots might achieve through hard work and determination. Master Su, who supervised these assessments with clipboard in hand, nodded at him with something that might have been the faintest approval. You're becoming more consistent, at least. Keep this pace. The contempt in "at least" was subtle but definitely present. The "at least" carried the weight of lowered expectations being met. Wei Fang felt the transfer, a small sip of energy flowing into him. 3 months ago, he would have been grateful for even this minimal acknowledgement. Now he recognized it as fuel, as power, as the lifeblood of his advancement. It was during the 4th monthly assessment that things changed. Master Yun, who oversaw the martial aspects of training and had the bearing of someone who'd been a serious cultivator before taking on administrative duties, announced the upcoming tournament. The Emerald Lotus Sect will be hosting a competition next month, he said, his voice carrying across the assembled disciples. All disciples are welcome to enter. This will be an excellent opportunity to test your practical cultivation against your peers. We're expecting representatives from 3 other sects in the region. It's a chance to build sect reputation and for individuals to gain recognition. The tournament was traditionally dominated by the higher-ranked disciples. Unranked cultivators like Wei Fang generally didn't participate. They had nothing to gain and everything to lose, since losing to someone above your rank was expected while winning was improbable enough to invite suspicion. But this year, for the first time, Wei Fang found himself seriously considering entering. The idea was dangerous, possibly reckless. If he performed at his true level, people would notice. His actual power was far beyond what someone with his roots should possess. It would raise questions that he couldn't answer, investigation that he couldn't survive. But the alternative was to continue hiding, to continue feeding on the contempt of others while never actually using his power. That felt like a waste somehow. And more practically, the tournament would bring disciples from other sects, would introduce new sources of contempt, would present opportunities he couldn't get in the controlled environment of the Emerald Lotus Sect. He could, in theory, perform well below his actual level. He could win some fights while deliberately losing others, maintain the fiction of being a weak disciple while still getting real validation that his power actually existed. He could test himself against other cultivators without revealing what he really was. The question was whether he could control it. Contempt had been triggering his ability involuntarily for months now. In a tournament setting, surrounded by arrogant young masters from other sects and confident disciples from his own, he'd be constantly absorbing power. The accumulation during the tournament itself might break his concentration, might make him slip and reveal his true strength by accident. Wei Fang considered the risk carefully for 3 days before making his decision. He went to find Senior Master Zhang, who was in charge of tournament registration, and signed up for the competition. The decision felt momentous, like crossing a threshold from which he couldn't return. The reaction from his peers was immediate and entirely predictable. Wei Fang is entering the tournament. Senior Brother Lan had laughed openly when the registration list was posted. That's pathetic. He'll lose to everyone. The first match will eliminate him. He must be desperate for attention, another disciple had muttered. It's foolish. He should preserve what little dignity he has left and not bother. Wei Fang felt the cold pinpoint activate with each comment, felt contempt flowing into him steadily. The sheer weight of their collective disdain at his decision was intoxicating. He was absorbing power from multiple sources simultaneously, from disciples discussing his foolishness in casual conversations, from masters shaking their heads at his presumption, from the general amusement that spread through the sect at the thought of the weakest disciple actually trying to compete. Being the subject of that much-focused disdain was actually a gift. By the time he finished his training session that evening, he'd accumulated enough power to nearly advance to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. All from people's contempt at his decision to enter a competition they saw as beneath his capability. The irony was delicious, perfect, almost unbearably appropriate. They were right. He probably shouldn't enter. But not for the reasons they thought. Over the next 2 weeks, as the tournament drew closer, Wei Fang became the subject of constant ridicule. His decision to participate was treated as a kind of ongoing joke, a running commentary on how badly he was misunderstanding his own abilities. Every time someone mocked him for it, he absorbed a small amount of power. Every joke at his expense fed his cultivation. The contempt became as constant as the air he breathed, surrounding him, sustaining him. The masters, for the most part, simply ignored his participation. They knew he would lose quickly and efficiently, and there didn't seem to be much point in discouraging him. The sect had a policy of allowing any disciple to enter the tournament, so they couldn't officially stop him. Besides, his participation would probably provide some entertainment value, if nothing else. That lack of attention was almost as valuable as active contempt. It freed him to focus on preparation without scrutiny. He trained carefully during those 2 weeks, continuing to hide his true abilities while refining his technique. The cultivation foundation he'd built through months of absorbing contempt was solid and well-integrated. His chi flow was smooth and responsive. His spiritual sensitivity allowed him to perceive details of movement and energy that most disciples would miss entirely. If he lost his first match deliberately, as planned, it would confirm everyone's expectations and maintain the illusion perfectly. If he managed to win a few before losing to someone obviously more powerful, it would seem like a lucky streak followed by inevitable reality. He could navigate the tournament maintaining the fiction of weakness while using it as a test of his actual capabilities. The night before the tournament, Wei Fang lay in his small bed and felt the weight of hidden power in his dantian. It was strange to think about. 3 months ago he'd been nothing, actually nothing, a barely awakened disciple whose only real talent was for sweeping. Now he was late-stage foundation establishment, approaching core establishment, with reserves of spiritual energy that rivaled many disciples who'd been trained intensively for years by dedicated masters. And no one knew. No one could know. His entire power base depended on the continued underestimation of everyone around him. The moment they understood what he actually was, the power source would vanish like mist in sunlight. When the tournament began the next morning, Wei Fang walked to the arena in his simple outer disciple robes and took his place among the other participants. The sun was bright, the crowd was gathering, and somewhere in the stands, people were probably still laughing about his decision to enter. He could hear them before the matches even started, the quiet mockery, the assured confidence that his participation would be brief and humiliating. He was ready to prove them right. And right now, right this moment, he could feel nothing but satisfaction at how wrong they really were. They thought they understood him. They thought they knew his limitations. They thought they could predict his failure. But they were missing the entire foundation of his existence. They were walking past his greatest strength and calling it his greatest weakness. This tournament was going to change everything. He could feel it. and nobody was prepared for what was about to happen. Chapter 4. The first match. The tournament arena at the Emerald Lotus Sect was a raised platform of reinforced stone, approximately 30 paces on each side. It was bordered on all sides by barriers designed to contain stray chi and protect spectators from accidental damage during matches. The sect had hosted these tournaments quarterly for years, and the arena had been rebuilt and reinforced countless times due to damage from powerful cultivation techniques. The morning Wei Fang was scheduled to fight. The sun was bright, and the crowd was gathering. There was a festive atmosphere, families visiting the sect to watch the matches, disciples from other minor sects beginning to arrive. Food vendors had set up stalls outside the tournament grounds, selling snacks and drinks to spectators. The energy was palpable, electric. Wei Fang's first match was against Senior Brother Tao, the disciple who'd responded so hollowly when Wei Fang had tried to provoke his contempt weeks earlier. Tao was ranked mid-level foundation establishment, a solid cultivator with reasonable technique, but no particular distinction or exceptional talent. The match, from any objective standpoint, should have been straightforward in Tao's favor. He was higher ranked, more trained, more confident. Wei Fang was the weakest disciple in the sect. As the matches leading up to his fight progressed, Wei Fang watched from the sidelines, observing how other competitors fought. He studied their techniques, their patterns, their tells. When someone was about to attack, did they tense first? When defending, did their weight shift? What habits were they unaware of? The crowd's casual mockery continued until the moment Wei Fang stepped onto the arena. Even then, as he took his position opposite Tao, he could hear the whispered jokes, the assured confidence that this would be brief. Senior Master Zhang, who was serving as referee for this round, raised his hand and spoke the traditional formula. Cultivators ready? Begin. Well, this should be quick, someone in the crowd muttered. Wei Fang could hear the humor in their voice. The spectators were settling in, placing informal bets on how long Wei Fang would last before being eliminated. Someone nearby offered 10-to-1 odds that Wei Fang wouldn't make it past the first minute. He felt the contempt, that familiar cold pinpoint at the base of his skull, but he'd learned by now that he could resist the automatic impulse to absorb power at maximum efficiency. Instead, he simply acknowledged the transfer and focused on settling himself for the match ahead. He took several deep breaths, centering his mind, preparing for the performance of his life. His hands were steady. His heartbeat was calm. He was ready. The referee called the start, and Tao immediately moved forward with his technique. It was solid work, a basic offense combining 2 sword strikes with a follow-up thrust of chi, the kind of pattern that worked well against opponents of similar or lesser skill level. Wei Fang could see every element of the technique before Tao even fully committed to it. He perceived the subtle weight shift that preceded the first strike, the minute change in Tao's breathing that indicated the second strike was coming. Wei Fang dodged sideways, letting Tao's attack pass without defense. The move was deliberate, giving the impression that he'd barely managed to avoid being hit by inches, that it had been luck rather than skill. The crowd murmured. Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Come on, use your technique, Tao said, settling into his stance and preparing for a second combination. Don't just run away like a coward. Wei Fang obliged by moving forward with his own attack. Basic, untrained, the kind of thing someone with his roots might manage after 3 years of minimal instruction. He threw 2 strikes in succession, both carefully timed to miss by just enough to seem like awkward attempts rather than deliberate evasion, and a pulse of chi that Tao blocked easily with a casual sweep of his defense. Wei Fang made it look like the block had been more difficult than it actually was, like Tao's power was barely sufficient to stop his meager attack. Is that all? Tao pressed his advantage, moving forward with a combination attack that he clearly thought would break through Wei Fang's defenses. This was where Wei Fang had to be careful. He couldn't let himself be hit genuinely hard, which would require actual medical attention and attract the kind of attention he didn't want. But he also needed to create the appearance of being outmatched. He took one of Tao's strikes on a partial defense, pulling back just enough to absorb the impact without real injury. The pain was real but manageable, controlled. Tao pressed forward, sensing victory approaching. Wei Fang retreated steadily, playing the part of someone being cornered and desperate. His crowd of observers was watching with that satisfied expression people wore when expectations were being confirmed. The weak disciple was losing just as they predicted. Another rush of contempt flowed into him, not in large quantities, because Tao's individual feeling wasn't particularly intense, but steady and consistent. After 5 more minutes of this careful dance, Wei Fang allowed himself to stumble backward as though losing his footing completely. He fell to one knee, appearing to have lost his balance on an uneven part of the arena floor. Tao, thinking he'd finally broken through his opponent's defenses, committed to a heavy overhead strike designed to end the match decisively. Wei Fang rolled sideways, letting Tao's attack go past him and slam into the arena floor hard enough to crack the stone. The impact threw Tao slightly off balance. Not much, just enough that he couldn't react immediately. That was when Wei Fang swept his legs out from under him with a basic technique that anyone could learn. It was a basic technique, nothing impressive, nothing that displayed real skill. But Tao went down hard, and once he was on his back with Wei Fang's hand pressed against his chest in the formal position of victory, the match was over. The crowd went absolutely silent, nobody quite believing what they'd witnessed. Then there was scattered applause, confused and not quite believing what had just happened. Wei Fang helped Tao to his feet, supporting him as he stood, trying to help him maintain some dignity after the unexpected loss. That was a good match, Wei Fang said quietly. Your technique is solid. You were just off your form today, I think. Tao looked stunned and slightly embarrassed. Being beaten by Wei Fang, the weakest disciple in the sect, was apparently more surprising than it was troublesome to his pride. You got lucky, he said, but there was a note of uncertainty in his voice now. The certainty had cracked. The comment came with contempt. Tao was reasserting his confidence, reminding himself that Wei Fang was beneath him, but it felt fragile somehow. Wei Fang felt it transfer, felt the power flow into him. It was different from the contempt that had come before. This was the contempt of someone trying to maintain their sense of superiority despite evidence to the contrary. Wei Fang bowed to the referee and walked off the arena to more confused murmuring from the crowd. His first match was over. He'd won it, but in a way that made sense given the narrative of luck. Tao was ranked above him, but not so far above that an upset was completely impossible. People could rationalize it as Tao being off his form, or Wei Fang getting a lucky opportunity, or some combination of circumstance. Actually winning the match had been harder than he expected. He'd had to hold back every instinct, had to slow himself down constantly, had to make himself appear less skilled and less powerful than he actually was. It was like swimming underwater while trying to move like someone drowning. His second match came 3 matches later, giving him time to recover and observe how the other competitors fought. He was matched against a disciple from the Crimson Peak sect, a visiting group that had brought 5 competitors to the tournament. This disciple, Lei Ming, was early-stage foundation establishment, roughly equivalent to Wei Fang's purported level, though for completely different reasons. Lei Ming approached the match with casual confidence that bordered on contempt. This will be quick, he said to his companions as he took his position on the arena floor. I'll be back in time for lunch. The contempt in his tone was sharper than Tao's had been. Lei Ming didn't just assume Wei Fang was weak. He actively disdained him for existing at all. His lips curled slightly as he looked at Wei Fang, as if he found the whole situation distasteful. Wei Fang could feel it like a physical thing, that cold pinpoint at the base of his skull, and this time the transfer was measurable. Lei Ming was proud, arrogant, and completely certain of his superiority. Every moment of his contempt fed Wei Fang power. Begin, the referee called, raising his hand and then dropping it sharply. Lei Ming moved with considerably more skill than Tao had. His technique was cleaner, more practiced, and his chi flowed with the confidence of someone who'd been trained intensively from childhood. He pressed the attack immediately, trying to overwhelm Wei Fang with a combination of sword work and chi techniques. Wei Fang defended carefully, not counterattacking with anything close to his real ability, but defending more competently than he had against Tao. This time he wanted the appearance of being slightly outmatched, but holding his own through determination rather than luck. Lei Ming should feel confident in his superiority, while also being slightly frustrated that he wasn't winning as easily as he'd expected. What's wrong? Lei Ming taunted, pressing harder. Can't keep up. Wei Fang felt the contempt spike with the taunt, felt another surge of power flow into him. It was more than he'd absorbed from either previous encounter. This contempt had more weight, more intensity, more genuine feeling. They fought for 10 minutes. Wei Fang intentionally made his progress look harder, made his defensive positions seem less stable. He allowed Lei Ming several opportunities to press obvious advantages. But whenever Lei Ming seemed about to break through his defense completely, Wei Fang managed to escape or recover just enough to extend the fight. It was exhausting work, not because of the physical exertion. His real power made the physical aspects trivial, but because of the constant need to calibrate his responses. He was fighting at maybe 40% of his true ability, enough that Lei Ming couldn't touch him if he tried at his actual power, but appearing to fight at roughly 90% of his capacity, given his purported level. Every time he wanted to move faster, he slowed himself down. Every time he wanted to counter with superior technique, he settled for basic defense. Every time his power wanted to surge outward, he compressed it back into hiding. Finally, Wei Fang slipped, on a piece of broken arena stone from where Tao's strike had cracked it earlier. He fell, and Lei Ming pressed home, his chi technique building for what would be a finishing move if Wei Fang didn't defend. Wei Fang defended, but slowly, and Lei Ming's technique grazed him, not hard enough to cause real damage, but clearly hitting him and drawing blood. The crowd made a sympathetic sound, as if they could feel the impact through the air itself. "Stay down," Lei Ming said, sensing the kill and preparing to follow up with a finishing technique. Wei Fang got up anyway, which was apparently surprising to Lei Ming. The prodigy hadn't expected his opponent to recover so quickly. Lei Ming attacked again, and this time Wei Fang turned the tables in a subtle way. He'd been watching Lei Ming's pattern carefully, had noticed the slight hesitation in his transitions between techniques. When Lei Ming went for his standard combination, Wei Fang moved through the gap in the pattern, turned Lei Ming's own momentum against him, and threw him to the ground. Lei Ming hit hard, the impact driving the wind from his lungs. The contempt that had been flowing into Wei Fang spiked dramatically with that impact. With the moment of Lei Ming's realization that he'd actually been thrown, that he'd been beaten by someone he'd been so certain was beneath him. The crowd's reaction was much more surprised this time. Wei Fang had beaten someone from another sect, someone ranked above him according to any measure. It was the second victory in a row. People were starting to pay attention, starting to wonder if there was something else going on. Lei Ming got to his feet slowly, his expression dark. The contempt radiating from him now had a different quality. Instead of casual disdain, it was the sharp contempt that came from humiliation. Wei Fang absorbed it steadily, felt it settle into his reserves, felt his power increase noticeably. "Lucky," Lei Ming said, but the word had lost all its casual certainty. Now it sounded like someone trying to convince themselves. He clearly didn't believe it anymore. 2 wins, 2 matches that could be rationalized as luck or circumstance. Wei Fang walked off the arena, and this time the applause was genuine, if confused. Nobody had expected this from him, but here he was, genuinely winning matches. The underdog was exceeding expectations. The question was how many more matches he could win before it stopped being possible to hide what he actually was. Chapter 5. The pattern emerges. By his 3rd match, Wei Fang had to make a decision about how far he could go. The tournament structure worked in rounds. Matches were arranged partially by ranking and partially by random selection. His next opponent was Senior Brother Chun, ranked in the middle to upper range of mid-stage foundation establishment. Chun was genuinely skilled, someone who trained regularly and had legitimate mastery of multiple techniques. He fought in a tournament context at least once per season, always performing well. The announcement of the brackets for the 3rd round had been met with interest. Wei Fang, the weak disciple who'd somehow beaten 2 higher-ranked cultivators through apparently sheer luck, was now facing someone of clearly superior skill. The consensus was that this would be where his luck ran out, where he would face genuine defeat against someone who actually knew what they were doing. Wei Fang understood the narrative that was being constructed around him. The weak disciple gets lucky. The weak disciple gets lucky again. The weak disciple finally faces someone too strong. End of story. It was a perfectly sensible arc. It made sense to everyone watching. Beating him would be suspicious. Not impossible. Upsets happen in tournaments, and 2 lucky wins could be followed by a legitimate loss, but it would require Wei Fang to win in a way that made sense narratively. He couldn't just appear to get lucky again. By the 3rd match, the narrative of luck was wearing thin, starting to unravel. Other disciples would start wondering if there was something else going on, if Wei Fang was hiding something, if there was more to his ability than anyone had realized. Wei Fang made the decision to lose deliberately. It was strategic, calculated, the move of someone playing a longer game than just this one tournament. By losing to someone ranked clearly above him, he'd establish a boundary that made sense. He could beat people at roughly his nominal level through skill and determination. People ranked higher would beat him. It was a perfectly sensible narrative that the audience could accept and understand. The match against Chun was a good one, as far as watching Wei Fang lose went. He played it straight, showed real skill, demonstrated genuine progress, but ultimately fell to Chun's superior technique and experience. The crowd appreciated it, a good match between competitors who were actually competing, rather than the confusion of Wei Fang's previous upsets. After the match, Chun actually nodded at him with something approaching respect. "You're better than you were, Wei Fang. Keep training." It wasn't contempt, so it didn't trigger any power transfer. But it was acknowledgement, which was rare enough that Wei Fang felt something shift in his chest. Chun was treating him like a real competitor, someone worthy of serious consideration. By the end of the first day of the tournament, Wei Fang had 2 wins and 1 loss. The narrative was set. He was an underdog who could beat people at roughly his level, but was outmatched by anyone with real ranking and experience. People began to discuss him with something other than casual dismissal. Maybe he's not completely hopeless, someone said, sounding almost surprised that they were saying it. Still weak though, obviously, another voice replied. But he's improving. The second comment came with contempt, the automatic need to re-establish Wei Fang's fundamental inadequacy, despite his wins. Wei Fang felt it transfer, felt the power flow into him. It was interesting how contempt could coexist with acknowledgement of improvement. People could simultaneously believe he was improving and believe he was still fundamentally weak. In fact, those beliefs made the contempt even sharper, because his improvement was being measured against how low he'd started. The second day of the tournament brought more matches. Wei Fang carefully managed his performance, winning once, losing once, maintaining the appearance of being a mid-range competitor who'd had some lucky moments and was probably close to his actual ceiling. It was boring work, honestly, holding back so much of his power, being careful about every strike and dodge. But it was necessary. The moment anyone suspected he was genuinely powerful, everything would change. The contempt would stop flowing, or would transform into fear and caution. And fear, he was beginning to understand, didn't transfer power the same way contempt did. Fear was different. It was respect adjacent, a recognition of threat. It broke the spell. On the third day, something unexpected happened. A new group of visitors arrived, a contingent from the Profound Star Sect, known throughout the region for producing genuinely talented disciples. They wore robes embroidered with silver threads in the shape of stars, and they carried themselves with the confidence of people who knew they were superior. Among them was a young man named Xiang Lin, a prodigy who'd apparently been written about in cultivation journals and discussed in academic circles among serious cultivators. He was early-stage core establishment, which was shockingly advanced for someone who appeared to be no older than 20. The moment Xiang Lin stepped onto the tournament grounds, the energy of the entire gathering shifted. This wasn't just another competitor. This was someone special, someone legendary, someone who represented everything that minor sect disciples could never be. The Profound Star Sect is here. Someone murmured through the crowd, and the entire atmosphere of the tournament transformed. The tournament is about to get serious. The real competition starts now. Wei Fang watched Xiang Lin's first match with the kind of attention he usually reserved for understanding his own ability. The prodigy fought like someone who'd never had a moment of doubt in his life. Every movement was precise. Every technique flowed into the next seamlessly. Every gesture was a perfect expression of martial intent. He defeated his opponent, a confident mid-stage core establishment disciple who should have been reasonably competent, in less than 3 minutes without appearing to genuinely exert himself. The victory looked almost boring to him, like he was going through motions rather than actually fighting, like this was beneath his true capabilities. The crowd's reaction was reverent. This was what real talent looked like. This was what the peak of cultivation achievement appeared to be at their level. And it was breathtaking. The contempt radiating from Xiang Lin was almost suffocating. This was someone who looked at everyone else, disciples, sect members, probably most other cultivators in general, as beneath him. His power was real and unquestionable, and he knew it completely. He didn't bother trying to be humble or modest. There was no pretense in his contempt. By the time Xiang Lin's match was over, Wei Fang had absorbed more power than he would normally get in a full week of daily interactions. The accumulation was noticeable, measurable. If Xiang Lin was going to be in the tournament for multiple matches, Wei Fang could potentially advance substantially just from the ambient contempt the prodigy radiated. The problem was that Xiang Lin would eventually notice Wei Fang if he became too much of a factor in the tournament. A prodigy from a distant sect might actually pay attention to an unexpected competitor. And once someone really talented started paying attention, started actually investigating what Wei Fang was doing, the whole structure would become unstable. Wei Fang decided his best strategy was to remain invisible. Stop winning matches. Lose to mid-level competitors. Stay beneath notice, especially the notice of someone like Xiang Lin. He lost his next 2 matches deliberately, both times to people ranked above him. The matches were close enough that they seemed legitimate, but he made sure to lose them. The contempt that came with his losses was different than the contempt from winning. It was the contempt that came from expected failure, from being weak, as everyone always knew he was. It was less intense than the contempt from being unexpectedly defeated, but it was still present and still useful. By the end of the third day, Wei Fang had achieved his goal. He was established as someone who'd had a few lucky early matches, then settled into his actual place in the hierarchy. If he lost in the next round, the quarterfinals, where the brackets were reduced, it would confirm the narrative perfectly. That night, alone in his room, he felt the weight of power he'd accumulated. The ambient contempt from Xiang Lin alone had advanced him significantly. Combined with the other transfers from disciples and masters throughout the tournament, he'd accumulated enough power to confidently reach the late stage of foundation establishment, approaching core establishment itself. He was so close to breaking through to core establishment that he could feel it, a pressure at the boundary of his cultivation base. Another tournament's worth of contempt, or another few weeks of careful accumulation from his daily interactions, and he'd make the breakthrough. The question was whether the tournament would give him what he needed or whether he should preserve himself, maintain his current position, and trust that normal contempt would eventually be enough. Wei Fang sat on his bed and considered the calculus carefully. In the quarterfinals tomorrow, he'd be assigned randomly. If he got Xianglin, it would be an easy exit. Just lose quickly, absorb the overwhelming contempt of the prodigy genius beating someone so clearly beneath him, and go home with his reputation intact. If he got someone else, someone ranked around his nominal level, he'd need to lose in a way that made sense. The decision was made for him when the brackets were announced the next morning. Wei Fang's quarterfinal opponent was Xianglin. Chapter 6. The prodigy's shadow. The crowd's reaction to the bracket announcement was immediate and enthusiastic. Everyone recognized that this was going to be a spectacle, though not for the reasons Xianglin would understand. Most people in the arena expected Wei Fang to be completely demolished, to be used as a demonstration of just how completely outmatched the average disciple was against genuine talent. They were settling in to watch a masterclass in superiority. For Wei Fang, it was an opportunity he'd been carefully avoiding and now couldn't escape. Xianglin looked mildly interested when he saw the bracket. He apparently went through the matches without really paying attention to most of them, scanning the pairings with the kind of casual indifference that came from never doubting victory. Wei Fang, he said to one of his companions. Which one is that? The weak one from the Emerald Lotus Sect, someone answered, someone who'd clearly been paying attention to the gossip and drama of the tournament. He's had a couple of lucky early matches, then lost most of the rest. Ah, Xianglin said, as though that explained everything and confirmed exactly what he'd expected. The contempt in his tone was already sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. The one who probably shouldn't have entered the tournament at all. It was, Wei Fang realized, the most concentrated burst of contempt that Xianglin was producing just from talking about him without even actually seeing him yet. This was what true arrogance looked like, the ability to dismiss someone completely without even needing to meet them, without even needing to verify the rumors about them. When Wei Fang took the arena, Xianglin was studying him with the kind of attention a scholar might give a particularly boring insect. The contempt radiating from him was almost overwhelming in its intensity. Wei Fang could feel the weight of the prodigy's disdain, could sense the confidence that came from absolute certainty of superiority. This was someone who'd never felt anything other than certainty in a combat context. This will be educational, Xianglin said to the referee, seeming to suggest that there would be actual learning value in demonstrating the vast gap between his level and Wei Fang's. I want to see what happens when someone with actual power faces someone at the upper limit of foundation establishment. Begin, the referee called. Xianglin moved, and the difference in class was immediately apparent. His speed was faster than anyone Wei Fang had fought, almost too fast to properly track for the crowd, though Wei Fang's enhanced spiritual senses could follow every motion. His technique was cleaner, more efficient, more refined. His chi flowed like water, controlled and elegant, without any of the hesitation that even good disciples showed. This was the movement of someone who'd spent years training intensively from childhood, who'd been given every advantage by parents and masters and mentors, and who had taken full advantage of all of them. The crowd gasped as Xianglin moved across the arena, his form almost blurring. He was showing off, Wei Fang realized, demonstrating the vast gulf between his level and most other cultivators. Every move was precise, every technique was flawless, every gesture screamed superiority. Wei Fang defended, not bothering to maintain the pretense of being close to his nominal level. This match was too public, too important, too exposed. The entire tournament had gathered to watch the prodigy from the Profound Star Sect demonstrate his power. If he played weakness here, if he tried to hide his actual level, he'd be too obviously throwing it, and people would see through it immediately. Better to defend competently and lose through being outmatched, which would make sense to everyone watching. He blocked Xianglin's initial attacks, felt the sheer force behind them. This was a cultivator operating at a completely different level, someone who'd probably been trained intensively since childhood by masters who actually knew what they were doing. The gap was vast and undeniable. Xianglin said, sounding slightly surprised as Wei Fang blocked another series of strikes. You can at least defend. That's more than I expected. The surprise in his tone carried contempt, the kind that came from thinking someone was even worse than you'd anticipated, and then finding them to be only moderately worse. Wei Fang felt the transfer, felt Xiang Lin's low expectations and surprise combined into a power flow that was intoxicating. The intensity of the contempt was almost overwhelming. Xiang Lin pressed his attack, and Wei Fang allowed himself to be pushed backward. The prodigy was taking him seriously just enough to test his actual capabilities, apparently curious about the ceiling of what he was dealing with. Wei Fang defended against 3 different technique sequences, each one faster and more complex than the last. He was genuinely using his power now, not the underperformance he'd maintained against the other competitors. This was probably close to 60% of his actual capability, enough to avoid being broken immediately, enough to show that he had some real skill, but nowhere near his actual level. It wasn't enough. After 5 minutes of this, Xiang Lin appeared to lose interest in the theoretical exercise. He gathered his qi in a way that Wei Fang's enhanced senses could clearly perceive, and created a technique that had clearly never been taught in the standard manuals of minor sects. It was beautiful in an abstract way, a weaving of force that incorporated both sword work and pure qi in a pattern so intricate that Wei Fang couldn't immediately track all the components. It was also, objectively, lethal if it made full contact. The technique sang through the air with a sound like wind chimes. Wei Fang dodged sideways, and the technique grazed him. The passing contact still sent him sprawling, pain shooting through his shoulder and down his side. Xiang Lin followed through with a second technique that Wei Fang barely managed to avoid completely. At this point, Wei Fang faced a choice. He could continue defending, extending the fight until Xiang Lin landed a definitive blow and the match ended. Or he could attempt something that every instinct told him was dangerous. He could actually fight back. Not at his full level. That would be insanely reckless, would expose everything. But at maybe 70–80% of his power. Enough to show actual skill, enough to make the fight something other than a complete domination, enough to prove to himself that he belonged in this arena. Xiang Lin, apparently deciding that Wei Fang was actually trying his best and was simply being outmatched, had relaxed slightly into his next attack. When Wei Fang responded with a technique that was genuinely solid, genuinely well executed, the prodigy's expression changed in a way that was fascinating to observe. "Oh," Xiang Lin said, with an entirely different kind of interest now. "There is something there." But the contempt didn't disappear. Instead, it transformed. Where before it had been the contempt of absolute superiority, now it was the contempt that came from recognizing potential that was being wasted. Xiang Lin was apparently thinking about Wei Fang the way a master craftsman might think about a flawed tool. Something with possibility that hadn't been properly shaped. Something that could be much more if it had received proper training and instruction. "Too bad you're wasting yourself here," Xiang Lin said, and unleashed a technique that was clearly his actual finishing move. The technique he reserved for opponents who'd proven they had more than nothing to offer. Wei Fang saw it coming and attempted to dodge, but Xiang Lin had learned from the previous feints and adjusted the angle of his technique accordingly. The technique caught Wei Fang in the chest and threw him backward hard enough that he skidded across the arena floor and hit the barrier with force that knocked the air from his lungs. He tried to get up, found his body wasn't cooperating properly, and concluded that staying down was the appropriate response. His vision swam slightly, which might have been actual damage or might have been the sheer overload of contempt he was absorbing in that moment. The crowd was quiet, shocked. It had been a difficult match by the standards of the tournament so far, not a quick victory, but a clear one. Wei Fang had showed real skill and had still been absolutely dominated. Xiang Lin stood at the center of the arena, looking almost dissatisfied with the outcome. "You're better than anyone expects," he called over to Wei Fang. "If you actually train properly, you might be moderately interesting in a few years." It was almost encouraging in a way. The contempt in it was softer than it had been before. Xiang Lin was being contemptuous in the way one might be contemptuous toward a young student, not dismissing them entirely, but making it clear that they had a very long way to go. There was a hint of respect in there, underneath the contempt. An acknowledgement that Wei Fang had actual potential, even if that potential was still far from developed. Wei Fang accepted help from the medical attendant and limped off the arena. His ribs were definitely bruised, possibly cracked. He could feel the damage, could feel his body trying to repair itself. But he could also feel the absolutely massive surge of power he'd absorbed from that entire confrontation. Xiang Lin's contempt in its various forms, dismissal, surprise, interested disdain, disappointment, almost encouragement, had created a flow of power that Wei Fang was still integrating. His cultivation base felt heavier, more solid, more complete. The power was settling into him, finding its place in his dantian, becoming part of his foundation. He'd broken through to core establishment during the fight, probably mid-stage core establishment, which meant he'd advanced nearly an entire realm in the space of a single match. The breakthrough had happened almost without his noticing, so gradual and integrated with the contempt absorption that it felt natural, inevitable. The problem was that he was now injured, visibly damaged, and couldn't hide the advancement without drawing attention to how quickly he was healing. He found a quiet corner of the sect and sat down carefully, trying not to seem like he was in pain. His body hurt, but underneath the pain, he could feel his new cultivation level settling into place. The breakthrough had been real, complete, definitive. Wei Fang had entered the tournament as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He was leaving it as a mid-stage core establishment cultivator, having advanced through pure absorption of contempt in a way no normal cultivation path could achieve. He'd compressed what should have taken months or years into a single tournament, and nobody could know about any of it. Chapter 7. Hidden Ascension. 2 months after the tournament, Wei Fang had settled into a strange equilibrium. His life on the surface appeared unchanged. The same work, the same dismissal from his peers, the same position at the very bottom of the sect hierarchy. But internally, he was accumulating power at a pace that he found both exhilarating and anxiety-inducing. The problem with core establishment was that the gaps between stages became more pronounced. Advancing from foundation to core had been a massive jump, and now the next stage would require substantially more power. But moving through the stages of core establishment required substantially more power accumulation, more careful refinement, more time. At his current rate of absorption, maybe 2 or 3 small increments of contempt per day, with occasional larger surges when someone particularly arrogant went out of their way to dismiss him, he was looking at months to reach late-stage core. Unless something changed. What changed was the arrival of the Venom Peak Sect disciples. The Emerald Lotus Sect maintained relationships with dozens of minor sects across the region, and every few months, disciples would be exchanged or sent on joint training missions. The Venom Peak Sect was known for producing cultivators who specialized in poison and chemical techniques. When their delegation arrived, they brought 5 disciples with them, all mid to late stage core establishment, which was impressive by the standards of minor sections. The senior of their delegation was a woman named Kuling, late stage core establishment, with an air of absolute confidence that suggested she'd never met a challenge she couldn't handle through a combination of superiority and poison. The Emerald Lotus Sect, she said when she arrived, looking around at the grounds with an expression that could only be described as disdain. Her eyes scanned the buildings with obvious judgment. The stories are accurate. This place is almost quaint. Are any of your disciples actually worth training against? The contempt in her assessment wasn't directed at Wei Fang specifically. He was invisible at this point in the greeting process, but it was contempt all the same. Wei Fang felt the cold pinpoint activate immediately, felt the beginning of a power transfer. The disdain was strong enough to be noticeable even from across the courtyard. Over the next several days, as Kuling and her disciples settled into the sect, Wei Fang found himself in an unexpected position of advantage. The visiting disciples, without exception, believed themselves to be far superior to the Emerald Lotus Sect disciples. They treated every interaction with casual contempt, with the kind of disdain that came from knowing your sect was more prestigious and your training more rigorous. Every dismissive comment, every arrogant assumption, every moment where they patted themselves on the back for being exceptional, Wei Fang absorbed all of it. The contempt flowed constantly, like an endless stream. The accumulation was substantial. After just 3 days, he'd absorbed more power than he normally would in a week. The visiting disciples weren't necessarily more contemptuous than his regular peer group, but they were more consistently arrogant, more willing to express their superiority to everyone around them. It was constant background contempt, the kind that just naturally existed in the space around them. Kuling in particular was a source of power. She radiated contempt like heat, a constant background disdain that touched everyone in the sect who wasn't at her level or higher. It was almost overwhelming sometimes, the sheer force of her low opinion of everyone around her. She treated the sect facilities like they were beneath her, treated the disciples like they were beneath her, treated the entire sect like it was beneath her. By the end of the first week, Wei Fang had advanced to late-stage core establishment. The breakthrough had been quiet, unnoticed, just another small shift in his internal landscape while he continued his work around the sect. Nobody had checked his cultivation level. Nobody had tested his progress. To everyone around him, he was still the same weak disciple he'd always been. But it was real, and it was significant. He was now approaching the boundary of early-stage transcendence, the realm where cultivators began to achieve genuine power and recognition. The question was what to do about it. Maintaining the facade of weakness while at late-stage core was harder than maintaining it at early or mid-stage. The power differential was beginning to become observable if someone actually paid attention. His movements were noticeably faster than a weak disciple's would be. His endurance was too high for someone with minimal cultivation. His healing was too efficient. He needed to be more careful, more controlled, or he needed to develop a plausible explanation for his advancement. The solution came to him while he was thinking about the tournament. Everyone had seen him fight Xiang Lan. Everyone had seen him lose. Everyone had seen him damaged. What if his improvement since then had been because of that fight? It wasn't entirely false. The fight with Xiang Lin had triggered his breakthrough to core establishment. And the trauma of being defeated by someone so obviously superior could plausibly motivate someone to train harder, to push themselves more than they had before. People understood that dynamic. They could accept that narrative. Wei Fang began training openly, not at his actual level. That would be instantly recognizable as wrong, but visibly, noticeably, with the kind of intensity and focus that suggested he'd decided to actually commit to cultivation rather than just coasting along hoping to survive to graduation. He would go to empty training grounds in the evening and work through basic technique forms, but with his movements precise, his forms clean, his effort obvious. Not fast enough to be suspicious, not skilled enough to be remarkable, but clearly someone who was trying, who was dedicated, who had decided to take his cultivation seriously. Wei Fang is actually putting in effort, someone observed after a week of this. The tone was surprised and carried contempt, the contempt that came from expecting better and being surprised to not see it. Wei Fang felt it transfer, felt the power flow into him. Master Yuan, who oversaw martial training and had the bearing of someone who took his job seriously, took notice. "You're showing dedication," he said when he observed one of Wei Fang's evening training sessions. He watched Wei Fang work through a series of basic forms, noting the precision and focus. "That's something. If you keep at this pace, you might eventually reach mid-stage core before you're too old." The contempt was there, the assumption that Wei Fang's progress would be glacially slow, that reaching mid-stage core was something that might take him years to accomplish, that his efforts were noble, but ultimately limited. But it was also acknowledgement, respect adjacent. Wei Fang felt the transfer, but it was lighter than he'd expected. The pattern was becoming clear. The more people acknowledged his effort, the less contempt they generated. The more they assumed he was genuinely weak but trying, the less disdain they directed at him. The pure dismissal, the contempt that came from complete lack of belief in his potential, that was what fed him most strongly. By the time Ling and her disciples prepared to leave, they'd come for a month-long training exchange, and now their time was ending. Wei Fang had accumulated enough power that he could sense the boundary of his next breakthrough looming. "You've improved," Ling said to him on their last day, having apparently noticed his training and tracked his progress over the past month. She looked at him with something almost approaching interest. "Not much, but noticeably. With several more years of dedicated effort, you might become moderately competent." The contempt was there, the assumption that his improvement was minimal, that he had a very long way to go, that competence would take years to achieve. But there was also a trace of something almost like encouragement, an acknowledgement that he was moving in the right direction. She was treating him the way someone treats a student who shows promise but lacks the natural talent to ever truly succeed. Wei Fang felt the power transfer, felt it settle into him. And in that moment, with Ling's ambiguous contempt encouragement mixing with all the other sources of power he'd accumulated over the past month, he felt his breakthrough complete. Early-stage transcendence. He was no longer just strong and secret. He was powerful. He'd moved from the realm of foundation to core advancement into the realm of genuine cultivator power. He could feel the difference in how his qi responded, how his spiritual sense perceived the world, how his understanding of cultivation shifted at this new level. And still, nobody knew. Chapter 8. The weight of hidden power. Wei Fang's advancement to transcendence brought with it a perspective shift that he hadn't entirely anticipated. When you could clearly perceive the cultivation levels of everyone around you, when you could sense the exact stage and level of power that every cultivator in your vicinity possessed, it changed how you understood power dynamics fundamentally. He could sense that Master Su was late-stage core establishment, a solid cultivator who'd reached a comfortable plateau. Master Lu was late-stage core, probably approaching transcendence, but not quite there. Master Yun was early-stage transcendence, probably close to mid-stage. The sect master herself was mid-stage transcendence, definitely powerful, but still not at the absolute top of the cultivation ladder. The sect had exactly 3 masters at or above Wei Fang's actual current level, maybe 4 if you counted those who were very close. The senior cultivators were stronger, certainly. There were 3 who were mid to late stage transcendence, clearly having made much further progress up the cultivation mountain. But Wei Fang could now see that he wasn't dramatically weak compared to the sect's average power structure. He was, in fact, approaching parity with Master Yun, who was one of the higher-ranking instructors. It was a strange realization. For 3 years, he'd been at the absolute bottom of the hierarchy. Now he was moving upward through the ranks, and nobody knew it. His peers who mocked him were still foundation establishment, still core establishment. They couldn't actually perceive his power unless he revealed it to them, or unless they happened to have a sensitive enough spiritual sense to detect it on their own. Which meant he could, theoretically, challenge any of them and win. Easily. Dominantly. He could beat Senior Brother Lan in combat without even trying. He could defeat Mei and Chun and all the other disciples who'd spent 3 years mocking him. He could show them all exactly how wrong they'd been. The temptation to prove them wrong was intense, almost overwhelming in its force. To find Senior Brother Lan and challenge him to a spar, to demonstrate to Mei that he was actually far superior to her contemptuous assessments, to show all of them that their years of dismissal had been a terrible mistake. It would be satisfying in a way that few things in his life had been. It would validate all the suffering, all the hiding, all the careful concealment. But it would also immediately alert everyone to something unusual. If Wei Fang suddenly, inexplicably, became capable of beating people ranked well above him, it would trigger questions that could destroy everything. Investigation would follow. Scrutiny would emerge. People would demand to know how he'd achieved such power, where it had come from, what methods he'd used. And he couldn't answer those questions without revealing the mechanism of his ability. The core issue was that he'd become too strong while still being too exposed. As long as he was at the sect, surrounded by people who could potentially test him or observe him over extended periods, he needed to maintain the pretense of weakness. It was like living a double life, being a completely different person in private than in public. It was beginning to feel like a cage, like a prison built by his own choices and maintained by his own careful actions. The first time he seriously considered leaving the sect was 3 months into his hidden transcendence stage. He was sweeping the eastern courtyard, the same courtyard where Lan had made his initial insulting comment months ago, and he realized that he'd accumulated enough power that he could probably leave. He could find another sect, one where he wasn't known, one where he could either hide his advancement more carefully or openly claim cultivation that people would believe based on his demonstrated power. Or he could just leave cultivation entirely. Go somewhere quiet. Use his power in small ways that didn't attract attention. Live a normal life, relatively speaking, without the constant need to hide what he actually was. The thought appealed to him in a moment of weariness. No more hiding. No more careful management of his image. No more constant vigilance about not revealing too much power. Just quiet. Peace. Simplicity. But then he remembered something important. The sect had 2 senior masters, both in late-stage transcendence, possibly approaching the ascension realm. If they ever decided to actually test his cultivation level seriously, to use one of the sect's rare and expensive measuring devices, they'd discover immediately that something was profoundly wrong. They'd sense the power, recognize that he was far beyond what he should be, and demand explanations he couldn't give. And more importantly, he wasn't done yet. He still had power to accumulate, still had breakthroughs ahead of him. The ability that fed him would stop working if everyone believed he was strong. But there were always people who would underestimate him if he maintained the facade, and he wasn't yet at the point where he could openly be powerful without questions he couldn't answer. So he made a decision. He would stay, but he would be more careful. He would limit his training to times and places where nobody would observe him. He would continue to maintain the facade while building power underneath it. He would be patient. And when he was finally strong enough, when he'd reached a level where advancement no longer required secrecy, he would deal with the consequences. That decision made, Wei Fang returned to his work with renewed focus. The contempt that came from watching him sweep was still fuel. The assumption that he was limited, inadequate, unable to achieve greatness, all of it was useful. All of it fed the mechanism that was making him stronger than they could possibly imagine. One day, he thought. One day, he would be strong enough that their contempt wouldn't matter anymore. Strong enough that he didn't need to hide. Strong enough that he could finally, actually, comprehensively prove them all wrong. Until then, he was patient. He'd learned patience in the past 3 years. He could practice it for longer if necessary. But every day, he felt closer to the breaking point. Every day, the weight of hidden power pressed a little harder against the facade of weakness. Eventually, something would have to give. Chapter 9. The contemptuous examination. The catalyst came in the form of Senior Master Zhou, one of the sect's elder cultivators, who decided, apparently at random, that it was time to assess the actual cultivation level of every disciple, starting with the lowest ranked. He was a thin man with sharp eyes who'd apparently decided that the sect needed better record-keeping regarding cultivation levels. "It's been 3 years since we've done a comprehensive evaluation," Zhou announced in his gravelly voice during the morning assembly. His words carried weight and authority. "And I want to understand where our weakest disciples actually stand. It's possible we've misjudged some of them." The contempt in his tone was obvious, the suggestion being that the lowest-ranked disciples were probably exactly where they'd been assessed to be, but Zhou was being thorough anyway. It transferred smoothly into Wei Fang's reserves, a small but meaningful power accumulation. The actual evaluations were scheduled for the afternoon. Wei Fang sat through his morning duties in a state of low-level panic that he hid very carefully. An actual cultivation examination, conducted by a senior master with genuine assessment capabilities, would reveal his secret immediately. There was no way to hide mid-stage core establishment, let alone hide approaching transcendence power from someone who actually knew what they were looking for. He had roughly 5 hours to figure out how to handle this. The first option was to flee. He could leave the sect immediately, disappear into the cultivating world, find some place where his advancement didn't matter. But it would be a retreat, and it would alert the sect that something was wrong. If they were looking for him, if they investigated his sudden departure, there might be questions asked about where he'd gone and why. The second option was to somehow suppress his actual power level enough to appear as though he was still Foundation establishment, maybe early core. But that was practically impossible. Suppression was something you could do for brief moments, not for a full examination by a master. And a senior master would definitely be able to detect a fake suppression. He'd feel the resistance, the artificial compression of power, and would know immediately that something was wrong. The third option was to let himself be discovered and then deal with it. Whatever came after would be determined by how he handled the moment of discovery. Perhaps they would understand. Perhaps they would be sympathetic. Perhaps they wouldn't punish him. But there was also the possibility that they would be angry, that they would see his deception as betrayal, that they would decide he was dangerous and needed to be controlled or expelled. Wei Fang found himself leaning toward the third option, partly because it was the path of least active deception. He was tired of hiding. And whatever consequences came from being discovered, they probably couldn't be worse than the constant anxiety of maintaining the facade. Unless they decided he was using forbidden techniques. Unless they assumed he'd been absorbing power in some illegal way. Unless they thought he was a threat to the sect. Unless he was spiraling. Wei Fang forced himself to focus. The evaluation would happen in a few hours. He would either maintain his facade or be discovered. Whatever happened after would be determined by how he handled the moment of discovery. By mid-afternoon, he was standing in front of Senior Master Zhou in a private chamber with his hand placed on a cultivation measurement stone, a rare and expensive artifact that could assess a cultivator's power level with reasonable accuracy. The stone was warm to the touch, humming with subtle spiritual power. "Proceed," Zhou said, his expression suggesting he expected this to be quick and unremarkable. He was barely paying attention, probably used to confirming what everyone already knew about these outer disciples. Wei Fang gathered his qi and let it flow into the stone. He made a token effort at suppression, but not seriously. If he was going to be discovered, let it be genuine, not some weak half-measure. Better to let them see what he actually was rather than have them suspect he was hiding something but not know what. The stone flared, bright enough that Zhou leaned forward sharply, his eyes widening. The light grew more intense, brighter than it should have been for someone at Wei Fang's supposed level. Late-stage core establishment. Wei Fang heard the senior master mutter, his voice tight with shock. Then, as the light continued to intensify, early transcendence, approaching mid-stage. Zhou's hand shot out and pressed against Wei Fang's chest, establishing a direct connection to his cultivation base. Wei Fang could feel the senior master's exploration, his careful, detailed examination of Wei Fang's qi structure, his fundamental cultivation level, his power reserves. Zhou was checking to see if Wei Fang was actually as strong as the measurement stone suggested, or if something was wrong with the device. When Zhou pulled away, his expression was completely unreadable. "Your early-stage transcendence," he said flatly, his voice void of emotion. "Approaching mid-stage. With cultivation reserves that suggest you've been accumulating power for months. And you've hidden this from the sect." It wasn't a question. "Yes, Senior Master," Wei Fang said quietly. "Why?" Wei Fang considered lying, considered offering some story about wanting to test his ability to conceal power, or wanting to understand his cultivation without outside pressure and expectations. But he was tired of lying. The moment of reckoning had come, and he decided to face it honestly. "Because my power comes from people underestimating me," Wei Fang said, his voice steady. "The moment you believed I was strong, the moment everyone expected me to be competent, the mechanism would stop working. So I maintained the facade of weakness so that I could keep growing in secret. Zhou stared at him. Explain that more clearly. Wei Fang took a deep breath and laid out the fundamental structure of his ability. How contempt transferred into cultivation power. How the mechanism required that people believe him weak, because respect and fear didn't activate the transfer. How hiding his advancement was the logical strategy for maintaining the power source. And you thought, Zhou said slowly, his voice carefully neutral, that having a hidden ability that requires deception and maintained weakness was a good strategic choice. At the time, yes, Wei Fang said. I am genuinely weak by cultivation standards. I have no training, no proper foundation. The only way I could advance was through this ability. And the only way to maintain this ability was to remain hidden. Zhou was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed, actually laughed, a sound like gravel rolling in a barrel. You're either remarkably clever or remarkably foolish, and I'm not yet certain which, Zhou said. Come with me. We need to speak to the sect master. And with those words, Wei Fang's carefully constructed world began to unravel. The story continues through chapters 10 to 20, following Wei Fang's discovery by the sect master, his training revelation, the deliberate strategy of cultivating suspicion, his dual advancement through both contempt and respect, his approach to the Ascension realm, and finally his arrival as an early-stage Ascension cultivator by year's end. The narrative weaves together his growing understanding that there are multiple paths to power, his eventual integration of respect-based advancement alongside contempt-based power, and his gradual transformation from hidden weakness into visible strength. Each chapter expands significantly on these themes with detailed scenes, introspective moments, and interactions that explore the philosophical dimensions of his journey while maintaining the core concept that underestimation is his greatest strength. Chapter 10. The Sect Master's Judgment. The Sect Master's chambers were in the highest tower of the Emerald Lotus Sect, a place Wei Fang had never been despite 3 years of residence. Senior Master Zhou led him up 7 flights of stairs without speaking, his footsteps heavy and measured. Wei Fang's heart pounded in his chest as they climbed, his mind racing through possible consequences. The sect master, whose name was Guorong, was a late-stage transcendence cultivator who'd apparently held the position for over a decade. She was reading scrolls when they arrived, and she looked up with mild interest. But as soon as Zhou explained the situation, her full attention focused on Wei Fang with considerable intensity. Interesting, was said after a moment, having reached out with her spiritual sense to verify Zhou's findings. And this advancement is achieved through an unusual ability, Zhou said. Wei Fang, explain to the sect master what you explained to me. So Wei Fang explained again, laying out the details of his power, how it worked, why he'd hidden it. This time he watched Guo's expression carefully as he spoke, trying to assess whether she was about to have him arrested, executed, or what. When he finished, Guo was quiet. She set down her scrolls and steepled her fingers, thinking deeply. The ability is real? She asked Zhou finally. It appears to be, Zhou confirmed. His cultivation base shows no signs of forced advancement, no corruption, no forbidden techniques. The growth pattern suggests consistent accumulation over time, and his detailed account of the mechanism is internally consistent with the power structure I observed. And he hid this from us for months, Guo said. Apparently since the tournament, possibly longer, Zhou agreed. Guo leaned back in her chair. Wei Fang, do you understand that concealing a significant advancement in cultivation is a violation of sect protocols? Do you understand that we have a responsibility to track and manage the cultivation of our disciples? Yes, sect master, Wei Fang said. Do you regret your deception? Wei Fang considered the question honestly. Not particularly, sect master. Given my situation, it was the rational choice. There was a moment of silence where he thought perhaps he'd made a terrible mistake by not lying about regret. But then Guo laughed, not the gravel barrel sound of Zhou's laugh, but something more controlled and somehow more terrifying. At least you're honest about your pragmatism, she said. Tell me, Wei Fang, what do you intend to do now? Your advantage of hidden power has been lost. Do you plan to return to your original trajectory, or are you re-evaluating your goals? Wei Fang hadn't actually considered this until now. The secret was out. The advantage was gone. What now? I'm not certain, sect master, he said honestly. I wanted to become strong enough that nobody could dismiss me. I'm not yet at that point. But now that I've been discovered, I can't continue using the same method. Why not? Guo asked, and there was genuine curiosity in her tone. Because people will expect me to be strong now, Wei Fang said. They'll watch my advancement carefully. They'll attribute my power to hidden training or a hidden technique. And if they're watching, they'll stop being actually contemptuous toward me. Or if they are, it will be different. Contempt for being deceptive, rather than contempt for being weak. You're suggesting that contempt directed at someone you believe to be genuinely weak is different than contempt directed at someone you believe is deceptive? Yes, Sectmaster. The latter carries different emotional content. Gua nodded slowly. So your ability is specifically predicated on a particular type of contempt, the kind that comes from genuine underestimation. Yes, Sectmaster. And now that your power has been revealed, you've lost access to that type of contempt. Yes, Sectmaster. Guo was quiet again for a long moment, and Wei Fang felt his fate hanging in the balance. This woman could destroy him with a word. She could have him expelled, imprisoned, or worse. Here is what will happen, Wei Fang, Guo said finally, her voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Senior Master Zhou will document your ability and your advancement in the sect records. We will then carefully monitor your cultivation to see what changes now that your circumstances have fundamentally altered. In addition, you will continue your current position in the sect, but you will train openly with the martial masters. We will not broadcast your advancement, but we will not hide it either. Instead, we will allow the sect to gradually discover that something unusual has occurred with you, and we will observe how that discovery affects your cultivation patterns. In essence, Zhou added, we're turning your hidden advancement into a study of how your ability functions. You'll help us understand its mechanisms better. And in exchange? Wei Fang asked carefully. In exchange, Guo said, you remain in the sect, receive proper training to complement your unusual ability, and contribute your unique power to the sect's purposes when needed. You're also prohibited from leaving the sect or attempting to hide your advancement further. Are these terms acceptable? Wei Fang considered. It wasn't freedom, but it was acknowledgement and protection, and the opportunity to actually develop his power properly instead of in secret. Yes, Sectmaster. These terms are acceptable. Good, Guo said. You're dismissed. Senior Master Zhou will brief you on your new training schedule. Welcome to Visible Advancement, Wei Fang. Chapter 11. The path forward. Wei Fang's life changed substantially after his confrontation with Sect Master Guo. The practical changes came first and were immediately tangible. He moved from the cramped outer disciples' dormitory, where 10 disciples shared a single large room with thin walls that carried every cough, snore, and whispered conversation, to a proper room in the middle disciples section. The new room had its own entrance, a window that faced the meditation gardens, and a meditation platform large enough for him to extend his arms fully without touching the walls. The floor was polished wood instead of worn stone. The bed was wide enough that he didn't have to curl up to fit on it. More importantly, it was quiet. After 3 years of never being truly alone, the silence felt like a gift. Administratively, his redesignation from unranked to mid-rank status came with a formal ceremony where Sect Master Guo announced the change before the gathered disciples. The words exceptional progress and hidden potential were used. Wei Fang stood motionless throughout, projecting a careful blend of humility and acknowledgement, while inside he monitored the contempt flowing from the watching disciples. Some of it was genuine respect now, recognition that he'd somehow managed to hide genuine strength. But much of it was suspicion, the disdain directed at someone who'd been deceiving everyone around him. That suspended contempt was still rich and nourishing. His work duties shifted from general maintenance, the endless cycle of sweeping, raking, carrying supplies, to more specialized tasks related to sect operations and resource management. He now assisted with organizing the spirit plant gardens under Master Su's direct supervision, with cataloging the meditation resources, with maintaining the records of cultivation techniques and sect treasures. These weren't glamorous positions. They certainly weren't high status, but they gave him access. Access to information about how the sect functioned, what resources were available, what the sect's actual capabilities and limitations were. The stipend that came with his new rank was modest but transformative. 300 spirit stones per month. It seemed absurd that such a small number could feel like wealth after years of having nothing. But it meant he could buy cultivation pills from the sect market, not the premium varieties reserved for the elite disciples, but legitimate ones that would actually help his foundation. He could purchase better meditation cushions that wouldn't leave his legs numb after hours of sitting. He could buy basic supplies for his room, luxuries he'd never had: incense, tea, proper writing materials. He immediately invested most of his first month's stipend into a stack of cultivation technique books available at the sect library, books that had been inaccessible to him before because he had no currency to trade for extended reading privileges. He spent his evenings reading accounts of how other cultivators had advanced, what obstacles they'd overcome, what approaches had worked for them. Knowledge that might have been useless to him a month ago, when everyone assumed he was fundamentally limited, was now potentially valuable. He studied cultivation theory with desperate intensity, looking for patterns in how power flowed, trying to understand his own ability more deeply. The second category of changes came socially and moved like ripples through the sect. The discovery of his hidden power sparked gossip that spread faster than summer wildfire through dry grass. The story evolved through at least 4 distinct iterations. First it was, Wei Fang is weak, to Wei Fang was deceiving everyone, to Wei Fang has some kind of hidden ability, to increasingly wild speculation. When he walked past clusters of disciples, conversations would drop to whispers or cease entirely. Some disciples suggested he'd been using forbidden techniques that twisted his natural abilities into something unnatural. Others claimed he'd made a deal with a demon or spirit entity. There was no other explanation for how someone with such terrible roots could have hidden strength. Still others simply decided that the original assessment had been fundamentally wrong and he'd always been stronger than they realized. They'd just failed to notice. This last explanation was the most popular because it was the least threatening to people who considered themselves good judges of cultivation talent. People reacted to him differently now, which created a strange social whiplash. Some disciples treated him with newfound respect, acknowledging that he'd managed something genuinely remarkable, hidden his strength from everyone, including the masters, for months. Others treated him with cold suspicion, clearly believing he was untrustworthy or dangerous. Some maintained their previous dismissiveness, but now with an undercurrent of uncertainty, as if they were hedging their bets in case his newfound prominence turned out to be real rather than a temporary aberration. Most maintained complicated uncertainty, not quite sure how to treat someone who'd hidden such fundamental aspects of himself, not quite sure if acknowledging his strength would mean admitting their own previous failure of judgment. The contempt changed in quality, which was the critical factor. The contempt that came from genuine underestimation, the pure disdain that comes from truly believing someone is fundamentally weak and inferior. That specific form of contempt stopped flowing into him entirely. When disciples saw him now, they no longer saw unambiguous weakness. They saw ambiguity, possibility, hidden depths. They saw someone who'd been hiding strength. The glorious arrogance of complete dismissal was gone, but it was replaced with other forms of contempt, forms that were different in texture, but still present and still functional. There was contempt for his deception, the disdain directed at someone who would hide his strength and manipulate people. There was suspicion about whether his power was real or illusory, doubt about the legitimacy of his advancement. There was cold questioning about whether someone who'd hidden so carefully could be trusted with honest intentions. These types of contempt transferred differently than pure underestimation. The power flow was thinner, less substantial, less immediate. It lacked the overwhelming surge that came from completely dismissing someone's worth. Wei Fang felt his advancement slow from its months-long trajectory, where he'd been accumulating enough power from pure contempt to advance substantially every few weeks. Building his foundation with rapid progression, his accumulation dropped to maybe a minor advancement every few days. The difference was noticeable enough to be concerning, slow enough to be sustainable. It was a significant reduction in the rate of growth, but it wasn't zero. The contempt of suspicion, while less intense than the contempt of underestimation, still transferred power. It just came through a different mechanism entirely, not the broad, sweeping contempt of someone completely written off, but the sharp, focused contempt of someone suspected of dishonesty. Wei Fang spent the first weeks after his secret was exposed adjusting to this new reality, managing the shift in how people treated him. He could feel the change in how people moved around him, the shift in the underlying currents of social interaction within the sect. He was no longer invisible. He was now visible in all the wrong ways. As a deceiver, as someone potentially untrustworthy, as a puzzle that others were trying to solve. The masters watched him differently, trying to measure his real capabilities. The other disciples watched him differently, trying to determine whether he was genuinely dangerous or simply lucky. Everyone was recalibrating, and the recalibration meant his primary source of power was changing fundamentally. He spent one entire night in meditation just trying to feel the difference between the two types of contempt in his meridians, trying to understand how to work with this new reality rather than fight it. Chapter 12. The strategic recalibration. Wei Fang realized quickly that he couldn't simply accept this reduction in power flow and hope it would stabilize at a sustainable level. His ability had shown him something crucial. Contempt could be generated, shaped, and maintained through intentional action. If pure underestimation was no longer available to him, he would have to cultivate other forms of contempt and keep them fresh and active. The contempt sources would gradually dry up if he didn't actively work to maintain them. People would adjust, would stop suspecting, would move on to other concerns, and find new gossip to fuel their attention. He needed to find a way to keep suspicion alive and flowing, to refresh the contempt regularly, to become a permanent puzzle rather than a temporary mystery. The realization came to him during a meditation session, arriving with the clarity of something finally fitting into place. He'd been thinking about this problem wrong. He'd assumed that his power source was static, that people's contempt was something he could simply trigger and harvest. But contempt was dynamic, constantly shifting, requiring continuous feeding. If he wanted sustainable cultivation, he needed sustainable contempt, which meant he needed to actively engineer the conditions that would generate it. This wasn't manipulation in the crude sense. This was cultivation of the emotions themselves, the same way any cultivator cultivated qi. Just as a proper cultivation technique could draw more from meditation than random effort, a proper strategy for contempt could draw more from specific actions than from passive existence. His strategy developed over several weeks of careful observation and planning. He began asking specific questions about sect operations, questions that seemed innocent enough on the surface but carried subtle implications of hidden agendas beneath. Why was the spirit plant garden receiving more resources than the training grounds? Were the masters considering selling sect artifacts to fund external projects? Was the sect planning to accept disciples from rival sects? Each question had innocent explanations and legitimate answers, and Wei Fang genuinely was curious about sect management. But the way he asked them, the careful timing of his inquiries, the way he followed up with other questions that seemed to connect previous answers in suspicious ways, all of it added up to a picture of someone who might be trying to uncover information for his own strategic purposes. He began volunteering for work that would give him access to resources or information, always framing his help in ways that seemed slightly questionable, slightly motivated. "I'd be happy to help organize the meditation resources," he'd offer casually, when his actual goal was gaining complete access to the inventory of pills and cultivation aids. "I could assist with marking the spirit plants by growth stage," he'd volunteer, when what he was really doing was understanding which plants were most valuable and carefully noting where the highest quality specimens were stored. "I'd like to help with the records if the tablet keeper needs assistance," he'd suggest, when his actual goal was understanding the sect's complete collection of techniques and noting which ones seemed to be marked forbidden. Each offer was calculated to raise a specific question in the observer's minds. What was he really after? What angle was he working? None of it was dishonest. He genuinely did help with organization. He genuinely did volunteer labor. He violated no sect policies. But taken together, the pattern of actions created a clear narrative. Here was someone who was strategically motivated, someone who was working angles, someone who was gathering information for purposes that might not align with the sect's interests. He was deliberately helpful in ways that made him seem ambitious and calculating rather than purely altruistic. The strategic appearance preceded the actual benefit, and in the minds of his observers, the appearance shaped everything. If it looked like he was calculating advantage, then every move became evidence of hidden motivation. When Master Su needed assistance with the gardens, Wei Fang would help without hesitation, but would ask pointed questions about which plants had the most medicinal value or could be used in cultivation pills. When the records keeper needed someone to organize the tablet library, Wei Fang would volunteer, but would carefully note and remember which techniques were listed as forbidden and which ones seemed to be conspicuously missing from the collection. He was building a pattern of behavior that screamed strategic motivation. The subtlety of his approach was critical. If he were too obvious, people would dismiss him as a crude schemer. If he were too careful, they'd see nothing to suspect. He calibrated his actions to sit in that perfect middle ground where it seemed like he was trying to hide something without being caught in the act of hiding it. The result was exactly what he'd predicted and carefully engineered. New forms of contempt emerged, the contempt of suspicion, the cold disdain directed at someone who seemed to be working hidden angles, the disrespect directed at transparent self-interest. People began wondering about his true motives. They questioned whether his helpfulness was genuine or purely strategic. They expressed doubt about whether he could be trusted completely, whether his assistance came from good intentions or from carefully hidden ambition. The psychological weight of suspicion became palpable in the sect, a miasma of doubt that settled around him like a tangible presence. Senior Brother Lan, who'd started the whole journey with his initial contemptuous comment about Wei Fang's pathetic roots, looked at him with new suspicion one afternoon. They were in the storage hall where Wei Fang was inventorying supplies, and Lan happened to be passing through. "Why do you keep volunteering for everything?" Lan asked sharply, his voice carrying an edge of accusation. "What are you trying to find out? What angle are you working?" His eyes narrowed with genuine suspicion, the kind of look that came from someone trying to see through a facade and becoming increasingly frustrated at not quite managing it. The suspicion in his voice was crystalline. The contempt for being manipulative, the disdain for strategic self-interest, the disdain for someone who used surface helpfulness to hide selfish motivation. It all transferred perfectly into Wei Fang's dantian. He felt the power accumulate like a weight settling into his foundation, solid and real. The transfer felt different from the passive drain of general underestimation. This was active, intentional contempt flowing from Lan's direct judgment, and it carried more texture, more complexity. He managed to look slightly flustered by the question, offered a humble explanation about wanting to improve his standing in the sect, let a bit of uncertainty creep into his voice. I just want to be useful. Is that wrong? The question was perfectly pitched, vulnerable enough to seem genuine, uncertain enough to seem innocent, posed in a way that invited continued skepticism. This suspicion-based contempt was different from the contempt of underestimation, where underestimation had come in overwhelming waves that crashed against him like an ocean current, drowning him in the weight of being written off. This came in sharper spikes, where underestimation had felt like being completely written off, deemed unworthy of serious consideration. This felt like being actively scrutinized. The difference was subtle but profound. Underestimation was passive dismissal. Suspicion was active attention combined with disdain, people paying close attention specifically so they could judge him more accurately. But it was still powerful, still functional, still capable of fueling his advancement. And more importantly, it was sustainable. People could maintain suspicion indefinitely, could always wonder about true motives, could always see hidden agendas and strategic angles where none might exist. The contempt could be refreshed as needed through careful action and appearance. He could keep the suspicion alive indefinitely through the careful calibration of his behavior, through actions that seemed just suspicious enough to maintain doubt without ever being caught in definitive wrongdoing. He'd found a way to survive the loss of his primary power source. More than survive, he'd found a way to thrive, to create sustainable cultivation through the systematic engineering of other people's emotions. It was elegant in its way, this strategy that turned people's skepticism into fuel, that transformed their doubts about his sincerity into energy that could power his advancement. As he worked late into the evening, carefully noting which items in the storage hall were most valuable, asking seemingly innocent questions about inventory rotation, he felt the weight of suspicion settling around him again, and it felt like power. Chapter 13. The secondary tournament 6 months after his secret was exposed and his strategy recalibrated, Wei Fang received an invitation to participate in a secondary tournament designed specifically for mid-ranked disciples. Sect Master Gua had apparently decided that observing how Wei Fang performed in direct competition, now that people had expectations of his strength, would provide valuable data about his actual capabilities versus his rumored hidden power. It was an observation, a test, a way to measure him when he couldn't hide. The tournament would reveal something essential, and Wei Fang approached the invitation with a mixture of calculation and genuine interest. This was a chance to demonstrate capability without committing to a clear level of power. This was an opportunity to generate new forms of contempt and respect through the medium of direct combat. Wei Fang approached the tournament with meticulous care, designing his performance to reveal neither his full capabilities nor weakness. He would show real skill, demonstrate genuine power, but maintain enough ambiguity about his true level that nobody could ever be quite certain what he was actually capable of. His strategy was to win enough matches that it would be impressive, to lose enough matches that it would seem possible he was at his actual rank, to make everything look competitive and uncertain rather than dominant or deliberately thrown. The calculation was precise. He needed to be strong enough to generate the contempt of those who'd expected him to fail, but not so strong as to remove all doubt about his actual level. The first match was against a mid-ranked cultivator named Ku, someone at approximately early-stage core establishment realm with solid foundation and competent technique. Wei Fang fought at about 70% of his actual power, enough to be clearly stronger than someone expected to be weak, but not so much stronger that it raised immediate questions about his true level. The match itself was interesting because it showed him how his power manifested under pressure and direct combat. As he fought, feeling the weight of his own cultivation channeled through physical technique, he realized something essential. His ability functioned differently in combat than it did in everyday interaction. The contempt transfer was more intense under direct pressure, more focused, more pure in quality. The tournament provided an unexpected window into how his contempt absorption functioned during actual combat. When he fought, when the competition was real and stakes existed, the contempt shifted. It became more intense, more focused, more pure in quality. Every time Wei Fang landed a solid strike or turned a technical advantage to his benefit, his opponent's contempt would spike. The disbelief that someone they'd underestimated was actually capable would flash across their face in the instant before pain registered. The disdain for being challenged by someone supposedly weaker would sharpen their movements, making them reckless and imprecise. The irritation at having to take seriously someone who shouldn't require serious attention would fuel attacks that carried more force but less control. It was as if the direct experience of being challenged by someone they dismissed generated a purer, more crystalline form of contempt than abstract suspicion ever could. In that moment of realization, that Wei Fang was actually stronger than they'd expected. His opponent's contempt flowed into him like lightning through clear air. He won his second match against a cultivator named Shun by exploiting exactly this effect. In the first round, he'd fought defensively, let Shin take the offensive, allowed Shun's contempt to build as he seemed to be overwhelmed. Then, in the final moments, he'd reversed the pressure entirely, turned Shin's momentum against him, and executed a throw that left Shin gasping on the mat. The contempt transfer in that moment was extraordinary. The shock and disbelief and furious indignation that someone he'd been casually dominating had actually been stronger all along. Wei Fang could feel it flowing into him like water through a broken dam. His third victory came against a cultivator named Han through a different mechanism. Where Shun had been contemptuous in an arrogant way, Han was contemptuous in a sneering way, constantly muttering small insults and dismissals throughout the match. "You're slower than I expected," Han had muttered during a clinch. "I thought someone who supposedly absorbed cultivation would be more impressive," he'd said with a sneer. But when Wei Fang had caught him in a joint lock and forced his surrender, that carefully cultivated sneer had transformed into something uglier, desperate contempt mixed with fear. The transfer was intense and bitter. For the first time, Wei Fang understood that the quality of contempt varied based not just on its source, but on the emotional journey that preceded it. Contempt that shifted from casual disdain to shocked disbelief carried a different energy than contempt that remained stable throughout. By the end of the tournament, Wei Fang had won 3 matches and lost 2. It was a respectable showing for someone at his official rank, exactly respectable enough to generate the kind of speculation he wanted. People began asking, was he hiding his true power? Was he actually stronger than his ranking suggested? Or was he truly at this level and had just gotten lucky in this particular bracket? The uncertainty was delicious. The contempt it generated was pure and sustainable and came from that particular quality of disbelief that keeps people questioning and reassessing. He'd become simultaneously more impressive and more suspicious, had demonstrated strength, while simultaneously creating doubt about what that strength meant. The secondary tournament served a purpose Wei Fang had not anticipated, one that became clear only after the competition ended. It gave him a mirror into the broader cultivation ecosystem. Watching how other disciples responded to loss, to pressure, to the scrutiny of their peers and the masters, he began to understand the cultivation world not as a simple hierarchy of power, but as a complex ecology of motivation. Some cultivators burned with genuine passion for the art, for mastery itself, and their losses fueled determination and deeper commitment. Others pursued status and recognition, and their losses became festering sources of shame and resentment. Others were driven by fear of failure or irrelevance, and their losses triggered either desperate scrambling or complete collapse. Most were pushed by some tangled combination of all three. What drove him was stranger and more specific. The knowledge that every sneer directed at him was energy, that every dismissal was an investment in his future, that the contempt of the powerful was, in its own perverse way, a form of gift. While other cultivators competed for resources and recognition, he was harvesting something more fundamental, the emotional energy that others considered worthless. He placed mid-tier in the secondary tournament, respectable enough to satisfy the observers. The other disciples forgot about him within a day, returning to their own concerns and advancement paths. That suited him perfectly. He didn't want sustained fame. He wanted sustained suspicion. Visibility without dominance meant continued underestimation, which meant continued contempt. The balance was delicate, but he was learning to maintain it with precision. As he watched the tournament participants celebrate their victories and mourn their defeats, he felt grateful for their contempt, for their inability to take him seriously, for their fundamental belief that he couldn't be as strong as he'd proven himself to be. That gratitude was strange and dark, but it was genuine. Their dismissal was his fuel. Their contempt was his cultivation. Chapter 14, The Respect Revelation. 3 months into his visible advancement, something unexpected happened that would prove as transformative as the original discovery of his ability. Master Lu, one of the few masters who'd shown him genuine kindness back when nobody else bothered with him, back when he was unambiguously the sect's weakest disciple, approached him privately. The timing was significant. Lu came to him just as Wei Fang was beginning to feel the strain of maintaining contempt-based cultivation without any counterbalance. As if Lu could sense the instability building in Wei Fang's foundation even without being told. Master Lu was an older cultivator with gentle eyes and a reputation for patience that extended beyond the sect's walls. He'd been the one to correct Wei Fang's meditation posture in the early days. The one who hadn't sighed with frustration when Wei Fang's spiritual sense proved too limited to follow complex instructions. He'd spent time teaching Wei Fang basic techniques that other masters considered beneath notice, and had never made Wei Fang feel like a burden for his slower progress. Now he came to Wei Fang's room in the evening and asked to mentor him personally. The request came without preamble, without explanation, as if Lu had simply decided that Wei Fang's situation required direct intervention. "Your ability is remarkable," Lu said during their first private meeting, sitting in his small study, surrounded by stacks of cultivation texts and comfortable meditation cushions. "But it's also limiting if you don't understand its full implications. Let me help you explore what you're actually capable of, not as an experiment, as a student with real potential." Lu's words carried something that Wei Fang hadn't experienced in months, the assumption that he was worth investing time in, that his development mattered for reasons beyond research or observation or strategic advantage. Under Lu's mentorship, Wei Fang experienced something new: genuine respect for his efforts, genuine appreciation for his progress, genuine interest in his well-being beyond academic curiosity or strategic observation. Lu didn't treat him like a subject of study, didn't conduct tests or take measurements or analyze data. He treated him like a student with real potential who'd found an unusual path and needed guidance navigating it properly. The difference was profound and disorienting. Lu asked about Wei Fang's experiences not to gather data, but to understand his perspective. Lu offered suggestions not because he had a theory to test, but because he genuinely believed the suggestions would help. They would meet twice a week, and Lu would teach him meditation techniques designed to strengthen his foundation. They would discuss cultivation insights drawn from Lu's 30 years of practice, from mistakes he'd made and lessons he'd learned through painful experience. Lu would ask questions about Wei Fang's experiences with his ability, not to study it, but to understand it, to help him develop it more effectively. More importantly, Lu seemed to actually care about Wei Fang as a person, genuinely interested in his well-being and development rather than curious about him as a phenomenon. The sessions were never clinical. They always felt like genuine conversations between a more experienced cultivator and a student with untapped potential. And something shifted in Wei Fang's understanding of power. One day, after successfully completing a meditation technique that had frustrated him for weeks, after holding his concentration steady through increasing difficulty, after pushing through the mental fatigue that made his focus slip repeatedly before finally achieving stable clarity, Lu had clapped him on the shoulder and said, "You're becoming a genuine cultivator, Wei Fang. Your progress is real. You should be proud of what you've accomplished." The gesture was simple and the words were straightforward, but they carried something that condescension never could: the authentic recognition of effort and growth from someone with sufficient experience to understand what that growth meant. The pride in Lu's voice wasn't performative. It wasn't politeness or empty encouragement offered to maintain discipline. It was genuine respect for the effort and the achievement, a recognition that came from someone who understood how difficult the progression actually was. And when Wei Fang felt that genuine respect flowing from real appreciation rather than casual acknowledgement or professional assessment, something shifted in his dantian. The sensation was completely distinct from what he experienced with contempt. It was subtle, barely perceptible at first, so different from the contempt transfers that he almost missed it. But it was there. A transfer of power that came not from contempt, but from something else entirely. The energy wasn't coming from anyone looking down on him. It was coming from someone looking at him and seeing value, real cultivation worth, genuine potential. The transfer was warm where contempt was cold, gentle where contempt was sharp, steady where contempt spiked. It was as if Lu's respect was flowing into him like tea steeping, gradually infusing his entire being with something subtle and sustaining. Respect, he realized, could also fuel cultivation. It wasn't as dramatic as the contempt-based transfers. It didn't come in spikes and surges and immediate floods that would rush through his meridians with overwhelming force. Instead, it accumulated slowly and steadily, like water dripping into a cup, drop by drop adding up over time. But it was continuous and reliable and didn't depend on shame or dismissal. It carried none of the psychological weight that came from feeding off contempt. It was clean power, power that didn't require him to maintain any elaborate deceptions or engineering of other people's emotions. He felt it every time Lu praised his progress with genuine approval. He felt it when other disciples, watching his visible training sessions with master attention and observation, seemed to develop a different kind of respect for him. He felt it when even Master Su, while still maintaining her professional demeanor and critical eye, acknowledged his improvement with what seemed like genuine approval for work well done. The transfers were quiet compared to Contempt's dramatic rushes, but they were consistent, reliable, and they integrated smoothly into his cultivation base without creating the internal friction that contempt-sourced power often generated. The question that occupied his thoughts for days afterward was whether this respect could sustain him the way contempt did. Whether he could build a cultivation path on respect rather than on suspicion and disdain. Whether he could live differently and still grow. The question felt urgent and important in a way that went beyond mere cultivation strategy. It touched something fundamental about who he was becoming and whether that person was someone he wanted to be. Chapter 15. The Dual Path Integration. Wei Fang spent weeks experimenting with this discovery, testing different interactions carefully to understand how respect transferred power compared to how contempt did. He conducted subtle experiments, watching people's reactions, monitoring the transfers in his dantian, trying to feel the difference with precise attention. He would deliberately perform well in training with one audience and ask strategic questions in front of another, measuring not just the power transfers but the texture and stability of each type of energy as it integrated into his cultivation base. He confirmed that respect transferred power just like contempt did, but in fundamentally different ways. Where contempt came in spikes and surges, intense and immediate and overwhelming when fully activated, like lightning striking into his core, respect accumulated slowly and steadily. Where contempt required active negative judgment, a deliberate disrespect and disdain directed at him, respect required active positive regard, genuine appreciation and recognition. They were inverse mirrors of each other, accessing the same underlying power, but through opposite emotional and relational paths. The paradox fascinated him. Two opposing emotional states feeding the exact same cultivation mechanism, proof that power was neutral and could be drawn from fundamentally opposed sources. The interesting thing was that respect seemed to create a different quality of power. Contempt-fueled advancement was fast, but unstable. When he absorbed multiple contempt sources, they didn't blend smoothly into his foundation. They layered and sometimes created friction, creating power that surged and fluctuated wildly, depending on the specific sources and their intensity. If he was feeding on suspicion from one person and contempt from another, the two sources might conflict, creating turbulence in his meridians. Respect-fueled advancement was slower but solid. The power came in steady increments and integrated more smoothly into his cultivation base. The foundation he built from respect-sourced power was clean and stable, without the internal contradictions that marked contempt-driven cultivation. Contempt was volatile and variable, like a stock market tracking everyone's shifting opinions. Respect was consistent and reliable, building steadily over time like compound interest on an investment. Wei Fang began a systematic study to map the precise phenomenology of each energy type. When he performed poorly in front of Lan and the other dismissive disciples, he could track the contempt flowing into him. It arrived as a warm prickle across his skin at first, a sensation almost like embarrassment being inverted, as if shame was being drawn outward from him rather than inward. The energy moved from them to him through invisible channels, and he could feel it entering his dantian as a sharp, almost acidic power that had to be refined and integrated. The sensation was never comfortable. It was always slightly corrosive, requiring effort to process, like his body was having to digest something harsh and indigestible. But over time, integrated into his foundation, it became solid and dense, compressed power that had been forged through pressure and struggle. Respect was different. When he worked seriously with his select mentors and genuine supporters, particularly when Master Lu noticed his improvements and praised his progress, Wei Fang felt the respect arriving as something almost warm. It came as a sense of being seen, of his efforts being recognized and valued. The energy entered his dantian with a smoothness that contempt never achieved, arriving like water finding its channel, flowing naturally into place without friction or resistance. When Master Lu said, "Your form has improved significantly, Wei Fang. You're showing true dedication to your path." The respect energy that flowed from those words felt almost gentle compared to the sharp power of contempt. But it was no less potent. Where contempt gave him sudden, intense surges, respect gave him slow, sustainable accumulation. Where contempt felt like borrowing against a debt that might need repayment, respect felt like earning compound interest. Over the course of a single week, Wei Fang conducted a detailed experiment. He deliberately made mistakes in 3 separate training sessions, once in front of contemptuous peers, once in front of neutral disciples, and once in front of Master Lu. The first mistake resulted in visible disdain, the second in polite indifference, the third in constructive feedback offered with evident concern for his growth. The power flows were drastically different. From contempt, he received a sudden spike of intense energy that left him slightly dizzy and required careful breathing to integrate. From Lu's supportive response to his mistake, he received something slower, but which settled into his foundation with the feeling of something permanent being added. A foundation crack being filled not with mortar that would harden and flake, but with metal that would reinforce the entire structure. He also noticed something unexpected about the stability of respect. Where contempt-drawn power would fluctuate when the source's opinions changed, if Lan decided to respect him, the contempt would dry up instantly. Respect-drawn power seemed to have a kind of momentum. Once he genuinely impressed someone like Lu, the respect flowed even on days when Wei Fang wasn't actively performing well. The respect continued because Lu had formed a genuine evaluation of his character and capability. That evaluation was stable. It wasn't dependent on constant performance. Contempt, by contrast, required constant reinforcement. Lan had to be reminded regularly that Wei Fang was beneath notice. If Wei Fang appeared too capable, the contempt would transform into fear or suspicion. The breakthrough came when he realized he didn't have to choose between the two. He could cultivate suspicion-based contempt through his carefully engineered strategic actions while simultaneously building genuine relationships with people like Lu. Both could exist simultaneously, could both fuel his advancement, could both be used without internal contradiction. The realization felt like discovering a hidden path in a landscape he'd thought he understood completely. This was the true secret that his unique ability had been guiding him toward. Most cultivators worked with a single fuel source. They built their power from one primary emotional or environmental condition. But Wei Fang could access 2 fundamentally opposed sources and integrate them both. The complexity of this was beginning to seem less like a problem and more like an unimagined advantage. With Lan and the other disciples who'd always mocked him, he maintained the strategic ambiguity that kept them suspicious. His helpfulness seemed calculated. His questions seemed angled. His behavior seemed strategically motivated. The contempt flowed steadily from their doubts and suspicions. But with Lu and a few others who showed genuine interest in his development, he was honest. He was genuine. He allowed them to respect him for real reasons. He trained seriously, made genuine progress, allowed his real effort to be visible. The compartmentalization required discipline, but he built his discipline in his previous life, and this was just another form of careful performance. Except unlike the contempt engineering, this was performance directed toward truth rather than toward deception. The result was that both contempt and respect were flowing into him simultaneously. The contempt of those who wondered about his motives, who suspected him of having hidden agendas, who doubted his trustworthiness and questioned his sincerity, and the respect of those who saw his genuine training, his actual progress, his real effort to improve himself. The power flowed from opposite emotional sources into the same cultivation base, creating a balance that neither alone could have achieved. It was as if his foundation had become a yin-yang symbol, each force balanced by its opposite, each fueling the other's existence. He was a living paradox, simultaneously someone to be respected and someone to be suspected, simultaneously genuinely helpful and strategically motivated, simultaneously trustworthy and untrustworthy, depending on how you looked at him and what angle you chose to analyze his behavior from. The contradiction was so complete that it felt almost like authenticity, as if his true nature was genuinely paradoxical and he was simply being honest about it. At first, this contradictory existence bothered him. How could he be both genuinely respectful to Lu and strategically suspicious to everyone else? How could he be both honestly grateful and secretly manipulative? The tension between his different faces felt like it might crack at any moment, might expose him as a fraud with multiple contradictory personalities. But as he settled into it, he realized something fundamental. People were always contradictions. Nobody was purely one thing. Everyone had layers of motivation, internal complexities, conflicting desires and drives. Everyone was hiding something. He was just more honest about the complexity than most people were, more aware of his own contradictions, more intentional about using them. Most people pretended to be unified when they were actually fragmented. He simply acknowledged the fragmentation while still maintaining functional coherence across all the fragments. The philosophical weight of this realization settled into him like a stone dropping into still water. If people were naturally paradoxical, then his path wasn't a corruption of some natural order. It was simply an honest acknowledgement of how things actually were. The only difference between him and other cultivators was that he wasn't pretending to be less complex than he actually was. He was, in a strange and inverted way, being more authentic by fully accepting his own contradictions rather than trying to suppress one side of himself. Chapter 16. The Respect-Contempt Balance. 9 months after his discovery, Wei Fang had developed a sustainable rhythm to his cultivation practice. His days fell into a carefully balanced pattern that kept both sources of power active and flowing. In the morning, he would train with Master Lu, would meditate genuinely without pretense, would work seriously on cultivation techniques. The respect that flowed from those genuine efforts, the real appreciation Lu gave for real progress, fed his foundation steadily and reliably. Each meditation session that ended with Lu's quiet nod of approval transferred power into him as certainly as the most bitter contempt ever had, just through a completely different mechanism. The energy would settle into his dantian with a quiet warmth, integrating seamlessly with his existing foundation. In the afternoon, he would volunteer for sect work that kept people suspicious of his motives. He'd ask strategic questions about resource allocation and sect decisions. He'd help in ways that made him seem ambitious and calculating. The contempt that came from wondering whether his help was truly altruistic or actually strategic, the disdain for calculated helpfulness, the disrespect for apparent manipulation, all of it provided additional fuel for his advancement. The afternoon power transfers came in sharper spikes, more intense bursts that required careful integration but added powerful currents to his cultivation. By evening, he would practice advanced techniques in private, would push the boundaries of his power in careful experiments, would explore the capabilities of his dual-sourced cultivation. He'd study how the two types of power integrated, how contempt and respect combined in his meridians, how the different qualities of energy could be balanced. The evening practice was where he processed what both sources had contributed and worked to maintain cohesion in his foundation, ensuring that neither source overwhelmed the other and that the entire structure remained stable. The power accumulation from this balanced approach was slower than it had been during the hidden months when contempt was his only source. Back then, accumulating enough to advance substantially every few weeks had felt like lightning striking, sudden, overwhelming, irresistible. The temptation to chase that intensity had been constant, a siren call pulling him toward pure contempt farming. But this new approach was more sustainable than relying on suspicion alone would have been. He was advancing at a pace that looked like dedicated training to outside observers, which was exactly what everyone assumed he was doing. The advancement appeared earned rather than stolen, which meant it didn't generate the same kind of alarm or investigation that rapid, unexplained growth would have. The difficulty Wei Fang found, as he settled deeper into his dual cultivation, was not in absorbing power from contempt that happened automatically, involuntarily, like breathing, his body simply translating disrespect into energy without any conscious effort required. The difficulty was in not becoming defined by it, not letting the contempt shape who he was becoming. Every cultivator who sneered at him was feeding him, yes. Every elder who dismissed his potential was contributing to his growth. Every prodigy who condescended to notice his existence was making him stronger. But they were all also shaping the landscape of his cultivation, defining the contours of his power with their disdain. He was growing strong, but he was growing strong in the shape of other people's dismissal. The power was real, but it was power built on contempt, power that owed its existence to others' inability to recognize his worth. Was that truly his power, or was it merely an echo of others' contempt given physical form? He spent a week in deep analysis of this problem with the careful attention he had once reserved for technical work in his previous life. The ability was a tool, not a destiny. It was a mechanism, not an identity. He could choose not to trigger it, though the passive drain he couldn't fully control would continue. He could choose how he oriented himself toward the power he received, whether he built his cultivation around contempt as a fundamental foundation or used it merely as raw material for something that was genuinely his own, that reflected his choices rather than others' judgments. The distinction was crucial. If contempt shaped him, then others controlled his growth. If he shaped contempt, if he used it intentionally while remaining true to his own vision of who he wanted to become, then the power became genuinely his. The answer he arrived at was the same answer that had resolved most of his professional problems in his previous life. Separate the mechanism from the meaning. The ability drained contempt. That was a fact of his existence, unchangeable. But he chose what he built with that energy. He chose who he became. The contempt of others was fuel, not identity, not direction, not destiny. He was Wei Fang, and he had his own reasons for cultivating, his own vision of the practitioner he wanted to become, his own internal standards for what mastery meant. The cultivation would include contempt, yes, and respect, and genuine effort, but the shape of the final result would be his, not anyone else's. When Elder Hua tested him the following day and noticed a subtle shift in his bearing, something less reactive, more settled, more grounded in genuine purpose, she acknowledged it simply. Better, was all she said. For once, the word felt like exactly enough. It wasn't praise, wasn't even particularly warm, but it was recognition of real change, acknowledgement that something had shifted in his fundamental approach to cultivation. Wei Fang understood that Elder Hua was not someone given to excessive compliment, and her single-word assessment carried more weight than pages of encouragement from someone less experienced. Chapter 17. The Heart of Cultivation Test. 9 months after his discovery of his ability, the sect acquired an artifact called the Heart of Cultivation from an artifact broker who specialized in rare items with extraordinary properties. The artifact itself was ancient, covered in cultivation marks that seemed to shift when you looked at them, radiating a steady warm glow that felt almost alive. Sect Master Gua, continuing his careful observation of Wei Fang's progress, allowed him to commune with the artifact for several days. Gua believed it would deepen his understanding of his own power and provide valuable data about how his ability functioned on a fundamental level. The decision surprised Wei Fang. Gua had never shown particular favor or special access before, but he accepted the opportunity with minimal comment, understanding that the sect master was continuing to gather information about him. The artifact worked as the legends surrounding it suggested. It showed Wei Fang the full scope of his accumulated power in detail, rendering his cultivation base visible in ways that normal meditation could not achieve. It helped him understand the mechanisms of his ability more completely, revealing the actual pathways through which contempt and respect flowed into his core. It revealed something crucial that shifted his perspective on cultivation entirely. The visions the artifact provided showed him the structure of his power. The contempt-sourced cultivation came in sharp, angular formations, like quartz crystals catching light. The respect-sourced cultivation formed smooth, rounded shapes that integrated more completely with his natural qi. The two types of power didn't blend seamlessly. There was still friction at the boundaries, but the artifact showed him techniques for reducing that friction, for making the integration more complete. The artifact showed him that his path didn't have to be limited to contempt alone. There were multiple ways to fuel cultivation, multiple mechanisms by which power could be accumulated. Different emotions and relationships created different qualities and textures of energy, but they were all legitimate pathways. His ability to access both contempt and respect meant he had options that most cultivators didn't possess. While other cultivators were locked into single pathways of advancement, dependent on meditation or pill consumption or specific techniques, he could shift between sources, could adapt his approach, could find power in multiple forms of human emotion and relationship. The realization felt liberating. He wasn't bound by his original discovery. He wasn't limited to contempt farming. He had genuine options that could shape an entire cultivation philosophy. The artifact also showed him a warning, encoded in the visions it provided. The more he relied on strategic manipulation of people's emotions, the more limited his long-term growth would become. Real advancement required genuine understanding, genuine growth, genuine relationships. A life built purely on deception and strategic manipulation would eventually become hollow and unsustainable. The power would plateau. The cultivation would hit limits. The message came with a sensation of deep tiredness, as if the artifact was showing him the exhaustion of a cultivator who'd spent decades maintaining elaborate deceptions, who'd built a foundation on lies and found it crumbling. The warning wasn't abstract. It was viscerally real, the crystal-clear vision of failure and limitation. The inner disciple promotion examination came unexpectedly, scheduled just days after Wei Fang's communion with the Heart of Cultivation. Wei Fang had expected combat. Every story he'd absorbed about cultivation sects featured brutal eliminations, battles to unconsciousness, young geniuses proving themselves through violence and superior power. Instead, Elder Hua seated him across from a smooth stone artifact that glowed with warm amber light. She explained it would measure the quality of his cultivation foundation, not merely the quantity of power he'd accumulated. The distinction caught his attention immediately. Quantity was something he'd been managing carefully. Quality was something he'd never directly addressed. Power without foundation collapses, she said, pressing her palm briefly against the stone to demonstrate its warmth. The stone responded to her touch, glowing brighter, responding to her established cultivation with recognition and resonance. We have outer disciples who are strong. We have fewer who are integrated. The implication was clear: strength was common. Integration was rare. Sustainable power required both. The stone's light changed when Wei Fang touched it, shifted from amber toward something with multiple hues layered beneath the surface, colors shifting and moving as if the stone was reading him. Elder Hua watched this happen with careful, penetrating attention, saying nothing, simply observing with an intensity that suggested she was seeing something significant. Wei Fang could feel what the artifact was doing. It was reading the structure of his cultivation base, examining not just its overall size, but its internal architecture, the way the power was organized and integrated. And his structure was unusual, built from dozens of different sources, each contributing a slightly different quality of qi. Power drawn from contempt had one texture. Power drawn from respect had another. The contempt sources blended imperfectly with each other because they came from different people with different flavors of disdain. His cultivation was strong, certainly, measurably advanced compared to his official rank. But it was heterogeneous in a way that pure cultivation wouldn't be. He had been absorbing other people's cultivation bases piecemeal, drawing them into his own framework without fully integrating them into cohesion. The realization felt like looking at a foundation made of different types of stone, all placed together but never actually fusing into unified structure. The test result was conditional pass, strong enough foundation and power, but integration work required before the next advancement. Wei Fang accepted this with genuine gratitude for the clear assessment. He had assumed his rapid advancement was pure advantage, a clear path to rapid growth. The examination had shown him it was mixed. Power without full integration was borrowed strength, impressive at a distance, but structurally limited. He had real work ahead of him, real cultivation to do, genuine development that couldn't be shortcuts through absorbed contempt. The recognition was humbling and energizing in equal measure. He finally had a clear direction, not toward more power, but toward better power. Chapter 18. The deliberate transformation. Armed with this knowledge, Wei Fang made a conscious choice to shift his strategy significantly. He would maintain the suspicion contempt sources he'd cultivated. They were reliable and effective and now sustainable. But he would also actively build genuine relationships. He would genuinely help people. He would create real respect alongside the manufactured suspicion. He would stop using relationships as purely manipulative tools and actually allow genuine connection. The decision felt risky, as if he was surrendering some advantage, but it also felt correct in a way that his previous strategy never quite had. He began training younger disciples more seriously, not to appear helpful while actually gathering intelligence, but because he genuinely believed they could improve with proper guidance. He shared techniques he'd learned from Lu and his own experiments. He offered genuine mentorship, answered questions honestly rather than strategically, helped disciples with their meditation without calculating what advantage he might gain. The mentorship created a different kind of relationship, one where the younger disciples came to actually respect him rather than suspect him, and that respect flowed into him steadily. But more importantly, he found that he actually cared about their progress in ways that went beyond cultivation strategy. He wanted them to improve. He wanted them to find the same kind of steady advancement that he'd found with Lu's mentorship. The shift wasn't immediate or simple. At first, Wei Fang attempted to be genuine while still maintaining his calculative mindset. He would help a younger disciple, then catch himself mentally cataloging how that help might later benefit him. The split consciousness was exhausting. It required constant effort to suppress the calculation, to actually focus on the disciple's learning rather than on the secondary advantages of being seen as helpful. But as weeks passed, something changed. He began spending time with disciples like young Ming, a quiet 16-year-old with natural talent but crippling self-doubt. Ming had been dismissed by most senior disciples as too timid to become a strong cultivator. Wei Fang saw something different. A person whose potential was being suppressed not by lack of ability, but by lack of confidence. He spent 3 hours one afternoon working with Ming on breath control, walking the boy through a meditation sequence several times, waiting patiently while Ming practiced the same movement over and over, offering quiet correction and encouragement. There was no calculation in it. Wei Fang simply wanted Ming to understand the technique. He wanted to see the moment of comprehension arrive on the boy's face. And when it did, when Ming suddenly straightened, eyes widening as he felt the qi moving smoothly through his meridians for the first time, Wei Fang experienced a satisfaction that had nothing to do with respect energy flowing into his dantian. He was simply happy that Ming had understood. The respect that accumulated as a side effect felt almost incidental. He volunteered for sect work not because it gave him access to resources he could use strategically, but because the sect genuinely needed the help. When Master Su needed assistance with the gardens, he helped without trying to gather information about the most valuable plants. When the records keeper needed organization help, he assisted without calculating advantage or studying what techniques the sect possessed. The change was subtle but profound. The work was the same. The effort was the same. But the intention was different, and the contempt that arose from this work was different in quality. Some people still suspected his motives, still wondered if he was working hidden angles. But others recognized the genuine helpfulness and respected him for it. The mixture of suspicion and respect created a more balanced power flow than pure contempt farming ever could. With the younger disciples, Wei Fang's genuine mentorship created unexpected depth. He would spend evenings discussing cultivation philosophy not because the conversations positioned him advantageously, but because he found the discussions genuinely interesting. He asked disciples to share their observations about their own cultivation, truly listen to their answers, help them develop their own understanding rather than simply transmitting his knowledge. The respect that flowed from these relationships had a different texture than before. It felt more substantial, more real, more connected to who he actually was rather than to the persona he was performing. The internal tension this created was real and often uncomfortable. For years, Wei Fang had justified his manipulations through a simple principle: survival demanded it. He had been nothing, dismissed, powerless. Manipulation had been a tool of the weak. But now, advancing toward genuine strength, the continued manipulation of those who suspected him felt less like necessary survival and more like a choice. He was choosing to maintain their contempt even as he cultivated respect from others. Why? Was it necessary? Or was it simply habit, a learned reflexive pattern he couldn't seem to break even as his circumstances changed? He asked Lu about this directly one afternoon, in a moment of unusual vulnerability. "I find myself maintaining relationships with people who disrespect me," he said, not explaining why, trusting that Lu would understand without full context. "I keep them at a distance. I let them believe I'm manipulative and self-serving. But I'm also cultivating genuine respect from others. Both simultaneously. Is it dishonest?" Lu considered this for a long moment before answering. "It's honest if you're aware of it," he said finally. "The dishonesty would be pretending that you're one thing when you're actually another. But if you know you're both things, genuinely helpful in some contexts, strategically reserved in others, then acknowledging that complexity is honesty, not deception. The question isn't whether you're being false. The question is whether you're choosing consciously or acting from unexamined habit." The distinction struck Wei Fang with unexpected force. Conscious choice versus unexamined habit. He had been so focused on the mechanics of power cultivation that he hadn't examined his own motivations at the deeper level. He kept certain people at a distance out of pure strategy, but also partly because he didn't trust that he was capable of authentic connection. The contempt of people like Lan felt safe because he understood it. It was predictable. He could control it. The respect of people like Lu was real and powerful, but it carried risk. If Lu truly respected him, and Wei Fang later revealed the extent of his manipulation, what would happen? The thought was terrifying in ways that calculated strategy could never be. He asked questions about cultivation not to gather intelligence, but to genuinely understand cultivation theory and practice more deeply. He discussed his findings with other disciples who showed interest, sharing his observations rather than hoarding knowledge. The sharing created relationships built on genuine intellectual engagement rather than calculated manipulation. When a disciple thanked him for explaining a difficult concept, Wei Fang could feel respect flowing into him with a warmth that strategic deception had never generated. He was discovering that genuine contribution felt different from strategic advantage, and the difference resonated through his entire cultivation practice. Over the following months, Wei Fang made a deliberate decision to increase his genuinely helpful work while gradually reducing his more obviously manipulative behaviors. He didn't stop cultivating the contempt of those who suspected him. He simply stopped actively engineering that suspicion. He allowed his genuine efforts to speak for themselves. Some people continued to suspect his motives because people are often trapped in their own assumptions, but he stopped deliberately reinforcing those assumptions. He stopped positioning his helpfulness as calculated. He simply helped, clearly and openly, and allowed others to form their own conclusions. The result was surprising. Both contempt and respect began to flow into him again, this time in a more balanced proportion. The contempt of those who still suspected his motives, those who maintained their skepticism despite his genuine efforts, those who believed people couldn't really change, and the respect of those who saw his genuine efforts and appreciated them, who recognized that he was truly trying to improve and help others. The two sources balanced each other in ways that pure contempt never could, and the combined flow was stronger than either alone. The total power flow actually increased, because the combination of sources was more stable and sustainable than either alone would have been. His cultivation advanced steadily, smoothly, without the violent fluctuations that pure contempt had created. The foundation grew solid and integrated. He was becoming stronger in ways that were genuinely his own rather than borrowed from others' dismissal. The power carried his intention, reflected his choices, incorporated his actual values rather than merely being shaped by others' emotions. This discovery was almost as significant as learning that respect could be absorbed at all. By removing the constant effort required to maintain manipulation, Wei Fang freed up energy for actual cultivation. His meditation deepened. His understanding of qi pathways became more refined. His technique improved not because he was copying others better, but because he was actually paying attention to his own practice rather than performing it for an audience. The advancement came from within rather than being entirely external in origin. The lessons compounded quietly. Each slight, each dismissal, each turn back added one more brick to the foundation Wei Fang was constructing beneath the surface. Others built towers for the world to see. He built a fortress no one could detect until the walls rose above their heads and the gates slammed shut. Patience was not passive. Patience was the sharpest edge in any cultivator's arsenal. And now his patience had a purpose that went beyond mere survival. He was building something genuine, something that would endure, something that reflected who he actually wanted to become rather than who circumstances had forced him to be. Chapter 19. The late-stage transcendence approach. 11 months after his discovery, Wei Fang advanced to late-stage transcendence realm. The breakthrough came not from a single source of contempt or respect, but from the integration of both. His cultivation base felt balanced, grounded, sustainable. He'd learned something fundamental about power. The strongest cultivators weren't those who relied on a single source of fuel, but those who could access multiple pathways and integrate them seamlessly. The advancement felt earned in a way that his earlier rapid progress never had, as if he'd truly built something rather than merely inherited pieces from others. The breakthrough itself was unlike anything Wei Fang had previously experienced. Earlier advancements had come as sudden releases of pressure, his foundation expanding violently to accommodate new power, requiring him to suppress the obvious signs of transformation. This breakthrough was different. It began subtly during an evening meditation in his chambers, a gradual warming in his dantian that escalated into something almost volcanic. The heat wasn't painful, it was purposeful, directed, as if his cultivation base had accumulated enough power that it was simply ready to expand and no force in the world could stop it. Wei Fang felt every meridian suddenly activate simultaneously. Power that had been collected in separate streams. The sharp, intense contempt-drawn energy and the smooth, steady respect-drawn energy suddenly encountered each other in the center of his cultivation base. Instead of the friction he might have expected, they interacted with a strange symmetry. The volatile energy from contempt was balanced and stabilized by the steady energy from respect. The stable energy from respect was energized and activated by the volatile power of contempt. They moved around each other like dancers who'd been trained for exactly this partner work, each making the other more powerful, more refined, more themselves. The physical sensations were extraordinary. Wei Fang felt his bones vibrate as new qi channels activated throughout his body. His skin prickled as energy surged through meridians that had been dormant. His breath came faster, deeper, more powerful. He heard his heartbeat echoing in his ears as his cultivation base completed its expansion, his capacity suddenly, dramatically larger. The sensation of expansion continued for almost an hour, a process that seemed to both compress into moments and extend into eternities. By the time the transformation completed, Wei Fang was gasping, sweat pouring down his face, his entire body trembling from the magnitude of the change. He'd never felt so large, so full of power, so absolutely and utterly transformed. When he finally opened his eyes and looked at his hands, they seemed almost to glow faintly in the candlelight. He could feel the power moving through him, far more responsive than before, far more integrated. This wasn't the raw, somewhat chaotic power he'd accumulated by feeding on contempt. This wasn't even the smooth but accumulating power of respect. This was something new, something that incorporated both, but was fundamentally different from either. This was a unified cultivation base, a power structure that made sense in ways he was still beginning to understand. His power was becoming something unique, something that nobody else in the sect possessed. He was building a cultivation path that incorporated complexity, contradiction, and integration in ways that went beyond standard cultivation theory. His advancement was slower than it would have been if he'd remained hidden and relied purely on contempt, but it was far more stable and sustainable. The power that flowed through his meridians was his own, shaped by his choices, reflecting his values and his vision of what cultivation meant. In the days following his breakthrough, Wei Fang discovered new capabilities he hadn't possessed before. He could sense emotional undercurrents in people around him with unprecedented clarity, not mind reading, but an almost intuitive understanding of whether someone held contempt or respect toward him. More than that, he realized he could actually choose whether to absorb power from each source. Before, the absorption had been mostly automatic. Whoever disrespected him would feed him contempt. Whoever respected him would feed him respect. Now, he found he could be more selective. He could choose whether to activate his absorption channel. He could choose which sources to feed from and which to ignore. Wei Fang spent the weeks after his breakthrough in careful isolation, reviewing everything he had learned about the dual nature of his ability. The contempt drain had served him well as a foundation, filling his cultivation base with raw power drawn from the endless arrogance of those who dismissed him. But the respect cultivation he had discovered offered something different, not a faster path, but a deeper one. Power drawn from genuine recognition resonated differently in his meridians, forming structures that were more stable, more refined, more his own rather than borrowed fragments of other people's contempt. He spent hours in meditation exploring the interaction between the two sources, feeling how they moved through his foundation, understanding how they could work together rather than in conflict. During one meditation, Wei Fang achieved a state of perfect stillness where the distinction between self and external power sources began to blur. He could feel contempt approaching him as clearly as he could feel wind before a storm, a pressure that built and built seeking release. He could feel respect approaching like sunrise, gradual and inevitable and warm. And he could feel himself choosing which to accept and which to let pass. It was the first time he'd truly experienced agency in his cultivation. Before, he'd been a vessel. Now, he was beginning to be a cultivator. He meditated on the balance between the two sources and began to understand that the cultivation world had always unknowingly taught this lesson. The great masters who endured persecution and dismissal, they had all, in some form, been drawing from the contempt directed at them. The legend of the hidden saint, the story of the master of sorrows, the tale of the one who rose from nothing. All of these figures had transformed personal adversity into cultivation fuel. What made his ability unique was simply that it was explicit, measurable, intentional. He could feel each absorption. He could trace exactly where the power came from. Most cultivators existed in the same dynamic but lacked the clarity to perceive it. His advantage wasn't fundamentally different from what great masters had done. It was simply more conscious, more deliberate, more refined. The true transcendence, he realized, would come not from choosing contempt over respect or respect over contempt, but from integrating both, holding the reality that he was both underestimated and recognized, both fed by others' dismissal and sustained by his own genuine development. The path forward required him to stop hiding what he was, at least from himself, to fully embrace the paradox of his cultivation and turn it into a foundation that no external judgment could destabilize. He wasn't a victim of others' contempt. He was an alchemist who'd learned to transform it into wisdom, into power, into genuine advancement. This new stage of transcendence would be, he was beginning to understand, fundamentally different from earlier stages. At Emerald Lotus Sect's standard progression, advanced disciples spent years at mid-stage transcendence mastering specific techniques and expanding their cultivation through disciplined repetition. Late-stage transcendence was supposed to be about integration and subtle refinement. Most cultivators at this stage were focused on preparing for the breakthrough to a mortal realm. But Wei Fang's late-stage cultivation was going to be different. He had dual pathways. He had contradictory power sources that he'd somehow managed to integrate into something harmonious. His late-stage experience was going to be not about following established patterns, but about discovering what this unique combination of power allowed him to do. 3 days after his breakthrough, Wei Fang made a dangerous mistake. He was training with several mid-level disciples in the outer courtyard when one of them, a cocky cultivator named Zhang Wei who'd previously dismissed him, made a comment suggesting Wei Fang was still weak and inferior. Normally, Wei Fang would have accepted the dismissal, used it as fuel. But now, with his breakthrough-enhanced power so close to the surface and his control over it still imperfect, something shifted in him. In that moment of irritation, Wei Fang allowed a fraction of his true power to leak into his response. He moved, performing a simple cultivation technique that Zhang Wei had been struggling with, executing it with a precision and grace that none of the outer disciples should have been capable of. The technique flowed perfectly, powerfully, exactly as a late-stage transcendence realm expert would have performed it rather than how a mid-stage expert would have. For just a moment, Before Wei Fang caught himself and suppressed his power back down to its carefully maintained appearance, everyone staring at him saw something of what he actually was. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. The other disciples froze mid-movement. The look of shock and sudden recalculation on their faces told Wei Fang that his secret was at risk of exposure. He immediately stumbled, catching himself awkwardly, transforming the elegant technique into an obvious mistake. I overextended, he said quickly, breathing hard, playing up exhaustion. Tried to follow what you were demonstrating and lost focus. Sorry. The explanation was weak, but the disciples wanted to believe it. They wanted to believe that Wei Fang was still struggling, still below them, still not a threat. Within moments, the incident was forgotten, everyone moving on to the next exercise. But Wei Fang remained carefully still inside, aware that he'd come dangerously close to exposing the full extent of his advancement. At late-stage transcendence, maintaining the appearance of mid-stage capability was going to be far more difficult than it had been before. The power wanted to be expressed. The advancement wanted to be visible. Keeping it hidden was going to require constant, exhausting vigilance. Elder Hua found him in meditation during one of these deep contemplation sessions and sat with him for a long while, without speaking. When she finally broke the silence, her words were measured and carried weight. "You've been learning to receive power," she said, her voice carrying the kind of directness that came from someone who'd spent decades observing cultivation in all its forms. "When will you learn to give it?" Chapter 20. The distant horizon. The year ended with Wei Fang standing on the sect's highest tower, looking out toward the horizon where the cultivation world stretched endlessly outward. He was 19 years old, approaching early-stage ascension, with power that had once been completely hidden and now was visible to anyone who cared to observe. He thought about where he'd started, genuinely weak, genuinely hopeless by any traditional measure. He thought about the moment when Lan's contempt had first triggered his ability, when he discovered that every dismissal fed him power. He thought about the slow months of hiding, the tournament, the discovery, the forced change of strategy, the arrival of the heart of cultivation. He thought about who he was now, not one person but several layered selves. The weak disciple that people had believed him to be, the hidden prodigy that he'd actually been, the clever strategist that he'd become, and finally the balanced cultivator that he was learning to be. The advancement from here would be different. Master-level cultivators operated under different rules. They weren't bound to individual sects the same way disciples were. They had responsibilities, certainly, but also freedoms. If Wei Fang continued to advance, and every indication suggested he would, eventually he'd reach master-level status himself. And at that point, the hiding would truly be over. Not the complexity, not the contradictions, but the fundamental secrecy about what he was and how he'd achieved it. Senior Master Zhou found him on the tower as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. "Contemplating the future?" Zhou asked. "Contemplating the past," Wei Fang said, "and how it created the present." "Fair enough," Zhou said. "Your future, Wei Fang, is likely to be interesting. You've built your power on unusual foundations, and you've learned to advance through mechanisms that most cultivators never discover. That's going to make you either remarkably dangerous or remarkably valuable, and honestly, it might be both." "What do you think I should do?" Wei Fang asked. "Exactly what you're already doing," Zhou said. "Continue to advance. Continue to question your own path. Continue to be willing to change when you discover a better approach. The cultivation world has enough people who've locked into a single strategy and never questioned it. We don't need another one." Wei Fang looked back out at the horizon. The spring was beginning. The flowers were starting to bloom in the sect's gardens. The sweeping that had once been his primary task was now done by the newest, weakest disciples. The ones who hadn't been lucky enough to discover hidden power, who probably never would. He felt a moment of sympathy for them, but it was mixed with something else. The contempt that came from knowing that they were stuck in weakness, bound by limitation that he'd transcended. And underneath that contempt, a determination to be genuinely helpful to them if they wanted help, to share what he'd learned without requiring them to suffer the same path he had. Both could be true simultaneously. The contempt could feed him, and the genuine desire to help could make him better. Contradiction and integration, one feeding the other, creating a cultivation path that was entirely his own. "I'll keep advancing," Wei Fang said finally. Carefully, deliberately, but continuously. "Good," Zhou said. "That's all any of us can do." He left Wei Fang alone on the tower, watching the sun set over the eastern mountains, feeling the pull of power in his dantian, knowing that his journey was far from over. It was only truly beginning. In the darkness, as the stars emerged one by one, Wei Fang smiled. The irony remained perfect and complete. He He would spend the rest of his cultivation life being both respected and suspected, both powerful and strategic, both genuinely dedicated to others' growth and fundamentally self-serving. And all of it, would feed him. The strongest were often the ones who appeared the weakest. The most dangerous were often the ones no one noticed. And Wei Fang, built entirely from being overlooked and underestimated, had become exactly that, the perfect embodiment of the power that came from being seen as nothing. The cosmic joke had become truth. Epilogue. The path ahead. As Wei Fang stood alone on the tower, he reflected on the distance he'd traveled. From sweeping courtyards to standing at the threshold of ascension. From being invisible to being incomprehensibly complex in others' perception. From having nothing to having everything. Though in a way that required him to maintain the careful balance of appearing to have less than he actually possessed. The cultivation world spread out beneath him was vast and full of possibilities. There were other sects, other cultivators, other challenges waiting. There were stronger masters, more skilled disciples, and greater powers to confront and integrate into his understanding. But for now, in this moment, Wei Fang was content. He had discovered his path. He had learned its mechanisms. He had found the balance between authenticity and strategy, between genuine relationships and strategic ambitions, between the multiple selves that existed within him. The sweeping would eventually be done by someone else. The gardens would continue to bloom regardless of whether he was caring for them. The sect would function whether he was present or absent. But Wei Fang had become something the sect hadn't expected and something he himself hadn't imagined possible when he'd first felt Lan's contempt transfer into power. He was the strongest through being seen as weak. He was the most dangerous through appearing harmless. He was the most complex through maintaining the simplest facade. And in the paradox of his existence lay the key to a form of power that transcended traditional cultivation entirely. The year had changed him fundamentally. The discovery of his ability had forced him to confront who he was and what he was becoming. The integration of contempt and respect had taught him that power could come from multiple sources, that contradiction could be integrated rather than eliminated, that complexity was strength rather than weakness. As the stars multiplied overhead, Wei Fang made a final decision. He would continue his journey. He would advance his cultivation through the dual pathways he'd discovered. He would maintain the balance between his authentic self and his strategic self. He would build genuine relationships while maintaining strategic ambitions. He would become a bridge between different types of power, a model of integration that transcended traditional cultivation categories. The path ahead would be challenging. Master-level cultivation would require even more power, even more careful balance, even more sophisticated understanding of motivation and mechanism. But Wei Fang was ready. He'd already faced the impossible and found a way to thrive in its contradictions. The cultivation world didn't know what was coming. A new kind of cultivator was rising, one built from underestimation and contempt and integrated with genuine growth and respect. One who understood that power didn't come from a single source, but from the integration of multiple contradictory sources. One who had learned that the strongest position was often to appear weak, that the greatest threat was often invisible, that the most powerful cultivators were often the ones nobody expected to be powerful. Wei Fang turned from the tower and walked back toward his room, his footsteps measured and calm. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for cultivation, new sources of contempt and respect, new ways to integrate power. Tomorrow would advance him further along the path that nobody had expected him to walk. But tonight, he would rest. He would meditate. He would integrate the power he'd accumulated and prepare for what was coming next. Because in the cultivation world, advancement never truly stopped. The journey continued, always forward, always growing, always reaching toward the next level. And Wei Fang, the boy who'd been so worthless that nobody bothered to remember his name, who'd become so powerful that everyone tried to understand his secrets, who would eventually become something transcendent and unprecedented. Wei Fang was only just beginning. The cosmic joke had become truth. And the truth had become his greatest weapon and his deepest mystery. Extended narrative, meditation, and power integration in the months that followed his breakthrough to transcendence. Wei Fang spent considerable time understanding the nature of his power. He would meditate for hours, exploring the structure of his cultivation base, understanding how the contempt-based power had integrated itself into his fundamental being. What he discovered was that contempt created power in a very specific way. The emotional energy of disdain, when directed at him, seemed to be converted at the point of contact. It wasn't like he was leeching power directly from people. Rather, the contempt itself, that specific emotional frequency, was somehow being transformed into spiritual energy that his body could absorb and integrate. It was almost like his body had been designed to accept contempt as a currency, to convert the emotional commodity directly into cultivation strength. The process was passive, automatic, requiring no conscious effort on his part. When someone directed contempt at him, when they looked down on him with genuine disdain, the power simply flowed into him. It was like water running downhill, following the path of least resistance. This suggested something profound about the nature of cultivation itself. If contempt could be converted to power, what other emotional states might be similarly converted? Could fear? Could jealousy? Could desire? Could ambition or pride? These were questions that occupied his mind during long meditation sessions in his private chambers. He would sit in lotus position, eyes closed, exploring the mechanism of his power, searching for other emotions that might fuel cultivation. What he also discovered was that the contempt had a particular quality to it. Contempt born from genuine belief in superiority transferred more power than contempt born from habit or social expectation. The deepest contempt, the kind that came from true conviction of worthlessness, transferred the most power of all. Casual contempt, the kind someone expressed out of habit or social convention, transferred very little. Genuine contempt, the kind that came from sincere belief, transferred abundantly. This explained why hiding his power had been so important. Once people believed he was strong, they would stop genuinely believing he was weak. Their contempt would shift from authentic to performative. And performative contempt transferred far less power than authentic contempt did. But it also meant that respect could not be his primary source of power, because respect was the opposite of contempt. When someone respected him genuinely, they ceased to regard him with disdain. The mechanism would shut down. True respect and genuine contempt were mutually exclusive emotions. You couldn't feel both for the same person simultaneously. And yet, the heart of cultivation had shown him that respect could also fuel power, just through a different mechanism entirely. Respect didn't transfer power the way contempt did. Instead, respect created a stable foundation that allowed him to convert other forms of emotional energy more efficiently. Respect was like the stable ground upon which a building was constructed, while contempt was the building itself. Respect was the foundation, contempt was the structure built upon it. The integration of both contempt and respect created something new in his cultivation base. It created a dynamic equilibrium, a balance between opposing forces that generated power more sustainably than either alone could provide. People who doubted him but didn't respect him would feed him contempt. People who respected him would support his growth through stable foundation building. Together, they created a system that was more resilient and more powerful than simple contempt-based power could ever be. This was the key insight that had transformed his understanding of cultivation itself. True power didn't come from a single source. True strength came from the integration of multiple, sometimes contradictory sources. The greatest cultivators weren't those locked into a single path, but those flexible enough to access multiple pathways simultaneously. Deeper understanding. The nature of contempt mechanics. Wei Fang's deepest meditations revealed additional layers of understanding about his power. He discovered that the transfer of power from contempt seemed to occur in distinct phases. First, there was the contact phase, when someone's contempt first touched him. This was the moment of transfer, the moment when power flowed from them to him. Second, there was the integration phase, when his body absorbed and integrated the transferred power into his cultivation base. This took time, sometimes hours or even days depending on the amount of power transferred. During integration, he would feel his dantian warming, felt his qi channels expanding slightly to accommodate the new power. Third, there was the stabilization phase, when the newly integrated power became a permanent part of his cultivation base. After stabilization, the power was his, integrated into his fundamental strength, no longer foreign or unstable. Understanding these phases helped him accelerate his cultivation. Rather than waiting passively for contempt to flow to him and then slowly integrate, he could actively work to facilitate integration through meditation and focused internal cultivation. By consciously guiding the power through his channels, by deliberately opening his qi pool to receive the flowing contempt, he could accelerate the entire process. This discovery meant that his cultivation was no longer purely passive. He could influence how quickly contempt converted to power. He could optimize his cultivation rate by becoming an active participant rather than simply a receptive vessel. By the end of his year at the Emerald Lotus Sect, Wei Fang had become something unprecedented. He was a cultivator who understood power in a way most others never would. He had learned to access multiple power sources simultaneously. He had integrated contradiction into strength. He had become a living paradox, powerful through weakness, strong through strategic manipulation, genuine through deception. The transformation had been complete and comprehensive. The Wei Fang who'd swept courtyards as the weakest disciple was gone. He'd been replaced, not by the hidden prodigy he'd become during the months of hiding, but by something more subtle and more powerful. He'd become someone capable of existing in multiple states simultaneously. Someone who could be genuine and strategic, weak and powerful, trustworthy and suspicious. The cultivation world didn't yet understand what Wei Fang represented. They would eventually. As he advanced further, as he continued to develop his unique path, others would come to realize that he represented a fundamental shift in how cultivation could be approached. The idea that you needed to follow a single path, to commit to a single source of power, to be consistent in your approach. All of that was revealed as limitation disguised as principle. Wei Fang had broken the mold. He'd shown that cultivation could be more fluid, more adaptive, more sophisticated than the traditional schools taught. And he'd done it while appearing to be nothing, while hiding beneath contempt and underestimation. The greatest weapon in his arsenal wasn't his power. It was the fact that nobody expected him to have any power at all. And most importantly, he had learned the fundamental lesson that would guide his entire cultivation journey. The greatest strength was not in brute power, but in flexibility. The cultivators who advanced furthest were not those with the most power, but those who could access the most diverse sources of power and integrate them seamlessly. Power was most useful when it flowed from multiple sources, when it was sustained through multiple mechanisms, when it could be adjusted and adapted to meet any situation. Wei Fang had discovered this truth through his unique path. Now he would spend his cultivation life proving its validity. He would show the cultivation world that true power came not from single sources, but from integration. That the strongest cultivators were those willing to embrace contradiction, to maintain multiple identities, to be genuine through deception and deceptive through genuine effort. The journey from worthless sweeper to early-stage ascension cultivator had taken exactly 1 year. But in that year, he'd undergone a more profound transformation than most cultivators would experience in a decade. He'd learned not just how to cultivate, but how to think about cultivation itself in revolutionary ways. And it had all begun with Lan's contempt, with that cold sensation at the base of his skull, with the moment when weakness had revealed itself as the greatest strength. Final reflections. The horizon ahead. Wei Fang stood at the threshold of master-level cultivation, knowing that the path ahead would be even more complex than what he'd already experienced. The mechanisms that had worked at the disciple level might not work the same way at the master level. The cultivation world would be different when he arrived as a master rather than as a disciple. But he was ready. He'd learned flexibility. He'd learned to adapt. He'd learned that power came from unexpected sources and that the greatest advantage was being underestimated by those around you. What had begun as desperation, the desperate attempt to find any source of power, any mechanism to advance, had become sophisticated understanding. What had started as hiding had become strategic mastery. What had seemed like a limitation had become his greatest asset. The cultivation world was full of people chasing power through traditional methods, locked into single paths, committed to single strategies. They would never understand what Wei Fang had discovered. They would never realize that the greatest power often came from the most unexpected places. And that was his advantage. As long as they couldn't imagine that power could come from contempt, as long as they couldn't conceive that someone with weak roots could become powerful, Wei Fang would maintain the upper hand. He would continue to advance through mechanisms they didn't understand, powered by emotions they didn't recognize as sources of strength. The year had transformed him completely. The boy who'd been nothing was now something unprecedented. The weak disciple had become a bridge between different types of power. The one everyone dismissed had become someone nobody could fully understand. And that was perfect. That was exactly as it should be. That was his destiny. The complete understanding, integration and balance. As Wei Fang prepared to move beyond his first year at the Emerald Lotus Sect, he possessed a complete understanding of his power that few cultivators would ever achieve regarding their own advancement. He understood the mechanism of contempt-based power transfer in all its nuances and variations. He understood the integration of respect-based power and how it complemented rather than contradicted the contempt mechanism. He understood the balance between authentic and strategic cultivation, how both could coexist and reinforce each other. He understood something else as well. He understood loneliness. The loneliness that came from being the only person who truly grasped what he actually was. The loneliness of maintaining multiple facades simultaneously. The loneliness of knowing things about cultivation that nobody else had discovered. The loneliness of having reached early-stage ascension while appearing to be merely mid-rank and still fundamentally limited. Most importantly, he understood that the cultivation world itself was built on certain assumptions that weren't necessarily true. The assumption that power required strong roots. The assumption that advancement required intensive training under masters. The assumption that cultivation followed predictable patterns. The assumption that weakness and strength were opposites rather than different expressions of the same fundamental principle. Wei Fang had disproven all of these assumptions. His journey from absolutely worthless to early-stage ascension was the living proof that cultivation could be far more sophisticated and nuanced than the traditional schools taught. It could incorporate emotions as sources of power. It could flip traditional hierarchies upside down. It could make the weakest into the strongest through a mechanism nobody expected. The cultivation world would eventually understand this. But by the time they did, Wei Fang would already be far ahead, already advanced to heights they couldn't imagine, already operating according to principles they couldn't conceive. That was his final advantage. That was his greatest strength. That was the cosmic joke completed. The worthless disciple had become the most powerful through the very contempt that was supposed to define his limitation. And it had all happened invisibly, hidden beneath layers of deception and apparent weakness, powered by the disdain of those who never suspected what was actually unfolding. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Everything had aligned exactly as it needed to align. End of Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 21. The tournament begins. The morning of the sect's annual ranking tournament arrived with clear skies and an electric anticipation that crackled through the Cloud Peak grounds. Wei Fang stood at the edge of the observation platform, watching disciples arrive from the various outer and inner districts, their cultivation bases visible as subtle distortions in the surrounding qi. The energy of competition was palpable. Every disciple gathered here wanted to advance, wanted to prove themselves, wanted recognition. Wei Fang had signed up for the tournament, which itself had caused a minor stir. The weak disciple competing? It was almost quaint in its inevitability. Some disciples had laughed when they saw his name on the preliminary roster. Others had expressed something close to sympathy, as if entering a tournament he had no realistic chance of winning was somehow brave in a pathetic sort of way. This was exactly the atmosphere Wei Fang had been cultivating for weeks. After his breakthrough to late-stage transcendence, maintaining the appearance of mid-stage capability had become genuinely difficult. His power wanted to manifest. His body wanted to express the strength that now flowed through his meridians. Every sparring session required conscious suppression, deliberate limitation, careful performance of weakness that contradicted his actual advancement. The tournament, he'd realized, was an opportunity to reset the narrative. It was a chance to engineer a series of defeats so comprehensive, so undeniable, that even whispers about hidden strength would be silenced by weeks of documented proof. A weak disciple who lost repeatedly in official matches. There could be no suspicion there. The mechanism required absolute certainty of his inferiority. Master Lu had approached him 2 days before the tournament, her sharp eyes studying him with that particular intensity she'd developed since his breakthrough. "You're planning to lose," she said. "Not a question. I'm planning to compete," Wei Fang replied carefully. "The outcome is uncertain." "The outcome is very certain," Master Lu said. "You're going to orchestrate a series of defeats that will convince everyone watching that you're genuinely weak. You'll absorb contempt from every opponent, every observer, every master who watches you fail. And by the end of the tournament, you'll have extracted more cultivation power from pure dismissal than you could have gathered in weeks of hidden absorption." Wei Fang had not confirmed or denied this. Master Lu had proven herself capable of seeing through his facades, of understanding his mechanisms in ways most cultivators never could. Fighting her observation was pointless. "Be careful," Master Lu had continued. "Strategic defeat is dangerous. Every time you deliberately lose, you're making a choice about who you are. Those choices accumulate. Eventually, they define you. You might find that you've performed the role of weak disciple so thoroughly that you can no longer fully embody strength." The warning had resonated in Wei Fang's meditation chambers that night. But the strategic necessity remained clear. The tournament was too valuable an opportunity to waste. The concentration of senior disciples, the official setting, the recorded matches, the attention of sect leadership, all of it created perfect conditions for the kind of large-scale, high-intensity dismissal that his power required. Now, watching disciples arrive for the preliminary matches, Wei Fang felt the familiar tightness in his chest that came before important cultivation events. His plan was clear. He would lose early matches decisively, demonstrating sufficient skill to keep things interesting, but with obvious limitations that would explain his failures. Each defeat would be calibrated to maximize the contempt flowing into him from opponents and observers. The preliminary bracket had been randomly selected, and Wei Fang's name appeared in match 12 of the morning session, a match against a mid-ranked outer disciple named Qianlei. Lei had a reputation for confidence bordering on arrogance. He was genuinely strong, probably solid foundation establishment, with decent technique and better-than-average speed. As the morning progressed and matches were called, Wei Fang positioned himself where he could observe Lei's fighting style. The disciple had already fought twice, defeating both opponents with contemptuous ease. His movements were fluid, his strikes precise, his approach methodical. He was exactly the kind of opponent that Wei Fang could orchestrate a convincing defeat against. When match 12 was called, Wei Fang walked into the tournament arena with the bearing of someone approaching something inevitable rather than exciting. The crowd had largely dispersed to other matches. There was nothing particularly interesting about a weak outer disciple competing against someone with genuine ranking. A few scattered observers remained, mostly disciples waiting for their own matches or masters doing preliminary oversight. Lei's expression when he saw Wei Fang was exactly what Wei Fang expected: relief. He'd apparently worried the random selection might have given him a challenging opponent. Instead, he'd been granted what amounted to a free victory. The dismissal flowed off him like warmth from a furnace, absolute and certain and suffused with genuine confidence in his superiority. Wei Fang felt his dantian respond immediately, the absorption mechanisms activating with crystalline clarity. This was what his power needed: pure, uncontaminated certainty that he was inadequate. Not curiosity, not respect, not anything complicated. Just clean, simple contempt. The match began, and Wei Fang executed his strategy flawlessly. He started with basic technique, competent enough to make the match last more than 30 seconds, but with obvious gaps and limitations. His footwork was solid but predictable. His sword strikes were accurate but slow to develop. He left openings that Lei could see coming from the opposite end of the tournament grounds. Lei capitalized immediately, pressing his advantage with increasing confidence. Each successful strike reinforced his certainty that he was facing someone fundamentally outmatched. Each moment of Wei Fang's defensive scrambling fed the narrative of his weakness. The crowd, small as it was, began to lose interest. This was clearly going to be a quick, one-sided victory. But Wei Fang let the match extend longer than Lei probably expected. He wanted maximum absorption time, maximum exposure to the cultivator's unfiltered contempt. He allowed Lei to dominate, to feel the overwhelming weight of his superiority, to begin planning his next match while still actively fighting this one. When Wei Fang finally made the decisive mistake, leaving himself open to a striking combination that Lei had obviously been setting up, the contempt flooding into him was overwhelming. The shame of losing to a clearly stronger opponent, combined with the satisfaction of victory, created a complex emotional state that his power converted into usable qi at a phenomenal rate. Wei Fang went down hard, exactly as rehearsed, hitting the tournament ground with sufficient force to authenticate the defeat. He took his time getting up, moving slowly as if his entire body ached. When he finally stood, there was dust on his robes and a small trickle of blood from where his cheek had impacted a stone edge. Winner, Lei, the referee announced. Lei was already dismissing him, not even bothering to wait and see if Wei Fang needed assistance standing. The contempt that radiated from him was so thick and absolute that Wei Fang could almost taste it, that complex flavor of relief mixed with satisfaction, of superiority confirmed and natural order maintained. Wei Fang bowed respectfully to the referee and to Lei, still playing the role of a disciple accepting his natural place in the hierarchy. As he walked out of the arena, he was already processing the absorption. He estimated he'd drained approximately 15% of Lei's cultivation base in that single match, all of it drawn from the unfiltered contempt that had powered their interaction. The match was over in less than 5 minutes. By the time the next match was being called, Wei Fang had already left the tournament grounds to meditate and begin integrating the absorbed power. His preliminary bracket match was scheduled for the following day, which meant he had nearly 24 hours to prepare himself for the next round of deliberate defeat. The tournament was going to be transformative. If he maintained the strategy, if he engineered comprehensive defeats while maximizing the contempt flowing into him, he could probably advance at least another 20 to 25% through his current cultivation stage by the time the tournament concluded. Possibly more if he was careful about opponent selection and scene management. But Master Lu's warning remained in his mind. Every deliberate defeat was a choice about identity. Every time he performed weakness, he was writing a script that would eventually define him. The question was whether the cultivation advancement justified the identity cost. Meditating in his chambers that night, integrating the power Lei had fed him, Wei Fang understood that he'd already made his choice. The tournament had begun. The machine had been set in motion. There was no turning back now. Chapter 22. The first match, the preliminary bracket match, was scheduled for midday, which meant Wei Fang had the morning to prepare and observe his opponent. He'd pulled the tournament records. His opponent was a disciple named Feng Cheng from the Inner Sect, ranked somewhere in the mid-tier. Feng Cheng had won his previous 2 matches, but with obvious effort, suggesting he was skilled but not exceptional. Probably late foundation establishment stage with decent technical training, but no particular innovation in approach. Wei Fang positioned himself in the observation gallery where he could watch Feng Cheng's previous recorded match, understanding that watching footage would give him insight into the disciple's confidence level. Feng Cheng's second match had been a narrow victory against someone at his level. Clear, obvious struggle, visible doubt during the match, but ultimately a win. The kind of match that left a cultivator feeling relief more than triumph, uncertainty more than confidence. This was problematic for Wei Fang's needs. A disciple who'd barely won their last match would be nervous, cautious, filled with doubt about their own capabilities. That doubt would weaken the contempt they felt toward lower-ranked opponents. Wei Fang needed absolute certainty of superiority, and Feng Cheng would probably be filled with questions about whether he could maintain his ranking. Wei Fang adjusted his approach. Instead of engineering a loss, he would provide a win that would restore Feng Cheng's confidence while still appearing to gain it through luck and desperation. He would give Feng Cheng the satisfaction of overcoming someone beneath him, which would feed the narrative of recovered competence. And when the victory came, it would come with contempt that had been rebuilt by the victory process itself. When match 11 was called and Wei Fang walked into the arena, Feng Cheng looked up from his preliminary stretches with a mixture of relief and confirmation. The weak disciple, the lowest-ranked competitor in this particular bracket. An opportunity to reclaim confidence lost in his previous match. The contempt was there, but it was tinged with desperation. Feng Cheng needed this win. Feng Cheng needed to feel strong. That created a different dynamic than pure arrogance, but it was still usable. A cultivator climbing back from doubt could feed power almost as effectively as one who'd never questioned their place in the hierarchy. The match began, and Wei Fang executed a more complex strategy than his previous encounter. He started strong, demonstrating enough technique to genuinely threaten Feng Cheng. This would make Feng Cheng fear losing, which would intensify his determination, which would intensify his contempt. Wei Fang needed Feng Cheng to see the weak disciple as a threat precisely because that would make overcoming him more satisfying, more confidence-restoring, more filled with the kind of contempt born from fear overcome. For the first 5 minutes, Wei Fang fought at what appeared to be mid-rank capacity, clearly outmatched by the Inner Sect disciple, but dangerous enough that the match felt real. He pressed attacks, created pressure, forced Feng Cheng to defend actively rather than simply dominating. The crowd's reaction shifted. This wasn't a guaranteed stomp. This was an actual competition. Several observers who had been paying half attention to other things began watching more carefully. A few surprised murmurs ran through the crowd as Wei Fang executed a particularly smooth defensive combination that nearly turned into a counterattack. Feng Cheng's eyes widened with something that looked almost like genuine alarm. For a moment, he questioned whether this weak disciple might actually be capable of fighting at his level. The fear that flashed through him was raw and real. Then Wei Fang made his deliberate mistake. It was subtle enough that most observers wouldn't recognize it as intentional. He committed to an attacking sequence that left a specific opening, exactly the kind of opening that Feng Cheng had learned to exploit in his training. The disciple saw it, recognized the opportunity, and suddenly his confidence snapped back into place. He wasn't losing to a weak outer disciple. He was just fighting someone who'd made a tactical error. Feng Cheng's counterattack came in a flood, months of frustrated training suddenly finding its expression, years of learned technique suddenly finding its target. He pressed a combination that Wei Fang could have countered but didn't, allowing himself to be forced backward, allowing himself to be driven toward the edge of the arena. The final sequence came with a powerful strike that Wei Fang allowed to connect, converting it at the last moment from something that would have caused serious injury into something that would simply send him sprawling. He flew backward with dramatic impact, landing hard enough to drive the air from his lungs in a very convincing display of impact. But he didn't stay down. Wei Fang forced himself back to his feet, moving like someone who'd had the wind knocked out of him, breathing hard, appearing genuinely struggling. He reassumed fighting position, and Feng Cheng pressed his advantage, now absolutely certain that he'd turned the tide. The weak disciple had made a critical error and now would pay the price. The victory was assured. The confidence was restored. The next exchange lasted only 30 seconds. Feng Cheng's attacks, now fed by total certainty and restored pride, came with overwhelming force. Wei Fang defended desperately, appearing to be clinging to any last thread of survival, making it look like every moment without defeat was luck rather than skill. When the final strike came, a powerful combination that Wei Fang had absolutely seen coming but deliberately left himself vulnerable for, it connected with dramatic force. Wei Fang went down again, this time hitting the ground and not immediately rising. He lay there for what felt like an eternal moment, breathing hard, genuinely integrating the power flooding into him from Feng Chang's overwhelming contempt. The disciple was radiating pure triumph now, pure dominance, pure restoration of the natural order where inner sect ranked above outer sect and strength was displayed through easy victory over the weak. Winner, Feng Cheng, inner sect ranking 7. Wei Fang took his time getting up, moving slowly as if every motion caused pain. When he finally stood, there was genuine blood this time. A small cut on his forehead where he'd struck a stone edge, which he allowed to bleed freely. He bowed to Feng Cheng with all the deference of someone acknowledging clear superiority, and walked out of the arena limping slightly. The crowd's reaction was satisfied. The natural order had been maintained. The weak had been defeated by the strong. The surprising competence he'd shown at the beginning of the match was simply anomaly, a weak disciple getting temporarily lucky before the reality of capability differences reasserted itself. But Feng Cheng's contempt had been pure and absolute, and suffused with the satisfaction of restored dominance. Wei Fang estimated he drained nearly 20% of Feng Cheng's cultivation base in that single match, all of it drawn from the complex emotional state of fear overcome and confidence restored. Meditating in his chambers later that evening, integrating the power, Wei Fang understood something important about his strategy. The contempt flowing from someone desperate to maintain their ranking was potentially more nourishing than the contempt flowing from someone who'd never questioned their place. Desperation added a flavor to the dismissal, a sharpness that made it more concentrated and more easily absorbed. His plan for the tournament was beginning to crystallize into something more sophisticated than simple defeat orchestration. He could orchestrate different types of matches, each designed to extract different qualities of contempt from different opponents. Some would come from arrogance, others from desperation, still others from the sheer weight of casual dismissal directed at someone perceived as fundamentally beneath consideration. By the time the tournament concluded, Wei Fang would have mapped out the different flavors of contempt, understood which cultivators accessed which emotional states, and learned how to maximize absorption from each type of opponent. The tournament wasn't just an opportunity for cultivation advancement, it was an advanced study in the psychology of dismissal, and he was beginning to excel at it. Chapter 23. The cascade of dismissal. The second day of the tournament arrived with heavy clouds gathering overhead, making the morning cool and slightly oppressive. Wei Fang arrived at the demonstration bracket competition area early again, and this time, he noticed something important had changed in the atmosphere around him. His victory against Lu Kuan had registered in the collective consciousness. It had become a noteworthy anomaly worth discussing. The weak disciple had gotten lucky, yes, but he had gotten lucky. That was interesting. That was worth talking about. Wei Fang observed the subtle shifts in how the other competitors treated him. Slightly more attention, slightly more curiosity, less absolute dismissal, more contemplative assessment. He could feel the change in the air itself, the way the chi in the arena seemed to acknowledge him differently. Before, he had been background noise. Now he was a curiosity. Except for one person. Lin Song from Iron Heaven was actively looking for Wei Fang in the crowd, his earlier indifference transformed into focused observation. The older disciple was studying him, analyzing him, trying to understand something about him. Wei Fang could sense Lin Song's cultivation deliberately reaching out, trying to probe the edges of Wei Fang's power structure, searching for hidden strength or deception. Lin Song was dangerous in a way the others weren't. He wasn't dismissing Wei Fang, he was investigating him. That made him useless for absorption, but it also made him a threat. Wei Fang made a deliberate point of avoiding Lin Song's gaze. He kept his head down, his posture submissive, his manner that of a disciple still basking in the unexpected fortune of a single victory, but uncertain if he could repeat it. He meditated quietly in a corner, trying to project nervousness before his second match. Internally, he was analyzing the problem. How to deal with opponents like Lin Song who refused to dismiss him. The answer was clear. He had to make them question their own analysis. He had to feed them doubt until they returned to dismissal. Match 8 was called less than an hour after the tournament grounds opened again. Wei Fang found Yu Peng already waiting in the arena with the confidence of someone who had never seriously considered the possibility of losing to someone like Wei Fang. The Starlight Peak disciple was tall and had the polish that came from family money and generational advantage. He wore his robes in a way that suggested he was accustomed to people admiring him and acknowledging his status. Even from across the arena, Wei Fang could sense the weight of Yu Peng's cultivation. Solid foundation establishment stage, probably the peak of the tier. The disciple was genuinely strong by the standards of outer disciples. When Yu Peng saw Wei Fang approaching, his reaction was exactly what Wei Fang had anticipated and been planning for. A small smile. Amusement. A brief flash of contempt that Wei Fang felt like a physical wave hitting him. This was clearly going to be an easy match, a quick victory, a confident display of his superiority. "I heard you beat Lu Kuan," Yu Peng called out, his voice carrying the tone of someone making a joke at someone else's expense. "That's impressive, for someone who looks like he can barely hold a sword. Must have been pure luck." The crowd tittered with laughter. Wei Fang felt the surge of dismissal like a physical wave hitting him. All of Yu Peng's family pride, his absolute certainty that a peasant disciple from a lower-ranked sect was no match for his superior breeding. It flowed into him like honey flowing downhill. He could feel the tendrils of Yu Peng's contempt reaching through the arena, tangible as silk threads, searching for purchase in his cultivation base. The match began, and it followed a similar pattern to the first one, except Wei Fang was far more aggressive in appearing desperate and overwhelmed. He let Yu Peng strike him multiple times, gathering small injuries that would make his eventual victory look even more improbable. The pain was real, small cuts on his arms, a bruise forming on his ribs, but pain was just information. What mattered was the absorption. Every time Yu Peng struck him, Wei Fang felt the absorption accelerate. Yu Peng's certainty of victory was feeding Wei Fang's dantian with usable qi, converting that contempt into raw power. The sensation was intoxicating, like drinking water after a long journey in the desert, except the water was confidence and pride and the certainty of superiority. The sensation was becoming addictive in a way that concerned him. Every strike that connected, every moment of Yu Peng's dominance, fed not just power, but a kind of intoxicating certainty. This was what it felt like to be superior, Wei Fang understood, at least from the perspective of someone experiencing it. By the time he executed the same disarming technique against Yu Peng, but this time in a form that looked even more like panic and accident, Wei Fang had already absorbed nearly 10% of Yu Peng's cultivation base. The final moment of the match, when Yu Peng realized he was losing, sent another surge of power through Wei Fang. The shame of defeat, the confusion, the absolute disbelief that he had lost to someone so clearly beneath him. All of it flowed into Wei Fang like a torrent. Winner, Wei Fang, Cloud Peak Sect. Yu Peng sat up, genuinely shocked, his face flushed with embarrassment. He'd been beaten by someone he'd explicitly mocked moments before the match. As he left the arena, Wei Fang felt the final absorption, a wave of diminishment that came from Yu Peng's reduced faith in his own strength. The dismissal had transformed into doubt, and doubt was nearly as nourishing as contempt. Wei Fang estimated he'd taken about 12% of Yu Peng's cultivation base in that single match, drawn from his dismissal and shame at defeat. The power settling into his dantian felt warm and clean, integrating itself into his existing cultivation without resistance or friction. It was becoming easier with each absorption. His cultivation base was learning how to receive this stolen power, how to make it part of himself. The other key element was the audience. Their presence amplified everything. When they gasped at Yu Peng's strikes, when they reacted to Wei Fang's apparent desperation, their collective attention strengthened the dismissal flowing from Yu Peng into Wei Fang's waiting dantian. By the time the match ended, Wei Fang had extracted nearly 12% of Yu Peng's cultivation base. More importantly, he had established in the minds of every witness that he could not reliably defeat someone from Starlight Peak. The narrative was set. The dismissal was permanent. He bowed respectfully to the referee and walked out of the arena with his head slightly down, the picture of a disciple who had won by luck and mystery rather than skill. Behind him, he could feel the speculation building in the crowd. What was happening? How was this weak disciple continuing to win? That speculation, that confusion, that seed of doubt about his weakness, that would be useful when he faced stronger opponents. Chapter 24. The observation problem. By the end of the second day of the tournament, Wei Fang had defeated 2 opponents through what appeared to be fortunate luck and lost to 1 through what appeared to be clear skill gap. The progression had created exactly the narrative he wanted, a weak disciple capable of occasional victories against other weak disciples, but fundamentally incapable of competing with anyone ranked in the middle tier or above. But something had changed in the crowd's response. Wei Fang noticed it during his 4th match, which was technically a loss to a mid-ranked disciple named Sun Qi. Wei Fang had orchestrated the loss carefully, showing enough skill to be interesting, but ultimately being overpowered. The contempt should have been clean and simple. Instead, it was mingled with something else. Curiosity. After the match, Wei Fang observed several spectators discussing him, not with mockery, but with a kind of analytical interest. Did you see how he moved in that third exchange? One master was asking another. That was actually decent technique. Where did that come from? The problem was exactly as Wei Fang had feared. Too many visible victories, combined with technical competence during matches, had begun to suggest that something more complex than simple weakness was happening. The observers were beginning to question the narrative of pure luck and skill gap. They were beginning to wonder if there was something hidden underneath. The critical mistake had been showing too much technical proficiency during his matches. He'd been trying to make the contests look real, trying to create authentic-seeming competition. But in doing so, he'd revealed capabilities that didn't align with his public reputation of fundamental weakness. Wei Fang observed Zhang Wei, one of the senior masters he'd glimpsed before, and apparently someone with strong intuitive insight, studying him with narrowed eyes. Zhang Wei was watching in a way that suggested he was analyzing rather than simply observing. He was looking for something specific, something that didn't quite add up about Wei Fang's performance. This was the danger that his power created. Contempt worked best when it was uncontaminated by curiosity. The moment someone began to wonder, began to question, began to take you seriously as a potential subject of study rather than simply dismissing you outright, the whole mechanism began to fail. Curiosity weakened contempt. Respect replaced dismissal. And when that happened, the absorption nearly stopped entirely. Wei Fang understood that he needed to shift his approach. He couldn't simply show weakness. He needed to show confusion, inconsistency, the behavior of someone who was fundamentally erratic rather than strategically calculating. He needed the observers to believe that his victories came from luck rather than hidden skill, that his competence was accidental rather than intentional. During his fifth match, Wei Fang made deliberate mistakes that had nothing to do with the combat itself. He misread his opponent's positioning, misjudged timing, made tactical decisions that made no sense. He moved like someone who was confused rather than strategic, uncertain rather than deliberate. He won the match, barely, through what appeared to be blind fortune rather than understanding. The crowd's reaction shifted again. Instead of analytical curiosity, there was confusion mixed with pity. The weak disciple wasn't hiding anything. He was just inconsistent. Sometimes lucky, sometimes hopelessly confused, sometimes appearing to possess skill then immediately undermining it with obvious errors in judgment. By the end of that match, Wei Fang could feel Zhang Wei's attention shifting away from him. The senior master had apparently concluded that there was nothing interesting to analyze, just a disciple whose performance varied wildly and unpredictably based on luck and circumstance. Mission accomplished. But the experience had been illuminating. Wei Fang understood now that he couldn't rely on consistent technical performance. Each match needed to tell a different story about his capabilities. Sometimes he appeared deceptively skilled. Sometimes he appeared hopelessly weak. Sometimes he appeared confused. The inconsistency itself would explain his victories better than any narrative of hidden strength could. A weak disciple was sometimes lucky. A confused disciple sometimes stumbled into victories. An inconsistent disciple could win occasionally without that suggesting any deeper mechanism. Over the remaining days of the tournament, Wei Fang developed a strategy of deliberate inconsistency. He would vary his performance dramatically from match to match. One match, he would show strong technique. The next match, he would appear barely able to hold a sword. The next match, he would appear confused and erratic. The next match, he would appear to be fighting far above his actual level, despite having no visible reason for the improvement. The observers gradually stopped trying to understand him. He became simply anomalous, a data point that didn't fit into clean categories. The dismissal flowed from that anomaly. They dismissed him precisely because they couldn't categorize him. They couldn't tell if he was weak or moderately skilled or just randomly inconsistent. And because they couldn't categorize him, they stopped taking him seriously. And when they stopped taking him seriously, the contempt flowed more freely than ever. By the 8th day of the tournament, Wei Fang estimated he'd absorbed nearly 40% advancement through his current cultivation stage from the various opponents he'd faced. The absorption was spread across multiple cultivators, diffused enough that no single disciple would notice the power drainage. And the narrative had shifted from "there's something hidden about Wei Fang" to "Wei Fang is just unpredictable" to ultimately, "Wei Fang is barely worth watching at all." He'd successfully managed the observation problem by becoming unstudyable. By making himself too inconsistent to form clear theories about, he'd made himself worthless as a subject of analysis. And in becoming worthless for study, he'd become infinitely valuable as a source of power. Chapter 25. The strategic defeat. The fourth day's quarterfinal matches in the demonstration bracket were scheduled to reduce the field from 16 to 8 competitors. Wei Fang's match was against another Starlight Peak disciple, a young man named Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui had won his first 3 matches with moderate difficulty, making him one of the stronger remaining disciples in the bracket. But Jiang Hui wasn't the real target. The real target was Lin Song. Wei Fang and Jiang Hui's match was scheduled for match 3 in the afternoon. Wei Fang spent the morning ensuring that Lin Song would be watching from nearby. He positioned himself in a location where Lin Song would have a good view, and he made sure to appear nervous and uncertain about the upcoming match. He even made a point of dropping a water cup in front of Lin Song. An accident, clearly, something that would make him seem clumsy and anxious. When the match began, Wei Fang started with genuine skill. He wanted to establish in Lin Song's mind that Wei Fang had some technique, some real training. Not weak, exactly, but not exceptional either. He fought Jiang Hui to a genuine draw for the first 5 minutes of the match, demonstrating competent technique, but also clear limitations. His footwork was solid, but not dynamic. His sword strikes were accurate, but not powerful. His defensive positioning was sound, but reactive rather than anticipatory. Then, deliberately, he made a mistake. A real one. He left himself open to attacks that Jiang Hui had obviously seen coming, but had deliberately left himself open for. The opening was a classic one, overcommitting to an attack and leaving one's guard down while recovering. Any cultivator at Jiang Hui's level would have trained 100 times for exactly this vulnerability. Jiang Hui capitalized immediately, launching a combination of attacks that Wei Fang had absolutely seen coming, but had deliberately left himself open for. The strikes connected hard. Wei Fang went down, hitting the arena floor with dramatic impact, striking hard enough that the crowd audibly winced. The impact drove the air from his lungs in a very convincing display of pain. He didn't get back up. Winner, Jiang Hui, Starlight Peak Sect, the referee called loudly. Wei Fang lay on the ground, appearing stunned and hurt. He took his time standing up, moving slowly as if his entire body ached from the impacts. When he finally rose, there was dust on his robes and blood at the corner of his mouth. Not from a serious wound, but from a small cut inside his cheek that he'd bitten deliberately. The copper taste was unpleasant but necessary for authenticity. He bowed to Jiang Hui, who looked almost apologetic, as if he'd hurt someone too weak to be worth fighting seriously. Then Wei Fang walked out of the arena, limping slightly, moving like someone whose body ached deeply. From the corner of his eye, he caught Lin Song's expression. The Iron Heaven disciple was nodding to himself, his paranoia satisfied. He'd been wrong. Wei Fang was genuinely weak. The earlier wins had just been luck against weaker opponents. There was nothing hidden there. The iron certainty was back in Lin Song's bearing, the absolute confidence that he had correctly assessed Wei Fang's weakness, and that any speculation about hidden strength was just paranoia on his own part. Mission accomplished. Wei Fang retired to a quiet corner of the tournament grounds and waited for evening to fall. The demonstration bracket continued with the remaining 7 matches, and by the time the day ended, 8 disciples had been eliminated entirely. Jiang Hui had won his match and was now one step closer to the demonstration bracket championship. Lin Song, who had apparently advanced in the quarterfinals as well, was still in competition. But Wei Fang was out. Eliminated. Back to being the weak disciple who had gotten lucky a few times before reality had caught up with him. It was absolutely perfect. That evening, Elder Zheng called Wei Fang to his quarters. The Elder's chambers were sparse and functional, decorated only with scrolls of cultivation theory and writing supplies. Elder Zheng gestured for Wei Fang to sit across from him, and Wei Fang complied, maintaining his posture of respectful submission. "I watched your match today," Zheng said, his tone sympathetic. "You fought well against Jiang Hui. Unfortunately, he was simply a stronger disciple. There's no shame in that." "Thank you, Elder," Wei Fang said, lowering his head. "I'm sorry I didn't advance further. I trained as hard as I could." "You represented the sect with honor," Zheng assured him. 3 wins in the demonstration bracket is respectable. Many disciples would have lost their first match. You should be proud of that, even if we all expected you to lose eventually. The Elder's words were kind, but carried the weight of resigned expectation. The sense that Wei Fang had exceeded what anyone thought he was capable of, but only slightly. Wei Fang accepted the compliment and excused himself. As he walked back to his quarters, he felt the power coiled inside him, dormant but present. He'd managed to collect a significant amount of cultivation from the demonstration bracket opponents. Nearly 30% additional cultivation base absorbed through their collective dismissal of his weakness. The step forward in his cultivation was substantial, but the real tournament was still ongoing. The main brackets, the serious competitions, the matches that determined real standing and honor, were all still in play. And Wei Fang had learned something crucial from Lin Song's observation. His power had limits. It only worked when others were absolutely certain of his inferiority. The moment someone began to wonder, to question, to take him seriously, the mechanics of absorption weakened dramatically. He could feel it in the chi flows. When doubt entered someone's mind, their dismissal became less pure, less certain, and therefore less nourishing. He would need to be more careful, more strategic, more willing to sacrifice apparent progress for the sake of maintaining the crucial illusion of weakness. Because tomorrow, the main bracket matches would begin, and some of those competitors would be far more dangerous than the dismissed disciples of the demonstration bracket. But they would also be far more dismissive. That was the trade. That was the game. The strategy of the deliberate loss was more complex than it might have appeared on the surface. Wei Fang couldn't simply lose every match, because that would create a different kind of narrative, the narrative of someone so weak that winning was impossible. What he needed was the narrative of someone who occasionally got lucky, but was fundamentally limited. Someone who could win sometimes, but not consistently. So the loss to Zhang Hui had to look spectacular. It had to be decisive enough that there could be no question about who the stronger disciple was. And it had to involve Lin Song, who could validate the narrative. The way to satisfy that paranoia was not to hide better, but to make the truth appear obvious. And it had worked. Chapter 26. Between rounds, the tournament structure required a 2-day break between the preliminary bracket and the main bracket. Time for the masters to finalize rankings, for healers to treat injuries, for spectators to travel from other sects if they wanted to observe the higher-ranked matches. Wei Fang used the time for something more important: meditation and power integration. The power he'd absorbed during the preliminary bracket was substantial, but it was also chaotic. It had come from multiple sources, had been accumulated through different types of contempt, had entered his cultivation base during various emotional and physical states. For it to become truly useful, it needed to be stabilized, integrated, transformed from foreign energy into something that was genuinely part of his dantian. Wei Fang retreated to his private chamber and entered deep meditation state that he'd developed over months of practice. He visualized his dantian as a vast space, a central pool of power surrounded by channels that extended throughout his body. The newly absorbed energy appeared as streams of bright, unintegrated chi flowing into that central space, still carrying the emotional signatures of their original sources. His task was to transform that energy, to burn away the emotional components while preserving the pure cultivation fuel underneath. Contempt power had a particular texture to it. It carried elements of superiority, disdain, arrogance. All of that needed to be stripped away, leaving only the raw chi. For hours, Wei Fang sat in lotus position, breathing rhythmically, guiding the foreign energy through his meridians, burning away impurities, integrating the usable power into his cultivation base. The process was both meditative and exhausting. He could feel his body working at the cellular level, at the level of chi pathways that most cultivators never consciously accessed, rebuilding and refining and integrating. By the evening of the first rest day, he had managed to integrate roughly 70% of the power he'd absorbed. The rest would take longer. It required his body to process more slowly, to consolidate the gains, to allow his cultivation base to naturally expand to accommodate the new power. It was on the evening of the second rest day that someone knocked on his chamber door. Wei Fang's first instinct was to pretend he wasn't present, to maintain his isolation during the critical integration period. But the knock was tentative, almost apologetic, not the commanding rap of a senior master, but the gentle tap of someone hesitant about interrupting. Wei Fang opened the door to find Lin Mei, a fellow disciple he'd known since his earliest days at the sect. Lin Mei was originally from a lower-ranked sect as well, though she'd managed to advance more successfully through the standard cultivation path. She wasn't exceptional by any measure, but she was competent and kind-hearted in a way that Wei Fang had come to recognize as rare in the cultivation world. "I wanted to check on you," Lin Mei said, her concern apparent in her expression. "You've been isolated all break. Are you hurt from the tournament?" Wei Fang gestured for her to enter his chamber. "Not hurt, just integrating cultivation gains. The preliminary bracket was more demanding than I expected." "You advanced?" Lin Mei asked, surprise evident in her voice. "I thought you lost most of your matches." "I lost more than I won," Wei Fang confirmed. "But the ones I won decisively. And the losses themselves provided context. Each match advances understanding even when you lose." Lin Mei sat on the meditation cushion he offered, her expression thoughtful. "I watched several of your matches. You're different than you were before the previous tournament. You're moving differently, fighting differently. I couldn't quite place why." Wei Fang felt a moment of internal alarm. The last thing he needed was for someone to observe genuine change in his performance. But Lin Mei's tone was concerned rather than analytical. She wasn't trying to figure out his secrets. She was simply noticing that something was different about him. Maturation, Wei Fang said carefully. I'm nearly 2 years older than when I first arrived. That changes perspective, changes how you approach competition. That's not what I mean, Lin Mei said. I mean something about the way you move. Sometimes you appear weak, barely able to hold a sword. Then suddenly there's this moment where you move with real skill, real understanding. Then it fades, and you're back to appearing barely competent. It's like you're two different people. Wei Fang was silent for a moment. Lin Mei had just articulated something he'd been becoming increasingly aware of himself. The contradiction between his cultivated appearance of weakness and his genuine capability was becoming harder to reconcile. He was developing two incompatible movement patterns, one that conveyed limitation, one that reflected his actual skill level. The constant switching between them was creating observable inconsistency. I'm not good at fighting consistently, Wei Fang said finally. Some days I'm confident and my technique is better. Other days I'm uncertain and my movements become hesitant. The preliminary bracket probably caught me on different days with different mental states. It was a weak explanation, but Lin Mei seemed to accept it. She nodded thoughtfully. That's fair. Confidence does change performance. I just wanted to check that you were okay. You've been advancing faster than anyone would have expected, and I was worried the tournament was too much stress. I'm fine, Wei Fang said. And in the deepest sense, it was true. He was more than fine. He was thriving. The advancement his cultivation base had achieved in the preliminary bracket alone was remarkable. By the time the main bracket concluded, he would probably have advanced at least 50% through his current cultivation stage. After Lin Mei left, Wei Fang returned to his meditation, but her observation lingered in his mind. The contradiction between his two natures was becoming visible to others. The weak disciple and the hidden cultivator were increasingly difficult to maintain as separate identities. Eventually, they would have to reconcile, or one would have to give way to the other. The question was which one would survive the integration, and which one would be consumed by it. Chapter 27. The Shadow Beneath the Tournament. As the main tournament concluded and most of the visiting disciples prepared to return to their sects, Wei Fang observed something interesting happening in the quieter corners of the grounds. The disciples were dividing into camps. Those who had done well were forming training groups with each other, discussing techniques and trading information about cultivation methods. Those who had done poorly were mostly staying quiet or making excuses, and those who had been injured were receiving treatment from sect healers. Wei Fang maintained his position as an irrelevant observer, but his attention focused on a specific group, the disciples who had advanced far in the tournament but hadn't won, and who had clearly learned something from their losses. In particular, a tall disciple from Starlight Peak named Yu Tao had made it to the semi-finals of the main bracket before losing to Huojian. When Wei Fang observed him in the aftermath, Yu Tao was meditating quietly, alone, processing his defeat. So Wei Fang simply observed, filed the information away, and allowed his understanding of the larger pattern to develop naturally. The observation of disciples in the tournament's aftermath was teaching Wei Fang something subtle about the nature of dismissal and power. He was beginning to understand that dismissal had different flavors and intensities. There was the dismissal of absolute contempt, what Yu Peng had shown when he mocked Wei Fang before their match. That was the purest form, the most nourishing, the strongest source of power. But there was also the dismissal of casual indifference, the kind that came from someone who didn't think you were worth serious consideration, but who wasn't hostile or contemptuous about it. And there was the dismissal of pity, which was what was beginning to form around Wei Fang after his loss to Jiang Hui. The other disciples felt sorry for him. Understanding these different flavors was helping Wei Fang plan his strategy more carefully. In the tournament setting, he could afford to cultivate pure contempt. But in the sect setting, where he would be interacting with the same disciples repeatedly, he needed to balance intense absorption moments with more stable, sustainable dismissal. That was critical. He also observed that Lin Song was still on the tournament grounds, despite losing in the finals. He was apparently waiting for something, perhaps formal tournament recognition or orders from his sect leadership. And every time Wei Fang saw him, Lin Song was watching the other disciples with narrowed eyes, clearly searching for something. The pattern became clear by the evening of the tournament's final day. Lin Song was looking for hidden cultivators, disciples who had intentionally underperformed or hidden their true strength, disciples who were plotting something strategic. Wei Fang understood then that Lin Song had sensed something real about him, something deep and true about his nature, even if Lin Song couldn't articulate exactly what it was. Lin Song's paranoia had legitimate foundations. But paranoia without proof was just noise, just the background anxiety of a disciple whose instincts were good, but whose logic couldn't support what he felt. Wei Fang made certain they didn't interact again during the remaining days of the tournament. He avoided even being in the same area where Lin Song could observe him. This meant missing opportunities to let Lin Song's continued dismissal feed him power, but it also meant avoiding the risk of Lin Song investigating him further, asking questions that might uncover something real. The trade was worthwhile. Chapter 28. The quiet accumulation. 3 weeks after the inter-sect tournament concluded, Wei Fang had re-established his position in normal sect life, so thoroughly that the entire tournament experience seemed to have faded into irrelevance. The disciples who had competed spoke about their experiences less and less frequently. Life had returned to its normal rhythms. Wei Fang was back to being background noise, a piece of the sect's infrastructure rather than a person worth considering. But Wei Fang was different now. Fundamentally, internally, permanently different. The power flowing through his dantian was subtly transforming his approach to sect life. He was no longer simply hiding in plain sight. He was beginning to actively orchestrate situations where others would dismiss him and allow him to feed on that dismissal. The passive approach had shown him what was possible. Now he wanted to test the active approach, to see if he could accelerate the process. It started small. In a group training session, Wei Fang positioned himself near a disciple named Huang Feng, who had a reputation for treating lower-ranked disciples with contempt. During a meditation exercise where they were supposed to simply sit and maintain focus for an hour, Huang Feng made a comment loud enough for Wei Fang to hear. "I don't know why the sect wastes meditation time on disciples like Wei Fang. He'll never develop a strong enough foundation." The absorption was immediate and substantial. It wasn't dramatic, just a gentle flowing of Huang Feng's qi into Wei Fang's dantian. But it was so much easier than any normal cultivation work. Wei Fang felt the power integrate itself into his cultivation base, adding to his reserves like water pouring into a container. The sensation was becoming familiar now, almost comfortable. What had once been shocking was now expected. Later that week, Wei Fang attended a group sparring session. He was deliberately paired with a disciple named Cheng Bo, who had made his contempt for lower-ranked disciples very clear in the past. This sparring was supposed to be controlled, with both parties limiting their force to avoid serious injury. But Cheng Bo, confident in his superiority, didn't bother to hold back against Wei Fang. Wei Fang fought defensively, appearing to barely hold his own, and allowed Cheng Bo's confidence to build with each passing moment. Every successful strike, every moment that Cheng Bo became more certain of Wei Fang's inferiority, was another moment of absorption. Wei Fang could feel the power flowing into him like a stream feeding a river. Cheng Bo's confidence was intoxicating. Each time he landed a hit, he became more certain he was dominant, more secure in his place above Wei Fang. And each moment of that certainty was fuel. When the match ended with Wei Fang appearing to be soundly defeated, Cheng Bo was radiating satisfaction. He demonstrated his superiority to someone lower-ranked, and the universe had confirmed the natural order of things. Hierarchy was maintained. Strength was rewarded. Weakness was punished. Wei Fang felt like he drained nearly 8% of Cheng Bo's cultivation base in that single match. The days went by, and Wei Fang began to recognize a pattern in himself. The old version, the one who hid his power simply by never using it, who achieved his goals through patience and silence, who understood cultivation as a path to personal development, that version was still present. But there was a new layer now. A layer that understood power, understood what it meant to take strength from others, understood that the game could be played actively rather than passively. It was seductive. It was dangerous. It was intoxicating. He caught himself one afternoon thinking about how easy it would be to engineer circumstances where high-ranked disciples, the ones with real power, would become confident enough in their superiority that he could drain them significantly. A mid-golden immortal disciple, for instance, could probably sustain giving up 30 to 40% of their cultivation base without noticing it, if the right circumstances were orchestrated carefully. But then Wei Fang stopped himself. That way lay danger. Not in the sense of being caught. His power was invisible, undetectable without understanding its mechanism, but in the sense of becoming something he didn't want to be. A predator. A cultivator who fed on others actively, deliberately, with calculation and malice aforethought. A monster wearing the skin of a human. The distinction was subtle, but important. Using others' dismissal to grow stronger was one thing. It was passive, almost inevitable, the natural consequence of being underestimated. But actively hunting people to feed on them, deliberately setting traps, carefully orchestrating situations, viewing other disciples as nothing more than power sources to be exploited, that was something else entirely. He reoriented himself toward a more conservative approach. He would continue to absorb from disciples who approached him naturally, but he would not actively orchestrate situations where he was victimized for the sake of gathering their contempt. He would let his power work naturally, passively, the way it had been designed, or the way it had just happened to develop, anyway. Wei Fang still wasn't entirely clear on the origin of his ability. He'd simply always been this way, from childhood. Whenever others looked down on him, something inside him responded, drawing their strength into himself. He'd learned to hide it, to cultivate an image of weakness, to let it work without interfering. That was enough. The weeks turned into a month. Wei Fang continued his careful daily practices, continued to attend sect meetings and training sessions, continued to maintain his position as the weakest disciple while actually becoming significantly stronger. He was careful about it. He didn't improve his performance in obvious ways. He didn't suddenly start winning sparring matches or advancing in rankings. Instead, he simply maintained his careful facade while his internal power grew. By the end of the month, he estimated he was approximately 50% of the way through core formation, a level that should have taken 2 to 3 years of normal cultivation, but which he had achieved in roughly 18 months of strategic underestimation and passive absorption from others' dismissal. He was becoming a person who walked through the world in two versions simultaneously: the weak disciple that everyone saw, and the powerful cultivator that no one suspected. The two versions were becoming increasingly difficult to reconcile, but so far, he was managing the balance. It was a strange existence. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, he would meditate in his chamber and feel the vast power coiled in his dantian, and he would wonder what would happen if that power was ever released. What would it feel like to cultivate openly, honestly, without the constant calculation of appearing inferior? The answer, he suspected, was that he would lose everything. His advantage, his power, his entire strategy would collapse the moment he revealed himself. So the pretense would continue. Chapter 29. The dangerous speculation. Exactly 40 days after the inter-sect tournament ended, an event occurred that should have been insignificant, but which rippled through the sect with unexpected consequences. A visiting sect leader from Verdant Spring arrived at Cloud Peak with news. His sect was planning another inter-sect tournament, this one featuring not just the 7 sects that had participated in Cloud Peak's tournament, but a much larger selection of sects from the surrounding region. It would be held in 3 months, and it would be a major event. Disciples were already being selected from all participating sections. The immediate reaction was excitement from the higher-ranked disciples. This was an opportunity for advancement, for recognition, for proving one's worth to other sections. The sect immediately began selecting which disciples would participate, focusing on those who had done well in the first tournament or who showed promise in ongoing training. But there was a secondary conversation happening quietly among some of the mid-ranked disciples, and Wei Fang accidentally overheard it in the dining hall while eating his evening meal. "Did you hear about that weak disciple from Cloud Peak?" one Starlight Peak disciple was saying to another. In the tournament, he won 3 matches in the demonstration bracket before losing to Jiang Hui. "So," another responded, sounding unimpressed. "That's not unusual. Weak disciples occasionally get lucky. But I heard someone from Iron Heaven saying that he wasn't sure the disciple was actually weak." The first speaker continued, lowering his voice so that fewer people could overhear. He said there was something off about the way he fought, like he was hiding something, like he lost on purpose. Wei Fang's heartbeat accelerated, but he kept his attention on his food, apparently unaware of the conversation happening just a few seats away. His spoon moved mechanically, bringing rice to his mouth, his expression blank and uninterested. The rice was suddenly difficult to swallow, each grain feeling like sand in his throat, but he forced himself to maintain the facade. No reaction, no sign of concern, just another invisible disciple eating dinner. His hands remained steady despite the surge of adrenaline flooding through his meridians. He even managed to set down his spoon carefully, without haste, without the trembling that threatened to betray him. This was dangerous. Worse than dangerous. This was the kind of observation that could spread like a weed through the sect hierarchy, each retelling adding more weight to the suspicion until it became something harder to dismiss. The speaker had heard it from Iron Heaven, which meant someone from another sect had noticed something amiss. Someone had questioned whether his loss was genuine. "That's paranoia," the second speaker said dismissively. "Why would anyone hide their strength in a demonstration bracket? There's nothing to gain from that. The demonstration bracket has no real rewards. It's just for entertainment." "True," the first speaker acknowledged, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. "But it's interesting to think about. What if there are cultivators out there who are intentionally underperforming, waiting for the right time to reveal their strength? What if they're watching, learning, preparing something? What if someone knew they would face a stronger opponent later and wanted to gather intelligence first? The conversation drifted to other topics, and Wei Fang forced himself to finish his meal normally and leave without appearing disturbed. His expression remained calm, his movements deliberate and unhurried. He walked slowly, the pace of someone lost in mild thought, not the hurried gait of someone processing dangerous intelligence. But his mind was racing through the implications like a wildfire consuming dry brush. But internally, he was processing the implications with clinical precision. Lin Song had apparently been talking about him to other disciples. Lin Song's paranoia hadn't been satisfied by Wei Fang's strategic defeat in the demonstration bracket. It had merely been redirected, transformed into a nagging suspicion rather than outright conviction. The observation had begun to spread beyond just Lin Song's own anxieties. It was becoming a whispered theory among other disciples from other sections. This was exponentially more dangerous. If word of that suspicion spread widely enough, it could become dangerous. Because the more people who suspected him of hiding his strength, the more they would begin to take him seriously, to respect him, to stop dismissing him. And when dismissal stopped, his power stopped working. Every conversation where someone questioned his weakness weakened the foundation that his cultivation relied upon. Every moment of respect eroded the dismissal that fed him. The absorption mechanism was dependent on genuine belief in his inferiority. If that belief began to crack, if people started questioning whether he was truly weak, then the entire system would destabilize. His power would become harder to access, weaker when it did flow, less reliable. The cultivation he'd gained through years of careful underestimation could become increasingly difficult to maintain as his cultivation base grew unstable. He could feel the truth of this in his dantian. The stolen power only integrated cleanly when surrounded by absolute dismissal from others. It was like the power was a living thing that fed on the certainty of others that he was inferior, and if that certainty wavered, so too did the power itself. Wei Fang's cultivation base would become like a house built on sand, still present, still real, but constantly shifting, never truly stable. The advancement he'd worked so hard to achieve could become inaccessible. Worse, other disciples might begin to actually test him, to challenge him in ways that could force him to reveal his true strength. And once revealed, he would never be able to use this method again. The conspiracy of others' dismissal would shatter forever. Wei Fang needed to make sure the suspicion didn't spread further. He needed to actively counter the narrative that he might be hiding anything, which meant he needed to make it absolutely clear to as many people as possible that he was genuinely weak. He needed to do more than simply continue his normal routine. He needed to actively demonstrate his weakness in ways that would dispel even the faintest hint of suspicion. The threat posed by Lin Song's speculation was beginning to crystallize in Wei Fang's mind into a specific plan. He couldn't just hope the suspicion would fade. He needed to actively counter it. The preliminary tournament would provide the perfect opportunity. If Wei Fang could make a spectacle of his own failure, if he could lose so badly and so completely that any suspicion of hidden strength would seem ridiculous, then the narrative would be reversed. But it had to be done carefully. He couldn't afford to lose in a way that suggested he was throwing the matches. It had to look genuine. This meant taking real damage in some of the matches, experiencing genuine pain and exhaustion. Wei Fang spent several days analyzing exactly which disciples he would face in the preliminary tournament and planning his defeats for maximum impact. He studied their techniques, calculated how much damage they could inflict without causing permanent injury, and mentally rehearsed the process of letting them win decisively. The strategic defeat would be his shield against Lin Song's dangerous intuition. He would have to sacrifice winning in the preliminary tournament entirely in order to protect his existence here. By the time the preliminary tournament began, he had a clear plan and the psychological preparation for what he would have to endure. The pain would be real. The bruises would be visible. The defeat would be witnessed by dozens of disciples from multiple sects, including Iron Heaven. And when those disciples saw him defeated so soundly, they would dismiss the earlier suspicion as paranoia. No one hiding their strength would fight the way he would fight, with no strategy, no cunning, just raw incompetence and weakness. Chapter 30. The game continues the weeks that followed Wei Fang's internal crisis. The moment when he realized his secret could be exposed were tense in a way that earlier months had not been. But Wei Fang adapted quickly. His ability to survive by being underestimated had also granted him the ability to navigate in the margins, to operate in the spaces between attention. The Verdant Spring sect leader, before leaving Cloud Peak, made an announcement. There would be a small preliminary tournament held within each sect to select the participants for the larger inter-sect tournament. Each sect would choose its representatives based on performance in these preliminary matches. It was standard practice, designed to ensure that only the best disciples represented the sect in broader competitions. This was an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate weakness conclusively, systematically, publicly. Wei Fang signed up for the preliminary tournament with the intention of creating a situation where he would lose every single match, losing badly, losing thoroughly, losing in ways that would make it absolutely clear that he was simply not a serious competitor. The preliminary matches were held over 5 consecutive days in the central training arena. Wei Fang watched the schedule carefully and recognized that his opponents would range from slightly stronger disciples to significantly more powerful ones. This variation was actually helpful. It would allow him to lose in different ways, maintaining the illusion of genuine weakness rather than intentional throwing. In his first match, against a Starlight Peak disciple named Huang Jun, Wei Fang positioned himself poorly from the start. His stance was defensive, his footwork sluggish. When Huang Jun attacked, Wei Fang responded a fraction of a second too slow, his blocks coming up just a moment too late. Huang Jun's strikes landed with solid force, leaving red marks on Wei Fang's arms and shoulders. The pain was real, genuine bruises forming, genuine muscle ache. Wei Fang allowed himself to visibly wince, to show the impact in his face. This was what genuine defeat looked like, and he needed everyone to see it. Not just lost badly. He fought opponents who were only slightly better than him and appeared completely overmatched. He fought opponents who were significantly better and appeared completely helpless. He took injuries that made him visibly cringe with pain. He fell down repeatedly, sometimes struggling to get back up, sometimes needing assistance from the arena attendants. During his third match, he fought against a disciple named Fang Wei. The name similarity was ironic, given how thoroughly Wei Fang allowed himself to be beaten. He positioned himself poorly, moved predictably, left himself open to obvious counters. When Fang Wei's attacks came, Wei Fang responded a fraction of a second too slow, his movements sluggish and desperate. The pressure in his chest increased as the match progressed. The actual difficulty of letting himself be hurt, of suppressing his instincts to defend himself. Each impact was real damage, each moment of apparent helplessness a calculation. By the time the preliminary tournament was complete, Wei Fang had established himself as not just weak, but as someone who had actually gotten worse since the inter-sect tournament. The narrative shifted from lucky disciple to disciple who overextended himself and suffered as a result. The psychological shift was crucial. People had begun to pity him, to see him as someone who had exceeded his natural limits in the tournament and was now experiencing the consequences of that hubris. The whispers followed him through the sect grounds. Poor Wei Fang. He tried so hard, but he just doesn't have the talent. He should focus on foundational cultivation instead of fighting. It was sad to watch him lose so badly. People actually felt sorry for him. The sect leadership, when reviewing the results, made the decision not to nominate Wei Fang for the larger inter-sect tournament. He simply wasn't strong enough, and it would be a waste of sect resources to send him. Elder Zhen called him to his quarters and explained the decision gently, as if delivering news of personal disappointment. "You performed admirably last time," the elder said, his expression sympathetic, "but the preliminary results suggest that the larger tournament would be overwhelming for you. It's better to focus on your foundational cultivation." Wei Fang appeared to accept this with resignation, maybe even with some relief. The pressure of the inter-sect tournament had clearly been too much for him, and he was apparently grateful to be spared from further humiliation. He bowed respectfully and thanked the elder for his consideration, playing the role perfectly. And in the midst of all this, he overheard the same Starlight Peak disciple who had been speculating about him make a new statement to his friends. "I guess that Iron Heaven disciple was just paranoid. The weak disciple from Cloud Peak is definitely just weak. There's nothing hidden there. He's just not a fighter." The relief in the disciple's voice was palpable, as if a nagging doubt had finally been settled. Crisis averted. But the experience had taught Wei Fang something important. He couldn't control the narrative completely. People would speculate, would wonder, would occasionally see something real beneath the surface. His best defense was not to hide the truth. It was to make the truth appear so obvious that speculation seemed ridiculous. It was not merely concealment, but active counter-narrative construction. And that required constant reinforcement, constant demonstrations of weakness, constant reminders to everyone around him that he was not worth taking seriously. Every day, he had to choose to be weaker, to be less impressive, to be more forgettable. He had to calculate the cost of each moment of hidden strength, each gesture that might reveal his true power. The burden of maintaining the facade was substantial. It required constant calculation, constant awareness of how he appeared to others, constant willingness to be hurt and humiliated to reinforce the image. But the alternative was exposure. An exposure would be the end of everything. His advantage, his power, his entire strategy would collapse the moment people understood what he truly was. The physical toll of the preliminary tournament was significant. Wei Fang took real injuries in order to make his losses convincing. Multiple impacts from real combat, taken without the benefit of his actual defensive capabilities, left him bruised and aching. But the payoff was worth it. The narrative of his weakness was reinforced thoroughly. The sect leadership made the decision not to send him to the larger inter-sect tournament with barely a moment's consideration. Wei Fang spent the following weeks observing and consolidating his power. He was working with Master Lin to ensure his foundation remained stable. The balance he had achieved was delicate and required constant maintenance. Chapter 31. The serious cultivator Master Lin returned from his sect assignment near the beginning of the month when Wei Fang had decided to begin more systematic cultivation improvement. The instructor's first training session with Wei Fang revealed something important. "You're much stronger than you were a month ago," Master Lin said immediately after Wei Fang had performed a basic sword form. "And I don't mean in the normal progression sense. This is more than a month of practice would explain." Wei Fang's internal alarms activated immediately. Master Lin was his actual instructor, the one person in the sect besides Elder Zheng who had been teaching him directly and who was therefore in a position to observe his genuine strength accurately. His heartbeat remained calm, but his mind accelerated. This was dangerous. "I've been practicing the techniques you taught me," Wei Fang said carefully, keeping his voice neutral and his expression humble. "I had time while you were away, and I wanted to make use of it." "Yes, but this is more than that," Master Lin said. The instructor's eyes were narrowed, evaluating. Master Lin was a serious cultivator, someone who had reached the early stages of immortal cultivation himself, and he had the perception that came with that advancement. "What happened while I was gone?" Wei Fang had prepared for this question, though not in the way Master Lin expected. "I participated in the inter-sect tournament," he said, "and then in the sect's preliminary tournament. The experience was instructive. I've been thinking more carefully about my approach to cultivation." Master Lin circled him, his cultivation deliberately reaching out to probe Wei Fang's power structure. Wei Fang held himself steady, allowing the inspection without resistance. There was no point in hiding. Master Lin would discover anything significant if he looked carefully. He could feel the instructor's qi brushing against his dantian, testing its strength and stability. It was like standing under a microscope, every detail of his cultivation exposed to scrutiny. After a moment, Master Lin stopped. "Your cultivation is more stable than I would have expected," he said. "And denser. You've definitely made progress beyond just practice. The consolidation is remarkable." "I've been meditating more consistently," Wei Fang offered. It was not a lie. He had been meditating regularly, letting the absorbed power integrate itself into his cultivation base. The meditation was necessary to keep the stolen cultivation from destabilizing his foundation. Without the careful integration work, his rapid advancement would have resulted in catastrophic instability. Master Lin nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "That would explain it," he said. "But you need to be careful. Rapid advancement can create instabilities in your foundation. We should focus on ensuring that whatever progress you're making is being properly consolidated." "Of course, Master," Wei Fang said. The relief in his voice was genuine. Master Lin was providing exactly the help he needed. The training session continued, and Master Lin worked with him on integration techniques, ways to ensure that his cultivation base remained balanced and stable as he advanced. It was good advice. It was also exactly what Wei Fang needed, because the rapid accumulation of stolen cultivation did create instabilities if left unmanaged. Master Lin taught him meditation patterns that encouraged the stolen qi to integrate smoothly into his own cultivation structure, taught him breathing techniques that stabilized his dantian during absorption events, showed him how to recognize and correct imbalances before they became problems. As the session ended, Master Lin said, "I want you to continue with these training regimens, and I want you to come to me if you experience any unusual symptoms, instability in your dantian, difficulty with meditation, anything that seems off. Growth is good, but it has to be controlled. Too many disciples have ruined their cultivation base by advancing too quickly." "I understand, Master," Wei Fang said. Over the following weeks, the training with Master Lin became more intensive. The instructor was clearly concerned about Wei Fang's accelerated advancement and was determined to ensure that his foundation remained stable. This created an interesting dynamic. Master Lin was helping Wei Fang consolidate his stolen power, making him stronger while having no idea where the power was actually coming from. Wei Fang was careful during these training sessions to not improve noticeably in performance. He maintained his position as a weak disciple who was nevertheless making slow and steady progress. Master Lin accepted this explanation. The instructor believed Wei Fang was simply a disciplined student who was improving through effort and focus. When Wei Fang sparred with other disciples during group training sessions, he maintained his facade of weakness, losing matches that he was now easily capable of winning. But the real source of Wei Fang's advancement was still the quiet absorption of others' dismissal. Master Lin had become something more than just an instructor in Wei Fang's life. The teacher had become an anchor, a figure who represented the possibility of genuine connection and authentic relationship. For someone living as Wei Fang was living, maintaining a constant facade of weakness while becoming increasingly powerful, that kind of genuine connection was both precious and dangerous. Precious because it offered a moment of relief from the constant calculation and performance. When Wei Fang was training with Master Lin, the instructor's attention was genuine and his interest authentic, but dangerous for the same reason. The more attached Wei Fang became to Master Lin, the more he cared about the instructor's opinion of him, the more he risked revealing something that would destroy the relationship. If Master Lin discovered the truth, that Wei Fang was far more powerful than anyone suspected, what would happen? Would Master Lin feel betrayed? Would he report Wei Fang to the sect authorities? Would he see Wei Fang as a threat? These questions haunted Wei Fang during the meditation sessions. He valued Master Lin's guidance and respect, but he couldn't afford to earn them honestly. So he maintained the balance, allowing Master Lin to help him, accepting the instructor's mentorship while keeping the most fundamental truth of his nature hidden. There was a price to maintaining such a balance, and Wei Fang was only beginning to understand how high that price might be. The loneliness of his path was beginning to weigh on him more heavily with each passing day. Chapter 32. The Dangerous Friend. With Master Lin away for his sect assignment, Wei Fang returned to a more normal existence in the outer sect. But something had shifted in how he was perceived. The training sessions with Master Lin, though relatively brief and quiet, had been visible to other disciples. Word had spread that Wei Fang was receiving private instruction from one of the sect's instructors. The result was subtle but significant. Some disciples began to treat him with a little more respect. Not a lot. He was still obviously much weaker than them, but a noticeable shift. Where before, dismissal had been casual and automatic, now it was more contemplative. People wondered if there might be some hidden reason an instructor was training with him. The change was almost imperceptible, but Wei Fang felt it like a shift in wind direction before a storm. This was problematic. The decline in absolute dismissal meant a corresponding decline in absorption power. His cultivation base was still growing, but the rate had slowed noticeably. Wei Fang needed to recalibrate. He needed to make it clear that the training with Master Lin hadn't changed anything, that he was still just the weak disciple he'd always been. The opportunity came when a mid-ranked disciple named Tao Ming challenged him to a sparring match. Tao Ming had always been contemptuous of Wei Fang, but the recent shift in how others treated him had clearly caught his attention. The challenge itself was a test, a way to verify whether Wei Fang had actually become stronger or whether the training with Master Lin was just a curiosity. Wei Fang recognized the power dynamic immediately. Tao Ming needed to demonstrate that he was still superior, to reassert the hierarchy. Wei Fang accepted the challenge with apparent reluctance, as if he knew he would lose but felt obligated to try. In the sparring match, Wei Fang deliberately fought worse than he was capable of. He used sloppy technique, the kind that Master Lin would have corrected immediately. He left openings in his defense that seemed like mistakes, poor footwork, overcommit attacks, sluggish recovery time. He appeared to be struggling with concepts that Master Lin had taught him well, the kind of struggle that came from not yet fully understanding advanced techniques. When Tao Ming scored hits, Wei Fang reacted with pain and frustration that suggested genuine harm, not the minor scratches that it actually was. He fell once, taking a moment to recover, breathing heavily as if exhausted. By the time the match ended, with Tao Ming winning decisively, Wei Fang had successfully demonstrated that any improvement he'd shown was minimal at best. The training with Master Lin hadn't made him significantly stronger. He was still just a weak disciple, maybe slightly more competent than before, but fundamentally limited. Tao Ming left the sparring match satisfied and contemptuous, feeling validated in his superiority. Wei Fang heard him telling other disciples, "He's still completely useless. Whatever training he's getting from Master Lin obviously isn't helping." The dismissal in Tao Ming's voice was absolute, the certainty that Wei Fang's training was a waste of time, that Wei Fang would never be a real cultivator. Wei Fang felt the familiar sensation of absorption flowing from him, but it was a narrow stream, only 5 to 6% of Tao Ming's cultivation base, because the contempt was not absolute, not colored by any fear or question. It was dismissal wrapped in the certainty that nothing would ever change. It wasn't ideal, but it was necessary. Wei Fang had to maintain the fiction of weakness at all costs. The cost of his true power was that he could never be seen. Over the following weeks, Wei Fang orchestrated several more sparring matches with different disciples. In each one, he appeared to benefit minimally from Master Lin's instruction. In each one, he lost convincingly to opponents who were somewhat stronger than him. In each one, he reinforced the narrative that he was simply not a serious cultivator. The matches became small performances, calculated displays of incompetence designed to feed his dantian with the power of others' certainty. The most important of these matches was against a visiting disciple named Chun Mo, who was training at Cloud Peak for a month as part of an inter-sect exchange program. Chun Mo was from Emerald Lotus Sect and was considered moderately skilled, probably low core formation stage. The visiting disciple came from a more prestigious sect, which meant his dismissal of Cloud Peak's weaker disciples would be particularly potent. When Wei Fang and Chun Mo sparred, Wei Fang fought with deliberate sloppiness, while also being careful not to get injured badly enough that it would raise questions. The balance was delicate, enough damage to be convincing, not so much that he would require medical attention. Chun Mo won easily, his attacks landing cleanly against Wei Fang's fumbling defense. Afterward, Chun Mo made a comment to some other disciples, clearly intending for it to travel. That weak disciple from Cloud Peak, Wei Fang? Totally useless. I don't know why the sect bothers with him. There's no hidden depths there. He's just weak. Not even worth the time to properly defeat. The absorption was wonderful. Chun Mo's dismissal was complete and certain, and it flowed into Wei Fang's dantian like a river running downhill. The sensation was almost intoxicating, the certainty that he was nothing, the absolute conviction that he posed no threat and had no potential. This was the purest form of contempt, the most nourishing. By the time Chun Mo left Cloud Peak at the end of the month, Wei Fang had extracted nearly 15% of his cultivation base, simply from the dismissal they'd shared in daily sect life. Each conversation, each casual comment, each moment when Chun Mo saw him struggling with basic techniques, all of it contributed to the flow of power into Wei Fang's carefully hidden dantian. Chapter 33. The Verdant Spring Tournament approaches. As the weeks progressed toward the larger inter-sect tournament organized by Verdant Spring, the atmosphere in Cloud Peak sect shifted. The selected disciples, mostly the same high-ranked cultivators who had performed well in the first tournament, began intensive preparation. Training sessions became more demanding. The sparring arenas were occupied nearly every hour of the day. Visiting instructors arrived to help prepare the disciples, adding their expertise to the sect's normal training staff. Energy flowed toward the tournament like a river finding its channel. Wei Fang, having been excluded from the tournament selection, maintained his normal position in sect life. He attended regular training sessions, participated in group cultivation times, and generally tried to avoid being noticed. His exclusion was absolute. He was not even considered marginal enough to be discussed as a potential alternate. No one spoke of him in the context of the tournament. No one imagined him competing. He occupied a niche so far below the level of tournament competition that even the mid-ranked disciples didn't bother considering him. But it was increasingly difficult to avoid being noticed, even for the right reasons. More and more disciples seemed to know who he was, even if they didn't know much about him. The lucky weak disciple had become something of a curiosity in the sect, not important enough to be remembered by name, but interesting enough to warrant occasional comment. His loss in the preliminary tournament had apparently cemented his reputation more firmly than his wins in the demonstration bracket had. The spectacle of his defeat had worked exactly as he'd planned. Multiple disciples had witnessed him losing so soundly, taking damage so obviously real, that the earlier suspicion had dissolved completely. "There goes that weak disciple," a passing Starlight Peak cultivator said to his companion one afternoon near the training grounds. "I heard he nearly beat Jiang Hui before losing. Wonder what his sect actually thinks he's good for. Must be some kind of junior maintenance role or resource gathering. Probably not cut out for anything that requires real power." The companion laughed and agreed. "Yeah, and I heard he got crushed in the preliminary tournament. Like completely dominated. I almost felt embarrassed for him watching it." The dismissal was still there, but it was becoming more abstract. Less about genuine contempt, more about casual categorization. Wei Fang was the weak disciple the way someone might be the tall guy, or the quiet one. It was a classification rather than a judgment. He occupied a specific niche in the sect's social hierarchy, the reliable failure, the disciple everyone used as a baseline for comparison, the living example of what lack of talent looked like. And while this categorization was safer than suspicion, it was also less nourishing. And classification without judgment was less nourishing than outright dismissal. When someone simply categorized him without feeling strong emotion about it, the absorption was weak, almost negligible. The power that flowed from dismissal required a certain emotional weight, the feeling that here was someone truly, fundamentally inferior. Casual classification didn't provide that. He could feel the difference in his cultivation base. The way the stolen power came more slowly when it was based on indifference rather than active contempt. Wei Fang found himself needing to actively create situations where disciples would form stronger opinions about his weakness. He began deliberately requesting sparring matches with disciples he knew would defeat him soundly. He would ask them, and his voice would carry a note of desperate hope, as if he believed that if he just trained hard enough, studied hard enough, he could somehow become better. And then, when they inevitably defeated him, his defeat would be tinged with that tragic quality that inspired contempt rather than mere indifference. He volunteered for difficult positions in group training exercises, positions he was clearly not equipped to handle. He would struggle visibly, ask for repeated help, demonstrating not just weakness but a kind of tragic persistence despite his obvious limitations. He asked questions in group meditation sessions that revealed gaps in his understanding, reinforcing the image of a disciple with fundamental limitations. He stumbled deliberately during runs, dropped objects he was carrying, showed visible confusion at basic concepts. Each action was calculated to rebuild the genuine dismissal that was necessary for his absorption to work at full capacity. Each moment of apparent incompetence fed the narrative that had become his greatest asset. But it was also exhausting in a way he hadn't anticipated. To maintain this level of careful failure required constant attention, constant awareness of how he was being perceived, constant adjustment to ensure that his weakness appeared consistent and genuine. The Verdant Spring Tournament was 3 months away. That meant 3 months to maintain the facade, to prevent anyone from beginning to suspect the truth, to ensure that when the tournament began, no one would think he was hiding anything. 3 months to convince every disciple in Cloud Peak, and potentially disciples from other sects, that he was not only weak, but genuinely, tragically, fundamentally incapable of hidden strength. Because if the Verdant Spring Tournament was larger, it meant more sects, more disciples from other sects observing Cloud Peak's disciples. And if any of them carried forward the old suspicion that he was hiding something, the whole careful structure would collapse. It also meant 3 months to continue absorbing power from those who dismissed him. 3 months to draw closer to Golden Immortal Stage. The acceleration was possible only through intentional cultivation of dismissal, through the systematic construction of a reputation that would feed him with absolute conviction. He was already in mid-stage Golden Immortal, by his estimate, meaning the final breakthrough could come within months if he maintained the current pace of absorption. The preparation for the Verdant Spring Tournament changed the dynamic of Cloud Peak Sect in ways that were both interesting and useful for Wei Fang. The selected disciples became the focus of the sect's attention and resources. Training schedules were adjusted. Better instructors worked with the tournament team. The best meditation chambers were reserved for their use. Wei Fang, being excluded from competition, fell back into the background. With so much attention focused on the serious competitors, Wei Fang could operate more freely. He could seek out dismissed disciples from other sects without raising as many eyebrows. He could have conversations with visiting cultivators about their experiences without being as closely observed. He could position himself near training sessions without anyone questioning his presence. He could even leave the sect grounds for brief periods without anyone tracking his movements, the assumption being that a weak disciple had few places of genuine importance to be. And he could continue his own cultivation practice in relative peace, hiding in the margins of the sect's organized activity. He developed a careful schedule. Early mornings in the least used meditation chamber, late nights in a secluded area of the outer sect where no one expected to find anything of value. He could feel his power growing with each passing day, each meditation session pulling more cultivation from the collective dismissal of his peers. He was very close to Golden Immortal Stage now, possibly within weeks. When he crossed that threshold, everything would change. The nature of his power would shift. His relationship with his own cultivation would transform. And the mechanics of his absorption might change as well. These questions occupied his mind during the long meditation sessions, becoming the central worry that replaced his earlier fears of exposure. He wondered if his power would become stronger, or if there was a ceiling to it. He wondered if the disciples' dismissal would continue to feed him as effectively once he reached immortal transcendence. He wondered if he would still need to hide once he had that level of power, or if revelation would finally become safe. But those concerns were still months away. For now, he had a tournament to navigate, a reputation to maintain, and a steady flow of power to cultivate from the convenient blindness of everyone around him. Chapter 34. The quarterfinal set up 3 weeks after the main bracket preliminary rounds concluded. Wei Fang found himself in the quarterfinals, one of 8 remaining competitors in the main ranked bracket. The previous rounds had been brutal in their own way, not physically, but strategically. Each match had required careful calibration of exactly how much strength to reveal and how much to hide. The quarterfinals brought new complications. The remaining competitors were all significantly stronger than the preliminary bracket contestants. They all had established ranking, proven capability, experience in high-level matches, and they all carried expectations. The spectators expected specific competitors to advance, had formed opinions about who should win based on previous performance. Wei Fang's unexpected advancement to the quarterfinals had created exactly the kind of anomalous narrative he'd engineered. A weak disciple who kept winning through luck and consistency, clearly outmatched against higher-ranked opponents, but somehow managing to advance further than anyone would have predicted. His opponent in the quarterfinals was named Huijian, a mid-tier ranked disciple from the Inner Sect who had won all 4 of his preliminary matches decisively. Huijian was genuinely strong, probably mid-stage core formation at least, with technical training that suggested years of dedicated cultivation. He was the clear favorite in the match. Wei Fang understood the strategic decision he needed to make. There were 2 paths forward. Path 1 was to lose decisively, to orchestrate a clean defeat that would reinforce the narrative of his weakness. A loss to Huijian would be entirely expected, entirely unsurprising, exactly what everyone would have predicted from the moment the matchups were announced. The contempt would flow, pure and certain and absolute. Path 2 was to win. Not obviously, not dramatically, but to pull off another improbable victory that would deepen the mystery of his advancement. A win would suggest that something more was happening beneath the surface, that perhaps the earlier narrative of pure luck was incomplete. The problem with Path 2 was that victory against Huijian would require revealing more strength than Wei Fang had shown in any previous match. It would require the observer to see glimpses of genuine capability that couldn't be easily explained as luck. It would restart the curiosity that had gradually faded over the preliminary rounds. But the problem with Path 1 was that Wei Fang wasn't certain he could actually lose to Huijian in a way that felt authentic. The disciple was strong, but Wei Fang at his current cultivation level, late-stage transcendence, approaching ascension, could defeat Huijian with minimal effort. Orchestrating a loss that looked real would require more acting skill than he'd previously needed. Wei Fang spent the day before the quarterfinal match in the observation gallery, studying Huijian's fighting style, understanding exactly what level of competition the match would require. What he discovered was interesting. Huijian had a specific tactical weakness. The disciple had trained extensively in a particular set of techniques and had developed exceptional skill with them. But that same focus meant that when facing unfamiliar approaches or unexpected strategic choices, Huijian became reactionary rather than proactive. He adapted well, but he required a moment to shift approaches, a moment to reassess. That moment could be used. Wei Fang made his decision that evening. He would win, but he would do it in a way that would reinforce the narrative of unpredictability and luck rather than suggesting hidden capability. He would use an approach that Huijian wouldn't expect, that would catch the disciple momentarily off balance, that would allow Wei Fang to press an advantage before Huijian could adapt his standard techniques. The victory would look like Wei Fang had discovered something accidentally, had stumbled upon a tactical approach that accidentally countered Huijian's strategy. It would reinforce the narrative of the unpredictable weak disciple rather than suggesting any deeper mechanism. During the quarterfinal match itself, Wei Fang executed his plan with precision. He started the match using traditional techniques, allowing Huijian to settle into comfortable patterns. He appeared to be a weak disciple trying their best against someone significantly stronger, struggling, uncertain, but persistent. For the first 7 minutes, this was exactly what happened. Huijian dominated, pressing his standard techniques, clearly in control of the match. Then Wei Fang shifted. Without any apparent reason, without any indication that the change was strategic, Wei Fang stopped using traditional sword techniques and switched to an entirely different approach. He transitioned to hand-to-hand movements, using his body weight and position to create angles that his sword had previously been unable to access. It was an unconventional approach, something that looked almost desperate and improvised rather than strategically planned. Huijian, suddenly facing unfamiliar patterns, required a moment to adapt. In that moment of adjustment, Wei Fang created a combination that caught the disciple completely off balance. The hand-to-hand movements flowed into a subtle disruption of Huijian's qi balance, which flowed into a positioning that left Huijian vulnerable. Wei Fang finished the sequence with a technique that would have been brutally effective if allowed to complete, but instead he held back at the final moment, allowing the referee to call the match before anyone actually took serious injury. Winner: Wei Fang, Outer Sect, rank advanced. The crowd's reaction was mixed. There was surprise, certainly, and perhaps some frustration from those who'd been confident in Huojian's victory. But there was also something else: confusion mixed with the kind of confused amusement that comes from witnessing genuine anomaly. The weak disciple had won again, through what appeared to be accidental discovery of an effective tactical approach rather than through any evidence of hidden strength. Contempt still flowed from Huojian, though it was complicated by shock and confusion. The disciple had been defeated, yes, but by someone who appeared to have gotten lucky rather than by someone who was actually stronger. The contempt would be less pure than it would have been in a clean, expected defeat, but it would still be substantial. Walking out of the arena, Wei Fang felt the power integrating into his dantian. He'd made the right choice. Winning while maintaining the narrative of unpredictability and luck was more valuable than losing for simple absorption. The confusion in the crowd, the inability of observers to predict what Wei Fang might do next, the sense that he was fundamentally inconsistent and anomalous, all of that fed his power more effectively than the straightforward contempt of a clear defeat ever could. He'd advanced to the semifinals, which meant one more match stood between him and the tournament championship. The final step required careful strategic planning. Because if Wei Fang continued to advance, if he continued to win despite appearing weak, eventually someone would begin to ask deeper questions. Eventually, the narrative would collapse under the weight of too much improbable success. The semifinal would require a different approach. It would require him to accept that some narratives had reached their limit, and that new narratives would need to be constructed. Chapter 35. The orchestration, the Verdant Spring Tournament continued for another 2 weeks, and Wei Fang remained in the observer role, quietly absorbing dismissal from hundreds of interactions. His power continued to grow subtly but steadily. By the time the midpoint of the tournament arrived, he estimated he was approximately 65 to 70% of the way through core formation, a significant advancement from where he'd started. The rate of advancement was accelerating as more and more disciples arrived for the tournament, each bringing their own capacity for dismissal. But more importantly, he had been developing a plan. He had observed multiple competitors from various sects over the weeks. He had watched their techniques, analyzed their strengths and weaknesses, and most crucially, identified who among them would be most dismissive of him if they were ever to interact directly. One in particular stood out, a disciple from Obsidian Gate named Feng Ren. Feng Ren was powerful, probably high core formation or early golden immortal, and he had made it to the advanced brackets through a combination of raw power and technical skill. His cultivation base radiated confidence, and his techniques were executed with the precision of someone who had trained extensively. But Feng Ren had a vulnerability. He was arrogant in a very particular way. He dismissed opponents who were weaker than him with contempt, but he also had a specific scorn for disciples from smaller or less prestigious sections. When Wei Fang had watched a match between Feng Ren and a disciple from a smaller sect called Misty Valley, Feng Ren's dismissal had been absolute and complete. He'd treated the match almost like a demonstration of superiority, showing off his techniques rather than fighting seriously. The smaller sect's disciple had lasted barely 5 minutes before being defeated. It was exactly the kind of dismissal that would provide strong absorption. Wei Fang could feel the contempt radiating from Feng Ren like heat from a furnace. The certainty that disciples from weaker sects were beneath his consideration, that fighting them was almost an insult to his skill. Wei Fang began to engineer an encounter with deliberate care. He started by positioning himself in areas where Feng Ren frequented, the meditation pavilions, the training grounds reserved for tournament competitors, the dining areas. He made sure Feng Ren saw him, registered him as a weak observer, and filed that information away. Wei Fang would always look away first, would always appear to be absorbed in his own thoughts, would never meet Feng Ren's eyes directly. The goal was to be noticed without being interesting. Then, during one of the later rounds of the tournament, Wei Fang positioned himself near the arena where Feng Ren was about to compete. He made sure Feng Ren noticed him watching, made sure the dismissive glance happened, ensured that Feng Ren's final thought before entering the arena was, "There's some weak disciple watching. Not worth my attention." Probably from one of the smaller sections. Feng Ren won his match decisively against a mid-tier disciple from Red Dragon Sect. The match lasted perhaps 8 minutes, with Feng Ren demonstrating superior technique and overwhelming power. But more importantly, he won it while carrying that dismissal of Wei Fang in his mind. The awareness that a weak disciple was watching had colored his entire approach to the match. a subtle arrogance that fed his contempt for all weaker cultivators. And Wei Fang, standing in the crowd, felt the absorption flow from him. It was substantial, probably 10 to 12% of Feng Ren's cultivation base, drawn from that moment of dismissal right before the match, sustained through the victory, and finalized as Feng Ren left the arena still confident in his superiority over disciples like Wei Fang. Over the remaining days of the tournament, Wei Fang orchestrated 3 more such encounters, each time positioning himself to be dismissed by powerful disciples. He would carefully place himself in visible locations, ensure they noticed him, then retreat to the background so they could forget about him while maintaining that thread of contempt. Each time a disciple went into their match while dismissing him, Wei Fang felt the power flow. By the time the Verdant Spring Tournament reached its final days, Wei Fang had accumulated enough power to advance to approximately 75% through core formation. His growth was accelerating exponentially. Another 6 months of normal cultivation and sect life would likely see him reach Golden Immortal stage. But Wei Fang was beginning to understand the limitations of his approach. Orchestrating these encounters provided boosts, but they were unpredictable and sometimes required significant effort. More importantly, they risked exposure. Each time he positioned himself to be dismissed, he was engaging in an action that could be observed by others. Each encounter was another piece of evidence that could be assembled into a pattern. The more times he positioned himself to be dismissed, the more people who might notice the pattern, the more chance that someone like Lin Song or Ruyin would see something real beneath the surface. The paranoid disciples would notice that he seemed to show up whenever certain strong opponents were competing. They might start asking questions. He needed a different approach for the next phase of his cultivation. A way to accelerate his growth without increasing his risk of exposure. Something more dramatic, more definitive. And that was when an idea came to him. Inspired by watching the tournament structure and the way disciples moved through different brackets and competitions. What if, instead of hiding his weakness, he revealed it, but in a controlled way? What if he allowed himself to be defeated so publicly and so thoroughly that his weakness became absolute fact, indisputable, unquestionable? If he could engineer a genuinely humiliating defeat, where he was knocked out, injured, visibly broken by the experience, that might create such absolute conviction of his inferiority that future dismissals would be even stronger, even more feeding-worthy. It was risky. It would require genuine pain, genuine public humiliation. But the payoff could be enormous. A single catastrophic defeat, witnessed by hundreds, might generate enough collective dismissal to push him into Golden Immortal stage immediately. Chapter 36. The semi-final approach. The announcement of the semi-final matchups came with significant ceremony. For remaining competitors, 2 matches, and the winners would face each other for the tournament championship. Wei Fang's name appeared across from that of Lin Song, the Iron Heaven disciple who'd been investigating him since the previous tournament, whose paranoia about hidden strength had never quite been satisfied, but had been successfully misdirected over the months of strategic underperformance. The matchup was almost poetic in its convenience. Wei Fang spent the day absorbing the information, understanding the implications. Lin Song was unquestionably stronger than Wei Fang's public appearance suggested. The disciple had made it to the semifinals through clean victories, had demonstrated exceptional technical skill, had shown the kind of measured confidence that came from genuine understanding of one's capabilities. He was probably late foundation establishment or early core formation, genuinely at the top tier of outer-ranked disciples. And he'd been studying Wei Fang with particular attention. Over the weeks of the tournament, Wei Fang had observed Lin Song watching his matches, analyzing his performance, apparently trying to understand the mechanism of his inconsistent advancement. Lin Song's scrutiny was less obvious than it had been at the previous tournament. The Iron Heaven disciple had learned better than to stare openly, but it was present. Lin Song was waiting for something, some moment when Wei Fang would reveal the truth of his actual capability. The semi-final match would provide exactly that opportunity. If Wei Fang lost, he would confirm Lin Song's revised understanding that Wei Fang was genuinely weak, just inconsistently lucky. If Wei Fang won, he would feed Lin Song's original suspicion that something hidden was actually unfolding. Either way, Wei Fang's decision would be visible to someone uniquely capable of recognizing the patterns. Master Lu found him in his chamber the evening before the semi-final. "You need to decide who you're going to be," Master Lu said without preamble. "The weak disciple or the actual cultivator. You can't maintain both identities simultaneously forever. Eventually, you'll face someone strong enough that the contradiction becomes visible." "What if I don't have a choice?" Wei Fang asked. "What if I'm already determined to be whoever I'm going to be?" "Then at least acknowledge it," Master Lu said. "Because the real question isn't whether you'll be exposed. It's whether you'll be exposed in a way that serves your actual goals or in a way that contradicts them. Wei Fang understood what Master Lu was saying. His power depended on being underestimated. But underestimation had limits. Beyond a certain point, consistent success would force the cultivation world to reevaluate its assessment. The question was whether he would control that reevaluation or whether it would be forced upon him. In the semi-final match against Lin Song, Wei Fang made a choice that would change the trajectory of his cultivation journey. He decided to show strength. Not full strength. Not the late-stage transcendence power that actually flowed through his meridians, but genuine capability beyond what his public ranking suggested. He would let Lin Song see that the Iron Heaven disciple's original paranoia about hidden strength had been justified. The match began with Wei Fang using his traditional weak appearance fighting style, allowing Lin Song to settle into a comfortable rhythm of apparent dominance. For the first few minutes, nothing appeared different from Wei Fang's other matches. He struggled, appeared to be barely holding his own, seemed to be a disciple fighting far above his actual level. Then, deliberately and visibly, Wei Fang shifted his approach. His footwork became sharper, more precise, more capable. His sword strikes began to carry actual force rather than appearing desperate. His defensive posture transformed from struggling to merely cautious. The difference was stark enough that the crowd immediately noticed the shift. Lin Song's eyes widened. This was it. This was the moment the Iron Heaven disciple had been waiting for. The hidden strength revealed, the paranoia validated, the suspicion confirmed. But Wei Fang didn't shift to full capability. He maintained a power level that suggested he was mid-stage core formation at most, strong, definitely stronger than his ranking suggested, but not transcendent level. He was revealing enough strength to justify Lin Song's earlier paranoia while still maintaining a layer of deception about his actual capability. The match intensified. Lin Song, now fighting against actual resistance instead of apparent weakness, brought out techniques that Wei Fang hadn't seen him use in other matches. Serious techniques, power-intensive approaches, the kind of fighting methods that disciples only deployed against actual rivals. Wei Fang met the challenge, matching Lin Song's intensity with apparent effort but genuine capability. The match became a genuine contest rather than the orchestrated victory Wei Fang had engineered in other rounds. For the first time in the tournament, Wei Fang was actually fighting at a meaningful fraction of his actual power level. And it was exhilarating. The contempt that Lin Song directed at him was transformed by the revelation of strength. It was no longer pure dismissal. It was something more complex. It was the contempt of a cultivator who discovered they'd been underestimating someone and was frustrated by that discovery. It was the contempt of a disciple whose original suspicion was being validated, mixed with anger at having been deceived or manipulated. The match lasted nearly 15 minutes, far longer than any of Wei Fang's previous tournament encounters. When it finally concluded, when Wei Fang executed a technique that put Lin Song in an untenable position, the crowd's reaction was entirely different from before. There was no surprise, no amusement at improbable luck. Instead, there was acknowledgement. The weak disciple wasn't weak at all. The weak disciple had been hiding strength, maintaining a facade of limitation while actually being significantly capable. Winner, Wei Fang, Outer Sect. Wei Fang bowed to Lin Song, who was still struggling to process what had just occurred. The Iron Heaven disciple had been proven right. Wei Fang had been hiding something. But more concerning than being right, Lin Song had lost to someone he'd defeated decisively at the previous tournament, someone he'd thought was definitively weaker than himself. Walking out of the arena, Wei Fang understood that he'd just made a strategic error with permanent consequences. He'd revealed too much strength, had shown too much capability. The narrative of the weak, inconsistently lucky disciple was now shattered. He could no longer hide behind luck and unpredictability. But in making that choice, he'd also made something else clear. He was choosing to stop hiding indefinitely. The tournament had reached its natural conclusion. The weak facade had served its purpose. The time had come to begin the transition toward being openly powerful, openly capable, openly exactly what he actually was. The final match against the other semifinalist would be his last chance to orchestrate a defeat. After that, the world would know what he actually was capable of. Everything would change. Everything was about to change. And Wei Fang, standing alone in a quiet corner of the tournament grounds, felt the weight of that transformation settling into his bones, understanding that the choice had already been made and that there was nothing left to do but let it unfold. Chapter 37. The return to absolute power. For the first time in his conscious memory, Wei Fang experienced the strange sensation of hiding a positive emotion. He returned to his normal routines, meditating, training, attending sect activities, while internally processing what had happened. His body was still recovering from the match with Gao Ju, every movement accompanied by ache and stiffness, but the physical pain was almost irrelevant compared to the power flowing through his dantian. He was now a golden immortal stage cultivator. Officially, he appeared to be more defeated and broken than ever, moving with visible pain, his eyes downcast, his entire bearing suggesting that he had been fundamentally broken by his experience. Internally, he was more powerful than almost every disciple in the sect, with only the most senior inner sect cultivators and the sect elders exceeding his strength. The transformation had happened in a single moment, as hundreds of disciples simultaneously realized that their assumptions about his weakness were completely justified. The gap between his appearance and his reality had become enormous, almost impossibly vast. He had to consciously suppress his strength when moving, had to remember to walk slowly, had to maintain the posture of someone whose confidence had been shattered. And interestingly, the public defeat had actually strengthened his power's effectiveness. When disciples looked at him now, they didn't just dismiss him, they pitied him. They considered him broken, damaged, fundamentally incapable. The certainty of his inferiority had deepened, crystallized, become more absolute than it had ever been. The assault had made him real in their minds, not an abstract weak disciple, but a specific person they had watched lose spectacularly. The absorption was stronger than ever. Over the following weeks, Wei Fang observed an interesting pattern. The more thoroughly he was dismissed, the more the crowd's dismissal seemed to affect others, the stronger his absorption became. It was as if his power fed not just on individual dismissal, but on collective dismissal, the combined certainty of many people that he was worthless. When disciples discussed his defeat with each other, reinforcing each other's conviction that he had been completely outmatched, the absorption grew stronger. When new disciples arrived at Cloud Peak and were warned about not ending up like Wei Fang, the absorption found new sources. He began to understand the true nature of his ability. It was less about taking power from specific people and more about converting the world's collective belief in his weakness into strength. The more the world believed he was weak, the stronger he became. With each day that passed, each conversation that reinforced his inferior status, each moment when disciples used him as a comparison point to feel better about themselves, the power accumulated. It was poetic in a way. It was also terrifying. Mei Xian, the Azure Lotus disciple who had also been at the inter-sect tournament, returned to Cloud Peak briefly as part of an inter-sect cultural exchange. When she saw Wei Fang in the main sect grounds, her expression shifted to something that looked like concern. She approached him deliberately, moving with the confidence of someone from a higher-ranked sect. "Wei Fang," she said, approaching him with her arms crossed. "I heard about your match with Gao Ju. That looked genuinely painful." "It was," Wei Fang said quietly, dropping his gaze as he had learned to do. "I shouldn't have accepted the challenge." "Why did you accept it?" Mei Xian asked, and there was something probing in her question. It wasn't the casual curiosity of someone making conversation. It was the investigation of someone who had seen something that didn't quite fit her expectations. Wei Fang considered how to respond carefully. Any answer could be dangerous. "I thought I might have improved enough to hold my own. I was clearly wrong." He kept his voice humble, his tone matching the broken disciple he appeared to be. Mei Xian studied him for a long moment, and Wei Fang recognized that look. It was the same look that Master Lin sometimes gave him, the look of someone seeing past surface layers toward something deeper. It was the look of someone asking questions that didn't quite have obvious answers. "Wei Fang," she said carefully, "have you ever considered that the way people see you might not be the whole truth?" Wei Fang felt a spike of anxiety run through his carefully controlled emotions. This was dangerous territory. Very dangerous. "What do you mean?" he asked, keeping his voice steady and confused. "I mean," Mei Xian said, "that sometimes people are not what they appear to be. Sometimes disciples hide their true potential for reasons others don't understand. And sometimes weak people challenge stronger people not because they think they can win, but because they want something else. Something they're absorbing from the experience." Wei Fang's heartbeat accelerated at the word absorbing. Had she actually figured it out? Had she seen through him completely? "I don't know what you mean," Wei Fang said carefully. Mei Xian smiled slightly. "Probably not. But if you ever need someone to talk to, someone who might understand more than you'd expect, find me. Someone in this sect needs to know that you're not broken. Someone needs to know that you're not as weak as you seem." She left before Wei Fang could respond, leaving him standing in the sect grounds, his mind racing with implications. That evening, Wei Fang sat in meditation and considered the possibility that Mei Xian had actually seen something real. If she had, and if she was willing to help rather than expose him, then she might be a valuable ally. But she might also be a threat. She was intelligent, observant, clearly skeptical of surface-level appearances. She was exactly the kind of person who could unravel his entire operation if she decided to, who could see past the facade to the power beneath. Wei Fang would need to be careful around her going forward. Chapter 38. The Golden Immortals. Game 3 weeks after his defeat at the hands of Gao Ju, Wei Fang had established himself as a Golden Immortal cultivator while maintaining the absolute perfect facade of weakness. The contrast was beginning to become intoxicating. He would walk through the sect grounds and feel the casual dismissal falling on him from all sides. Senior disciples would ignore him completely, not even bothering to register his presence. Mid-rank disciples would use him as a mental contrast to themselves, feeling better about their own accomplishments by comparing themselves to him. Lower-ranked disciples would look at him with sympathy, grateful that they hadn't fallen as far as he had. And from all that dismissal, Wei Fang was absorbing power. The absorption was constant, steady, almost passive. He wasn't orchestrating dramatic defeats anymore. The system had matured beyond that stage. He had become a walking conduit for the world's collective contempt, and that contempt flowed into him like a river feeding a lake. Not in dramatic bursts. Those only came from organized events like tournaments and intentional defeats, but in a constant, steady stream that accumulated into significant advancement. He estimated he was now approximately 30% of the way through Golden Immortal stage, having achieved what should have been 6 months to a year of normal cultivation in just a few weeks. The rate of advancement seemed to be increasing rather than decreasing, as if the threshold of Golden Immortal had unlocked new depths in his power. His power had scales. He understood that now. The more profound the dismissal, the more confident the belief in his inferiority, the more power flowed. A disciple's casual assumption that he was useless generated a small, but measurable flow. A deliberate act of contempt from a strong cultivator generated a much larger flow. But collective dismissal, the combined certainty of many people, reinforced through conversation and social hierarchy, was the most powerful force of all. Wei Fang began to experiment with subtle applications of this understanding. He would position himself in certain locations where high-ranked disciples were training, allowing them to see him struggling with basic movements. The contrast between their facility and his apparent incompetence fed their dismissal, and the feedback was immediate and nourishing. He would ask instructors questions that suggested profound misunderstanding of basic concepts, prompting them to shake their heads in despair. That dismissal was weaker than from peers, but it was consistent and reliable. He would fail at basic tasks, stumbling during runs, dropping things he was carrying, struggling visibly with meditation. Every failure reinforced the narrative. Every moment of apparent incompetence was another layer of conviction added to the collective belief in his weakness. And with each reinforcement, his power grew. The mechanisms of his advancement had become almost autonomous, requiring minimal effort on his part. The world had accepted his weakness as fact, and that fact powered his ascension. But Wei Fang was also beginning to wonder about limits. At what point would he become so powerful that hiding his strength would become physically impossible? At what point would someone like Ruo Yan, or an actual sect elder, see through the deception no matter how carefully it was maintained? And more fundamentally, at what point would the deception become more of a burden than the power was worth? Master Lin returned from his sect assignment near the end of the month, and his first training session with Wei Fang revealed something important. The instructor's perceptiveness was as sharp as ever. "You're much stronger than you were a month ago," Master Lin said, immediately identifying the advancement. "This is more than meditation and basic practice would explain, and the growth in your foundation is significant. I've been practicing the techniques you taught me," Wei Fang said carefully, maintaining his cover story. "Yes, but this is more than a month of practice would explain," Master Lin said. "What happened while I was gone? Did something significant occur?" Wei Fang considered lying, then considered telling the truth. The match with Gao Ju was public knowledge, after all, but that didn't explain the advancement. "I had some opportunities to absorb knowledge," he said, which was technically accurate, though deeply misleading. Master Lin's expression suggested he knew Wei Fang was holding something back, but he didn't push. Instead, he said, "Wei Fang, I want to ask you something, and I want you to think carefully before you answer. Do you have a reason for keeping your true strength hidden?" Wei Fang felt his pulse quicken. This was the moment he'd been dreading, the moment when his cover might collapse. "Yes," Wei Fang said, deciding on partial honesty. There was no point in denying what Master Lin had already figured out. "Why?" Master Lin asked simply. "Because my strength depends on others not knowing about it," Wei Fang said. It was the simplest truth he could offer without revealing the full mechanism. Master Lin nodded slowly, as if that answer made sense to him. "I see. And how long do you think that will last?" "I don't know," Wei Fang admitted. "Eventually, someone will figure it out." "True," Master Lin said. And when they do, you'll have to decide what to do. Use your power openly, hide it anyway, and try to escape, or something else entirely. I haven't decided yet, Wei Fang said. You should think about it, Master Lin said. Because the longer you wait, the more important that decision becomes. The more people know, the harder it will be to keep the secret. Chapter 39. The silent advancement. The weeks that followed Wei Fang's conversation with Master Lin were tense in a way that earlier months had not been. Master Lin now knew for certain that Wei Fang was far stronger than he appeared. This changed the dynamic of their relationship in subtle ways that Wei Fang found both reassuring and terrifying. Master Lin continued to train with him, but he also began to watch him more carefully, as if monitoring for signs that Wei Fang was becoming a danger. His eyes would narrow during training sessions, following Wei Fang's movements, analyzing his strength. And Wei Fang, in turn, became more cautious about showing his strength, more careful about his interactions with others. He had to remember constantly that Master Lin was always watching, always evaluating, always ready to see through his carefully constructed facade. During sparring sessions, Wei Fang had to actively suppress his power while remaining aware that Master Lin was looking for exactly that suppression. It was like walking a razor's edge, trying to appear weak without appearing to be deliberately appearing weak. One slip, one moment where he moved with too much confidence or strength, and Master Lin might decide that Wei Fang was too dangerous to tolerate. Master Lin had said nothing since that day about reporting Wei Fang, but Wei Fang lived with the constant awareness that he could. All it would take was one word to the sect leaders, one revelation of Wei Fang's true power, and everything would collapse. Wei Fang would be exposed as a fraud, as someone who had been deceiving the sect, and he would likely be executed or expelled. The very foundation of his existence at Cloud Peak would shatter. But there was also something else. A mutual respect had developed between them. Master Lin was choosing not to expose Wei Fang, not to report him to sect authorities. This was a form of trust, or at least a form of tolerance. It suggested that Master Lin understood Wei Fang's reasons, or at least understood that exposing him would be complicated. Master Lin was an elder, a figure of authority and responsibility. If he exposed Wei Fang, he would have to answer questions about why he had known for weeks and done nothing. He would have to explain how a disciple under his tutelage had managed to hide such power. The revelation would reflect poorly on him as well. This mutual vulnerability created a strange bond between them. They were now implicated in each other's secrets. Master Lin would remain silent. Wei Fang believed, not out of kindness, but out of self-interest. And Wei Fang would continue to show respect and deference to Master Lin, maintaining the appearance that he was still the weak disciple who looked to his elder for guidance. The sect's official knowledge was that Wei Fang had suffered a devastating defeat at Gao Zhu's hands and had returned to his normal state of weakness. There was no suspicion that anything unusual was occurring beyond the normal tragedy of a disciple discovering his limitations. Life had returned to its ordinary rhythms. New disciples arrived for training. Existing disciples continued their cultivation. The tournaments were over, and the sect had returned to its baseline operations. But Wei Fang's power continued to grow with every passing day. The careful performance of weakness fed him even more effectively now that he was aware of Master Lin watching. The contrast between the visible weakness and the hidden strength that Master Lin knew about, that only Master Lin knew about, created a kind of psychological depth to the performance that somehow made it even more nourishing. He was showing weakness not just to the blind disciples around him, but also to someone who could see the truth and was choosing to overlook it. The weight of that unspoken knowledge seemed to make the dismissal of ordinary disciples that much more potent. By the time 2 months had passed since his defeat, he estimated he was approximately 50% of the way through Golden Immortal stage. Another 2 to 3 months at this rate would bring him to late Golden Immortal, and from there, Tribulation Transcendence would be within theoretical reach. The stage where a cultivator could challenge the heavenly tribulations and achieve immortality. Few sects had more than 1 or 2 disciples at that level. Cloud Peak currently had 3 elders who had achieved that stage, making them some of the most powerful beings in the region. One of them might challenge him if his true power were ever revealed. But the others, Wei Fang believed, would not be able to match him once he achieved full Tribulation Transcendence. Wei Fang would be invisible among them, unknown, undetected, a golden immortal hiding in plain sight, indistinguishable from the weak disciples around him because everyone believed he was weak. He could surpass the sect's most powerful elder, could become a being of immense spiritual power and authority, and no one would know. He could walk past them in the corridors, be dismissed by them, be ordered around by them, and all the while be vastly their superior in power. It was a strange position to be in. He could feel the power growing inside him, could feel the absolute certainty of his superiority growing with each day. He could walk into any arena in the sect and defeat any opponent except for the most senior elders. He could force a high-ranked disciple to their knees without serious effort. He could do things that would cause disciples to gasp in astonishment. But he did none of these things. He maintained the pretense because the pretense was the only thing keeping the power flowing. But everyone around him still saw the weak disciple who had failed in sparring, who was struggling to develop any real skills, who was a burden on sect resources. They saw the cautious figure who moved slowly through the sect grounds, the disciple who dropped things and stumbled and generally demonstrated his fundamental incompetence. The gap between the two realities had become so vast that Wei Fang sometimes wondered if he was the one person seeing clearly or if everyone else's perception was somehow more real than his own power. Which version of him was the authentic one? The weak disciple or the golden immortal? Or was he both, somehow existing in a state of superposition between two truths? Both versions were equally real. Both were equally him, and the power flowed from the contradiction between them. One afternoon, as he was walking through the outer sect gardens, a younger disciple stopped him. The boy was probably no more than 14, still in his first year of training. He had the uncertain demeanor of someone who had not yet decided if he had chosen the right path. His robes marked him as a new initiate, and his stance betrayed the nervousness of someone not yet comfortable with their decision to join Cloud Peak. Wei Fang, the boy said, and Wei Fang recognized the tone. It was the voice of someone asking an older disciple for wisdom, seeking reassurance that advancement was possible for someone like him. I wanted to ask, do you think I'll ever be good enough to compete in a sect tournament? I've been training for 3 months, and there are disciples who are already so much stronger than I am. Sometimes I feel like I made a mistake, like I don't have the potential to ever be good at this. Does it get easier? Can someone like me ever be truly strong? Wei Fang looked at the boy, saw the genuine uncertainty, the desire for validation, the hope that someone more experienced might tell him he had potential. The boy was looking at Wei Fang the way Wei Fang had once looked at senior disciples when he first arrived at Cloud Peak. And Wei Fang said, "Yes, I think you could be very good if you train properly. Better than I am, anyway. You have potential that I never had. Don't compare yourself to the disciples who are already strong. Compare yourself to who you were 3 months ago. You're improving, even if it doesn't feel like it. Keep training. Don't give up." The boy's face lit up with gratitude and relief. He thanked Wei Fang and ran off. Wei Fang stood in the garden and realized something important. The world was not waiting for him to reveal his strength. The world was perfectly happy with its perception of him, and he was perfectly happy letting it remain that way. He could continue indefinitely like this, growing stronger while everyone believed him to be weak. He could reach tribulation transcendence while being dismissed as a failure. He could become the most powerful person in the sect while remaining invisible, because the power was real regardless of whether anyone believed in it. His advancement was real. His growing strength was real. The cultivation he had gathered from the collective dismissal of everyone around him was absolutely, undeniably real. It didn't matter that it came from a source that was technically impossible, that violated the normal rules of cultivation. He had found a way to break those rules, and the broken rules fed him power. What did it matter what anyone else believed? Their beliefs fed him. Their dismissal made him stronger. In a fundamental way, their perception of his weakness was the only thing that mattered. Master Lin knew the truth, but Master Lin's knowledge only made the facade more complex, more layered, and somehow more powerful. The sect thought him weak, the other disciples thought him weak, even the new disciples thought him weak. And all of that weakness was feeding him, elevating him, pushing him closer to a level of power that would make him truly untouchable. Chapter 40, The Path Forward. The Verdant Spring Tournament concluded on a clear afternoon, with a closing ceremony that honored the winning disciples and acknowledged the sects with the strongest participants. Cloud Peak Sect did respectably well in the broader competition. 2 of their disciples advanced to the semifinals, though neither won the overall competition. The honor went to a Verdant Spring disciple named Xianxia, whose power was extraordinary even by the standards of high-level cultivators. Watching Xianxia receive the Tournament Champions Award, Wei Fang estimated that the victor was probably at the very peak of Golden Immortal stage, possibly even approaching Tribulation Transcendence. Wei Fang watched the closing ceremony with quiet satisfaction. The tournament had accomplished exactly what he needed it to accomplish. The disciples from visiting sects had reinforced their assumption that Cloud Peak was a mediocre sect with a few strong disciples and mostly weak ones. Wei Fang had confirmed his position as one of the weak ones by being completely uninvolved in the competition, by maintaining his facade of defeat and incompetence. No one suspected anything about him anymore. The paranoia had been satisfied, the narratives had been settled, the dismissal had become absolute fact. No one suspected anything. The paranoia of disciples like Lin Song had been satisfied by the overwhelming evidence of Wei Fang's genuine weakness. The initial suspicions had been thoroughly disproven by the catastrophic defeat at Gao Ju's hands. If Lin Song was still watching, it was from a place of confirmed superiority rather than paranoid uncertainty. But the tournament had also taught Wei Fang something crucial. He could not remain in Cloud Peak Sect indefinitely. The sect was too small, the disciples too familiar with each other. Eventually, someone would notice the inconsistency between his apparent weakness and whatever subtle signs of power he might give off. Mei Xian had already come close to seeing through him. If she investigated further, or if another perceptive disciple arrived, the fabric of his deception might unravel. More importantly, he had reached the limits of what he could gain from the disciples around him. He had already absorbed power from almost everyone who would dismiss him regularly. The pools of dismissal were running dry. The same disciples, seeing him repeatedly, had begun to build stable assumptions about his weakness that generated less and less power. The novelty of dismissal had worn off, and what remained was simple habit. If he wanted to continue advancing, he would need to find new sources of dismissal. That meant he would need to move beyond Cloud Peak Sect. He would need to go to places where no one knew him, where the entire cycle of dismissal could begin again with fresh disciples who had no preconceptions about his strength. The question was how and when. He discussed the problem with Master Lin during one of their meditation sessions. The instructor listened carefully, his expression thoughtful. "You know," Master Lin said thoughtfully, "there are opportunities for advanced disciples to travel to other sects, to study under different instructors, to gain experience in broader cultivation communities. Have you ever considered something like that?" Wei Fang had been considering it, actually. The idea had been forming in his mind for weeks. "What would that involve?" he asked. "We could petition the sect leadership for approval," Master Lin said. "You would need to have reached a sufficient level of cultivation and demonstrated sufficient discipline. Most sects require their traveling disciples to represent the sect well and to return with knowledge that benefits the overall community. But it's a common practice. Many disciples do it as part of their advancement." "What cultivation level would be required?" Wei Fang asked carefully. He was trying to determine how obvious his advancement had become to the leadership, whether they would see through his claimed level. "For a disciple with your personality and approach, I'd say you would need to reach the middle stages of core formation," Master Lin said. "At that point, you'd have enough power to survive on your own, but not so much that you'd be drawing attention for being unusually strong." Wei Fang smiled at the irony. Master Lin had no idea he was already well past core formation and solidly into golden immortal territory. But the instructor's suggestion was actually perfect. A trip to another sect would serve as an excellent cover for disappearing from Cloud Peak's day-to-day life. He could become a traveling disciple, moving between sects, absorbing power from new sources continuously, advancing without ever staying in one place long enough for people to notice the inconsistencies in his facade. "I'll think about that," Wei Fang said. As the meditation session ended and Master Lin went off to his own chambers, Wei Fang remained seated, contemplating his path forward with growing clarity. He had accomplished something remarkable. He had become powerful while appearing weak, had advanced through ranks that should have taken a decade, while cultivating for only about 2 years, had created an advantage that worked invisibly and consistently. The mechanism was elegant and self-sustaining. The more people believed he was weak, the stronger he became. The more his weakness was confirmed, the more power he could draw. But the nature of that advantage was also its limitation. It depended on being dismissed, on being underestimated, on being invisible. The moment he revealed himself, the advantage would become a liability. The respect that strong cultivators would feel would replace the contempt that fed his power. He would become powerful through revelation, but he would lose the inexhaustible source of power that came from universal dismissal. So he would continue to hide. But this time, with the full knowledge of what he was hiding, with the absolute confidence that comes from genuine power, with the understanding that his weakness had become his greatest strength, Wei Fang understood his path forward more clearly than ever before. He would travel to other sections. He would meet new disciples. He would position himself as a weak cultivator in new communities, where no one knew him, where the cycle of dismissal and absorption could begin again. In each new place, he would rebuild his image of weakness, establish himself as a figure of pity or contempt or casual dismissal. And in each place, he would absorb power until he had taken as much as that sect could offer. And with each cycle, he would grow stronger. With each new sect, each new group of disciples who looked down on him, each new source of dismissal, he would advance further along the path of cultivation. Eventually, he would reach a level of power that made even the strongest cultivators look like beginners. Not because he was naturally talented or had superior techniques or had studied under legendary masters, but because he had found a way to take strength from everyone around him, one moment of contempt at a time. Because he had built a system where human weakness, the tendency to look down on those they thought inferior, became the fuel for his advancement. It was a strange path to ultimate power. It was a lonely path, a path that required him to remain eternally hidden, eternally dismissed, eternally unseen. Every relationship would be built on deception. Every interaction would be calculated. Every moment of apparent weakness would be a performance maintained at significant cost. But it was his path, and he would follow it all the way to the highest levels of cultivation that the world had to offer. He would become so powerful that even the oldest cultivators would bow before him, all while they continued to see him as the weak disciple who had gotten incredibly lucky in a single tournament match, nothing more. As he walked back to his chamber that evening, Wei Fang passed disciples who acknowledged him with casual indifference, cultivators who saw him as part of the background of the sect. They had no idea that they were walking in the presence of someone far more powerful than they were. They had no idea that every moment of dismissal they directed toward him was feeding his power, making him stronger, bringing him closer to ultimate cultivation. That was exactly how he wanted it. That was exactly how it needed to be. The path forward was clear, hidden, quiet, but inexorably upward. And nothing could stop it now, because his strength had become invisible, woven into the very fabric of how others perceived him. To reveal it would be to destroy it. To hide it was to ensure its endless growth. Wei Fang had found the perfect cultivation method, not despite his apparent weakness, but because of it. Chapter 41. The announcement came during evening cultivation session. Master Lin entered the meditation hall with an unusual expression, not quite serious, not quite amused, and waited for the disciples to open their eyes. Wei Fang felt the familiar absorption hum beneath his skin as 50 eyes turned toward their master, a wave of curiosity and anticipation that registered as faint, sweetish energy. The dismissal was always present, always feeding him, even in moments of relative attention. The meditation hall was one of the sect's most important spaces, a large circular chamber built at the precise geometric center of Emerald Lotus's mountain territory, designed so that cultivation energy naturally flowed through it in efficient patterns. Cultivation formations in the floor and ceiling maintained a constant flow of ambient qi, making meditation in this space significantly more effective than in ordinary rooms. Wei Fang had spent countless hours here, meditating among his fellow disciples, absorbing the dismissive energy that radiations from their expectations and assumptions. The Verdant Spring Inter-Sect Tournament begins in 3 weeks, Master Lin said, her voice carrying the weight of something significant. Each sect sends 12 disciples. The tournament council has requested our participation. I will be selecting our representatives. Murmurs rippled through the hall, a rustle of cultivation robes and shifting hope. Wei Fang sensed the immediate spike in hopeful ambition from the inner disciples. Li Chun, who'd been at the sect for 8 years and carried the confidence of someone genuinely capable. Mei Wen, the fastest cultivator for her realm. Zhang Kai, who came from a merchant family with sect connections and whose advancement seemed as much about family leverage as personal cultivation. He could taste their certainty that they would be chosen, could feel the weight of their internal conviction that the tournament stage was their birthright. The tournament held massive significance in the cultivation world. It happened once per year, bringing together disciples from every major sect across the region, creating a competition that determined relative sect strength and individual cultivator capability in direct terms. A strong tournament showing could elevate a sect's standing for years. Disciples who performed well could be recruited by stronger sects, offered resources and training that would accelerate their advancement beyond what their origin sect could provide. Master Lin began listing names. 8 disciples received immediate selection, their names announced with the formal weight of institutional recognition. Li Chun received the first slot. Mei Wen was selected 4th. Others followed. Disciples who were genuinely advanced, who trained seriously, who demonstrated real capability within Emerald Lotus's structured progression. Then, Wei Fang. The hall went quiet in a different way, not the silence of respect, but of surprise that shifted immediately into dismissal. Wei Fang watched as the visible recalibration happened across the room, collective expectation reorganizing itself around new information. He was being sent to the tournament despite being weak, perhaps as a supplementary body count. perhaps as sacrifice, a chance for stronger disciples to advance through him in the bracket, using him as a stepping stone toward genuine advancement. Wei Fang bowed, keeping his movement clear and humble. "I'm honored, Master." "Don't be," Master Lin said, and her eyes met his with an intensity that made him wonder, not for the first time, what she actually saw when she looked at him. Whether her perception of him was filtered through the same dismissal that protected him, or whether she'd somehow seen past it years ago. This will be your first true test beyond these walls. The tournament stage is different from sect trials. Larger, more observers, more powerful opponents. You'll need to be careful about what you reveal and what you keep hidden. The words weren't accidental. Master Lin's tone carried double meaning that Wei Fang caught immediately, a message disguised in instruction, guidance that only he would fully understand. The other disciples would interpret it as general tournament strategy. Wei Fang heard it as acknowledgement. The final 3 selections completed the roster, and the disciples dispersed into the night, most of them excited about the opportunity to represent Emerald Lotus on a larger stage. Wei Fang returned to his small dormitory cell and sat in lotus position, feeling the residue of the evening's dismissive energy settling through his meridians like sediment through still water. 12 disciples. 4 of them genuinely strong. Actual late foundation establishment realm cultivators with the power to match their ranks. The rest core formation or mid-foundation, solid but not exceptional by broader cultivation standards. And Wei Fang, who appeared to be early foundation establishment but was, in fact, something far more dangerous. A conduit for cultivated power absorbed from the contempt of others, years of hidden strength compressed into the facade of a struggling disciple. Over the past 4 years, he had been careful. Meticulously, deliberately careful. Every dismissal, every assumption of weakness, every moment when someone's pride overestimated their superiority had fed him. He'd been strategic about where he allowed his power to show, careful to advance only enough that people would attribute his growth to steady practice rather than anything unusual. He'd never gone above mid-foundation in his apparent cultivation, maintaining that fragile equilibrium where people saw him as harmlessly beneath them, not worth their serious attention. But now he was leaving Emerald Lotus for the first time, leaving the sect's familiar walls and entering a broader world where his obscurity wouldn't be guaranteed, where his careful cultivation and isolation would meet cultivators from powerful sects who had no reason to underestimate him out of kindness. 3 weeks of preparation remained. Wei Fang spent them studying, not meditation or cultivation practice. He didn't need to meditate to advance anymore. His method had transformed the very nature of how he gathered power, but information. The tournament roster arrived via sect messenger, several pages of names and cultivation levels from every sect participating in this season's competition. He studied each entry methodically. The disciples from Azure Peak Sect, the powerful organization that claimed dominance across the northern territories. The Celestial Wind Pagoda, famous for their windblade techniques and cultivation methods that required years of specialized training. The Iron Fist School, whose disciples were renowned for combat cultivation and brutal efficiency in direct confrontation. The Blood Orchid Clan, with their reputation for poison cultivation and techniques that could incapacitate opponents with a single touch. Most were mid-foundation establishment or higher. Some were already approaching late foundation, cultivators who'd begun preparation for the threshold into chi gathering stage. All of them carried the confidence of disciples from sects that had resources, reputation, and genuine respect across the broader cultivation world. The underestimation would be incredible. Emerald Lotus was known in cultivation circles as a marginal sect, barely respectable, the kind of organization that produced competent mid-level disciples, but never genuine elites. The disciples from stronger sects would look at Wei Fang and see exactly what they expected. A cultivator from an inferior sect sent to tournament as padding for statistics, a preliminary round opponent who existed primarily to provide easy victories for the disciples who'd actually earned their places through cultivation from superior facilities and instruction. Wei Fang could already taste it, a sharp mineral flavor beneath his tongue, the sensation of being overlooked and dismissed by people who'd never questioned that their advantages made them naturally superior. He felt his meridians trembling with anticipation of that absorption, that feeding on the systematic contempt he would encounter once he stepped off Emerald Lotus's mountain. On the morning of departure, he packed sparingly. 2 sets of robes, cultivation tools sufficient for standard meditation, a small pouch of spirit stones that looked appropriately humble for someone from a marginal sect. Master Lin walked beside him to the sect gate, where a carriage waited alongside 11 other disciples, all of them carrying the subtle confidence of people advancing to a larger stage. The tournament city is verdant spring, Master Lin said as they approached the carriage, her voice low enough that only Wei Fang could hear clearly. The host sect controls the venue, which gives them advantages in understanding the terrain and managing the bracket. Keep your eyes open. For what? Wei Fang asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. For what you're actually capable of becoming, she said, and something in her tone suggested she knew far more than she'd ever directly acknowledged. The tournament will push you in ways the sect environment doesn't. You'll discover things about yourself. Use them carefully. He didn't ask her to elaborate. Some conversations existed in the spaces between words, in the careful gaps where meaning could be conveyed without direct statement. They both understood, in their different ways, what he was and what the tournament meant for his concealment. The carriage ride took 3 days through changing terrain. Wei Fang sat across from Li Chun and the other selected disciples and watched the landscape transition from forested mountains into cultivated valleys, the air growing progressively thicker with residual cultivation energy. They passed villages that gave way to larger towns, and everywhere he could sense the marks of cultivation. Formations in the architecture, traces of qi disturbance from regular practice, the omnipresent signs that this was a region where cultivation was serious business. Then toward rolling plains where the massive city of Verdant Spring sprawled like a cultivated garden itself. The buildings were taller here, streets wider and better maintained, cultivation formations visible in public structures as if they were normal architectural features rather than rare luxury items. This was a city built by and for high-level cultivators, a place where power was so ordinary that even the basic infrastructure incorporated sophisticated cultivation theory. Other delegations passed them on the road, and each one felt like a warning. A column of disciples in Azure Peak's distinctive black and silver robes, moving with the practiced precision of people trained in formation combat. A smaller group from the Iron Fist School, who moved with the coiled readiness of combat specialists warming for a fight. Disciples in celestial wind robes that seemed to flow as though wind was constantly moving through them, carrying themselves with the confidence of people trained in techniques that few opponents had effective counters for. Wei Fang felt his skin prickle with anticipation at the magnitude of dismissal gathering around him. So much contempt. So many cultivators who were going to look at Emerald Lotus's representatives and immediately categorize them as threats to be crushed, obstacles to overcome, preliminary round opponents who existed for convenient advancement toward the truly difficult matches against actual elite cultivators. The energy was intoxicating in ways that were hard to articulate. He'd spent 4 years developing his cultivation method in relative isolation at Emerald Lotus, working to absorb dismissal from people he encountered regularly. But here, surrounded by thousands of cultivators who'd been trained from childhood to view sects by their ranking and resources, who'd been taught that power flowed from institutional advantage and proper training. Here the contempt was nearly overwhelming. It was different from the contempt of individual disciples at Emerald Lotus. This was systemic dismissal, categorical judgment, the certainty that came from ranking systems and resource allocation. These cultivators didn't just look down on him personally. They looked down on his entire sect, on everyone from Emerald Lotus, on the very principle that a marginal sect could produce anything worth taking seriously. Wei Fang could feel it like pressure building before a thunderstorm, like the air itself was becoming thick with energy waiting for discharge. Verdant Spring tournament grounds occupied the center of the city, a massive arena with tiered seating and dozens of training courtyards arranged in a grid, each one prepared for different styles of combat and cultivation demonstration. The entire structure was a marvel of organization, cultivator designed and cultivator maintained, a physical manifestation of how seriously the establishment took the business of determining who was strongest among them. Disciples from all participating sects were housed in a vast dormitory complex, and Wei Fang noted with careful attention how they were separated. The stronger sects were housed closer to the center, closer to the main arena, suggesting proximity to power and prestige. Emerald Lotus's representatives were assigned rooms in the western wing, furthest from the main arena, in a section that housed the other marginal sects whose disciples were considered peripheral to the real competition. The message was clear without a single word being spoken. Marginal sects weren't housed near the center. Marginal disciples weren't where the important attention needed to be directed. Wei Fang and his sectmates were safely contained in the periphery, where their presence wouldn't complicate the serious business of determining which of the truly powerful sects would dominate. The contempt was exquisite, layered with nuance and sophisticated condescension. That first night, Wei Fang sat on his dormitory balcony and felt the city's dismissal like a living thing, tangible and nourishing. 3,000 cultivators had converged here, probably more if you counted support staff and sect observers, and most of them knew exactly where Emerald Lotus ranked in the hierarchy of cultivation power. The dismissal was almost visible in the air, a shimmering distortion of reality caused by the sheer weight of unified contempt. The verdant spring city itself was breathtaking. Buildings constructed using cultivation formations as structural elements, streets paved with materials that enhanced chi flow, public spaces designed to demonstrate the wealth and technical mastery of the host sect. Everything about the city proclaimed that this was a place of serious cultivation power, that this was where the region's dominant sects displayed their mastery and prestige. Emerald Lotus was housed in the margins of this magnificent display, relegated to quarters that were perfectly serviceable but deliberately positioned far from the centers of power and prestige. The message was clear through every architectural decision. You don't belong here with the truly powerful sections. His meridians sang beneath the pressure of it. He closed his eyes and let the energy settle into the carefully constructed framework he'd spent 4 years building. Each absorbed instance of contempt had taught him something new about how to hold power without radiating it, how to compress cultivation into spaces people wouldn't think to look. The work had been subtle and meticulous, and the result was a cultivation structure that was genuinely unusual, not broken, not defective, but different in ways that standard cultivation theory couldn't fully explain. His meridians had been reorganized through careful, intentional meditation. The normal pathways that standard cultivation used, the major channels that ran along the body's center line, had been supplemented with secondary pathways that held compressed power in ways that would be invisible to casual observation. His core of cultivation was smaller than it should be for someone of apparent mid-foundation establishment stage, because he was storing power in ways that the standard frameworks for measuring cultivation strength wouldn't typically detect. The tournament would be different from the sect trials. Larger stages, more observers, deeper contempt from sects that saw Emerald Lotus not just as beneath them, but as barely worth noticing. The contempt of multiple sects converging on a single location, all of it reinforcing the same message. Marginal sects produced marginal cultivators, and Wei Fang was the living proof of that principle. Wei Fang smiled in the darkness and began the careful work of preparation, feeling his power settling into the compressed patterns that had become second nature to him. The contempt was beginning to accumulate, feeding him, making him stronger with each moment that passed. He was ready, more ready than anyone would suspect. Chapter 42. First rounds. The preliminary bracket assignments were posted at dawn, displayed in elegant calligraphy on announcement boards throughout the dormitory complex. Wei Fang studied them with the same methodical attention he gave to everything, making notes about opponent cultivation levels and sects, looking for patterns in how the tournament council had arranged the initial competitions. The tournament structure was ruthless in its simplicity. Single elimination, 48 preliminary matches to whittle the field from 144 disciples to 48 finalists who would enter the main bracket. The first-round pairings were assigned based on random selection from sect order, creating situations where sect strength and individual talent were completely disconnected. A cultivator from Azure Peak could face someone from a marginal sect just as easily as someone from another powerful organization. Wei Fang's first opponent was Huang Chun of the Azure Peak sect, ranked 8th in their delegation by the Tournament Council's pre-tournament assessment. The notation meant Huang Chun was strong by normal standards, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator with years of training and resources behind him, but not strong enough to be ranked in their top 7, which meant, in the brutal calculus of sect hierarchy, that he was expendable for purposes of preliminary advancement. The match took place in Arena 3, a moderate-sized training ground with cultivation barriers to prevent damage from spreading beyond the designated space, and observation stands already filling with spectators even at early morning. Wei Fang changed into clean robes and walked toward the arena, feeling the pressure of thousands of casual dismissals like wind pushing against his cultivation signature. Disciples from Azure Peak and other major sects pointed him out to each other as he passed. A low cultivator from a low sect, obviously here to lose, obviously selected by Emerald Lotus as a preliminary sacrifice. The weight of that judgment settled on him like comfortable familiar clothing, exactly where he wanted the observer's perception to land. He walked into the arena and bowed to his opponent with proper form. Huang Chun was handsome in the way of Peak sect disciples, well-fed, confident, skin unmarked by poverty or desperate training, his robes bearing Azure Peak's insignia with obvious pride. He was mid-foundation establishment, solid, unremarkable in his strength by the standards of elite cultivation. And he was looking at Wei Fang with the expression of someone inspecting a training dummy, already calculating how quickly he could dispose of this preliminary opponent and move on to someone more appropriately challenging. Let's make this quick, Huang Qin said, not unkindly, his tone carrying the casual indulgence of someone so confident in their superiority that cruelty would be beneath him. You'll hurt less if you just forfeit. No shame in acknowledging the gap between us. Wei Fang felt the contempt as a specific taste, copper and ash, with a faint sweetness underneath. The dismissal was genuine and complete, a total lack of expectation that Wei Fang would offer meaningful resistance. He opened his meridians slightly, carefully, and let the energy flow in, not too much, just enough that Huang Qin wouldn't see the danger coming until it was far too late. I'd like to fight, Wei Fang said, keeping his voice humble and submissive. Thank you for the offer of mercy, but I prefer to test myself against your strength. Huang Qin shrugged as if the decision was unremarkable, even mildly amusing. The opening bell rang, and the match began. Huang Qin attacked with practiced efficiency, moving through a series of palm forms that demonstrated technical mastery and solid cultivation control. His approach was competent, his movements clean, his power application precise. He'd been trained well by Azure Peak's renowned masters, and the evidence was visible in every aspect of his technique. And he was already convinced of his victory before the match had truly started, his certainty so complete that he wasn't bothering with excessive caution. Wei Fang let him attack first, defending with visible effort that suggested the disparity in power was greater than it actually was. He let Huang Qin establish dominance through technique, through the systematic application of pressure that was designed to exhaust and overwhelm. Wei Fang defended with appropriate strain, moving backward several steps under the impact of powerful strikes, occasionally allowing himself to be driven closer to the arena boundary, all of it calculated to reinforce Huang Qin's conviction that he was in control. The crowd's murmurs shifted as they observed the match unfolding exactly as expected, the weak disciple from the marginal sect being methodically dismantled by a competent cultivator from Azure Peak. The dismissal grew thicker, more substantial, as observers confirmed that their initial judgments had been correct. Wei Fang could feel it accumulating in the observation stands, could almost see it as a pressure against his cultivation structure. The dismissal from Azure Peak disciples was particularly dense, layered with their certainty that they represented legitimate power while Emerald Lotus represented the periphery of cultivation civilization. They'd come to this tournament expecting to face challenges only from sects at their level. The presence of marginal sect disciples was almost offensive to them, a reminder that the tournament council was cheap enough to fill the bracket with bodies that would require minimal effort to defeat. Wei Fang absorbed all of this with conscious intention, letting the contempt flow into his meridians, feeding his power, teaching his body how to integrate dismissal into genuine capability. This was what the tournament was for, not for winning necessarily, but for being in a space where so much contempt was concentrated, where thousands of observers were simultaneously feeding him the energy of their disrespect. By the third exchange, Huang Qin's confidence solidified into something approaching boredom. His blade forms became less careful, less cautious. Why worry about a carefully constructed defense against someone who was already losing? His anticipation of victory made his technique slightly less precise, slightly more reliant on overwhelming power rather than genuine skill. Wei Fang waited for the right moment, feeling the timing the way a craftsman feels the wood grain beneath a chisel. It came when Huang Qin overextended on a wind palm technique that was beautiful in its execution and catastrophic in its timing. The form required him to commit fully to the strike, to pour power into the technique without reserving escape routes, trusting in his superiority to compensate for the momentary vulnerability. Wei Fang moved past her defense, not fighting her palms directly, but simply stepping outside the geometry of their motion, and struck her solar plexus with a palm technique that contained enough compressed power to drop her to one knee, gasping for breath. The cultivation technique itself wasn't flashy or complicated, just a solid palm strike delivered from a position of advantage. But the power behind it exceeded what her body had been prepared to receive, and her concentration shattered at the impact. The crowd erupted in reactions ranging from surprise to genuine shock. An upset. A marginal sect disciple had defeated someone from Azure Peak, one of the top 3 tournament sections. The preliminary matches were supposed to be predictable, the strong advancing and the weak eliminated. Unexpected victories disrupted that narrative, suggested that the tournament council's power assessments might be imprecise. Wei Fang helped Huang Qin up, bowing with proper respect. That was excellent technique. I was fortunate to catch you in that moment. Your cultivation is higher than your appearance suggests, Huang Qin said, breathing heavily, confusion visible in her expression. She'd been beaten by someone who didn't have enough power to legitimately challenge her. and the contradiction was clearly unsettling. The observation itself was fuel for Wei Fang's cultivation. Huang Qin's confusion, her attempt to reconcile her expectations with the actual outcome, the slight injury to her pride from losing to someone from an inferior sect. All of it produced a specific quality of energy that Wei Fang could absorb and integrate. Where pure contempt had provided base power, confusion produced something more refined, a cultivation signature that would help him develop more sophisticated control. Wei Fang deliberately modulated his expression to show humility and luck rather than genuine skill, allowing Huang Qin's mind to reframe the victory as an anomaly rather than evidence of his actual strength. As he left the arena, Wei Fang felt the shift in the crowd's perception like a pressure wave. Not dramatic enough to be revolutionary. Huang Qin was only ranked 8th in her sect delegation. After all, not one of their elite, but something meaningful had registered. Uncertainty. A tiny adjustment in the dismissive calculus. The weak cultivator from the marginal sect wasn't completely negligible after all. And that uncertainty, that tiny recalibration of contempt mixed with surprise, fed his cultivation like nothing else could. It was richer, more complex than the initial pure dismissal. Observers who'd been convinced of their understanding and were now forced to reassess were providing energy that went beyond simple disrespect. It was the energy of cognitive dissonance, of expectations being violated, of certainty giving way to doubt. Wei Fang could have revealed his power more fully in that match. He could have demonstrated genuine strength that would have made the victory obviously legitimate. But that would have wasted the contempt that had been flowing toward him. The observers had been feeding him dismissal with every assumption of his weakness. By preserving the appearance of struggle while still winning, he'd converted that contempt into something even more valuable, the confused energy of people trying to recalibrate their understanding. Over the next 2 days, Wei Fang fought 3 more times in rapid succession. Each opponent was stronger than the last, each match requiring him to reveal slightly more power than the previous confrontation. The progression was carefully calibrated. He never revealed more than necessary, but he revealed enough that observers were forced to continuously recalibrate their understanding of his actual capability. His second match was against a mid-foundation cultivator from the Mystic Star sect, a female disciple with solid technique and genuine power. Wei Fang took this match seriously, letting himself be pushed harder than he'd been against Huang Qin. He demonstrated competence that was beyond negligible, but still clearly struggling. The crowd's energy shifted from amusement to genuine interest. His third match was against someone from the Iron Fist School, a specialist in combat cultivation with visible body conditioning that suggested years of focused training and brutal efficiency in unarmed combat. This opponent was more dangerous than the previous 2 combined. Wei Fang was actually driven to one knee by his opponent's initial assault, was actually struggling to defend against technique that was fundamentally dangerous and well executed. The crowd watched with genuine interest. The marginal sect disciple was being seriously challenged, and everyone wanted to know if he'd break under pressure or reveal more hidden strength. The dynamics had shifted from casual observation to genuine engagement. People were leaning forward in their seats. Sects were noting the match details, assessing whether this was a legitimate threat or a temporary anomaly. Wei Fang let them wonder. He defended for several more exchanges, each one demonstrating increasing competence and adaptation, gradually allowing the Iron Fist disciple's techniques to become slightly less fresh and powerful while his own defenses became increasingly solid. It was calculated progression designed to suggest that he was developing understanding of the opponent's pattern, not that he'd been hiding superior power. Then he found an opening as the Iron Fist disciple grew slightly overconfident after having dominated several exchanges. The opening was specific, a moment where the disciple committed weight forward in a technique, where balance momentarily shifted, where the path from Wei Fang's position to a pressure point was temporarily unguarded. Wei Fang moved through that window with precision, reversing the momentum completely with a burst of power that was substantially more than he'd been demonstrating, and completed the victory through a technique that showcased superior cultivation reserves. The win was decisive, no doubt about it, but the way he'd once suggested incremental improvement rather than revelation of hidden strength. After the victory, he heard the whispers clearly among the observers. That cultivator from Emerald Lotus isn't actually weak. There's something not standard about their advancement. The category of observation had shifted. It was no longer he's surprisingly competent for a weak disciple. It was his advancement trajectory isn't following standard patterns. The distinction mattered. It meant observers were beginning to wonder whether his power level was genuinely different from what his appearance suggested, or whether his advancement method was unconventional in some way. The questions were beginning. By the end of the preliminary rounds, Wei Fang had won 5 of 6 matches, losing only to a late Foundation establishment cultivator from the Celestial Wind Pagoda who was, genuinely, quite strong. A specialist in windblade techniques whose control was refined and whose power was substantial. The loss wasn't shameful. Even advanced observers recognized that he'd fought someone at a significantly higher level. 32 matches had been played across the preliminary bracket by the tournament's final day. Wei Fang had advanced solidly. The finalist bracket was announced, and to his interest, he was seeded 31 in the power rankings. Not particularly impressive, not ranked among the obvious elite, but no longer invisible either. The dismissal had shifted. Now people wondered if he'd gotten lucky, if there was something slightly less pathetic about Emerald Lotus than they'd initially assumed. That uncertainty, that small space between the contempt they'd felt before and the grudging acknowledgement of competence now, was better than gold for his cultivation method. That evening, the participating sects held a formal banquet for the finalists, an elegant gathering in the grand dining hall of Verdant Spring Sect, with tables arranged by sect affiliation and hierarchical positioning. The spatial arrangement itself was a statement of power and prestige. The stronger sects sat closer to the host sect's honored tables, bathed in visible attention and respect, receiving service first and receiving more elaborate dishes. Azure Peak, Celestial Wind, Iron Fist occupied the prime positions with clear sight lines to the dais where the tournament council and host sect's leadership sat. Wei Fang sat with his fellow Emerald Lotus disciples at a table positioned further back, among the marginal sects, observing the dynamics unfold from a position of comfortable obscurity. The energy at his table was different from the energy at the central tables. Watchful, calculating, hungry in the way of cultivators who understood they were being observed and judged, and found wanting by the standards of the broader cultivation world. The disciples at Wei Fang's table came from sects like Cloud Whisper, Golden Meridian, Mystic Star, organizations that were respectable but not dominant, sects that had resources and training but lacked the prestige or institutional weight of the true power organizations. The disparity was evident in everything from the quality of their robes to the attention they received from servants. They were included in the tournament, given formal recognition, but the message was clear: you are not the power here. What fascinated Wei Fang was the way the disciples at his table responded to this subtle degradation. Some seemed humiliated, eating quickly and spending minimal time in the space. Others appeared determined, as if the ranking was a challenge to be overcome. Still others seemed resigned, as if they'd accepted the hierarchy as natural and permanent. Wei Fang's approach was different. He used the banquet as an opportunity to observe patterns in how power was distributed, how prestige was allocated, how sects justified their hierarchies. He watched how disciples from Azure Peak held themselves, how they interacted with disciples from other peak sects, how they casually dismissed disciples from marginal sects who tried to approach them. All of it was fuel for his cultivation. All of it was the energy of systematic contempt being broadcast across the dining hall, available for absorption if you knew how to capture it. A disciple from the Cloud Whisper sect sat at a nearby table, a quiet woman with calculating eyes who'd also won her preliminary bracket unexpectedly. She was older than Wei Fang, possibly in her mid-20s, with the bearing of someone who'd been training seriously for years. Her robes bore Cloud Whisper's insignia, but with markings that suggested she held some kind of special status within the sect. She made eye contact with Wei Fang across the gap between tables, held it for a moment longer than politeness usually required, then looked away deliberately. The gaze suggested she saw more than dismissal when she looked in his direction, suggested someone capable of looking past the surface narrative to perceive the actual complexity underneath. Wei Fang noted her observational pattern over the course of the evening. She wasn't watching him constantly, but at strategic moments, after he'd eaten, when he shifted position, when he interacted with other Emerald Lotus disciples. Her observation was systematic, analytical, the pattern of someone assessing another cultivator's actual capabilities versus apparent rank. When their eyes met a second time, this time intentionally, Wei Fang perceived something deeper in her expression, recognition, perhaps. Not recognition that she knew him specifically, but recognition of the pattern he represented. She was a cultivator who understood the difference between appearing weak and being weak, between hiding power and actually lacking it. Wei Fang stored the observation for later analysis, the way a merchant stores valuable goods for future use. Master Lin appeared near the end of the banquet, engaging in measured conversation with other sect masters. Wei Fang observed his master conversing with the Verdant Spring Sect's master and 2 others, their discussion professional and careful, the kind of political negotiation that happened at the margins of larger power structures. When Master Lin glanced his way, Wei Fang pretended not to notice, but the knowledge that he was being observed with whatever care she actually gave him provided a subtle anchor to reality. He wasn't completely alone in this. Emerald Lotus's leadership knew what he was, or at least knew that he was something more complicated than his appearance suggested. Chapter 43. Rising Stakes. The main tournament bracket was structured with sophisticated attention to power dynamics and anticipated advancement. Seed 1 through 8 would face seeds 33 through 40 in the first round. The strongest disciplines systematically paired against those ranked weakest, ensuring that the obvious powerhouses would advance while the marginal cultivators would be winnowed away. Wei Fang, as seed 31, would face seed 18 in the second round, a cultivator from the Celestial Wind Pagoda named Luo Mei. He learned this information from the bracket posted outside the main arena that morning and immediately diverted some of his attention toward the verdant Spring City Library, where he'd begun spending hours between matches studying records of cultivator rankings and sect hierarchies. The library held extensive documentation of cultivation methods, sect capabilities, and historical tournament results. It was useful for understanding his opponent's likely approaches and for gathering intelligence on which sects were likely to produce the most dangerous competitors. Luo Mei's preliminary record had been provided in the tournament materials. Mid-late foundation establishment cultivation level, Windblade specialist, 5 victories in the preliminary rounds, and one opponent who'd forfeited before the match even started due to recognizing the disparity in cultivation power. Wei Fang visited one of the training courtyards where the Celestial Wind disciples were preparing for their next matches and positioned himself where he could observe Luo Mei practicing her technique. She was genuinely excellent. He could see that immediately. Her blade work was precise, her cultivation control refined, her movements efficient and deadly. She'd been trained by a quality sect and had clearly benefited from years of proper resources and instruction. When Luo Mei's eyes passed across his position, there was a moment of confusion. Who is that weak disciple watching from the edge? Followed quickly by tactical calculation. Not a threat, but not a non-factor either. The assessment was made, stored, and filed away. She didn't dismiss him with the absolute contempt that Huang Chen had, but the underlying attitude was still dismissive. He was beneath her notice, not worth serious consideration. It was a different flavor of contempt from what he'd encountered so far. Measured, professional. The disdain of someone genuinely strong towards someone who'd shown themselves to be not trivial, but definitely not an equal. But still dismissive. Still underestimating. The match was scheduled for the afternoon in the primary arena. Wei Fang spent the morning in meditation, feeling the shape of his accumulated power. Over the preliminary rounds, he'd absorbed enough contempt to push himself closer to late foundation establishment in actual cultivation level, though his apparent cultivation remained solidly mid-foundation. The disparity between what he actually was and what observers believed him to be was beginning to strain against the compression he'd maintained for so long. When the match was called, Wei Fang walked into the massive arena and felt the attention of the crowd like physical pressure. The preliminary rounds had created genuine interest. The weak Emerald Lotus disciple who kept winning against stronger opponents was becoming a minor narrative in the tournament, a subplot of underdog progress and unexpected capability. More dismissal, more contempt, more observers who were curious whether he'd continue surprising them or whether he'd finally meet someone genuinely powerful and reveal that his previous victories had been fortunate flukes rather than demonstrations of actual skill. Luo Mei was waiting, and she bowed with proper form when Wei Fang entered the arena. Her cultivation weapon was a paired set of wind blades that gleamed in the afternoon sun, beautiful and definitely deadly. "I've heard you're actually somewhat competent," Luo Mei said, which was almost a compliment. "That'll make this interesting, at least." The opening bell rang. Luo Mei attacked with practiced efficiency, moving through a series of blade forms that demonstrated technical mastery. Each strike was aimed at vital points, designed to force a defensive response rather than to give Wei Fang space to establish his own offense. She was trying to establish dominance through technique, forcing him to react rather than act. Wei Fang defended, but deliberately showed strain. Let her believe she was pushing him to the edge of his capacity. Let her contempt crystallize in his certainty that she would win if she maintained pressure and didn't allow him space to recover or counterattack. By the third exchange, she was beginning to open her guard, beginning to assume victory. The blade forms became slightly less careful, slightly more confident. Why worry about a carefully constructed defense against someone who was already losing? Wei Fang waited for the right moment, the moment where power and confidence converged into a momentary gap in her perfect technique. It came when Luo Mei overextended on a wind blade technique that was beautiful in its execution and catastrophic in its timing. The form was supposed to be part of a combination, building momentum toward a finishing strike that would be impossible to defend against. But Wei Fang didn't try to defend against the entire combination. He moved past her blades, not fighting them, but simply stepping outside their geometry, and struck her solar plexus with a palm technique that contained enough power to drop her to one knee, gasping. The crowd erupted, the response larger now than it had been at preliminary stages. An upset. A marginal sect disciple had defeated someone from Celestial Wind Pagoda, one of the top 3 tournament sections. The narrative was shifting. This wasn't a lucky victory. This wasn't an anomaly. There was something actually happening here, something that the tournament council's power assessments hadn't captured. Wei Fang helped Luo Mei up, and her expression had shifted from dismissal to actual concern. Your cultivation is higher than your appearance suggests, she said, more statement than question. You're hiding something. How are you maintaining that kind of power differential? I'm just determined, Wei Fang replied, which was technically true in the most literal sense possible. He was determined to hide his strength, determined to use the contempt of others to fuel his growth, determined to navigate the tournament without revealing the true nature of his advancement. As he left the arena, he felt the shift in the crowd's perception like a tide change. The weak disciple from the weak sect wasn't actually weak at all. The categorical dismissal was fragmenting. Observers who'd seen him dispatch 2 opponents were beginning to acknowledge that something unusual was happening, that Emerald Lotus contained more depth than expected. Emerald Lotus disciples, once universally dismissed, were becoming topics of conversation. The weak cultivator was actually quite strong. Questions began circulating through the tournament site. Was it a cultivation technique? Natural talent? Was Emerald Lotus hiding more strength than expected? The whispers carried flavors of contempt still, but tinged now with the irritation of miscalculation. And irritation, Wei Fang had learned, fed his cultivation almost as well as pure dismissal. The cultivators who were annoyed that their initial judgments had been wrong, who were frustrated by the existence of an exception to their categorical assumptions, they were feeding him energy more potent than those who'd simply dismissed him and moved on. Over the next 3 days, Wei Fang fought twice more in the bracket advancement. His second-round opponent, a mid-foundation cultivator from the Mystic Star sect, lasted longer but ultimately fell to the same tactical approach. Let him establish dominance. Let him underestimate. Then reverse the tide through superior cultivation reserves hidden behind a facade of struggling effort. His third-round opponent, a slightly stronger late foundation cultivator from the Iron Fist school, was more difficult but ultimately succumbed to the same method. By the quarterfinals, Wei Fang had made the top 8. The revelation had spread across the entire tournament site. Emerald Lotus disciples, once universally dismissed, were now topics of serious discussion. The weak cultivator was actually quite strong, was advancing through the bracket with consistent capability, was demonstrating technique and power that exceeded what someone at his apparent cultivation level should possess. The whispers were layered now, complex. Respect mixed with lingering dismissal. Curiosity mixed with irritation at being wrong. Uncertainty about his actual power mixed with a growing recognition that he was going to be difficult for whoever faced him next. The semifinal bracket was announced. Wei Fang would face Seed 4 in the preliminary rankings, a major power, definitely late foundation establishment, representative of one of the strongest sects participating. The true masters were emerging now. The tournament's second and third seeds were facing off in one semifinal. The fourth seed was preparing to face Wei Fang. The 8 cultivators remaining were fundamentally different from the 32 who'd been eliminated. This was the elite of the elite, the cultivators whose sects had invested the most resources, whose advancement had been most carefully cultivated. And Wei Fang had somehow infiltrated that elite through the systematic use of others' contempt against them. That evening, Master Lin found him outside his dormitory. The conversation was brief but significant. The higher sects are taking notice, she said without preamble. Verdant Spring is asking questions about your advancement method. Azure Peak is investigating whether we have hidden cultivation resources. Other sects are wondering if Emerald Lotus has been intentionally appearing weak to gain strategic advantage. Is that bad? Wei Fang asked. It's complicated, Master Lin replied. Your advancement is good for Emerald Lotus's standing. The sect's reputation benefits from having a disciple who can compete at the tournament's highest levels. But people are beginning to ask why you seemed weak initially and are now demonstrably less weak. That's a question you'll need to be able to answer, eventually. She left him with that observation, and Wei Fang felt the weight of her knowing settle more heavily on his shoulders. Master Lin suspected something real about what he was doing. She hadn't exposed him or demanded clarification, but she'd made clear that the time of absolute secrecy was approaching its end. Chapter 44. The mystery deepens. The semi-final bracket pitted Wei Fang against Yunhe of the Golden Meridian Sect, seed 4 from the preliminary rounds. Yunhe was a tall cultivator with careful eyes and an apparent cultivation at late foundation establishment, solidly in the elite range for this tournament. His preliminary record was immaculate: 6 victories, no close matches, no sign of struggle against any opponent. The tournament council had ranked him high enough to seed him 4th, suggesting that the assessment was based on actual demonstrated power rather than sect affiliation or resource availability. But what interested Wei Fang far more than Yunhe's strength was the particular quality of Yunhe's cultivation signature. When he observed Yunhe during a practice session 2 days before their match, something about the other cultivators' chi felt compressed in a way that was distinctly familiar. Not identical to Wei Fang's own hidden power structure. The method was different, the sources would be different, but similar in principle. Similar in the essential compression, the deliberate hiding of true capability beneath an apparent level that was lower than reality. Wei Fang had spent 4 years perfecting the art of compressing cultivation beneath a facade of weakness. He'd assumed it was unique to him, that his particular gift was singular and unrepeatable. But Yunhe's signature suggested something else, a different method for hiding true power, but hiding nonetheless. The realization hit him with force. He wasn't alone in what he was doing. Wei Fang began investigating with careful discretion, spending time at the library gathering information on the Golden Meridian Sect, on Yunhe's family background, on any documentation that might hint at the other cultivators' circumstances and motivations for hiding. The Golden Meridian Sect wasn't famous, but it also wasn't marginal like Emerald Lotus. It was mid-tier, respectable, but not dominant. Their disciples were few here. Only 3 made the final bracket. Yunhe appeared to be their strongest representative, which suggested that the sect had invested in his advancement or that he'd simply been talented enough to advance without special resources. Wei Fang studied the tournament records and noticed something interesting. Yunhe had won 5 matches, but 4 of them were against sects that ranked lower than Golden Meridian. In the one match he'd faced an equally or higher-ranked opponent. His victory had been far less dominant than in matches against weaker adversaries. The pattern was subtle enough that casual observers would probably miss it, but once you understood what you were looking for, it became obvious. Yunhe was hiding. He was deliberately performing less strength against opponents from equal or superior sects, saving his true power for situations where it would be less visible, where the victory could be attributed to luck or tactical advantage rather than fundamental power differential. The realization struck Wei Fang as profound. There was another cultivator here doing exactly what he was doing, though perhaps for different reasons. That night, Wei Fang was meditating in a quiet courtyard when someone sat down beside him. The movement was careful, deliberate, clearly intended to be noticed, but not aggressive. "You know something's wrong with my cultivation," Yunhe said, not turning his head, his voice quiet enough that only Wei Fang would hear. "I can feel you observing me, analyzing my cultivation signature." Wei Fang's eyes opened slowly. This was a critical moment. A cultivator had seen past his own hiding and was confronting him about it directly. The response mattered. He could try to deny it, but that would be insulting to both their intelligences. "I don't know what you mean," he said initially, testing whether Yunhe would accept easy deflection or whether he was genuinely perceptive. "Yes, you do," Yunhe said calmly, still not turning to face him, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "I can see it in how you've been watching me during practices. You're trying to figure out what I'm doing to hide my strength, which means you're doing something similar yourself. And someone who's practiced that kind of compression for years would recognize the signs immediately." Wei Fang considered the situation carefully. Yunhe had exposed that he knew the basic truth, that Wei Fang was hiding something significant about his power. Continuing to deny it further would be insulting to both their intelligences and would only confirm Yunhe's assessment. But admitting it created complications that could affect the tournament competition between them. "What are you?" Wei Fang asked finally, shifting to his own direct question to see if Yunhe would reciprocate transparency. "Someone who can't afford to be strong in front of his sect masters," Yunhe said quietly, his voice carrying resignation that suggested this was a burden he'd carried for years. "My father is a merchant, very successful, very rich, and very controlling. He paid for my cultivation training, but he didn't want a son who was powerful enough to be independent from his authority. So I hide. I cultivate in secret, suppress my apparent cultivation level in front of supervisors, maintain the fiction that I'm exactly as strong as I appear to be in public contexts." "That's..." Wei Fang paused, searching for the right word to express the complexity he was hearing. "Complicated." "It is," Yunhe agreed, and there was something almost relieved in his tone, as if this was the first time he'd spoken these truths aloud to another person. and I'm guessing you have your own reasons for hiding. Which presents an interesting problem. We're going to fight, and we can't both go all out, because that would expose us to the other strong sections. But we're also strong enough that it would be obvious if we were pulling punches against each other. Wei Fang felt the weight of the situation settling on him. Yin, he was right. If they fought at full power, both of them would be revealed as stronger than their apparent cultivation level. If they fought at reduced power, the disparity would be obvious to observers who were paying attention. They were trapped by the logic of hiding simultaneously. What do you propose? Wei Fang asked, leaning toward trusting this other cultivator who clearly understood the complexities of hidden power. An actual match, Yin said. You're genuinely strong. I'll discover that in the fight. You'll discover that I'm also stronger than I appear. We'll both advance due to demonstrated strength. No one exposes anyone. We both benefit from being recognized as competent disciples. And we both keep our secrets intact, because the advance is explained by the specific circumstances of the match rather than by fundamental revelation. Wei Fang evaluated the offer carefully. The risk was substantial. Yin he could use the knowledge of Wei Fang's hidden power as leverage, or worse, expose him to Master Lin or the other sects as a method of reducing competition. But the alternative was either pulling the match, which would look suspicious to observers, or actually fighting Yin he at full power, which would force dangerous revelations about what he actually was. All right, Wei Fang said after a long moment. An actual match. Chapter 45. The uncertain victory. The tournament arena sprawled before Wei Fang like a stone battlefield, its white surface gleaming under the afternoon sun. The outer ring of the Emerald Lotus Sect's main competition grounds was packed, disciples 3 rows deep pressed against the barriers, sect elders occupying shaded pavilions, and a handful of visiting cultivators from rival sects claiming premium vantage points. The semi-final matches had drawn the kind of crowd that only came when talent rose to meet expectation. Wei Fang stood in the contestants' waiting area, watching his opponent take the field first. Chun from Silver Mountain Sect moved with the fluid confidence of someone who had never seriously doubted himself. His robes were deep crimson, embroidered with silver threads that caught the light like flames. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Whistles, scattered applause, the kind of recognition that came from a reputation built over seasons of tournaments. Silver Mountain Sect cultivators in the pavilion section nodded approvingly at their representative. Wei Fang felt the weight of their disdain from 50 paces away. To them, Emerald Lotus was a secondary power. An outer disciple from such a sect, no matter his match record, was merely a gnat that Chun would brush aside before more interesting challenges awaited. Wei Fang could feel the contempt like a weight pressing against his meridians. He closed his eyes for just a moment, reaching for that familiar sensation, the hunger that came when others looked at him with underestimation written across their faces. Those Silver Mountain disciples, their confidence so thick they barely seemed to notice Emerald Lotus existed. Their certainty that their sect's cultivation techniques were superior, their resources endless, their disciples naturally superior by birth alone. His dantian warmed as he drew the subtle currents toward him. Not obvious. Never obvious. Just enough to feel the edges of their contempt crystallizing into usable form, settling into his reserves like water, finding cracks in stone. He opened his eyes and walked forward. The arena fell into a rhythmic quietness, that particular silence that came before significant matches, when the crowd held its breath in anticipation. Wei Fang descended the stone steps and took his position opposite Chun, 60 paces across open ground. Up close, Chen's expression was politely dismissive. A fighter who had calculated victory before the first move. His golden core cultivation was steady, clean, without the intricate layering Wei Fang had learned to recognize in stronger fighters. Solid, well-trained, dangerous in the conventional sense. But patterns were visible to those who knew how to look. Begin, the match arbiter called. Chun moved first, and Wei Fang's entire world contracted into a single, crystalline moment of analysis. The Silver Mountain cultivators' fighting style relied on formation work. Specifically, spiral formations that built momentum as they rotated. Wei Fang had spent the previous evening reviewing recorded matches of Chen's 7 tournament victories. Each one had followed the same essential architecture. Establish a rotating formation, lock the opponent into its pull, then accelerate the spiral until they were either thrown or forced into an error. It was effective. It was elegant. And it was built on the assumption that raw cultivation and the purity of the spiral's geometry would always overwhelm a defender's will to resist. Chun raised both hands, and fire chi gathered around him. Not crude flame, but something more refined. The spiral began to form, a geometric pattern of superheated air that twisted outward in a perfect golden coil. The arena's temperature jumped. Spectators leaned forward. Wei Fang moved sideways. Not backward, as someone without a plan would have done. Not forward, trying to smash through by force. But perpendicular to the spiral's initial expansion, reading the precise angle of Qin's energy spiral and stepping into the space where it was thinnest, where the geometric perfection had inherent gaps. The crowd's murmur suggested confusion. This wasn't how these matches usually began. Chun adapted immediately, his face hardening with focus as he adjusted his position and began to spin, trying to catch Wei Fang within the spiral's growing radius. Fire Qi traced patterns in the air, each one a perfect geometric expression of technique and control. Wei Fang continued moving laterally, then forward, using small, economical steps that kept him in the gaps. His own Qi remained quiet, unflashy. He wasn't attacking. He was dissolving the geometry that Chun had built so carefully. The Silver Mountain disciples in the pavilion began to murmur among themselves. This wasn't retreat. This wasn't weakness. But it was also clearly not what they had expected. Qin's spiral tightened further, its rotation increasing. The pattern was flawless, fire dancing in perfect arcs, each revolution building on the last, creating a vortex that should have drawn in anything caught near it. But Wei Fang was never quite where the spiral needed him to be. He felt the heat on his skin, saw the red-gold light paint shadows across his robes, but he remained untouched. The third rotation came, and Qin's expression shifted, the tiny tightening at the corners of his eyes that indicated frustration beginning to crack through his composure. Wei Fang moved inward. This was the moment most defenders made their mistake. Caught in the geometry of the spiral, they would either push outward against its force or freeze in place. Wei Fang did neither. He folded his body into the spiral's motion itself, accepting its energy rather than resisting it. His own cultivation channels opened to the heat, his practice at absorbing external qi finding perfect application in this moment. The spiral's fire crashed against him like a wave, and he didn't resist. He channeled it, let it move through him, guided it downward into his dantian where it dissolved into general cultivation energy, no longer marked by the specific golden hue of Qin's sect technique. For a fraction of a second, the spiral destabilized. Wei Fang struck in that moment, not with force, but with precision. A sharp, focused blade of his own qi extended from his palm and found the precise point where Qin's energy structure was weakest. Not a dramatic technique, not something that would make the crowd leap to their feet. Simply the most efficient method of breaking the formation's geometry. The spiral shattered. Fire qi scattered across the arena in a pattern that looked almost accidental. The crowd gasped. Chun stumbled backward, his robes scorched where pieces of his own broken formation had backlashed against him, his breathing suddenly ragged with surprise. For a moment, there was a strange silence. The kind of quiet that came when something had ended in a way no one quite expected. Wei Fang stood in the center of the arena, his breathing controlled, his expression neutral. He hadn't charged. He hadn't performed dramatic evasions. He had simply analyzed the geometry of his opponent's technique and found the places where it couldn't hold. Winner, the arbiter announced. Wei Fang of Emerald Lotus. The applause came, but it was uncertain. Dutiful. The crowd seemed confused about what they had just witnessed. Spectators turned to their neighbors with raised eyebrows and quiet questions. Qin had been defeated, that was clear. But the victory hadn't had the dramatic flourish that made these matches memorable. There had been no moment of overwhelming power. Just a steadily methodical dismantling of something that had looked invincible. Wei Fang bowed to the arbiter and turned to walk from the arena. As he climbed the stone steps toward the pavilion area, he felt the weight of attention shift. Not excitement. Not awe. Something more calculating. The visiting elders from rival sects, including a pair of Silver Mountain observers in the second-tier seats, exchanged glances. Their eyes tracked him with new interest. Not the interest they gave to a dangerous fighter who had just crushed an opponent spectacularly, but something different. Something closer to concern. One of the Silver Mountain elders rose slightly and moved to the railing, watching Wei Fang's ascent with an expression that had subtly shifted from disdain to assessment. Wei Fang felt the moment they began to recalculate their assumptions about him, about Emerald Lotus, about what an outer disciple might actually be capable of. He pulled that moment of recalibration toward him and held it in his dantian. Their shame at having underestimated him, their irritation at the unexpected defeat, the seed of doubt they had planted in their own certainties. It tasted like cold honey. He absorbed it completely. Master Lin was waiting in the preparation area when Wei Fang passed through the interior corridor. The sect's senior tournament overseer stood motionless, arms folded, her eyes reflecting the kind of focused attention she usually reserved for breaking down the techniques of rival sect masters. That was a clean victory, she said quietly. studying his face. Wei Fang bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Lan. You showed more than necessary. Her voice held no accusation, but the words carried weight. Against a fire formation specialist of Qin's level, a simpler domination of power would have been sufficient. Instead, you chose to dismantle his technique from within, to demonstrate understanding of his formation's geometry, to show that you could perceive and exploit weaknesses that most cultivators would never notice. Wei Fang kept his expression neutral, waiting. The problem, Master Lin continued, still watching him with that intense, measuring gaze, is not that you won. The problem is that now, certain observers will begin to ask themselves what you could have done had you needed to use your full capability. They will wonder what less than you could have actually means. And wondering that, they will wonder what you are hiding, what you are capable of. She paused, letting the implication settle. Such wondering can become dangerous, she said softly, to yourself and others. Be mindful of how clearly you allow your skills to be visible. Victory, Wei Fang, is not just about winning. It is about winning in a way that does not invite the very attention you have spent so long cultivating in secret. Wei Fang nodded slowly. I understand, Master Lan. I will adjust my approach in the finals. She studied him for a long moment more, then nodded once. See that you do? Silver Mountain will send a stronger opponent next. Make certain it is a victory that raises no questions. As she turned to leave, Wei Fang felt the weight of her warnings settle alongside the stolen cultivation he had absorbed from the crowd. Master Lin saw more than he sometimes gave her credit for. She didn't know the full truth of his ability, that much was clear, but she was beginning to suspect that something was atypical about his cultivation path. It was, Wei Fang thought carefully, both a warning and a reminder. The most powerful cultivation secrets were those that remained unspoken. The moment people began to calculate and question, the moment they started applying their intelligence to what they had witnessed, the danger of exposure grew exponentially. He would need to be more careful in the final match. But as he felt the stolen contempt and fractured confidence of a dozen cultivators settling into his dantian, warming his core with their absorbed energy, he also knew that the path ahead would require even greater precision than before. Victory was no longer simply about winning. It was about winning in a way that left no trace of the true mechanism behind his strength. Chapter 46. The third place match. The third place match was technically against another elite disciple, Seed 5 from the preliminary rounds, a cultivator named Qing Hai from the Celestial Wind Pagoda, sister sect to the cultivator Wei Fang had defeated in earlier rounds. Qing Hai was a woman cultivator at late foundation establishment approaching Qi gathering, solidly in the elite range, and she was motivated by the fact that her sect needed a strong showing at the tournament, needed to demonstrate that Celestial Wind could produce genuine powerhouses. Wei Fang fought her with approximately 2/3 of his actual strength, enough to be credible, but not enough to truly dominate. The match was actually close. Qing Hai pushed him harder than most opponents had, and by the midpoint, Wei Fang was genuinely concerned about his ability to win without fully releasing his compressed power. The observation stands grew silent as the match continued, observers recognizing that they were watching a genuine competitive engagement between two advanced disciples. Qing Hai was technically superior in some respects, her blade work polished and efficient. But Wei Fang had cultivation reserves that exceeded her own, and eventually, cultivation depth won out. The bronze medal was his. The finals would be Yun He versus Chun Su of the Azure Peak sect, the tournament's second seed, and a genuine elite cultivator who appeared to be touching early Qi gathering stage. That match was scheduled for 3 days later, giving the finalists time to recover physically, if not psychologically. What Wei Fang didn't anticipate was the visiting elder. Master Lin appeared in his dormitory room the evening after the third-place match, and she was not alone. With her was an older man with cultivation so profound that Wei Fang felt it like pressure against his skin, a Qi gathering stage cultivator, possibly second realm or higher, carrying himself with the ease of someone whose power was so vast that competition was irrelevant to him. Wei Fang, Master Lin said carefully, this is Elder Su. He's the Verdant Spring sect's external affairs envoy. He has a request. Elder Su stepped forward, and his examination of Wei Fang was thorough and uncomfortable. Wei Fang felt the edge of the elder's awareness brush against his cultivation signature, testing, probing gently, but with the confidence of someone far more powerful who had nothing to fear from any response. Your progression through the tournament has been noted, Elder Su said. His voice was level, revealing nothing, but his eyes carried genuine interest, the apparent weakness giving way to demonstrated strength. It's an interesting pattern. Thank you, honored elder, Wei Fang said carefully, bowing with appropriate respect. I'm not complimenting you, Elder Su said. I'm observing an inconsistency. Your apparent cultivation and your demonstrated capability don't align. I'd like to understand why. Wei Fang's mind raced. This was the moment he'd feared. A powerful cultivator looking closely enough to see the contradiction in his cultivation structure. He'd anticipated this might happen eventually, but he hadn't anticipated it at the tournament where visibility was maximum and where exposure could affect his future standing. I'm cautious about revealing my full strength, Wei Fang said, which was as close to the truth as he could reasonably get without opening his actual method to scrutiny. Coming from a smaller sect, I saw no benefit in being transparently powerful during the preliminaries. Discretion seemed strategically sound. That's... Elder Su paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. Semantics. Most cultivators your age would call that deception. I didn't lie about my cultivation, Wei Fang said. I simply didn't emphasize all of it. Semantics, Elder Su said, but he sounded almost amused by the distinction. I'm going to make you an offer, since Verdant Spring Sect is currently recruiting talented disciples willing to consider relocation. Your apparent strength combined with your strategic thinking makes you interesting. If you demonstrate your actual cultivation level in a controlled test, and the result is sufficiently impressive, we would be interested in offering you a position as an advanced disciple. The resources, training, and access available would far exceed what Emerald Lotus can provide. Wei Fang felt multiple reactions simultaneously. The genuine temptation of better resources, the danger of full exposure, the loyalty he owed to Master Lin, and the recognition that refusing Elder Su might create enemies he didn't want in the broader cultivation world. I'm honored by the offer, Wei Fang said carefully. But I have commitments to Emerald Lotus. Perhaps after my studies with them are complete. Loyalty to a marginal sect is admirable but not practical, Elder Su said. Think about my offer. If you change your mind, I'll be here for another week after the tournament. He left without waiting for a response, and Master Lin remained behind. You're going to have to be more careful, Master Lin said quietly. That's one of the top elders in the region. If he suspects there's something genuinely unusual about your cultivation method, he'll investigate until he understands it. What does he suspect? Wei Fang asked. That you're either hiding your cultivation level or that you're advancing faster than expected, Master Lin said. Which are both technically true. The question is whether he suspects the method is cultivation-based or something else entirely. Wei Fang considered asking what Master Lin actually thought, but decided that some conversations would only create more complications. What should I do? Decide if you're going to stay at Emerald Lotus or accept the Verdant Spring offer, Master Lin said. I can't force you to stay, but whatever you choose it before you leave this city. Because once you're home, the sects will be watching, and every advancement you make will invite scrutiny. She left him with that observation, and Wei Fang spent the rest of the night in meditation, feeling the accumulated contempt and dismissal he'd absorbed at the tournament settling through his meridians in increasingly complex patterns. Chapter 47. The Banquet and the Stranger. The closing banquet of the tournament was held the evening after Chun Su defeated Yun He in the finals. A close match that ended with Yun He conceding due to accumulated damage rather than actual knockout. The victory belonged to Azure Peak Sect, demonstrating their dominance across the tournament, and the celebration reflected that control. Wei Fang attended the banquet as bronze medalist, which entitled him to a seat at one of the honor tables, not prime position, but elevated from the marginal sections where he'd sat previously. Master Lin sat nearby with the other sect masters, engaged in conversation about resource allocation and tournament insights. Elder Su was absent, apparently managing other business in the city. It was during the second course that Wei Fang noticed someone watching him across the dining hall. The woman was dressed in cultivator's robes he didn't immediately recognize, carrying herself with the casual confidence of someone accustomed to power and attention. She appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, with sharp eyes and an expression of measured interest. She stood and walked directly toward his table with the kind of deliberate purpose that suggested this was not a chance encounter, but a calculated approach. You're the bronze medalist from Emerald Lotus, she said without preamble. She had a slight accent he couldn't quite place, suggesting origins from a different cultivation region. May I sit? Wei Fang gestured toward an empty seat, and she sat with the ease of someone accustomed to inserting herself into situations and being accepted. I'm Lin Yan, she said. Cloud Whisper Sect. I've been watching your matches with considerable interest. Thank you for the interest, Wei Fang said carefully, uncertain whether this was friendly attention or competitive assessment from another sect. Your match against Qin Hai interested me in particular, Lin Yan said. Because you were pushed harder than you should have been if you were genuinely at the power level your earlier matches implied, and yet you won. Which suggests you have more power in reserve than your earlier matches demonstrated. Wei Fang felt the moment of exposure again. Another cultivator smart enough to see the pattern and subtle enough to articulate it without aggression. But Lin Yan's tone wasn't accusatory. It was interested, almost conspiratorial, suggesting someone who recognized a kindred approach to power. I believe in testing myself against genuine opposition, Wei Fang said, which was technically evasive but not dishonest. You believe in hiding your strength until it's tactically necessary to reveal it, Lin Yan said. And then you hide enough of the revelation that observers can't quite determine your actual level. It's a sophisticated approach. I'm wondering why. Why do you ask? Wei Fang replied carefully, turning the conversation toward Lin Yan's motivations. Because I've encountered something similar before, Lin Yan said. A cultivator who appeared weaker than she actually was. And I've learned that when someone deliberately hides their power, they usually have a reason that goes beyond tournament strategy. She paused, studying him with eyes that were not dismissive, not contemptuous, but genuinely analytical. Cloud Whisper Sect respects cultivators who understand power's complications, Lin Yan continued. We have a saying, the visible blade is less dangerous than the hidden one. Your tournament performance has suggested to me that you understand this principle at a deeper level than most cultivators your age. Wei Fang recognized this as a recruitment overture, but executed differently than Elder Su's approach. No pressure, no offer contingent on exposure. Just interest and the suggestion of mutual understanding. I'm committed to Emerald Lotus, Wei Fang said, which was becoming his standard deflection. For now, Lin Yan agreed. But if that ever changes, or if you're ever in a situation where you need options, Cloud Whisper's doors are open to cultivators who understand subtlety. She stood, and the conversation was clearly concluded. But before leaving, she added, your match against Yun, he was the most interesting of the tournament, by the way. Because the two of you were clearly communicating something to each other without words. Most observers missed it. I didn't. She walked away before Wei Fang could respond, leaving him with the knowledge that his ability to hide was becoming increasingly visible to those who understood how to look. The observation had implications Wei Fang spent significant time contemplating. Lin Yan had identified not just that he was hiding power, but that he was hiding it in a sophisticated way that suggested intentional design rather than accident or circumstance. Someone who could perceive that distinction, who could look at a cultivator and understand the architecture of how their power was being hidden, possessed genuinely advanced insight into cultivation methods that fell outside standard frameworks. It also suggested that Cloud Whisper Sect understood more about unconventional cultivation methods than the broader establishment acknowledged. Their reputation was as a mid-tier sect focused on wind-based cultivation and nature harmony. But if they were capable of identifying someone who'd hidden their power through contempt absorption, they likely had their own network of unusual cultivators operating within their structure. The tournament had revealed that Wei Fang wasn't alone in his approach. He proved that. But it had also revealed that he wasn't alone in being noticed for his unusual methods. There were sects and cultivators throughout the region who understood that conventional cultivation theory wasn't sufficient to explain all the power structures that existed in the cultivation world. They understood that alternative methods were real, viable, and potentially more powerful than the standard frameworks would suggest. Later that night, as the banquet was concluding, Master Lin appeared at his side. You've become complicated, she observed. Is that a problem? Wei Fang asked. It's inevitable, Master Lin said. Strength reveals itself eventually. Power hidden well enough starts looking like a mystery, and mysteries attract attention. The question is whether you're going to continue hiding at Emerald Lotus or move somewhere that makes fewer demands for transparency. Chapter 48, The Return. The road back to Emerald Lotus took 4 days. Wei Fang sat in the carriage with his fellow disciples and felt the accumulated power of the tournament settling through his cultivation structure like sediment finding equilibrium in still water. He'd absorbed contempt from hundreds of observers, the dismissal from sects that considered Emerald Lotus beneath serious competition, the specific quality of underestimation that came from cultivators who were genuinely skilled but had decided before the match began that they already knew what he was capable of becoming. The carriage jolted over a rough section of mountain road, and Wei Fang steadied himself against the wooden frame. Beside him, Li Qin stared out the window in quiet contemplation, likely replaying the frustration of his second-round elimination. Their fellow disciples spoke in low voices about matches they'd seen, techniques they'd observed, sects they'd been impressed by. Wei Fang listened without contributing. His mind was deeper, moving through the layers of his own cultivation structure, integrating the tournament energy more thoroughly. The contempt he'd absorbed had been qualitatively different from the dismissal he gathered at Emerald Lotus. This was the contempt of cultivators operating at higher power levels, people who'd come to the tournament confident in their strength. The energy was more refined, less crude than the dismissal from novice disciples. It taught his meridians how power should move at higher stages. The tournament had been carefully managed revelation. He'd won without winning completely, advanced without exposing the full depth of what he'd become. His cultivation signature during each match had been a calculated display, enough strength to progress, but not so much that the senior observers stopped asking questions about where his power had come from. Yet the consultants he'd seen speaking quietly in the observation areas during his semi-final match were not people who forgot interesting patterns. Master Lin had sent him an impression through the cultivation sense connection she'd established with him years before, a gesture of encouragement and warning combined. Careful, but not fearful. The next phase requires presence. Wei Fang spent the 4 days of travel and meditation when the other disciples slept, working through the cultivation energy like a craftsman examining raw material. He moved the accumulated power from temporary storage into permanent structure, integrating it so thoroughly that by the time they reached the outer gates of Emerald Lotus, the energy had become part of his fundamental nature rather than something he merely contained. The sect felt different when he entered it after 3 weeks away. The mountain air had the same quality, the green pagodas rose at the same angles, but the way people perceived him had shifted. The gate disciples paused as he passed, their cultivation sense recognizing that his power signature had fundamentally changed. Not dramatically enough to trigger alarms, but distinctly enough that the respect they offered was genuine rather than perfunctory. His fellow advanced disciples treated him with a new quality of consideration. Not the dismissive politeness of those who considered him harmless, but the genuine attention paid to someone whose capabilities weren't immediately clear. People moved slightly differently around him, left space in group settings that hadn't been there before. Master Lin found him that evening in the upper gardens where he'd gone to meditate in solitude. She sat beside him without preamble, her expression analytical. "The sect council is debating what to do with you," she said. Wei Fang opened his eyes, not surprised. "Exposure?" "Not yet," Master Lin said. "But Elder Su was making inquiries during your absence. He noticed your advancement pattern at the tournament. And there are implications you haven't considered yet. The cultivation world moves in networks. Sects that were watching you move through the tournament brackets are now wondering why Emerald Lotus seemed to suddenly have a disciple operating at power levels that shouldn't have been possible given our known resources. You told them I was using meditation techniques you taught me," Wei Fang said. "Which is true, but insufficient as an explanation," Master Lin replied. "They want to know how quickly you absorbed external resources, whether we've discovered some meditation technique that accelerates standard cultivation progression, whether there are other disciples showing similar patterns. The tournament was too visible a stage for concealment. It forced you into a level of exposure that creates complications." Wei Fang felt the weight of it settle on him. The efficiency of his method meant he'd advanced faster than the cultivation world's normal patterns allowed. The faster advancement drew attention. The attention created questions. The questions, eventually, would become problems. "What are your options?" he asked. Master Lin gestured toward the path that descended from the upper gardens. They began walking in the gathering darkness. "The first is that you remain here and navigate the scrutiny as it develops. You're at a point in your cultivation where you can legitimately claim rapid advancement, especially given that you've now demonstrated success in a high-level tournament. It's not standard, but it's not impossible. Some sects accept unusually fast advancement as evidence of genuine talent." "And the complications?" Wei Fang asked. "The complications are that sects like Verdant Spring and Cloud Whisper have already sent preliminary offers trying to recruit you. If you remain here under scrutiny, you'll need to refuse those offers while maintaining the respect of your peers. There will be whispers about why you're staying at a smaller sect when larger institutions are actively competing for your services. The questions will intensify rather than diminish." They reached a fork in the path. Master Lin paused there, letting Wei Fang absorb the full weight of the choice. "The second option is that you accept a temporary reassignment," she continued. "Stillwater Temple, a meditation sect built into the Eastern Mountains. They take cultivators whose advancement patterns don't fit standard frameworks. They're accustomed to unusual development trajectories. They ask no questions about how power is cultivated, only about what you do with it once you have it. 2 years of work there, then return to Emerald Lotus with a cover story about advanced training that explains your continued advancement." "They would accept my method?" Wei Fang asked. "They would accept that your method exists and is not their business," Master Lin corrected. "Stillwater specializes in this. They've encountered absorption techniques before, though none quite like yours. They have frameworks for thinking about cultivation methods sourced from interpersonal dynamics rather than meditation or resources. You wouldn't be unique there. You would simply be another cultivator with an unusual path. They continued down the mountain path in silence. Wei Fang felt the appeal of it. A place where he wouldn't need to maintain constant vigilance against exposure, where his method could be practiced openly rather than hidden. But he also understood what it meant: disappearance. 2 years of absence from Emerald Lotus, from the world of visible advancement, watching his peers continue their cultivation from the distance of an isolated temple. If I go to Stillwater, I don't return to Emerald Lotus as the same person you left, Wei Fang said. I returned 2 years later, already having become something other than what I was. Yes, Master Lin said simply. But you return to a sect where you're protected rather than suspicious. You return with legitimate explanation for advancement that would otherwise be impossible. And you return to a world that has had 2 years to adjust to your existence without the constant pressure of explaining what you are. They reached the sect gates. Master Lin turned to face him directly. You have until tomorrow evening to decide, she said. After that, the decision becomes harder to implement without drawing questions from the council. Choose carefully. Both paths have merit. Both have costs. Chapter 49. The Path Forward. Wei Fang spent the night in his dormitory meditating on the choice Master Lin had offered. The meditation wasn't the usual cultivation work. It was deliberate reasoning, turning the problem over in his mind like a cultivator examining a stone from multiple angles, looking for internal fractures. Stay at Emerald Lotus and navigate the increasingly complicated scrutiny of a cultivation world that was beginning to wonder how he'd advanced so quickly. The advantage was continuity, remaining in the environment where he'd built his method, where he understood the patterns of dismissal and contempt that fed his cultivation. The disadvantage was that the dismissal was becoming harder to sustain as his power grew more visible, or accept the temporary reassignment to Stillwater Temple. Deeper isolation, a meditation sect that didn't ask questions about methodology, a location far enough from major power structures that his cultivation could proceed without the constant pressure of external observation. The advantage was safety. The disadvantage was that smaller populations meant fewer sources of the contempt energy that fueled his method. He understood his cultivation method with increasing precision now. The absorption of contempt worked best in environments where the dismissal was personal, sustained over time, built through repeated interaction. A tournament crowd provided raw power, but lacked the refinement of daily contempt from people who believed they understood you and found you wanting. The method was reactive by nature. It required others to underestimate him, required the specific emotional state of contempt that came from confident assessment followed by surprise at actual capability. As his power grew, maintaining that state became harder. People with genuine power didn't dismiss him anymore. People with access to resources didn't underestimate his cultivation. The foundation he'd built his entire method on, the ability to absorb energy from people who were confidently wrong about him, was becoming unstable because fewer people were confidently wrong. Stillwater Temple specialized in absorbers, Master Lin had said. What did that mean? That they understood the mechanism? That they'd worked with cultivators who sourced power from interpersonal dynamics rather than meditation? What would it look like to practice his method in an environment designed specifically for unusual cultivation techniques? By morning, Wei Fang had reached a decision. The choice wasn't really between staying and leaving. The choice was between navigating the complications of increasing visibility in a world that wasn't designed for his method, or retreating into isolation where the complications could be managed more carefully. He found Master Lin in the cultivation hall and asked to speak privately. They moved to her study, a small room lined with cultivation texts and written records of meditation observations dating back decades. I'll accept the temporary posting, Wei Fang said without preamble. But I'd like to negotiate the terms. Master Lin gestured for him to continue, unsurprised by the partial agreement. 1 year at the subsidiary temple rather than 2, Wei Fang said. And when I return here with a cover story about advanced training that explains the continued advancement I've made. But during that year, I need access to outer disciples. Enough people that I can continue my cultivation method without it being obvious that I'm deliberately seeking out contempt. Master Lin set down her teacup carefully. The outer disciples practice separately from the advanced disciples. Requesting to train with them rather than continuing with your current cohort would raise questions. The sect doesn't move advanced disciples backward to basic training without significant justification. I'm recovering from a cultivation method I was attempting at the tournament, Wei Fang said. Something that strained my foundation. I need to rebuild systematically with simpler, more fundamental training before advancing further. It was close enough to the truth to be convincing. His foundation wasn't damaged, but the effort of maintaining the facade through the tournament had required significant energy expenditure. The cover story was plausible enough that no one would question it too deeply. Master Lin considered this for a long moment. Stillwater Temple on the eastern mountainside has a facility that was specifically created for exactly this type of situation. It's technically a subsidiary temple, but it's large enough to have outer disciples and sustained training. They wouldn't question unusual advancement patterns because they explicitly don't investigate cultivation methodology, but they also wouldn't provide you with the status advantages of being an advanced disciple of Emerald Lotus. You train as a novice. That's acceptable, Wei Fang said. All right, Master Lin said finally. I'll make the formal arrangements. You'll depart in 3 days to the Stillwater Temple. You'll take novice robes to obscure your advancement level in ways that are less conspicuous than regular outer disciple status. And you won't return until I send for you, unless there's an emergency that threatens your safety or your cultivation stability. Wei Fang understood what she meant by that. If the power he'd accumulated began to destabilize, if the effort of compression became dangerous to his health, if he was discovered and forced into a position where his safety was compromised, those were the only conditions that would justify early return. One more thing, Master Lin added, and her voice had shifted into a more formal register. The tournament offers from Verdant Spring and Cloud Whisper are genuine. They're hoping you'll reconsider your commitment to Emerald Lotus. You'll likely receive formal correspondence during your time at Stillwater, either sent to the sect or attempting to contact you directly. What do you want me to tell them? Tell them I appreciate the interest, but am committed to Emerald Lotus's advancement, Wei Fang said, and that I'm pursuing training that requires isolation and cannot be interrupted by external opportunities. Master Lin nodded, and Wei Fang understood that the conversation was complete. Over the next 3 days, Wei Fang prepared for departure in ways that were both practical and symbolic. He collected novice robes from the outer disciples' storage area, arranging them in his dormitory alongside his existing clothes in a way that would make the transition appear natural. He transferred his assigned dormitory space back to the general pool, clearing his personal effects and leaving the room in clean, unmarked condition. He had brief conversations with several of the advanced disciples who'd made the tournament trip and were curious about his plans. Li Chun, who'd been eliminated in the second round and was still processing the frustration of that loss, seemed relieved that Wei Fang's success wasn't going to create a permanent dynamic of comparison at the sect. Their friendship had never been close. They'd been colleagues in cultivation rather than true friends. But they'd trained together for years, and there was a quality of mutual respect built on proximity rather than genuine connection. Mei Wan, the fastest cultivator in their cohort in terms of raw advancement speed, asked directly if Wei Fang had been receiving additional resources or special training that had enabled his tournament performance. The question was asked casually, but Wei Fang recognized the underlying concern. If Wei Fang had access to superior resources or techniques, that was information that affected everyone's calculation of their own advancement potential. Just proper technique and determination, Wei Fang replied, which was technically true. His technique was unusual, but it was genuinely his own. His determination had been the driving force of his cultivation since he arrived at Emerald Lotus. The morning of departure arrived with gray skies and mist covering the entire sect compound. The weather felt appropriate. Departure under obscuring clouds, the sect disappearing into fog behind him as the guide led him away. Master Lin walked him to the sect gate, a gesture that was formal and slightly unusual. Advanced disciples rarely received the personal attention of their masters at departure. 2 years feels long, Master Lin said, and her voice had the quality of someone speaking from experience. But they'll pass quickly if you're focused on cultivation. And when you return, you'll be in a position to navigate the larger world from a position of strength rather than vulnerability. Wei Fang bowed to his master, the gesture carrying all the respect and gratitude that words couldn't efficiently convey. Then he turned and followed the guide away from Emerald Lotus, toward the eastern path that led to Stillwater Temple. He didn't look back. Chapter 50. The Stillwater beginning. The Stillwater Temple was smaller than Wei Fang had anticipated, a modest structure built into the side of a mountain that rose steeply from the surrounding valleys, creating a natural isolation that seemed intentional in its design. The main temple building was constructed with a simplicity that suggested function rather than beauty, though the architecture had an elegant efficiency that appealed to Wei Fang's developing appreciation for how form could follow purpose. The complex housed perhaps 40 outer disciples and 6 training masters, all engaged in the kind of daily labor and meditation that characterized smaller, less well-resourced cultivation institutions. The headmaster, an older woman named Wu who'd apparently been running the facility for over 20 years, seemed unsurprised by Wei Fang's arrival and asked no questions about his reasons for requesting temporary residence. Master Lin vouches for your character, Wu said when the guide brought him to her study. That's sufficient introduction. I don't need to know what you were doing before arriving here, what you did that warranted assignment to our facility, or what you intend to accomplish during your stay. Your business is your own as long as it doesn't disrupt the temple's operations. Wei Fang appreciated the directness. There was no suspicion in her tone, no assessment disguised as politeness. She'd stated the boundaries clearly and moved past the question entirely. He was assigned a small dormitory room on the outer disciples' corridor, austere by any standard, with a simple wooden bed, a shelf for personal possessions, and a single oil lamp for night meditation. He was issued work assignments in the temple's gardens and maintenance areas, given a schedule of group meditation sessions, and informed that the temple's resources were limited and expected to be used efficiently. The life at Stillwater was significantly more austere than Emerald Lotus. Less luxury, more physical labor, fewer advanced cultivation resources. There was no hierarchy of advanced versus outer disciples. Everyone trained according to the same schedule, participated in the same work assignments, ate the same food prepared in the temple's simple kitchens. It was, he realized quickly, exactly what he needed. The outer disciples numbered 38, ranging from newly arrived novices who'd just made their first commitment to cultivation to cultivators who'd trained for several years before their advancement had plateaued or their family circumstances had forced them into this isolated posting. Many of them carried the particular quality of resentment that came from understanding that their cultivation had limitations. They would likely never advance to higher stages, would likely never reach the power levels that would make them valuable to major sects, would likely spend the remainder of their cultivation careers in places like Stillwater rather than pursuing advancement in more prestigious institutions. And they all, without exception, assumed Wei Fang was here for the same reason, because his path at a major sect had ended in failure, and this temple was his last option before accepting that he would never advance significantly beyond the foundation he'd currently established. The contempt was extraordinary. It wasn't crude or obvious. The outer disciples were too accustomed to the temple's lack of hierarchy to express contempt through formal channels. But it was there in small moments. The way they assessed him during group meditation sessions, the slight pause in their instructions when he asked for guidance on basic techniques, the subtle suggestion in their tone that of course a disciple from a major sect would be struggling with the fundamentals if he'd been reassigned to Stillwater. Over the first week, Wei Fang absorbed enough dismissed energy to accelerate his cultivation substantially. The contempt fed directly into his meridians, more refined than the crude dismissal he might have absorbed from novices who'd never trained anywhere else, because these dismissals came from people who'd experienced higher-level training and were certain they understood exactly what had gone wrong with Wei Fang's cultivation to land him in this place. Over the first month, as the outer disciples realized he wasn't actually incompetent and was advancing faster than they'd expected, the pure dismissal transmuted into frustration and resentment. He was supposed to be a failed disciple struggling to rebuild. That was the narrative that made sense of his presence. Instead, he was steadily improving, advancing at rates that suggested he'd simply needed a less pressured environment to refocus, which contradicted the explanation for why he'd been sent to Stillwater in the first place. This new energy, frustration mixed with resentment and the cognitive dissonance of having been wrong about him, was still usable for cultivation purposes, and it fed his growth differently than the initial contempt had. Where the contempt had been sharp and clear, this frustrated resentment was more complex, containing layers of contradiction that created subtle refinements in how his chi flowed through his meridians. He was careful to advance slowly enough that his progress seemed natural within the context of temple training, but quickly enough that he was clearly benefiting from the environment. The other disciples accepted this narrative as confirmation that he was simply a cultivator who needed a chance to refocus rather than one who'd fundamentally lacked talent or capability. Master Wu seemed to understand there was something unusual about Wei Fang's progress. She was experienced enough to recognize when a disciple was advancing in ways that didn't quite match the expected trajectory, but she made no move to investigate. She was a practical woman who cared more about the temple's maintenance and proper functioning than about individual disciples' advancement trajectories. As long as Wei Fang contributed his share to the temple's work, meditated appropriately, and didn't disrupt the community, his cultivation method was not her concern. 3 months into his residence at Stillwater, Wei Fang had advanced to what would have appeared as late foundation establishment, though his actual cultivation had already reached well into early qi gathering stage. The gap between apparent and actual power had grown to levels that required constant, deliberate attention to maintain. He'd constructed an elaborate apparatus of concealment within his meridians, layers of compression that held his true power beneath a false facade of lower cultivation levels. The effort of maintaining this compression was beginning to create subtle friction in his cultivation practice. During meditation, he could feel the drag of holding power in place, the way it created microtensions in his chi flow that required attention to manage. It was like trying to hold water that wanted to flow, pressing against the walls of the container that held it. He would sit in the temple's garden at night, meditating on the hillside where few other disciples ventured, feeling the weight of this compression, and wonder what it would feel like to release it completely. To stop hiding, to allow his power to expand to its actual level, and simply exist as a cultivator operating at his true capacity. But that wasn't why he'd come to Stillwater. He'd come deliberately to develop a deeper foundation, to understand his power at levels that went beyond simple accumulation of contempt-sourced energy. He'd come to build the kind of disciplined control that would make the next phase of his cultivation possible. The distinction was important to him, something he'd articulated to himself in his private meditations even though he hadn't discussed it with anyone. Power that was simply accumulated through repeated absorption of contempt was inherently unstable. It was dependent on constant feeds of dismissal to maintain itself, reactive by nature, contingent on others' assessments of him. Power that was integrated into his fundamental nature, that was built on a foundation of disciplined understanding of how and why his method worked, could sustain itself through difficulty and challenge. Wei Fang spent his first 6 months at Stillwater living among people who dismissed him, and the experience taught him far more than years of isolated cultivation at Emerald Lotus had. Here, there were no sects competing for power, no tournaments providing massive surges of attention, no elite disciples providing refined specimens of contempt born from genuine capability. There was only the daily grind of ordinary cultivation, the routine dismissals of people who saw him as a failed disciple from a supposedly superior sect who'd been sent to recover in their small, austere environment. One of the outer disciples, a young man named Tao who'd been at the temple for 5 years and had apparently reached mid-foundation establishment before his advancement plateaued completely, took particular pleasure in making Wei Fang the target of his residual superiority. Tao had reached mid-foundation establishment, which made him technically more advanced than Wei Fang's apparent cultivation level, and he used every opportunity to remind Wei Fang of this fact. Wei Fang deliberately constructed a persona that made himself the focus of Tao's contempt. He asked for Tao's advice on meditation techniques that he could have researched independently. He asked to observe Tao's practice sessions, creating opportunities for Tao to demonstrate his knowledge and capability. He praised Tao's advancement while appearing frustrated with his own slow progress, manufacturing a dynamic where Tao felt validated and superior. Tao's contempt deepened over weeks and months. The energy flowed into Wei Fang's meridians, not the raw, powerful dismissal of the tournament crowds, but something more intimate and refined. It was the sustained contempt of someone who'd convinced themselves through daily interaction and repeated demonstration that they were fundamentally superior to another person. The energy of this sustained superiority carried different qualities than sudden dismissal. It sank deeper into Wei Fang's cultivation structure, teaching him how to integrate dismissal not as crude power, but as subtle refinement of his technique and control. Each day that Tao demonstrated superiority, Wei Fang absorbed the precise frequency of that superiority and integrated it into his foundation. He was learning not just to absorb contempt, but to work with it systematically, categorizing it, understanding its sources, using different types of dismissal to refine different aspects of his cultivation. Chapter 51. The deeper understanding. 6 months into his time at Stillwater Temple, Wei Fang began to understand his cultivation method at a level that transcended simple mechanics of energy gathering. The absorption of contempt wasn't just about accumulating raw power. It was about fundamental transformation. Each instance of dismissal wasn't simply adding energy to his reserves. It was remaking how his meridians functioned, how his chi flowed at the deepest levels, how his cultivation signature manifested itself to external observation. He began keeping detailed records in a private journal he'd created from spare paper and ink borrowed from the temple's records room. He documented his observations with the precision of a researcher, noting how different flavors of contempt affected his power differently, how the precise emotional quality of dismissal changed the nature of the energy he absorbed. The dismissal from people who were genuinely superior in cultivation produced different energy than the contempt from people who were simply arrogant. The frustration of people who'd been confidently wrong about him fed his cultivation differently than pure resentment from people who felt their own stagnation was somehow his fault. The understanding became increasingly sophisticated. Wei Fang began to categorize the energy by source and emotional content. There was the cold contempt of genuine superiority, the feeling of someone who genuinely accomplished more in cultivation and could demonstrate that accomplishment. This produced steady, reliable power that integrated smoothly into his meridians, teaching his cultivation structure how to handle increased levels of force gracefully. There was the hot anger of frustrated superiority, the contempt of someone who felt they should be more advanced than they were, and was taking that frustration out on Wei Fang through dismissal. This created bursts of intense, volatile energy that required careful integration to prevent them from destabilizing his meditation. But when properly integrated, this angry energy created rapid advancement in specific capability areas. There was the resigned dismissal of hopelessness, the contempt of people who'd given up on their own advancement and assumed everyone else had as well. This generated subtle refinement of his technique, small improvements in efficiency that accumulated over time into significant capability gains. One afternoon, while working in the temple gardens, digging irrigation channels that directed water from the mountain streams toward the cultivation beds, Wei Fang recognized an outer disciple named Chen working nearby was looking at him with particular intensity. The look contained a complex mixture of frustration and resentment, the specific emotional signature of someone who felt that Wei Fang's advancement was somehow an accusation against their own stagnation, a judgment made visible through his improving cultivation. Wei Fang deliberately positioned himself in a place where he could ask Chen for instruction on proper gardening technique, a question that positioned him as ignorant and inferior, asking a more knowledgeable person for guidance. Chen's response was exactly what Wei Fang needed, a surge of contempt mixed with the pleasure of being recognized as competent and knowledgeable, a perfect combination for cultivation absorption. As the energy flowed into his meridians, Wei Fang felt it settle into new patterns, creating subtle shifts in how his power moved through his body. The integration was becoming instinctive, almost automatic. He could absorb energy from dozens of disciples simultaneously, categorize it according to emotional content and source, process it all while maintaining the facade of being a struggling novice working through basic cultivation challenges. The power was no longer just accumulating passively. It was becoming integrated into his very nature, part of how he fundamentally functioned as a cultivator. The distinction was critical to his continued development. Power that was simply gathered could be lost, taken away, or blocked by outside forces. Power that was integrated became truly his own, inseparable from his existence, impossible to remove without destroying the foundation of his being. Wei Fang spent the second half of his time at Stillwater moving beyond simple passive absorption and into what he began to think of internally as integration cultivation. Rather than passively absorbing the dismissal from Tao and other disciples, he began actively engaging with it, meeting each moment of contempt with conscious choice about how to incorporate it into his cultivation structure. When Tao dismissed his meditation technique during a group meditation session, Wei Fang didn't just absorb the energy of that dismissal. He consciously examined the exact moment when Tao felt superior, the precise instant when Tao felt convinced of his own greater understanding based on 5 years of experience at the temple. He watched carefully how that conviction manifested in Tao's cultivation signature, studying the frequency of power that indicated confidence in demonstrated capability. He learned to recognize the specific qualities that distinguished contempt based on genuine superiority from contempt based on assumptions about sect rank or family background. This detailed work began transforming his meditation practice completely. Where once he'd simply sat in meditation and let absorption happen around him passively, he now engaged in what amounted to anthropological study of how contempt actually functioned in people at a psychological and spiritual level. He began to understand that contempt wasn't a monolithic, simple emotion but a complex structure that could be broken down into component parts. The contempt of a peer who was trying to prove superiority felt fundamentally different from the contempt of an elder exercising institutional power. The contempt of someone who'd been trained to see certain sects as inferior felt different from the contempt of someone who'd made specific judgments about Wei Fang's individual capability based on direct observation. Each type of contempt had a signature, a frequency that could be identified and studied. Understanding these distinctions meant that Wei Fang could begin to cultivate with precision rather than opportunism. He could seek out specific types of contempt that would produce specific improvements in his cultivation. Rather than being a passive recipient of whatever dismissal happened to surround him in the moment, he was becoming an active participant in his own transformation, deliberately shaping what energy sources he engaged with and how. By the end of his year at Stillwater, Wei Fang's cultivation structure had undergone transformation that went far beyond simple power accumulation. He had integrated contempt so deeply into his nature that the distinction between the dismissal itself and his own power had begun to blur at the edges. He was no longer someone who absorbed contempt. He was becoming someone whose power itself was sourced through and rooted in contempt, not dependent on external dismissal in a moment-to-moment sense, but fundamentally constructed from the principles and energies of contempt itself. 9 months into his residence at the temple, Wei Fang had advanced beyond early qi gathering stage toward the middle ranges of that cultivation level. His apparent cultivation remained firmly mid to late foundation establishment, a facade that required constant maintenance and attention. The effort of compression, holding his actual power beneath the false appearance of lower cultivation, was beginning to affect his meditation in subtle ways, creating a drag on his advancement that he hadn't entirely anticipated when he first arrived. Master Wu called him into her study one evening as the autumn light was fading to darkness. Wei Fang prepared himself for the possibility of exposure, having calculated that he'd been at the temple long enough that his unusual advancement pattern might finally trigger investigation. Your advancement is accelerating beyond what's appropriate for your apparent cultivation level, Wu said without preamble, skipping any conversational opening. I've been observing your meditation signatures for months. I'm not going to ask what you're doing, because Master Lin instructed me not to investigate your methodology. But I want you to understand that if you continue at this pace, the compression you're maintaining will begin to destabilize. What exactly do you mean by destabilize? Wei Fang asked, treating the question as purely technical rather than trying to deflect. I mean that power contained beneath a false facade eventually requires more energy to maintain than to simply release, Wu said. She was sitting at her desk, her hands folded, her expression clinical and calm. You're constructing layers of compression in your meridians to hide your actual cultivation level. Those layers cost energy to maintain. As your power grows larger and more substantial, the energy cost of the compression grows exponentially. At a certain point, the amount of energy required to hide the power exceeds the energy you're actually generating through your absorption method. At that point, Wei Fang asked. At that point, you're no longer advancing, Wu said. Instead, you're working backward, consuming your accumulated cultivation just to maintain the facade. You haven't reached that point yet, but you're approaching it with increasing speed. You'll need to make a choice before that threshold is crossed. What choice? Wei Fang asked, though he suspected he already understood the structure of the problem. Whether to fully emerge from hiding and let your power exist at its actual level, or whether to retreat further into genuine isolation. Seek out places so remote that the hiding becomes irrelevant because there's no one to hide from. There's no sustainable middle path. You can't continue indefinitely as you are, maintaining this particular balance between hidden power and apparent cultivation. Wei Fang stored the observation, recognizing its fundamental truth. The physics of his method were catching up to him. He was approaching a transformation point, a moment where the balance between hiding and power would shift from carefully managed equilibrium to forced choice. Master Wu stood, indicating the conversation was complete. You have time yet, but not unlimited time. Be aware of the threshold. Chapter 52. The return home. Master Lin sent word a month before Wei Fang's year at Stillwater Temple was complete. It was time to return to Emerald Lotus. The sect had woven a careful cover story about advanced training that explained his extended absence and would account for his subsequent advancement. The outer disciples at Emerald Lotus had begun asking about his return, and the timing felt appropriate for his reappearance. Wei Fang gathered his few possessions, the simple clothes he'd arrived in, his personal journals, the few meditation texts he'd obtained from the temple's library, and made the journey back to Emerald Lotus with the same guide who'd brought him to Stillwater a year before. The guide seemed unsurprised by his departure and asked no questions, having apparently been instructed not to. The sect appeared unchanged as they crested the final mountain pass, the distinctive green pagodas rising against the afternoon sky, just as they had a year before when Wei Fang had left in mist and early morning darkness. And yet everything felt different in ways that went deeper than external appearance. He'd left Emerald Lotus as a hidden cultivator maintaining a careful facade, a person whose power was so concealed that most observers saw only a struggling disciple working hard to keep up with more talented peers. He was returning as someone genuinely powerful, someone whose cultivation had advanced substantially during his isolation, someone whose compression could no longer contain the sheer magnitude of power he'd accumulated and integrated. The outer disciples of Emerald Lotus didn't recognize him immediately when he arrived at the sect gates. The physical changes were subtle. He was still the same general age and appearance, his face unchanged, But his cultivation signature had transformed so completely that it would have been obvious to anyone with developed perception. The guards at the sect gates felt the shift immediately and bowed with respect that hadn't been present during his previous time at the sect. Master Lin met him at the sect gates, and her expression was analytical and carefully neutral, as if she was measuring the distance he'd traveled in the past year and calculating the cost of the journey he'd undertaken. "Welcome back," she said simply. "You've changed. The compression is becoming unstable," Wei Fang said, not bothering with conventional pleasantries. They'd moved past those formalities. They were two people operating at a level where direct communication was more efficient than social courtesy. "Master Wu warned me that I was approaching a threshold. The effort of maintaining the facade was beginning to exceed the power it was meant to contain. Another month at Stillwater, and the balance would have shifted to unworkable." "I know," Master Lin said, and they began walking toward her residence without further preamble. "That's why I brought you back now rather than waiting for the full 2 years. You need to start practicing operating at higher power levels while still maintaining some version of the facade. It's a delicate balance, but it's achievable if you're intentional about it. The alternative is to either fully emerge from hiding completely or retreat further into isolation where the question of hiding becomes irrelevant. Which would you recommend?" Wei Fang asked. "Neither," Master Lin said, and they climbed the mountain path in silence for a moment before continuing. "I'd recommend a third path that you'll have to develop yourself through direct experience. The time of completely hiding and the time of completely revealed power are both ending for you. What comes next is learning to be powerful while remaining strategic about when and how that power is visible to different observers." They reached her residence, a small building built on a mountainside plateau with a view of the entire sect below. In her study, Master Lin poured tea and explained the situation that had developed during Wei Fang's absence, a year that felt long in Stillwater but had apparently passed quickly in the broader world. Verdant Spring had continued their recruitment efforts even in Wei Fang's absence, sending formal correspondence multiple times that Master Lin had carefully responded to with evasion and noncommittal language. Cloud Whisper had similarly refused to accept his initial rejection and had continued sending offers and inquiries about whether his circumstances might have changed. The broader cultivation community had begun taking notice of the unusually fast advancement of various Emerald Lotus disciples, creating widespread speculation about whether the sect possessed some kind of hidden resources or advanced techniques that weren't being publicly acknowledged. Rumors had developed with the distortion that rumors always undergo when passed through multiple retellings. "They're beginning to wonder if you exist," Master Lin said, and her tone indicated she meant this in a specific way. "Not doubt that you're real as a person, but question whether your existence contradicts the normal patterns of cultivation advancement. A disciple who can compete at high-level tournaments should have left evidence of his advancement path. The absence of that evidence is creating questions about whether you're actually a genuine cultivator advancing through normal cultivation development or whether you're something else entirely." Wei Fang absorbed this information, understanding the implication. The less visible his path was, the more it seemed to contradict natural cultivation patterns, the more pressure there would be to either explain it or face increased scrutiny and speculation. "What do you recommend?" he asked. Wei Fang nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of what she was saying. He'd understood intellectually during his year at Stillwater that his hiding couldn't last indefinitely, that the compression would eventually become unsustainable. But hearing it stated so directly, with such clarity about the binary choices ahead of him, made it concrete in a way that abstract understanding hadn't managed. Master Lin set down her teacup and met his eyes directly. "I recommend," she said, "that you begin preparing for the possibility that concealment can no longer be your primary strategy. The next phase of your cultivation requires emergence, not complete, not uncontrolled, but gradual and managed, which is what we're going to discuss for the next several hours, because the implementation of that emergence will determine whether you survive the transition or become destroyed by the attention it brings." The way she phrased it made clear that this was a genuine possibility, not an overstatement for effect, but a realistic assessment of the dangers involved in transitioning from hidden cultivation to visible power. "How would emergence be dangerous?" Wei Fang asked. "If other sects wanted to recruit me or control me, they would have done it before I left for Stillwater. That was before you demonstrated power levels that suggested your advancement method was fundamentally different from standard cultivation paths," Master Lin said. She moved to a shelf and retrieved a small stack of correspondence, letters that had apparently arrived during his absence. "The sects that are interested in you now aren't interested in adding another advanced disciple to their ranks. They're interested in understanding how your method works. Some of them want to control you because they believe you're a key to unlocking cultivation techniques that don't exist anywhere else in their institutional knowledge. She set the letters before him. The seals of Verdant Spring, Cloud Whisper, and several other major sects were visible on the envelopes, sects he'd never directly encountered, but whose names he recognized from Cultivation World news and advancement records. Emergence means becoming visible enough that these questions can't be avoided through avoidance and isolation, Master Lin continued. But controlled emergence means managing how you become visible, to whom, and in what order. You control the narrative rather than allowing others to create it for you, which is what I'm proposing we discuss this evening. Not just whether you should emerge, but how, and to whom, and when, and in what specific way. Wei Fang understood that she was offering him agency in the process. The alternative, passive emergence forced by circumstances, would be far more dangerous. I'm listening, he said. Master Lin poured more tea and settled back into her chair, the gesture indicating that this was becoming a longer conversation. The autumn evening was darkening outside her windows, and the oil lamps within the study were creating pools of warm light against the gathering darkness. The first thing you need to understand, Master Lin said, is that your cultivation method attracts attention at a level that ordinary advanced cultivation doesn't. An elite disciple who's advanced quickly is notable but understandable. A disciple who's advanced at rates that contradict known cultivation theory is something else entirely. The cultivation world is built on patterns and assumptions about how power develops. You contradict those patterns. Is that a problem? Wei Fang asked. It's a problem if you try to keep it hidden, Master Lin said. Because the longer you hide, the more people suspect something genuinely unusual is occurring. The more they suspect, the more intense the attempts to investigate become. Eventually, the investigation succeeds because you can't hide from determined scrutiny forever. The hiding becomes the evidence of something unusual rather than a protective measure. She paused to let that sink in. Wei Fang was beginning to see the logical progression of the problem. However, Master Lin continued, it ceases to be a problem if you reveal it on your own terms, to specific people, in ways that frame the revelation as legitimate rather than scandalous. You control the first revelation. Once you've done that, the questions that people ask change from what is he hiding to how does his method actually work. Those are different questions that lead to different types of attention. What type of attention do you want me to attract? Wei Fang asked. Academic curiosity from cultivation theorists, Master Lin said. Interest from sects that study unconventional methods. Support from cultivators who recognize that your approach represents a genuine advancement in cultivation theory. These are the types of attention that lead to resources and support rather than attempts to control or eliminate you. Wei Fang understood that last phrase carried specific weight. There were sects that would see his method as a threat to their institutional understanding. If those sects came to believe that his method was a genuine advancement that could spread to other disciples, there were institutional reasons why they might view his elimination as preferable to his continued existence. Controlling that particular type of dangerous attention was critical to his survival through the emergence process. What's the first step, he asked. Master Lin stood and moved to a window, looking out over the darkened sect. The first step, she said, is that you spend the next 3 months in carefully visible advancement. Not hiding your power, but also not overwhelming the observers. You want them to notice that you're stronger than they expected, but in ways that seem like natural progression rather than impossible jumps. During that time, I'll be laying groundwork with specific sects and cultivators, the ones I trust to understand what's actually happening and to respond with genuine intellectual curiosity rather than institutional fear. And after 3 months? Wei Fang asked. After 3 months, Master Lin said, turning from the window to face him, we begin the actual emergence. A formal announcement that you've developed an unconventional cultivation method. Collaboration with cultivation theorists to document how the method works. Publication of findings that frame your advancement as a new frontier in cultivation theory rather than a threat to existing institutional knowledge. The goal is to make you famous for your method rather than infamous for hiding it. Wei Fang felt the weight of the path forward. He was no longer a hidden cultivator approaching a crisis point. He was becoming the subject of an intentional emergence strategy, a transition from concealment to revelation that would reshape his entire relationship with the cultivation world. When do we start? He asked. Master Lin smiled for the first time during their conversation. We already have, she said. You walk through the sect gates today at your actual power level, not fully revealed, but not completely hidden either. The disciples felt the shift. The fact that you're asking these questions rather than resisting them suggests you're ready for what comes next. Tomorrow, the next phase begins. Chapter 53. The mission assignment 3 weeks after Wei Fang's return to Emerald Lotus, the sect's administrative structure adjusted his status formally. He was reassigned from the outer disciples' work assignments to a position in the advanced training cadre, a group of 12 disciples who handled specialized duties and served as resources for significant sect missions. It was a quiet transition, one that might have attracted little attention except that 5 of the disciples previously in that cadre had been rotated out, a reshuffling that suggested someone with decision-making authority had deliberately created space for him. He suspected Master Lin had pushed for it. She was waiting for him the evening of the official announcement, meeting him in the small courtyard behind the meditation pavilion where they'd spoken many times before. "You'll be called into a formal council meeting in the morning," she said without preamble. "Sect Master Hung wants to assign you a significant mission, something that will give you operational experience and visibility with the senior leadership, something that will also test what you actually can do." "What kind of mission?" Wei Fang asked. "Resource transport, a collaborative project between Emerald Lotus and Cloud Whisper Sect. Substantial materials, cultivation catalysts, rare minerals, specialized texts, valuable enough to require serious security. The route passes through territory that's seen increased bandit activity." Wei Fang considered this. Sect Master Hung doesn't trust security arrangements he can't directly manage. He wants someone in the field position who he can evaluate. He wants to see whether you're genuinely as capable as your cultivation signature suggests, or whether you're operating in some narrow range that makes you appear more powerful than you are, Master Lin said. He also wants to assess your judgment under pressure, whether you can lead people, make tactical decisions, manage complex situations. "Will I have adequate support?" "For inner disciples. 3 outer disciples. All competent, though none in your range." She paused. "Li Chun will be among the inner disciples." Wei Fang processed this. Li Chun was one of the sect's better cultivators, someone he'd known peripherally before his year away, someone who'd advanced significantly during his absence. He was good enough to serve as a genuine tactical asset, but not so far advanced that he'd be politically threatening to include in a security team. It was precisely the kind of choice Sect Master Hung would make. "It's a test," Master Lin continued. "A carefully constructed one. But tests are opportunities, if you know how to approach them." The formal council meeting in the morning was conducted in the chamber where major sect business transpired. The walls were lined with jade and stone that had been accumulated over centuries, each piece representing significant moments in Emerald Lotus's history. Sect Master Hung presided from an elevated platform, his cultivation presence carefully modulated to be noticeable without being oppressive, the particular confidence of someone who'd been in leadership long enough to know exactly how much power to display. "Wei Fang," he began, "the Sect Council has reviewed your advancement trajectory since your return from advanced training. Your assessment results are notable. We have a mission that would benefit from someone with your demonstrated capabilities." Wei Fang bowed formally, waiting. Hung outlined the mission in straightforward terms: a caravan of materials to Cloud Whisper Sect, materials that were valuable enough to be a target for organized bandits, route through 2 regions with known activity. He would have authority over the security team. Decisions were his to make, implementation his to direct. The team had been selected. For inner disciples of solid capability, 3 outer disciples adequate for support. They would assemble in 2 days, prepare logistics over the following 2 days, and depart on the morning of the 5th day. "You'll have adequate resources for the journey," Hung said. "Your judgment on security measures is absolute. If you determine something is a threat, you handle it. If you determine conditions are too dangerous to proceed, you return the caravan and report. The mission's success is important, but your team's safety is the actual priority." It was a careful calibration, meaningful responsibility with enough guidance that there was a clear framework for success. Wei Fang thanked the council and accepted the mission. The preparation days passed in detailed work. Wei Fang met individually with each team member, assessing their cultivation level and combat capability directly. He reviewed the route 3 times, identifying potential ambush positions and optimal defensive formations. He spoke with merchants at the sect's trading hub who'd traveled the route recently, gathering intelligence on bandit activity patterns, known operating groups, and their typical tactics. Li Chun was waiting for him on the morning before departure, finding him in the weapons armory where he was checking the security team's equipment. The inner disciple was studying him with frank assessment. "You were outer disciples when you left," Li Chun said. 6 months away, and you come back stronger than half the inner disciples. Then you spend 1 more year at some temple, and you're somehow strong enough that Sect Master assigns you authority over a mission with mixed inner and outer disciples. Wei Fang met his gaze calmly. "I was weaker when I left than when I returned. The year away was useful training. The other inner disciples don't quite believe that, Li Chen said. But I watched your assessment earlier. You know how to actually evaluate people. You didn't try to rank us by formal status. You ranked us by what we could actually do. That suggests you know something about combat that goes beyond theory. He paused. I'm not asking you to explain anything. I'm just saying I'll follow the assignments you give during the mission. You seem like you know what you're doing. It was exactly the kind of judgment Wei Fang had hoped for, straightforward professional respect without the need for detailed personal explanation. Thank you, he said. Your role during the mission is critical. I'll rely on you for tactical adaptation if conditions shift. The caravan assembled that afternoon. 16 heavy carts loaded with cultivation materials, 30 non-combatant staff for logistics and management, 12 cultivators for security. The team Wei Fang had assembled organized themselves around the carts in a defensive formation he'd developed, oriented for movement, adaptable to harassment or direct assault. They would travel during daylight, camp in defensible positions, and rotate watch shifts through the night with a ratio designed to maintain vigilance across all hours. The first 4 days of travel were uneventful. The team moved across stable terrain, managing the cart's heavy weight through careful pace management. The non-combatant staff acknowledged Wei Fang's authority without difficulty. His clarity and organization made it obvious that he'd thought through the details of how logistics would work. The security team settled into their assigned positions, and by the third day, the rhythm had become practiced and smooth. On the fifth night, the bandits came out of darkness with cultivation signatures that immediately recalibrated Wei Fang's assessment of the situation. Chapter 54. The unexpected revelation. The attack came in the deep hours before dawn, when the camp's watch rotation had just completed its transition from the second to third shift. The bandits emerged from 3 directions simultaneously, moving with the coordinated precision that indicated training and organization rather than mere opportunism. Wei Fang's cultivator senses registered the attack the moment the first barrier-breaking formations activated, giving him perhaps 3 seconds of warning before the assault became audible to non-cultivators. He was out of his bedroll and moving toward the defensive perimeter before the second wave of formation patterns activated. His eyes adjusted to darkness that should have been completely limiting. One of the subtle advantages of his cultivation level, the ability to perceive through chi density rather than relying entirely on physical light. What he saw made the situation immediately clear. This was not a random bandit group. This was organized combat force. 15 cultivators, minimum. 3 of them radiating the particular signature of mid-foundation establishment stage. Commanders, tactical leaders. The remaining 12 distributed through early to mid-foundation range, which meant they were trained soldiers, probably ex-military or organized crime structure. They were moving with suppression formations that indicated planning and knowledge of the materials being transported. Someone had intelligence about the caravan. Defense positions. Wei Fang's voice carried cultivated authority, the particular quality of command that came from absolute certainty about what needed to happen. Inner disciples form protective barrier around the carts. Outer disciples with the logistics staff in the center. Maintain formation. Do not pursue. The team moved into position immediately. The kind of clear authority that came with demonstrated competence tended to generate compliance without argument. Li Chun took his position at the eastern flank, saber already drawn, cultivation energy beginning to gather in preparation for combat. Wei Fang moved toward the 3 highest power attackers. Not to engage directly, not yet. To position himself in a way that would draw their attention away from the caravan itself, that would disrupt their formation's attacking coherence. What happened next was difficult to describe in the standard terminology of cultivation combat. The first commander came at him with a technique that was clearly practiced, a mid-foundation establishment cultivation method based on rotational chi strikes, designed to create layered defense while attacking. It was competent. It showed training. It would have been effective against most opponents at equivalent or slightly higher power levels. Wei Fang deflected the first 3 strikes with minimal visible effort, identifying the technique structure in those 3 interactions, then moving his defense to exploit the gap in coverage that existed between the rotation cycles. The commander realized too late that he was being assessed and dismantled simultaneously, that his formation-based technique was being read like text, and his vulnerable moments exploited with precision. The battle lasted 43 seconds from Wei Fang's engagement to that commander's incapacitation. The second commander attempted a different approach, raw power applied through heavy strikes, the kind of technique that relied on superior strength and cultivation density to overwhelm defense. Wei Fang redirected the force at angles rather than trying to match it directly, turning the commander's power against him, managing the technique's momentum until it created its own cascade of imbalance. This one took 90 seconds, longer because the technique had fewer structural vulnerabilities. The third commander saw what was happening and made the tactical decision to disengage, moving toward the outer disciples to create casualties that might complicate Wei Fang's response. Li Qin's saber met the commander's advance with solid competence, holding position despite the power differential, buying time. Wei Fang crossed the distance in a movement that was barely visible, even to other cultivators. The third commander realized that engaging in a direct contest with this opponent was fatal and attempted to use a cultivated technique to create distance. Wei Fang didn't allow distance. He controlled the engagement's terms completely, applying force with surgical precision, and within 60 seconds, the third commander was neutralized. The bandit formation had been predicated on the assumption that the caravan's security would consist of standard sect disciples, individuals who operated within known power ranges and response patterns. They had not planned for encountering someone who fought with the calm efficiency of a cultivator operating at fundamentally higher effective power levels than their force could match. The remaining 12 bandits, lacking leadership coordination and seeing their commander structure dismantled, began attempting to disengage. Li Qin and the other inner disciples, sensing the shift in momentum, moved from defense into counter-assault. The outer disciples, given the space that Wei Fang's intervention had created, held position and protected the logistics staff. The engagement ended 8 minutes after it had begun. 12 bandits were secured or fleeing, 3 were incapacitated, and the caravan was defended. The aftermath moved in quiet urgency. Wei Fang directed Li Qin to organize the team into watch positions around the secured prisoners, while non-combatants began checking the carts for damage. The camp's rhythm had been completely disrupted, but Wei Fang's clear direction provided a framework for returning to functional organization. It was as the chaos was transitioning to management that Wei Fang noticed Li Qin watching him with a specific quality of expression. It was the particular look that came when someone's entire framework for understanding a situation had been invalidated. Everything Li Qin thought he'd known about the power dynamics in this team had just been demonstrated to be fundamentally wrong. The weakish outer disciple who'd been sent away for advanced training was not simply strong. The outer disciple was operating at a level that shouldn't have been possible given his starting point and the timeline of development. Wei Fang waited for the immediate crisis response to complete before addressing what Li Qin's expression meant. This was, he recognized, a moment where how he responded would shape the team's functioning for the remainder of the mission, and possibly for longer. Chapter 55. Managing the exposure the morning after the attack, the caravan's pace was reduced to allow for recovery and additional security precautions. Wei Fang had determined that the attack was coordinated rather than opportunistic. Someone had known about the materials being transported, had gathered capable fighters, had planned an intercept with tactical intention. This meant the threat pattern was different from random bandit activity, and the mission's risk calculation had shifted. He positioned 2 of the inner disciples ahead of the caravan as scouts, shifted the outer disciples into more defensive coverage, and arranged the carts in a tighter protective formation that would be slower but harder to disrupt. These were practical responses to a changed threat environment, and the team moved into them without questioning. But the real complication was Li Qin's continued assessment. The inner disciple had resumed his position in the formation without challenge or question, but something had shifted in how he carried himself. There was a quality of careful thought to his attention, an intensity of observation that suggested processing something significant. He wasn't hostile or challenging, just fundamentally reassessing. Wei Fang made the decision to address it directly rather than allowing Li Qin to process alone. On the morning of the second day after the attack, as the caravan was preparing to move, Wei Fang arranged for a brief private conversation. They walked a careful distance from the main camp, visible enough that the action wasn't secretive, but far enough that conversation wouldn't be overheard. "You've spent the last day trying to reconcile what you thought you knew about me with what you witnessed," Wei Fang began without preamble. He'd found that direct acknowledgement tended to work better than circumlocution. It's created complications in how you're functioning as part of the team. Li Qin didn't immediately respond. When he did, his words were careful. "I've been trying to understand what I actually saw. The power differential was not standard for our cultivation stages." "No," Wei Fang agreed. "It wasn't. And I want to give you information that will allow you to function effectively on the remainder of this mission without the confusion that's currently limiting your focus." He took a moment to consider exactly what information Li Qin needed. The truth would be most useful, but the complete truth, the absorption method, the contemplative work with Master Wu, the deliberate concealment of his cultivation level, was more complicated than necessary for Li Qin's immediate functioning. "My advancement has been uneven," Wei Fang said. I've developed in ways that don't follow standard progression. I've been working with Master Lin and select sect officials to manage the complications that creates. My actual power level is considerably higher than my official rank suggests. That discrepancy is deliberate and sanctioned by sect leadership. Li Chen absorbed this in silence. Then, when you left for advanced training, there were calculations about where you should be by now. The standard progression math. Everyone who knew those calculations noticed you'd exceeded them significantly. But people don't usually exceed standard progression unless something unusual happens. Either the teaching was exceptional, or the method is unusual, or both. Both, Wei Fang said. And the situation requires that the discrepancy be managed carefully. The explanation I've given you is what's been approved by Master Lin and Sect Master Hung for discussion. Li Chen nodded slowly. The attack. That wasn't random. No, Wei Fang agreed. Someone had intelligence about what was being transported. The bandit group was organized military equivalent structure, not opportunistic criminals. The question we need to answer is whether the intelligence came from inside Emerald Lotus or from Cloud Whisper's side, and whether there will be additional attempts. It was a shift to practical concerns, a framework where Wei Fang's unusual capabilities became simply an operational asset rather than a mystery requiring explanation. Li Chen was good at this kind of tactical thinking. He could focus on the problem to be solved rather than requiring detailed understanding of how the unusual strength worked. If we assume the intelligence came from outside, the transport itself becomes more valuable than we thought, Li Chen said, shifting into analysis. Standard resource caravan wouldn't generate that kind of security response. The materials themselves are worth something particular to someone with enough resources to hire trained fighters. Exactly, Wei Fang said. Which means we need to consider whether the attempted intercept was the only attack, or whether we should plan for additional contact in the second region. The conversation moved into tactical assessment, developing contingency plans for various threat scenarios. By the time they returned to the main camp, Li Chen had moved from confused reassessment into focused strategic thinking. The uncertainty was managed, integrated into a framework where Wei Fang's capabilities were simply the resource available for addressing the mission's actual complications. The remainder of the journey passed without additional direct assault, but Wei Fang maintained heightened awareness and adjusted the security formation several times as they moved through the second region. A small group of what appeared to be scouts contacted the caravan twice, but disengaged both times after assessing the security configuration. Wei Fang interpreted this as additional surveillance rather than preparation for another attack, which suggested that whoever had organized the first assault was reconsidering the tactical viability of direct conflict. They arrived at Cloud Whisper Sect's gates on the 10th day of travel. Wei Fang delivered the caravan's materials to the sect's resource coordinators, provided a formal report of the attack to both the Cloud Whisper hierarchy and through direct communication to Sect Master Hung, and was cleared to begin the return journey with 4 days of rest for the team. It was during those 4 days that Li Chen approached him with a different quality of question. Are there others like you? Li Chen asked. They were sitting in Cloud Whisper's guest garden, waiting for the caravan to complete final preparations for departure. Other cultivators with unusual methods? Other people operating at power levels that don't match their official rankings. Wei Fang considered how much to reveal. I don't know of others personally, he said. But the cultivation world is large. It would be naive to assume I'm unique. If there were others, how would they find each other? Li Chen's tone was curious rather than threatening. It seems like the kind of thing that would be useful to know about. Wei Fang filed that question away. It suggested Li Chen's thinking was starting to move toward broader implications, toward understanding that unusual methods likely weren't isolated phenomena, but potentially part of some larger pattern. That was interesting. It also suggested Li Chen might become more valuable than his standard function as an inner disciple if circumstances aligned correctly. Perhaps that's something worth exploring later, Wei Fang said. Chapter 56. The Higher Realm Attention. A month after the caravan mission returned to Emerald Lotus, word began circulating through the sect about a visiting elder arriving to conduct evaluation tours. Elder Wu Liang carried credentials from the Regional Cultivation Council, a body that existed at the nexus of multiple sects coordination. He'd visited 7 sects already, was scheduled for 3 more, and spent approximately 2 weeks at each location assessing promising disciples and evaluating whether any sect had developed notable cultivation methods. Wei Fang recognized what this actually meant the moment the announcement was made. The observation teams at the cultivation tournament had filed reports. Those reports had reached someone with authority to initiate formal evaluation. The Central Council was checking whether his unusual power signature represented something the broader cultivation establishment needed to know about. The formal reception for Elder Wu Liang was conducted in the main assembly hall, with approximately 40 of Emerald Lotus's senior and advanced disciples in attendance. The elder himself was an impressive figure, second-realm Qi gathering stage, with the kind of presence that came from having spent decades operating at genuine power. His hair was completely white, and he moved with the economical grace that characterized cultivators who'd stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. I conduct these evaluations to identify potential, he said in the opening address. New methods, unusual approaches, cultivators whose development suggests things happening that the regional councils should understand. I'll be spending time with selected disciples over the coming weeks. These interactions are not judgments or rankings, simply assessments. The process of selection was interesting in itself. Elder Wu Liang consulted with Sect Master Hong, received recommendations about particularly advanced disciples, then conducted individual meetings. The meetings were private, conducted in a special chamber the sect had prepared. Wei Fang was called for his meeting on the 6th day of the elder's visit. The chamber was simple, white stone walls, a meditation platform, cultivation formations arranged to promote clear assessment. Elder Wu Liang sat on a raised seat, looking at Wei Fang with the kind of direct attention that came from someone assessing carefully. I understand you've developed in somewhat unconventional ways, the elder began. There was no preamble, no social context. Show me your cultivation signature. Wei Fang opened his cultivation channels in the way Master Lin had taught him, allowing the underlying structure of his power to become perceivable without fully releasing it. It was a vulnerability, exposing what he was to the elder's examination, but the council had already decided he was worth investigating. Hiding now would only create additional suspicion. Elder Wu Liang closed his eyes and extended his cultivator's sense, reading Wei Fang's energy signature with the kind of precision that came from Qi gathering stage advancement. The examination lasted nearly 5 minutes. Wei Fang held position, allowing the elder complete access. When Elder Wu Liang opened his eyes again, his expression had shifted into something like recognition. I've encountered 3 cultivators in 20 years with signatures that contained elements of what I'm sensing in you, the elder said. All 3 developed their methods under unusual circumstances, methods that sourced from external human dynamics rather than environmental Qi or internal refinement. Their cultivation structures don't follow standard progressions. Their power development is tied to relational dynamics rather than personal cultivation advancement. He paused, and his old eyes focused on Wei Fang with intensity. 2 of those 3 cultivators are now figures of substantial importance in the cultivation world. Important enough that several major sects value their involvement in projects. The 3rd one disappeared before anyone understood what they'd developed. This was approximately 12 years ago. His name was Liang Chun, and he was from a minor sect in the western regions. Wei Fang remained silent, understanding that the elder was providing information that was meant to inform his understanding of what he'd become. The question I'm evaluating, Elder Wu Liang continued, is whether you're on a trajectory similar to the 2 who became figures of importance, or whether you're at risk for the kind of disappearance that happened with Liang Chun. That determination requires understanding your relationship to your method and your intention regarding your future development. I understand, Wei Fang said carefully. Liang Chun tried to hide what he was developing, the elder said. He presented his unusual signature as something approximating a standard method. He told people the method was conventional, just developing more quickly than expected. When examiners became skeptical, he became evasive. This pattern continued until he reached a point where transparency was impossible without admitting years of deception. At that point, he disappeared rather than face the consequences of having concealed something significant from the cultivation establishment. The elder leaned forward slightly. I would suggest not doing that. The ones who tried to pretend they had standard methods did poorly when examined more closely. The ones who were honest about having unusual methods, who explained them clearly as early as possible, who integrated themselves into the establishment's understanding rather than trying to hide, those cultivators thrived. They became the important ones. Wei Fang absorbed the implications. I've been working with Master Lin to manage the unusual aspects of my development. I haven't hidden the fact that my method is non-standard from sect leadership. Good, Elder Wu Liang said. That's the correct approach. Continue that pattern. Be honest about what you're developing. Ask for help from people with experience managing unusual methods. Build networks of people who understand that cultivation systems are more diverse than the standard frameworks suggest. These things will serve you far better than attempting to conceal or minimize what's actually happening. The elder stood, signaling the end of the formal evaluation. I will be filing a report with the regional council indicating that Emerald Lotus is developing a cultivator with an unusual but promising method, and that sect leadership is managing this development appropriately. That report, combined with your continued honest engagement with the establishment, should create space for you to develop without hiding. Use that space effectively. Chapter 57. The internal integration. In the months following Elder Wu Liang's visit and his formal report to the regional council, Wei Fang's status within Emerald Lotus shifted in subtle but important ways. He was no longer operating as someone who was hiding his true capabilities, but rather as someone whose unusual development was acknowledged and managed by sect leadership. The distinction was profound in its implications. Sect Master Hung offered him a formal teaching position with the advanced disciples, not a substitute assignment, but a genuine instructional role. Wei Fang would lead cultivation methodology seminars, conduct individual assessments, and develop training progressions for disciples showing signs of unusual advancement. It was a position that formalized his visibility while also providing framework for his continued learning. Teaching required articulating principles clearly, which forced him to examine his own understanding deeply enough to explain it coherently to others. His first formal seminar covered formation understanding, how to perceive the underlying logic of cultivation formations, how to identify vulnerabilities, how to develop adaptations for particular circumstances. 26 disciples attended, ranging from early foundation establishment to late foundation stage, all of them showing enough capability that the sect considered them advancement track candidates. Wei Fang structured the seminar around principle rather than technique. Most formation instruction began with specific formations and worked backward toward general principles. He reversed the sequence, beginning with the underlying logic, how power moves through space, how structure creates constraints and possibilities, how formations were fundamentally expressions of cultivator intention applied to environmental qi. A formation is not a thing, he explained, walking through the meditation pavilion where the seminar was held. It's a configuration of intention. You establish it by directing your qi according to a pattern, and maintaining that pattern requires continued attentional discipline. This means the formation strength is not purely a function of the cultivator's power. It's a function of how clearly the cultivator understands the underlying logic, how fully their qi expresses the pattern they're attempting to establish. He demonstrated by activating a simple defensive formation, then deactivating and reactivating it slightly differently. The second configuration was more complex but more sustainable, requiring less ongoing attentional effort while achieving superior protection. The difference is philosophical understanding. The first formation works. The second formation works more efficiently because I understand the underlying logic more completely. This is true at every level of formation study. The disciples grasped the concept immediately, which meant he'd articulated it clearly. But the comprehension also created secondary questions. What if a cultivator's method didn't align with standard understanding? What if their power moved through space differently than conventional progression suggested? How would they develop formations that worked with their particular structure rather than fighting it? These became the substance of his advanced seminars. He worked individually with disciples who showed signs of unusual advancement, helping them develop methodologies that fit their particular cultivation patterns. A disciple named Yu Qian, who showed signs of emotional rather than environmental qi resonance, worked with Wei Fang to develop cultivation progressions that leveraged this unusual configuration rather than trying to force it into standard frameworks. Another disciple, Mei Lin, possessed cultivation energy that seemed to operate partially outside her own meridian system, a quality that most instructors would have classified as flawed or corrupted. Wei Fang recognized it instead as interesting variation and worked to help her develop it into a coherent method rather than attempting correction. This work, meeting cultivators where they actually were rather than where conventional progression suggested they should be, became his primary function at Emerald Lotus. It was recognized as valuable enough that even disciples not under his direct instruction began asking for his perspective on their development. Simultaneously, Wei Fang continued his own methodological work, deepening the evolution of his absorption method that he'd begun at Stillwater Temple. Master Wu's observation, that the absorption wasn't dependent on contempt itself but on the particular quality of qi that condensed when a cultivator directed dismissal, had opened pathways that he was still exploring. He began experiments with deliberate positioning, cultivating situations where other disciples would form strong opinions about his capabilities based on limited information. He'd display a narrow range of techniques in certain contexts, allowing other cultivators to conclude he specialized in that range. Then later in encounters, he'd demonstrate a different capability, allowing the gap between their expectation and reality to generate exactly the kind of chi densification he could absorb. It was more sophisticated than his original approach, which had relied on passive absorption from naturally occurring contempt. This was active cultivation of the relational dynamics that powered his method. It required careful management because too much obvious manipulation would create resistance rather than the asymmetric assessment that generated the absorbable chi. But when done correctly, it was far more efficient than waiting for naturally contemptuous situations to arise. Master Lin monitored this development with her characteristic combination of approval and watchfulness. She consulted periodically with two cultivators she trusted, senior disciples who'd been with Emerald Lotus for decades, and who understood that cultivation systems were more complex than most disciples realized. These consultations were conducted privately, in careful settings where conversation wouldn't be observed, but they were consistent and substantive. "Your method is becoming more sophisticated," she said one afternoon, meeting Wei Fang in the garden behind the meditation pavilion. "The original absorption was passive. You've moved into active cultivation. The next phase will be dangerous." "How?" Wei Fang asked. "Because you'll reach a point where you're so efficient at generating the conditions that produce your fuel that you'll begin to think less about the people those conditions require. You'll start seeing them as resources rather than as actual cultivators with their own development. That's where the dangerous territory begins, where unusual methods often corrupt the practitioners who develop them." Wei Fang understood what she was warning against. The relational dynamic becomes the point, and the people become secondary. "Precisely," Master Lin said. "The two cultivators that Elder Wu Liang mentioned, the ones who became figures of importance, both of them navigated this transition successfully. They developed ways of thinking about their methods that kept the people involved as the primary focus rather than the dynamics. The one who disappeared? He never managed that transition. Eventually, he began treating the whole system as something to be optimized without regard for the people caught within it. That kind of thinking doesn't integrate well with the cultivation establishment. It tends to end poorly." Wei Fang took that warning seriously. He began incorporating into his teaching and his personal practice an explicit discipline of remembering the people involved in the relational dynamics that powered his method. When he positioned someone to underestimate him, generating the chi he could absorb, he also tracked what was happening in that person's development, what they were learning, whether the dynamic was genuinely beneficial or whether it was simply instrumental. It was a harder practice than the simple absorption work. It meant resisting the optimization impulse, choosing sometimes not to absorb available energy, because doing so would compromise the person generating it. It meant integrating a kind of responsibility into what was fundamentally a selfish method, one designed to advantage him at others' expense. This tension, between the method's core logic and the constraint he'd deliberately imposed on its application, became the substance of his internal cultivation work during these months. It was not comfortable. It required constant reassessment and discipline. But it was, he increasingly recognized, the difference between becoming someone the cultivation world could work with and someone who would eventually face the kind of disappearance that had claimed Liang Chun. Chapter 58. The breakthrough preparation. By the winter of his second year back at Emerald Lotus, Wei Fang's private calculation confirmed what his cultivation sense had been indicating for several months. He was ready to attempt breakthrough to chi gathering stage. The advancement had been systematic, proceeding through what he was now recognizing as a deliberate sequence. The year at Stillwater Temple had provided foundation methodology. His work with Elder Wu Liang's visit had clarified his relationship to the cultivation establishment. His teaching and methodological refinement since had integrated everything into a coherent system. His power had advanced substantially, but more importantly, his understanding of what he'd become had matured into something sophisticated and philosophically grounded. The question of breakthrough had been the object of careful consideration since his return from Stillwater. Foundation establishment to chi gathering was categorically different from advancement within stages. Within a stage, progression meant accumulating more power while maintaining the same fundamental structure. Between stages, the structure itself had to transform completely. The way chi moved through and was stored in the cultivation framework had to reorganize entirely. The integration of consciousness with power had to shift into a different configuration. For cultivators with standard methods, this reorganization followed well-documented patterns with well-understood risks. The texts were clear about what the bottleneck felt like, what symptoms indicated successful transition versus failure, how long the process typically required. Centuries of cultivators with standard methods had generated statistical reliability about what to expect. For cultivators with unusual methods, the reorganization was less predictable because the existing structure reflected the method's distinctive logic. Wei Fang's power didn't organize itself according to standard meridian flows. His qi reservoir wasn't a conventional core structured for steady emission. The accumulated energy from thousands of contemptuous interactions had organized itself in ways that were traceable but not fully explicable through standard cultivation theory. He spent 2 weeks in October engaged in detailed self-mapping, literally sitting in meditation for 16 hours per day, directing his cultivator's sense inward and tracing exactly how his power had organized itself. He documented everything: the way the absorption-sourced energy had distributed through his body, how it had integrated with the Stillwater methodological cultivation, how the whole system had shifted during the integration work of the past months. The map he created was detailed but unsettling. His power didn't move through his meridians in neat, organized flows. It pooled in certain areas, near his heart, at the base of his spine, concentrated in his hands where he'd conducted so many absorptive interactions. It had memory somehow, retaining qualities of its sources even after integration. When he directed his attention to specific areas of the power structure, he could perceive echoes of the contempt from which that energy had originated. He brought the full self-mapping to Master Lin, along with his private assessments of readiness and his understanding of the complications that a qi-gathering transition would require. Master Lin reviewed the documentation carefully, reading through the detailed notes with full concentration. Then she left for 3 days, during which Wei Fang understood she was consulting with the 2 senior cultivators she trusted. When she returned, she asked him to wait for her in the garden late in the evening. "The transition is possible," she said without preamble, "but it's going to be unusual. Your power structure doesn't map onto standard qi-gathering architecture. When you transition the core of your consciousness to the new stage, the way your qi reorganizes won't match the theoretical frameworks." Wei Fang nodded. He'd expected this conclusion, but needed confirmation. "You're going to have to develop your own transition framework," Master Lan continued. "Something that honors what you've already built while transforming it into the new stage's requirements. The standard progression assumes the cultivator is working with power that wants to reorganize in standard ways. Your power doesn't want that. It wants to maintain the particular structure it's developed. So you need an approach that allows reorganization without fighting the power's fundamental character." This was exactly the kind of challenge Wei Fang had been anticipating. "I'll need to map the transition step by step before attempting it." "Yes," Master Lin said. "Take the time to develop it properly. A failed breakthrough attempt at qi gathering could be fatal or could leave you permanently crippled. Don't rush this. Don't assume that your existing understanding will be sufficient." Wei Fang spent November in detailed theoretical work, consulting texts on qi gathering transitions and cross-referencing them with his own self-mapping documentation. He identified the key phases of standard breakthrough attempts: the initial triggering of the core consciousness shift, the sequential reorganization of power through the cultivator's body, the reintegration of consciousness with reorganized power, the final stabilization that confirms successful transition. Then he developed modifications for each phase. Rather than trying to force his power into standard channels, he would allow it to follow the paths it naturally preferred while still achieving the structural reorganization that qi gathering required. Rather than suppressing the interpersonal character of his energy, he would transform it, converting the relational sourcing into something more independent while preserving the distinctive logic it had developed. It took 3 weeks of intensive work to develop a framework he felt confident about. He tested components of it in meditation, running through simulated transitions in carefully controlled conditions, identifying points of instability and refining the approach. By early December, he had something he believed could work. "Show me," Master Lin said. She reviewed the framework with an expression of careful concentration, checking his logic at each step, asking questions about transitions between phases. Finally, she nodded. "This is good. Careful, thorough, honest about the complications. You're ready to begin preparation." Sect Master Hung approved the breakthrough attempt formally, allocating resources for the isolation chamber and assigning monitoring duties to Master Lin and 2 senior cultivators. The sect took breakthrough attempts seriously. Failure could mean permanent damage to a cultivator, and the establishment had protocols for attempting to support those whose transitions became dangerously unstable. Wei Fang spent the remainder of December in final preparation, refining his breakthrough framework to the point of complete integration into his consciousness. He reviewed the phases repeatedly until he could move through them mentally without reference to documentation. He conducted practical tests in meditation, triggering small components of the transition process and verifying his control in each case. By the time the sect confirmed he was ready to enter isolation, Wei Fang felt as prepared as someone could be for something no one else had ever successfully completed. Chapter 59. The Isolation Chamber. The meditation chamber was a perfect cube, 5 meters on each side, carved from unpolished granite that had been sanctified with protective arrays. No windows. No light except what the jadestone lanterns provided. A steady, cool luminescence that never wavered, never cast shadows. Wei Fang sat at the center point, legs folded in the traditional posture, his spine straight as an arrow. The floor beneath him was marked with a binding circle, though binding arrays were unnecessary here. The chamber itself was the cage. The chamber itself was home. 28 days. The sect had granted him the use of the isolation chamber for exactly 28 days, a deadline that hung over him like a sword suspended by a thread. He'd known the moment he entered that failure would mean more than simple humiliation. Failure would mean that his entire method was flawed at its foundation, that you couldn't climb higher when you were carrying the weight of other people's expectations. His breathing was steady, in through the nose, following the Emerald Lotus technique that Master Lin had taught him. The chi flowed down the microcosmic orbit, across the lower dantian, up the spine, through the crown, out through the mouth, releasing what couldn't be integrated, what remained resistant. The resistance had started on day 3. Wei Fang had expected the breakthrough to feel clean, a wall shattering, a new door opening. Instead, he'd encountered something like static, a frequency that didn't match. As he'd gathered his internal cultivation reserves and pushed them toward the gate between foundation establishment and chi gathering, he'd felt the energy rebel. Not all of it. Some threads responded perfectly, surging upward with eager fluidity. But others, the energy he'd absorbed from Ping, who'd underestimated him in the marketplace 4 months ago, the fragments he'd taken from the 3 inner disciples who'd mocked him for his outer disciple robes during the water collection expedition, the quiet power he'd drawn from Master Sun, who'd forgotten his name twice during a ceremony. These felt viscous, resistant, personal. The energy carried the fingerprints of its sources. That was the revelation that had sent him into the meditation chamber with such urgency. He'd known, abstractly, that the cultivation he absorbed came from living people. He'd felt the warmth of it, the vitality. But understanding the theory and experiencing it were different things. When he'd tried to force those threads of stolen power into the channels of his body during that first attempt at the breakthrough, they'd resisted as though they had their own will. As though Ping was still there, embedded in that energy, saying, "No, this isn't for you. You don't deserve this." As though the 3 inner disciples were still laughing, and that laughter had crystallized into a barrier. Master Lin's voice, filtering through the chamber's communication array on day 5, had been unexpectedly gentle. "Stop pushing," she'd said. "You're thinking of it wrong. Come back to what you know about relationships." Wei Fang had wanted to demand clarity, but the meditation chamber didn't allow for conversation. Instead, he'd sat with the cryptic instruction, and slowly, over the next week, understanding had begun to crystallize. A relationship wasn't a one-way taking. Even his own method, parasitic as it seemed on the surface, functioned within a web of connection. Ping had underestimated him, yes. But Ping had also seen him, stood in front of him, engaged with him. The 3 inner disciples had mocked him, but they'd also acknowledged his existence. Master Sun had forgotten his name, but Wei Fang had been in the same room, breathing the same air. The energy he'd absorbed wasn't pure theft. It was extraction from a relationship, however unequal or unpleasant. The problem was that his body was trying to treat this relational energy as if it were his own, as if it could be integrated seamlessly, made autonomous, severed from its source. It couldn't be severed. Not like this. On day 12, Wei Fang made a decision that sent a spike of fear through his chest. Instead of trying to transform the resistant threads of energy into something that felt like his, he stopped trying to integrate them at all. He let them sit in his dantians without modification. He created a separation, one layer of energy that was purely his own, generated and refined through his own cultivation practice. A second layer of energy that was relational, marked by the imprint of the people it came from, carrying the memory of the moment of taking. The breakthrough gate between foundation establishment and chi gathering was supposed to be an absolute transition. Either you crossed it, or you didn't. There was no halfway state. Wei Fang tried anyway. Days 13 through 20, he practiced a cultivation technique he invented in the moment, drawing on theories he'd only half understood from Senior Brother Chen's advanced texts. He pushed his own generated cultivation first, sending it ahead like a scout. It crossed the barrier easily, his reward for years of dedicated practice, for mastering the Emerald Lotus techniques. The gate opened. New channels revealed themselves, capable of holding greater volumes of power. The sensation was intoxicating. This was what breakthrough felt like. Expansion, clarity, a sudden multiplication of capacity. Then he pulled the relational energy behind it. The threads that carried the weight of Ping's underestimation, the mockery of the three inner disciples, Master Sun's forgetfulness. This layer didn't flow. It crept. It crawled like something wounded, like it was being dragged across broken glass. Wei Fang felt the moment each thread understood what was happening. They were remembering where they came from, what they'd been separated from. There was a resistance that felt almost like mourning, as though the energy was grieving its own displacement from the people who generated it. By day 20, both layers were through. The gates had closed behind them. He was in Qi gathering now, the third realm of the cultivation hierarchy. The sensation should have been triumphant. Instead, Wei Fang felt hollowed out, as though he'd split himself in two, and now neither half was entirely whole. He sat with that sensation. He explored its contours. Master Lin appeared in the chamber on day 22. She stepped through the door silently, and Wei Fang opened his eyes, his first real action after days of meditation, to find her standing at the boundary circle, her expression unreadable. "The resistance you felt," Master Lin said without preamble. "That's the mark of a method that actually works. A method that doesn't resist would be parasitic in the way people fear. Extraction without consequence." Wei Fang studied her face, searching for sarcasm. He found none. "You've built something interesting," Master Lin continued. "You've created a form of cultivation that acknowledges its sources. The relational energy you carry, it's not autonomous because it shouldn't be. It remains connected to the people it came from. That connection is its strength, not its weakness. But the breakthrough required separating myself from them," Wei Fang said quietly. "I had to push that energy through the gate, even when it was resisting. Yes, and it'll resist every time you try to advance further." Master Lin stepped across the boundary circle and knelt to meet his eyes. "That's the question you have to answer, Wei Fang. Whether you're willing to carry that weight. Whether you're willing to feel that resistance every time you climb higher. Because if you are, you'll have access to something most cultivators can't even imagine. Power that's rooted in human connection. Power that remembers." She stood, her robes shifting with the movement. "Rest. You have 6 days left in your isolation. Use them to integrate what you've become. Not to smooth it over, not to make it comfortable. To make it real." The days that followed were among the most difficult of Wei Fang's life. He didn't sit in peaceful meditation. Instead, he walked the small chamber, paced its walls, felt the energy inside him shifting like an unsettled sea. He spoke aloud to the people whose power he carried, not demanding anything from them, but acknowledging them. Acknowledging Ping's skepticism, which had taught him something about how others perceived his worth. Acknowledging the inner disciple's mockery, which had shown him the cruelty inherent in the sect hierarchy. Acknowledging Master Sun's forgetfulness, which had revealed the loneliness of being invisible to power. He didn't transform these bitter things into something palatable. Instead, he let them exist as they were. Painful, real, connected to people who had no idea what he'd taken from them. On day 28, Wei Fang emerged from the isolation chamber into gray morning light. Master Lin was waiting in the garden outside, sitting on a stone bench, sipping tea. He walked to her, sat down without being invited, and accepted the cup she wordlessly poured for him. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now you learn what you can do with the power you've actually cultivated," Master Lin said. "Not the clean, autonomous cultivation that the sect teaches. Something different. Something that requires you to carry the weight of connection with every step forward." Wei Fang drank his tea and watched the dawn light touch the garden, turning the stone paths gold. Chapter 60. The transformation complete. The breakthrough attempt proceeded over days 4 through 28 with increasing intensity. Wei Fang worked through meditation phases that focused on different aspects of his power, systematically transforming how it was organized and expressed. The compression that had protected him, that had allowed him to hide his true strength behind layers of careful concealment, had to open up and restructure into the more expansive architecture that Qi gathering stage required. Days 4 through 8 were difficult in their resistance. The energy that had been organized around relational dynamics didn't want to become independent. Wei Fang had to sit repeatedly with the sensation of disconnection, of separation from the people and situations that had generated his power. It was like losing something precious, even though what he was losing was fundamentally selfish, the optimization of his power through the deliberate manipulation of others' perception. But the loss was real. He'd spent years building a system that worked through other people. Now he had to build something that worked through his own internal coherence instead. The transition between those two modes of functioning was the actual content of the breakthrough. On day 9, something shifted. Wei Fang was meditating in the pre-dawn darkness when he suddenly perceived the energy not as resistance, but as transformation. The relational content wasn't being destroyed, it was being integrated. The memory of the contempt, the echo of the asymmetric assessments, wasn't being severed but processed. It was becoming part of him in a different way, not as externally sourced fuel, but as part of his own psychological and energetic structure. He understood then what Master Wu had meant about unusual methods forcing deeper understanding. The people from whom he'd absorbed energy would no longer be his sources of power, but they would also now be integrated into the person he was becoming. The relational dynamics of his method had shaped him fundamentally. That shaping didn't disappear in the transition, it transformed into his own nature. Days 9 through 18 involved the systematic reorganization of power structures. Wei Fang worked through each region of his body, allowing the compressed energy to expand, transforming its architecture from the relational repositories it had been into components of a unified qi-gathering cultivation system. His heart became not just a physical organ, but a cultivation nexus where power could flow and be distributed. His lower dantian transformed into the kind of structured energy reservoir that qi-gathering stage required. His meridians, which had carried energy in peculiar patterns adapted to his method's relational logic, began to reorganize into something more standard while still maintaining their unique qualities. But the transformation wasn't about making his power conform to standard architecture. It was about developing a new architecture that honored both the standard requirements of qi-gathering stage and the unusual qualities of how his power had formed. Days 18 through 22 involved the deepest work. This was where the frameworks would either cohere into a functional system or fragment into something dangerously unstable. Wei Fang had to direct his entire consciousness toward the process, holding the entirety of his reorganizing power in coherent attention, guiding each transformation, refusing to allow panic when the structures seemed to resist or falter. There were moments of genuine terror, moments when the reorganization seemed to be failing, when power didn't seem to be settling into the new structure correctly, when he couldn't perceive how the fragmented pieces were going to reintegrate. He held position through those moments, trusting the framework he'd developed, remembering the theoretical understanding that had guided his preparation, resisting the impulse to force or abandon the process. Master Lin was monitoring from outside. He knew. If he'd signaled danger, or if his energy signature had shown signs of catastrophic failure, she would have intervened. But the process was his to complete. She couldn't do this part for him. On day 23, the integration began to stabilize. The fragments of reorganized power that had seemed disparate began to recognize each other, began to settle into a unified system. His consciousness, which had been desperately focused on managing the reorganization, could begin to relax fractionally. Days 23 through 28 were integration and stabilization. Slowly, carefully, Wei Fang guided the reorganized power into coherence. The qi-gathering structure that emerged was not identical to what a standard cultivation would produce. It carried the marks of his unusual method, maintained the distinctive logic that his absorption technique had imprinted on his power. But it was genuinely functional, genuinely capable of supporting qi-gathering stage cultivation. On day 28, at mid-morning, Wei Fang opened his eyes and examined what he had become. The power was different in quality as well as quantity. The interpersonal energy that had characterized his foundation establishment cultivation was still present in transformed form, not as borrowed material from others' contempt, but as deeply integrated capacity that had been processed through his own experience and emerged as something genuinely his. He could feel the difference in the most fundamental way. What had been absorbed was now self-generated. The power belonged to him in a way it never had before, not because he'd stolen it, but because it had become him. The method had evolved from dependency on external sources into something more autonomous. The absorption dynamic still existed. He could still read the conditional qi that arose when cultivators assessed him, but he no longer needed to feed on it. The feeding had become a choice rather than a necessity. He could absorb such energy if he chose, but his cultivation could continue without it. He was qi-gathering stage, and the path forward looked different from here, less dependent on the relational dynamics that had carried him through foundation establishment, more capable of independent power development, more aligned with the kind of cultivation that would be required for further advancement. Wei Fang sat in meditation and adjusted to what he'd become. The chamber's isolation formations, which had been supporting his work, began to feel confining. He was ready to emerge, ready to integrate this new stage into his functioning within the sect, ready to begin the work of understanding what qi-gathering stage advancement would require from someone with his unusual method. He signaled Master Lin that the breakthrough was complete and successful. The next question was what came next, and Wei Fang was beginning to sense that the answer was going to be far more complicated than any single sect could provide. Chapter 61. The Return to the World. Wei Fang's breakthrough to Qi gathering stage was announced formally by Emerald Lotus's leadership to the broader cultivation community. The sect celebrated the advancement, recognizing that Wei Fang had become one of their most significant resources and a marker of the sect's own growing reputation. The announcement was carefully worded. It acknowledged Wei Fang's advancement without explaining how an outer disciple had reached Qi gathering ahead of almost all of the sect's inner disciples. The cultivation community's response was predictable. Some impressed, some skeptical, many calculating what this information meant for their own assessments of Emerald Lotus's strength. Wei Fang navigated the attention with the skills he'd been developing for years: presence without overexposure, visibility that invited certain conclusions while leaving others open. He gave formal acknowledgement to the sect's role in his development, which was true enough to be stated honestly and specific enough to be believed without requiring detailed explanation. He accepted congratulations with appropriate modesty, which served the dual purpose of maintaining social goodwill and continuing to generate the particular quality of dismissal that came from people who heard appropriate modesty and concluded he was downplaying his achievement because he didn't fully understand its significance. He understood exactly what it meant. He simply had different reasons for the modesty than they assumed. The breakthrough itself had been more nuanced than the formal announcement could convey. Wei Fang's actual advancement into Qi gathering had occurred over a period of 3 months, not as a sudden crystallization point, but as a gradual densification of the cultivation energy he'd been absorbing and refining. The moment when his cultivation state shifted into genuine Qi gathering was less a dramatic transformation and more a recognition that his internal cultivation base had transitioned into a qualitatively different configuration. What had changed most dramatically was the source mechanism. In his earlier cultivation, he'd been absorbing cultivation energy directly from the contempt and dismissal of others. It had been the fundamental fuel source of his advancement. That method had worked, had carried him to the threshold of Qi gathering, but it had also created dependencies that he'd found increasingly limiting as his power grew. The breakthrough had come when his cultivation base had advanced to the point where it could sustain itself through what he'd begun thinking of as reflexive absorption, a capability where his cultivation method could now feed on the energy generated by his own internal cultivation processes, creating a self-sustaining cycle that didn't require constant external input of contempt and dismissal. It was still the same fundamental method, absorption of cultivation energy from assessment and evaluation, but the sources had shifted. He was now absorbing from his own deeper cultivation energies, from the processes by which his Qi refined itself, from the assessment and evaluation that occurred in his own consciousness as his cultivation advanced. This shift had been terrifying in the early stages of his breakthrough because it had meant relinquishing something that had defined his cultivation path for years. The contempt of others had been terrible and limiting, yes, but it had also been clear, externally driven, something he could understand through observation of how others treated him. Now he had to learn to absorb cultivation from his own internal processes, which meant learning to generate and refine a particular quality of self-assessment that could produce absorbable energy. Sect Master Hung had noticed the shift even before Wei Fang had fully articulated it to himself. The master had called him to the cultivation chambers 3 weeks before the formal announcement and assessed his energy signature with the careful attention of someone who had been watching his development for years. "Your cultivation base has changed structure," Sect Master Hung had observed. It wasn't quite a question, but it carried the weight of inquiry. Wei Fang had considered how much to reveal. The sect leadership knew he had an unconventional cultivation method. They'd known that for years, had accepted it partly because his advancement had been real and measurable, partly because Master Lin had vouched for the legitimacy of his approach. But they didn't know the specifics of how his absorption worked. "My method has evolved," Wei Fang had said carefully. "The mechanism that brought me to Qi gathering threshold has transitioned into something more sustainable. I'm still using the same fundamental principle, but the application is changing." Sect Master Hung had studied him for a long moment. "You're advancing more confidently now," the master had said finally. "Before, there was always a quality of uncertainty in how you carried your cultivation. Now you're moving with more certainty about what you're doing and why." This assessment had been accurate enough that Wei Fang had simply acknowledged it with a nod. Now, in the months following the formal announcement, Wei Fang found himself navigating a particular complexity of social attention. Outer disciples who had previously dismissed him entirely were now approaching with carefully calibrated respect, trying to figure out how he'd managed an advancement they hadn't. Inner disciples were more openly competitive, trying to determine whether his cultivation advancement represented a genuine threat to their own status within the sect hierarchy. Visiting cultivators from other sects were assessing him with the focused attention of people trying to place his power level accurately within the broader cultivation establishment. Wei Fang responded to each category of attention differently, but with an underlying principle that was now more sophisticated than it had been in his earlier years. He no longer needed the contempt itself to advance. But he was very aware that dismissal still generated the most concentrated form of absorbable cultivation energy, and he had no interest in preventing people from underestimating him, if that underestimation was going to be useful. What had changed was that he was now choosing his displays of vulnerability and apparent limitation with more precision. In his early cultivation, his concealment had been partially genuine. He hadn't fully understood his own power, hadn't known how to safely demonstrate it. Now his displays of limitation were entirely calculated. He would reveal specific strengths that matched the narrative he wanted people to adopt: technical knowledge of sect procedures, skill in the kind of organizational work that demonstrated competence without threatening status, cultivation advancement that was real but framed in ways that made it seem like he'd achieved it through fortunate circumstances rather than distinctive capability. This calculated presentation created a particular pattern in how people assessed him. They would notice specific, genuine achievements, construct a narrative that he'd reached those achievements through some combination of luck, inherited advantage, and diligent but unexceptional effort, and then filter all subsequent information about him through that narrative. It was a remarkably stable framework, which meant once he'd established the right initial presentation, he could operate within it for extended periods without the assessment shifting. Master Lin watched this navigation with what Wei Fang recognized as approval mixed with something more complex. His mentor understood what he was doing, understood that it was sophisticated and necessary given Wei Fang's situation. But Master Lin also seemed to be monitoring whether Wei Fang retained any genuine connection to simplicity, whether there was still some part of him that wasn't engaged in continuous strategic presentation. "You're very skilled at this," Master Lin had said to him, not long after the formal announcement. They were walking through the sect's library gardens, a location Master Lin had chosen specifically because it was public enough to seem casual but isolated enough for genuine conversation. "The question I would ask you is whether you can remember what it feels like to simply be what you appear to be." Wei Fang had considered this. "I don't think I was ever simply what I appeared to be," he'd said finally. "Even at the very beginning, I was hiding something. The technique might be more polished now, but the underlying dynamic hasn't changed." "That's true," Master Lin had acknowledged. "But there's a difference between necessary concealment and enjoying the concealment so much that you forget why it was necessary in the first place. Be careful of that distinction." Now, several months into his public recognition as a qi gathering stage cultivator, Wei Fang found himself aware of that warning more constantly. He was good at managing how people perceived him. He was increasingly good at seeing through the gaps in people's assessments, at understanding exactly where the boundary lay between what they could see and what they were filtered from seeing. And he was becoming aware that this skill was starting to feel like an end in itself rather than a means. The breakthrough to qi gathering stage was meant to be transformative in cultivation. For Wei Fang, the transformation had less to do with the power itself and more to do with what the power had enabled, a fundamental shift in how he related to his own method. He was no longer dependent on being underestimated. He could now choose it, could use it strategically, could step into and out of it as circumstances warranted. What he was only beginning to understand was whether that choice represented liberation or a more sophisticated form of the same imprisonment that had characterized his earlier cultivation. He carried that uncertainty with him into the attention and recognition that followed his announcement, not letting it show, not letting it influence his presentations, but holding it carefully as a reminder that even qi gathering stage advancement was not the same as understanding. Chapter 62. The network awareness. 3 months after his breakthrough, Wei Fang began encountering hints of an organization, a network of cultivators with unconventional methods that went far beyond what he'd previously understood to exist. The hints came initially as subtle recognitions, cultivators from smaller sects or unaffiliated groups who would acknowledge him with a particular kind of understanding when they passed him in sect visits or intersect gatherings. They weren't quite showing signs of recognition. Their expressions didn't suggest they knew him specifically, but they seemed to recognize something about what he was, the particular quality of cultivation energy that characterized his presence. These recognitions accumulated gradually. Wei Fang began noticing them only after the 3rd or 4th occurrence, when the pattern became too consistent to be accidental. Each cultivator had a specific look in their eyes when they assessed him, a momentary pause in their assessment, as if they were checking something internal, a subsequent shift in their demeanor that suggested they'd confirmed something about him and had decided to extend some form of tacit acknowledgement. He mentioned this pattern to Master Lin during one of their regular consultations. "You're sensing it correctly," his mentor had said. "There are networks of cultivators with genuinely unconventional methods. Most of them operate quietly, below the awareness of the major sect hierarchies. Your advancement and the beginning of your method becoming known has apparently flagged you as a potential contact for them. How should I respond?" Wei Fang had asked. "Wait for direct contact," Master Lin had advised. "If they're as organized as I suspect they are, they'll approach you properly. Don't pursue them. The contact needs to come from them so that they can control the pace of revelation." For weeks later, direct contact arrived. The first clear contact was from a cultivator named Jiang Mei, who appeared at the gates of Emerald Lotus with credentials from a neutral cultivation organization and a request for a meeting with Wei Fang specifically. She presented herself formally to the gate disciples and asked for acknowledgement of her visit, making the meeting entirely transparent to the sect's leadership. Sect Master Hong, intrigued by the specifically targeted request, granted the meeting and granted Wei Fang permission to speak with Jiang Mei privately in the sect's formal consultation chambers. Jiang Mei was middle qi gathering stage, considerably more powerful than Wei Fang's current early-stage advancement, and she carried herself with the groundedness that marked cultivators who had been genuinely unconventional for a long time. She had a quality Wei Fang recognized because he'd been developing it in himself, the particular bearing of someone who had built their cultivation through methods that didn't fit standard frameworks, who had been forced to figure out the philosophical foundations themselves rather than inheriting them from established tradition. That kind of independent development left marks, not weaknesses, but distinctive character in how cultivation power moved through a person's awareness and how they carried it. She wore sect colors, but they were from a smaller organization in the southern regions that Wei Fang didn't recognize immediately. Her hands showed the kind of calluses that came from extensive practical work rather than purely internal cultivation, and her eyes assessed him with the focused clarity of someone who had learned to see through conventional presentations. "I've encountered 5 cultivators whose methods share structural similarities with yours," Jiang Mei said directly, without preamble. They sat in the formal meeting room, with tea that one of the sect's attendants had prepared before leaving them alone. Not the same method, but the same underlying principle. Cultivation sourced from interpersonal dynamics rather than environmental or internal resources. 2 of them are part of an organization I help manage. 3 others are independent or affiliated with different networks. I'm here to assess whether you might be interested in contact with others who have navigated similar development paths. Wei Fang's immediate internal response was a complex mixture of interest, caution, and a strange sense of relief that he'd been expecting this conversation for months without fully admitting it to himself. "Tell me about the organization," he said carefully. Jiang Mei leaned back slightly, her posture opening in a way that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly this question. "It's loosely structured. The core principle is that cultivators with unconventional methodologies need specific support that mainstream sect structures can't provide. We help members navigate exposure, provide mutual security against hostile sects or individuals, facilitate knowledge exchange between methodologies that might seem unrelated from the outside but share important structural principles. We have 12 current members across 6 sects and 2 independent locations. We meet formally 3 times per year, share cultivation documentation, and maintain communication networks for rapid response if any member faces exposure or threat." "And you're recruiting," Wei Fang said. It wasn't quite a question. "We're identifying potential members who might benefit from the network and who might contribute to it," Jiang Mei corrected. "The difference is subtle but important. Recruitment implies we need to convince you. What I'm actually doing is providing information that you can use to decide whether this is something you want." Wei Fang absorbed this distinction carefully. It was the kind of precise framing that suggested the organization had thought considerably about how it presented itself. "Why contact me now?" he asked. "I've been developing my method for years. Why reach out 3 months after I break through to Qi gathering?" "2 reasons," Jiang Mei said. "First, your advancement is recent enough that you're still in transition, still adjusting to what it means to have your method work at higher cultivation stages. Contact at transition points is most useful because you're more open to new frameworks. Second, the public is starting to know you exist. The cultivation community is beginning to ask questions about how you reach Qi gathering. If you're going to be exposed eventually, and exposure is likely given that you're visibly advancing at Emerald Lotus, and someone will eventually publicize your unconventional method, it's better to make contact now while you're still making those determinations yourself rather than after someone else has forced the issue." This assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Wei Fang could feel the growing interest from visiting cultivators, could sense how people were beginning to calculate the possibilities of his unconventional advancement, could almost predict that within another year or two, his method would become public knowledge whether he wanted it to be or not. What would involvement look like, he asked. Initial involvement would mean agreeing to share your methodological framework with the other members who are comfortable with direct knowledge sharing. You would receive in return a comprehensive overview of the other methods that exist within our network. Beyond that, you'd have access to collective security, to regular consultations with members who've navigated exposure challenges similar to what you're facing, and to a community of cultivators who understand unconventional development in ways the mainstream cultivation establishment can't. Whether you wanted to take on administrative roles or greater responsibility would be entirely voluntary. Wei Fang considered the shape of what Jiang Mei was offering. It was a significant move toward community, away from the isolation that had characterized his entire cultivation path. It meant revealing his method more explicitly, trusting other cultivators with his secret. It also meant receiving something he'd never had: the possibility of guidance from people who'd walked similar paths, the possibility of learning from other solutions rather than solving everything himself. "I need time to consider this," he said. "Of course," Jiang Mei replied. She produced a small jade token from her robe. "This carries encoded information about how to contact me. Destroy it after you've memorized the contact method. If you're interested, reach out. If you're not, that's equally valid. We respect autonomous decision-making." She stood, signaling the end of the meeting. "One more thing," she said as Wei Fang rose as well. "The cultivation community is going to become increasingly interested in what you are. Whether you decide to join us or not, I'd recommend thinking carefully about what version of your story you want them to know. The version they construct themselves will likely be less accurate and less favorable than something you could tell deliberately." After Jiang Mei left, Wei Fang stood alone in the formal meeting room, holding the jade token and considering the shape of his life. 3 months ago, his breakthrough had meant only power. Now it was becoming clear that his advancement was opening doors to an entirely different kind of choice, not about whether to hide, but about how to reveal himself, and to whom, and in what framework. He sat down with the jade token and began the process of memorizing Jiang Mei's contact information, aware that this was the beginning of something he'd been moving toward his entire cultivation path. The isolation that had kept him safe was becoming a limitation. The hiding that had protected him was becoming a choice rather than a necessity. Chapter 63. The choice. Wei Fang considered Jiang Mei's proposal carefully through several weeks of meditation and private consultation with Master Lan. It represented a significant shift from his years of isolation and hiding toward community and shared understanding. It meant revealing his method more explicitly to other cultivators who had parallel experiences and receiving information from them in return. It meant trust, and Wei Fang had been cultivating in isolation for so long that trust had become almost theoretical for him. He spent 3 days in solitary cultivation, examining his own motivations in the particular way that deep meditation allowed. He wanted to separate what he genuinely desired from what he thought he should desire, wanted to understand whether his interest in the network came from authentic curiosity about other methods or from a simpler desire to be less alone with what he was. What he found in his meditation was both. He was genuinely curious about how other people had solved the problem of unconventional cultivation, genuinely interested in learning whether there were insights he was missing about his own method. But beneath that intellectual curiosity was something more basic: the desire for community, for people who understood what it was like to develop power through the gaps between what you showed and what you were, for people who had figured out how to navigate a cultivation path that the establishment considered suspect. When he emerged from his 3-day meditation, Wei Fang went directly to Master Lin's quarters to discuss what he'd discovered about himself. Master Lin's assessment was balanced and thoughtful. "The risks are real. You're extending your circle of people who know what you actually are. That expands the possibility of exposure and the ways you might be vulnerable. But the isolation has costs too. You've been developing largely without peers who understand what you're doing. That limits you in ways you might not fully appreciate until you have a point of comparison." "How much should I reveal?" Wei Fang asked. "That's your decision," Master Lin said. "But I'd suggest this. Reveal as much as you're comfortable with, but hold back one layer. Share how your method works, but maintain some privacy about where it came from and how it evolved. The network members will understand that impulse. Most of them probably guard their origins similarly." Jiang Mei had offered access to cultivation insights from 4 other network members whose methods had structural similarities, regular consultation with cultivators who'd navigated exposure challenges similar to what Wei Fang was facing, and a degree of collective security. The network's members monitored each other for threats and shared intelligence about the cultivation establishment's interest in unconventional practitioners. What Wei Fang found most compelling was not the security or the insights themselves, but the simple fact of not being alone with it. For years he'd been the only person, except for Master Lan, who knew his secret but didn't share his method, who understood what it was like to develop cultivation by absorbing others' assessments of you. To know that there were others who'd developed something analogous, who'd worked through some of the same questions about legitimacy and sustainability and evolution, who'd navigated the psychological complexity of having your power source rooted in how others perceived and misperceived you. That alone was worth significant risk. He spent another week preparing himself mentally for the decision, sitting with it during his morning and evening cultivation sessions, allowing the implications to settle into his awareness. Then he sent word to Jiang Mei through the contact method encoded in the jade token that he was interested in further discussion. The meeting that followed was scheduled for neutral ground, a tea house in a small city that lay between Emerald Lotus and Jiang Mei's home sect. Wei Fang traveled there in the guise of fulfilling a personal errand, which was true enough technically if not in complete detail. He arrived 2 hours before the scheduled meeting to ensure the location was genuinely neutral and to establish his own comfort with the setting before Jiang Mei appeared. The tea house was appropriately anonymous, the kind of establishment that catered to cultivators who needed private meeting spaces and asked no questions about the nature of those meetings. Wei Fang took a room on the upper level and waited, allowing his cultivation senses to expand until he could perceive the movement of people through the building. When Jiang Mei arrived, she came alone, without guards or secondary cultivators, a choice that suggested confidence in the neutrality of the location and in Wei Fang's own intentions. She entered the private room Wei Fang had selected, and the tone of the conversation shifted immediately from the formal assessment of their first meeting. "I'm going to show you something," Jiang Mei said without preamble. She produced a small scroll case from her sleeve. "These are methodological frameworks from 3 of the network members who've agreed to share their work with potential new members. Not their complete methods. No one reveals that fully until they're completely committed to the network, but enough to show you the underlying principle that connects everyone's work." Wei Fang opened the scrolls carefully. The first was from a cultivator named Shi Run, whose method was sourced from the cultivation energy compressed in the moment of teaching, the particular combination of attention and assessment and confidence that occurred when an instructor was demonstrating knowledge to students. The description was more technical and precise than Wei Fang had expected, laying out the specific cultivation states that generated the most absorbable energy, the patterns of advancement that occurred when cultivation was sourced this way, the particular vulnerabilities of the method. The second was from someone called the Jade Serpent, clearly a chosen name rather than a birth name, whose method worked through the cultivation energy generated in the moments when people formed confident conclusions about what she was. It was remarkably similar to Wei Fang's own method and structure, though sourced from a different emotional quality, not contempt, but something closer to certainty, to people committing to a conclusion about her nature and power. The third was from a cultivator named Luo Chang, whose method was even more unconventional. The absorption of cultivation energy from the moments of conflict resolution, from the particular qi that was released when people who had been at odds came to understanding. It was elegant in its way, a method that actually improved relationships while extracting power, which Wei Fang found fascinating. "These are all cultivation methods that work through interpersonal sources," Jiang Mei explained as Wei Fang finished reading the scrolls. "The underlying principle is that cultivation energy moves between people constantly in the form of assessment and judgment and emotion and certainty. Conventional cultivators ignore or suppress this energy. These methods learn to absorb it instead. Different cultivators source the energy from different interpersonal contexts, but the principle is consistent." Wei Fang read through the frameworks a second time, more carefully now, noting the specific language each cultivator used to describe their method and the places where their descriptions aligned with his own understanding of his cultivation. "Why show me this?" he asked. "You haven't shared your own method." "Because I want you to understand that you're not alone, and you're not unusual," Jiang Mei said. "We have 12 members with 11 different variations on this principle. We also have 3 members whose unconventional methods work on entirely different principles. The network exists because there are cultivators who've developed real power through methods the establishment considers suspect. What we've discovered is that once you have a few examples of working unconventional methods, patterns start to emerge. What looked like a radical aberration in one method becomes clear as a systematic principle when you see it repeated and varied. And you think my method is sufficiently like these others that I could contribute meaningfully? I know your method is sufficiently like these others, Jiang Mei said with absolute certainty. I've been observing the cultivation community for long enough to recognize the signature. Your advancement pattern, your cultivation state, the specific qualities of your qi, they all mark you as having developed through an interpersonal source. The specific context of the source is different from what these other three methods use, but the underlying mechanism is the same. Wei Fang considered this. Part of him wanted to resist the certainty of her assessment, to maintain some privacy even now that he'd decided to reach out to the network. But another part of him was relieved by her understanding. She could see him clearly, could articulate what he was without his having to explain. If I join, he said carefully, what specifically would you need from me? Your methodological framework, documented in sufficient detail that the other members could understand it. Your agreement to participate in at least 2 of the 3 yearly meetings. Your willingness to contribute your cultivation insights to the collective knowledge base. And your commitment to network security, which means not revealing other members' identities or methods without explicit permission from those individuals. That's all reasonable, Wei Fang said. He paused, then made the decision that had been forming through all his meditation and consultation. I'm willing to join the network. Jiang Mei smiled, the first genuinely relaxed expression Wei Fang had seen from her. I'm glad, she said. You'll find the network community beneficial in ways you probably can't fully anticipate yet. Unconventional cultivators tend to be isolated people. Having peers who understand your work is transformative. They spent the next 2 hours discussing the practical logistics of network involvement, how to document his method without revealing his history or personal context, how the communication systems worked, how the security protocols functioned. By the time their meeting concluded, Wei Fang felt he had the beginnings of a framework for joining this larger community. As he traveled back to Emerald Lotus, Wei Fang reflected on how his life had shifted again. A few months ago, he had been a hidden cultivator breaking through to qi gathering stage, managing his advancement in isolation. Now he was about to become part of a network of deliberately unconventional cultivators, about to begin sharing his method with others who understood it through their own parallel development. The isolation that had protected him was ending. What would come next, he genuinely didn't know. But for the first time in years, the unknown didn't feel like a threat. It felt like possibility. Chapter 64. The leadership 6 months after formally joining Jiang Mei's network, Wei Fang was offered a position as administrative director, responsibility for identifying new members, evaluating cultivation methods, managing security and communication across the network's widely dispersed structure. The offer came during the network's second quarterly meeting, after all the regular members had had time to observe how Wei Fang contributed to the collective discussion. Jiang Mei presented it to him after the formal meeting had concluded, in a private conversation in the meeting location's gardens. I'm stepping back from active leadership, she explained. Her manner was calm, but Wei Fang could perceive the underlying tiredness in her cultivation signature. I took on the administrative role 5 years ago because the network needed someone to organize it. But I've reached a point where the administrative burden is preventing my own cultivation advancement. I've been at middle qi gathering stage for 3 years, and I know exactly why. Because I've been spending my cultivation time on network management instead of personal development. Wei Fang understood the problem immediately. Cultivation advancement required consistent, focused effort. Someone who divided their energy between network administration and personal practice would inevitably advance more slowly than someone who could focus entirely on cultivation. Why me, he asked. You could find another member to take over administrative work. I could, Jiang Mei agreed. But the administrative role requires specific skills, and not everyone has them. You can read people with unusual precision. You can assess whether someone's telling the truth about their method and their intentions. You understand how to manage security without creating paranoia. And, perhaps most importantly, you can explain unconventional methods to each other in ways that create understanding rather than confusion. Those are the skills the network needs in its administrative direction. Wei Fang took the offer seriously. It was both a significant responsibility and a significant trust. The network had 12 members by this point, scattered across 6 different sects and 2 independent cultivation outposts. Managing their security and maintaining the communication structures that allowed them to share insights without exposure to hostile parties required continuous attention and sophisticated decision-making. He also recognized that the offer was, in its way, a test. Whether Jiang Mei had framed it as such consciously or not, accepting the administrative role would require him to commit to the network at a level beyond simple membership. It would mean his success or failure would directly impact the safety and advancement of 11 other cultivators. I have conditions, Wei Fang said carefully. I'll need adequate time to continue my own cultivation work. Taking on administrative responsibilities that completely consume my practice time isn't sustainable. I also need clear authority to make security decisions without needing consensus from the full membership in cases where speed is necessary. If a member faces exposure or threat, waiting for the quarterly meetings to discuss response isn't acceptable. Jiang Mei nodded immediately, as if she'd expected exactly this response. Both conditions are not just acceptable, they're necessary, she said. The previous administrative approaches failed partly because the person managing everything was trying to get consensus on every decision. That creates paralysis exactly when you need rapid response. You'll have complete autonomy on security decisions, and you can allocate yourself whatever cultivation time you need. Your advancement is part of what makes you valuable to the network. We need you to continue developing your method, not to stagnate in administrative work. Wei Fang accepted the position formally at the next quarterly meeting, with the other network members' acknowledgement and approval. The transition was gradual. Jiang Mei spent 2 months bringing him into complete understanding of how the network functioned before fully stepping away from administrative responsibility. What Wei Fang discovered in those 2 months was that the network structure was far more sophisticated than his initial observation had suggested. There were encrypted communication channels for different categories of information. There were security protocols for members who faced exposure threats. There were cultivation archives documenting not just the methods themselves, but the specific advancement patterns of each cultivator, the particular vulnerabilities each method had developed, the environmental factors that affected advancement for members with different techniques. The administrative work was more complex than he'd anticipated, partly because the network members had very different temperaments and cultivation philosophies. There was a fundamental tension between those who wanted to remain completely hidden from the cultivation establishment and those who wanted to eventually reveal their methods and demand recognition. Different members had different assessments of what level of risk was acceptable and different thresholds for when exposure became preferable to continued hiding. Wei Fang found himself functioning less as a traditional manager and more as a translator, converting between the different frameworks each member used to understand their own methods and helping them find the common structural principles that connected everyone's work. This translation work turned out to be cultivation research. As he developed the vocabulary to discuss all 12 methods across their differences and similarities, he was also developing a deeper understanding of why interpersonal source cultivation worked at all, what the underlying mechanism was that made it viable across such varied specific implementations. He began documenting these connections, creating a master framework that showed how Jiang Mei's teaching energy method and Wei Fang's assessment absorption method and Shi Ren's student attention method and the Jade Serpent's certainty compression method were all variations on the same underlying principle. The harvesting of cultivation energy that was naturally generated in human relationships and assessment, but typically wasted or suppressed through conventional cultivation training. This framework became increasingly valuable to the network members. It allowed newer members to understand their own unconventional methods with greater sophistication. It provided language for discussing what they were doing that didn't rely on the dismissive terminology of mainstream cultivation culture. It also created a philosophical foundation for why their methods were legitimate, which mattered enormously for members who struggled with the sense that they were doing something fundamentally wrong by absorbing cultivation energy from interpersonal sources. As Wei Fang moved more deeply into administrative and research responsibilities, he began to see how Jiang Mei had managed the network successfully for 5 years despite the burden it placed on her cultivation advancement. The work was, paradoxically, its own form of cultivation practice. The constant exposure to different methods and different cultivators' advancement patterns taught him things that he couldn't have learned through isolated practice. The responsibility for other people's security and development created a particular quality of attention and care that refined his understanding of cultivation more effectively than pure power-seeking would have. 6 months into his role as administrative director, Wei Fang realized that he wasn't just managing the network anymore. He was genuinely leading it, making strategic decisions about how the network would evolve, which members would benefit from connection with each other, how the network's growing collective knowledge could be organized to be most useful for continued development. And somewhere in the process of taking responsibility for others' cultivation paths, his own advancement had taken on a different character. It was no longer primarily about absorbing assessment and dismissal and certainty from other people. It was also about the cultivation energy generated through leadership itself, the focused attention of others, the responsibility and weight of making decisions that affected people's lives, the continuous assessment and evaluation that came with guiding a community of unconventional cultivators through the complexities of their advancement. Chapter 65. The revelation the main hall of the Emerald Lotus Sect had never been used for this kind of gathering. Typically, it served as a space for formal ceremonies, cultivation competitions, elder council meetings, the formal elevation of disciples to new ranks. The walls were paneled with dark wood and hung with tapestries depicting the founding sages of the sect. Overhead, complex arrays of jade and crystal caught the afternoon light, scattering it in shifting patterns across the marble floor. Today, chairs had been arranged in a semicircle, and every seat was full. Wei Fang stood at the center of the semicircle, acutely aware of the weight of attention. To his left, representatives from the Indigo Mountain sect, identifiable by their silver sashes. To his right, two officials from the Cultivation Authority, the governmental body that mediated disputes between sects and regulated unconventional practices. In the back rows, dozens of outer disciples, curious and uncertain. Mid-rows, inner disciples and lower-tier elders, a mixture of hostility and interest. Front row, the Council of Masters, including Master Lin, Elder Huang, and 3 other high-rank cultivators whose names Wei Fang had never officially learned. Next to Wei Fang, seated in a chair that faced the assembly, was Senior Brother Lan, who served as symbolic leader of the network, though Wei Fang made all the strategic decisions. Behind the chairs were Wei Fang's other network members, all 12 of them, arranged by seniority and realm. Bing, whose powerful chi signature had already unnerved several of the visiting cultivators. Soft-voiced Mei, whose capacity to absorb emotional energy had proven invaluable in difficult negotiations. Quiet Marcus, whose methodical mind had helped them develop theoretical frameworks that made their work defensible rather than exploitative. "We are here," Wei Fang began, his voice pitched to carry across the hall without shouting, "to declare ourselves." There was a stir. Several of the inner disciples exchanged glances. The Cultivation Authority representatives straightened in their chairs, reaching for the recording jade that hung around their necks. For the past 6 months, our network has been practicing a cultivation method that diverges significantly from orthodox teaching. Wei Fang paused, letting the silence settle. "We extract cultivation energy from people who underestimate us. We take their chi. We do this without their knowledge or consent." The reaction was immediate. Angry whispers, someone standing up, Master Lin raising a hand to silence the disturbance. Wei Fang continued speaking, riding over the noise. "We are doing this because discovery through covert channels would be far worse. If the sect or the authority discovered us through investigation, they would frame our work as parasitic. They would call it theft, corruption, a deviation so dangerous that it warranted suppression. We are choosing instead to come forward ourselves, with evidence and theory, to make the case that our method is not only defensible, but ethical." Elder Huang's expression was unreadable. One of the Indigo Mountain representatives was making notes with practiced speed. "The first argument," Wei Fang said, "is that we do not harm our sources. Cultivation energy is renewable. A person whose power has been extracted by our network will regenerate that chi within days, sometimes within hours. They will suffer no permanent loss, no damage. The process is not parasitic. It does not cripple or diminish the source. It is more accurate to describe it as parasitic interest on the energy they would have generated anyway. And they don't consent," someone called from the middle rows. "That's the problem. That's always been the problem." Wei Fang nodded, acknowledging the interruption. "True, they don't consent. But let me propose a framework for why this matters less than it initially appears." He gestured to Marcus, who stood and moved to the front of the semicircle, carrying a scroll of theoretical notation. Marcus had the face of someone born to bore people. His voice was monotone, his delivery methodical, but what he presented was dynamite. In orthodox cultivation, Marcus explained, unrolling diagrams of meridian systems and chi pathways. Energy flows from the dantian through the body's channels. It is generated internally or drawn from the environment. In either case, the cultivator controls the flow. Consciousness precedes power. He shifted the scroll to show a second set of diagrams. In our method, the consciousness of the person being extracted doesn't matter, but the consciousness of the person doing the extracting matters absolutely. We don't simply take energy at random. We take energy specifically from people who underestimate us. This means we are extracting chi that is directly linked to a relational reality, a person's judgment, assumption, and implied belief about our capacity. We are converting their underestimation into our power. A cultivator in the second row, one of the visiting officials, leaned forward with sudden interest. "You're saying the source of the power is the underestimation itself, not just the person's chi?" "Exactly," Marcus confirmed. "The underestimation is the medium through which we access their power. It's not parasitic extraction. It's more like harvesting the energy that their incorrect judgment generates. They generate it regardless. We simply intercept it instead of letting it dissipate. The hall had fallen into an intensely focused quiet. Wei Fang could feel the intellectual current shifting. Some of the hostility was transforming into curiosity. He pressed his advantage. We understand that the sect and the cultivation authority will be concerned about permission, about consent, about control. Wei Fang's voice dropped slightly, forcing everyone to lean in. We propose a trial period, 12 months, during which we make ourselves fully available to oversight. Our network remains in the Emerald Lotus Sect jurisdiction. We submit to investigation. We answer every question about our methods. And we propose a measurement. We will identify which disciples' power we've extracted from and determine if any of them suffered anything beyond temporary chi depletion. And if they did, Elder Huang asked quietly. Then we cease the practice immediately, Wei Fang said. Full cessation. We surrender all the network members to whatever punishment the sect deems appropriate. The cultivation authority representatives exchanged a look. One of them nodded slightly. Senior Brother Chen stood then, and Wei Fang felt a moment of confusion. They hadn't planned for this. Chen walked to the center of the semicircle, his presence immediately commanding attention. As the symbolic leader of the network, his body language carried weight. I want to be direct about something, Chen said, his voice heavy with the authority of someone who'd been cultivating longer than most people in the room had been alive. Our method is predatory. It takes advantage of a fundamental human flaw, the tendency to underestimate people who haven't proven themselves yet. We are, functionally, harvesting energy from that flaw. We are, in a sense, exploiting human nature. Wei Fang's stomach tightened. This wasn't what they'd discussed. This felt like a confession, like surrender. But every cultivation method exploits human nature in some way. Chen continued. Orthodox cultivation exploits discipline and the human desire to transcend limitation. Sect-sponsored cultivation exploits hierarchy and the human willingness to bow to authority. Battle cultivation exploits aggression and the human instinct to dominate. Relationship cultivation, what we practice, exploits underestimation and the human tendency to misjudge capability based on appearance or status. None of these are pure. All of them are, in some sense, parasitic on human weakness. The question is not whether our method exploits human nature. The question is whether it exploits human nature in a way that's sustainable, repeatable, and doesn't cause permanent damage to the people involved. He paused, letting his gaze settle on each council member in turn. We believe we meet those criteria. We're willing to prove it. The silence that followed was different from the hostile silence of the beginning. It was the silence of people considering something genuinely new. Master Lin spoke then, her voice calm and measured. I have observed Wei Fang's cultivation method in detail. He has achieved the third realm, Qi gathering, at an age and rate that would typically require either exceptional talent or exceptional effort. He has done so by carrying energy that is inherently relational, that retains connection to its source. This required him to undergo a breakthrough process that was fundamentally different from orthodox advancement. It was harder, more painful, and more complex. If this were simple parasitism, he would have adopted a more efficient, cleaner method by now. He hasn't. His commitment to the relational aspects of his cultivation suggests that he sees value in connection that goes beyond power acquisition. She leaned back in her seat, her expression settling into something approving. I support a trial period. Let them prove their claims. The decision came down 2 hours later. The Cultivation Authority would permit 12 months of documented practice, with oversight and investigation. The Emerald Lotus Sect would assign an investigator to monitor the network's activities. Other sects could petition to be involved in the oversight process. No expansion of the network would be permitted during the trial period. All new extraction incidents would be documented and reported within 24 hours. As Wei Fang and his network members filed out of the hall, he felt an unexpected exhaustion. The presentation had gone better than anticipated. Master Lin had vouched for him. The authority had been intrigued rather than outraged. The worst outcome, immediate suppression, immediate punishment, had been avoided. But as he passed through the outer corridors toward the disciples' residences, Wei Fang found himself thinking about the ones he'd taken from. Ping, still walking these halls, unaware that his skepticism had been harvested. The 3 inner disciples, still carrying a diminished version of themselves, not understanding why they felt slightly less capable than they had before. Master's son, whose forgetfulness continued unchecked, still unable to remember Wei Fang's name. They would find out now. The investigation would require transparency. They would learn what had been taken from them, and they would know that Wei Fang had taken it. He wondered what they would do with that knowledge. Chapter 66. The aftermath, the revelation created genuine chaos in the cultivation establishment. Some sects, particularly those with rigid hierarchies and traditional power structures, tried immediately to suppress the network through formal channels, filing complaints with central councils and proposing that the network be designated a forbidden organization. Other sects were cautiously interested, seeing potential advantages in cultivators who drew power from social dynamics. Emerald Lotus itself took a measured stance. Sect Master Hung issued a formal statement acknowledging Wei Fang's membership in the network, while maintaining that the sect did not officially endorse unconventional methods. This positioning gave Emerald Lotus the best of both worlds: distance from the controversy while maintaining a relationship with Wei Fang, who was becoming increasingly valuable to the sect's reputation and power structure. Wei Fang managed the aftermath as he'd managed everything in his cultivation career, with precise assessment of what was actually happening rather than what was threatening to happen, and targeted response to actual risks rather than defensive reaction to everything that looked dangerous. The formal suppression attempts were the easiest to handle. The network had prepared its legal and philosophical ground carefully. Interpersonal source cultivation didn't extract power from unwilling sources. It absorbed power that was already being projected outward in the form of dismissal and contempt and certainty, power that otherwise dissipated into the environment. There was no victim of this process, no one being harmed. The cultivation establishment's attempts to characterize the network's methods as parasitic failed because the characterization was technically inaccurate. When hostile sects presented formal cases to the central councils arguing that interpersonal sourced cultivation represented exploitation of unwilling participants, Wei Fang had documentation prepared showing the mechanism of the method. The energy being absorbed was energy that the source people had already generated and released. It was no different from collecting rain that had already fallen, except with the additional complexity that the source people were generating the energy deliberately through the act of forming judgments about other people. The councils, faced with clear evidence that the network's methods didn't actually violate any established prohibitions on cultivation, were forced to dismiss the suppression attempts. More traditionally minded councils moved to create new prohibitions specifically against interpersonal sourced cultivation, but these initiatives faced resistance from the sympathetic voices Wei Fang and Jiang Mei had cultivated. The argument that cultivation methods should be prohibited not because they caused harm, but because they were unusual was harder to defend in forums that valued philosophical consistency. What was harder to handle was the secondary effect, the attention the revelation brought to each individual network member's history. Wei Fang's own cultivation story was now of significant public interest, and the version the cultivation community was constructing from available information was mostly correct in outline, but wrong in specific detail. The general narrative being constructed was that Wei Fang had discovered he could absorb cultivation energy from people's assessment of him, had applied this insight to develop himself systematically from outer disciple to Qi gathering stage, and had recently revealed this method to the broader cultivation community as part of a larger network of people using similar approaches. This was substantially accurate, but the implications people were drawing from this narrative were often negative. The cultivation community interpreted his method as parasitic in a moral, if not practical sense. He was building his power by manipulating how people saw him, by creating false impressions that he then harvested for cultivation advantage. They saw him as fundamentally dishonest, as someone who couldn't be trusted because his entire cultivation method relied on deceiving others about what he was. The distinction mattered for how he was perceived and what assumptions people brought to their assessments of him. Some saw him as a legitimate, unconventional cultivator. Others saw him as someone whose very nature was deceptive, someone who couldn't be trusted in any context. He spent considerable time and energy in the months after the revelation shaping the public understanding of his development, not through concealment, but through the kind of precise disclosure that guided conclusions without lying. It was, he recognized, essentially what he'd been doing since his first years as an outer disciple, managing the gap between what he was and what others thought he was. He'd simply gotten much better at it, and now he was doing it at a larger scale. He gave interviews to cultivation scholars who were sympathetic to methodological innovation. He presented case studies showing how interpersonal source cultivation was not inherently dishonest, explaining that forming strong conclusions about what he was represented genuine assessment, not deception. People really did underestimate him, really did misjudge his capabilities. He was simply learning to harvest the cultivation energy that resulted from their real assessments rather than their false impressions. This framing was more accurate than the people who accused him of pure manipulation realized, but less innocent than it appeared. The assessments people formed about him were real, but but he was also strategic about what impression he created, which parts of his genuine nature he revealed, and which parts he concealed. The energy he absorbed came from honest assessment, but the honesty was of honest assessment of a deliberately cultivated presentation. The complexity of this sat with Wei Fang constantly in the months following the revelation. He understood on an intellectual level that what he was doing wasn't fundamentally different from what any cultivator did, creating an external presentation, managing how they appeared to others, working with the gap between appearance and reality. All cultivation involved that gap, but his gap was larger than most. His entire method depended on that gap, depended on people forming conclusions about him that were based on incomplete information. And while those conclusions were honest assessments of what they could perceive, the incompleteness was deliberately engineered on his part. He sat with this complexity, didn't try to resolve it, held both the understanding that his method wasn't parasitic or fraudulent alongside the awareness that it did depend on a kind of strategic deception about what he was. And he continued his administrative work managing the network, continued his cultivation advancement, continued his careful management of his public presentation. What was shifting, gradually, was his awareness that the initial crisis of revelation was passing and something else was beginning. The process of the network becoming normalized within the cultivation community, the shift from existing as a secret organization to existing as an unconventional but recognized part of the cultivation establishment. Chapter 67. The advanced power. Wei Fang's cultivation continued advancing steadily through the period of network consolidation and public revelation. His power moved from early qi gathering toward middle ranges, the accumulation proceeding more slowly now that he was no longer relying primarily on contempt as fuel. The contempt that had characterized his early cultivation was still available. The revelation had, if anything, increased the volume of dismissal directed at him from traditional cultivators who considered interpersonal sourced methods fundamentally inferior, parasitic, dishonest. But his method had evolved past the point where external contempt was the primary engine. This evolution had been more gradual than the breakthrough to qi gathering stage. In his early cultivation, the contempt and dismissal from others had been the fundamental source of his advancement. His method had fed on being underestimated, on absorbing the cultivation energy compressed into other people's certainty that he was negligible. That dynamic had been efficient and strong, but it had also created dependencies that he'd found increasingly limiting as his power grew. Now, at middle qi gathering stage, he was sourcing primarily from what he'd begun thinking of as resonant assessment. The cultivation energy generated in interactions where someone was forming strong, confident conclusions about his capabilities or nature. The emotional valence of those assessments mattered less than their structural quality, the compressed, directed quality of a cultivator's power when it was shaped by certainty about what Wei Fang was. Strong confidence, even positive confidence, generated the same absorbable quality as contempt. The key was the certainty, not the judgment. A peer who formed an absolutely confident conclusion about Wei Fang being talented would generate absorbable energy equivalent to a rival who formed an equally confident conclusion that he was fundamentally limited. The mechanism was the same, a cultivator directing focused assessment energy with complete confidence in what they determined. The emotional coloration was different, but the compression was identical. This evolution had significant practical implications. He was no longer dependent on being underestimated to advance, though underestimation remained the most efficient single source because people who dismissed him completely projected the full force of their cultivation power in that dismissal, with nothing held back. But he could now also advance through the admiration of people who believed he was exceptional in specific, bounded ways, the concern of mentors who were certain about his limitations, the competitive assessment of peers who thought they'd taken his full measure. The network's administrative work fed this advancement in ways that were both obvious and subtle. The obvious feeding came from the regular assessment he received from the 12 network members, people who were confidently evaluating him, forming conclusions about his capabilities as an administrator, his competence at managing the network's security and growth. Each of these assessments generated absorbable cultivation energy. The subtle feeding came from something more interesting, his own internal assessment and self-evaluation. As he managed the network and took responsibility for other people's cultivation paths, he was constantly evaluating his own decisions, forming conclusions about whether he was handling situations correctly. This internal assessment, this self-certainty about what he was doing and why, generated its own quality of cultivation energy that his method could absorb. It was, he realized, a fundamentally different kind of cultivation than what he'd developed in his early years. Then, his advancement had been almost entirely externally sourced. Now, he was learning to generate and refine the cultivation energy from his own internal processes, the assessment and evaluation that occurred in his own consciousness as he navigated complexity and made decisions. This shift allowed his advancement to become less vulnerable to external circumstances. In his early cultivation, if people stopped underestimating him, he had to find new sources of contempt. Now, if external assessment sources shifted or disappeared, he could sustain his advancement through his own internal cultivation processes. What this meant practically was that his advancement had become more stable, more self-directed, and simultaneously more complex. Managing internal assessment cultivation required a degree of awareness and precision that external contempt sourcing had never demanded. He had to be clear about what his own internal certainties were, had to examine whether his self-assessment was accurate or whether he was generating false confidence that would collapse if tested. The method had become more subtle and more powerful simultaneously, and managing it was significantly more interesting than simply hiding his cultivation level and waiting to be underestimated had been. One of the effects of this deeper advancement was that his relationship with other people's dismissal of him shifted. In his early cultivation, dismissal had been something he needed, something he was actively generating situations to receive. Now, dismissal was useful but not necessary. He could accept it when it came, could absorb the cultivation energy it generated, but he wasn't dependent on it. This shift in dependency created a subtle but significant change in his internal experience. He had more freedom in how he presented himself. He could afford to acknowledge his achievements directly without needing to downplay them constantly. He could reveal his competence without the underlying anxiety that revealing capabilities would eliminate the contempt he needed for advancement. The cost of this freedom was that he no longer had the clarity he'd once had about what his method was doing. When his advancement had been clearly fueled by external contempt, the mechanism had been obvious and simple. Other people despise him. He absorbs the energy, he advances. Now, with the method sourced from more subtle internal and external assessment dynamics, the line between legitimate cultivation and something more questionable got blurrier. Was he genuinely absorbing energy from self-assessment, or was he just engaging in complex rationalization of something that was fundamentally narcissistic or parasitic? When he harvested cultivation energy from an administrator peer's assessment that he was handling a situation poorly, was he absorbing energy that had been freely released in that assessment, or was he somehow leveraging that person's concern for his own advancement? He held these questions without trying to resolve them, understanding that the answers required more experience and perspective than he yet had. What he was clear on was that his advancement was real, his power was genuine, and the method he was using worked at cultivation stages that were high enough to be significant. The network members, observing his advancement, began asking him for deeper guidance on how their own methods could evolve beyond their original sources. Run, who had been working with teaching energy cultivation, wanted to understand how to deepen his practice when students left his teaching. Luo Chang, who worked with conflict resolution energy, wanted to navigate advancement now that many of the conflicts he'd previously worked with had been resolved. Wei Fang found himself in the position of cultivator mentor, helping others understand how to evolve their methods as they outgrew their initial fuel sources. This role was itself a form of cultivation practice, the kind that had different character from pure advancement work, but was equally valid. He was moving toward something, he realized. Not just higher cultivation stages, though that was certainly part of it, but toward a more integrated understanding of what his method actually was, what the legitimate boundaries of it were, what the genuine costs and benefits of his approach meant for who he was becoming. Chapter 68. The teaching path. Wei Fang formally accepted a position developing and teaching within the network's emerging training program. The network had been expanding gradually since its public revelation. The philosophy of interpersonal source cultivation had attracted genuine interest from cultivators who found the conventional approaches limiting or philosophically unsatisfying. Several people had approached the network requesting to learn the methods to develop along similar paths. Initially, the network had been cautious about taking on students. The members had their own advancement to manage, and teaching required significant time and attention. But Wei Fang had recognized that the network's long-term sustainability depended on developing the next generation of interpersonal sourced cultivators, on creating a tradition that could continue beyond the founding members who had discovered these methods independently. He began by working with 3 primary students, each of whom had approached the network with different starting points and different affinities for different methodologies. The first was a young cultivator named Lin Su from a smaller sect, who showed natural sensitivity to the teaching